Chapter 1. The Burden of Life. Bang! A dilapidated tricycle, laden with numerous packages, collided with a Volkswagen Passat at the entrance of Jianghan First People's Hospital. "Are you blind or what?" the owner of the Passat exclaimed angrily as he stepped out of his vehicle. Jiang Han hurriedly exited his own vehicle, fervently apologizing. "I'm so sorry. Please wait, I will compensate you. But first let me see my daughter. I beg you." Ignoring the barrage of insults from the Passat owner, Jiang Han dashed into the hospital, ascending the stairs to the emergency operating room on the third floor with practiced ease. "Doctor, how is my daughter? Is she all right?" Jiang Han's anxiety consumed him, his voice echoing through the corridor and drawing the attention of several nurses. Just as the doctor wheeled the little girl lying on the hospital bed into the operating room, he donned a medical mask and gestured for Jiang Han to lower his voice. "You cannot enter. Please wait outside. We will do everything in our power," he said, blocking Jiang Han's path. Suddenly, he heard the ominous click of high heels approaching from behind, each step resonating painfully in his chest. Before he could turn around, a sharp reprimand pierced the air. "Jiang Han, are you not embarrassed enough making such a scene here?" Li Shui's admonition jolted Jiang Han into realizing the inappropriateness of his behavior. Yet before he could respond, she stood before him, delivering a stinging slap. Crack! The sound resonated painfully, as if striking his very heart. "Do you even care about our daughter? She has been lying in that hospital room, her condition suddenly deteriorating. Where were you when she was suffering? Now that something has happened, you show up? Do you even deserve to be called her father? Let me tell you, if anything happens to her, you will be the first I hold accountable." Seeing the tears welling in Li Shui's eyes, Jiang Han felt an overwhelming ache within him. This outburst in the hospital was embarrassing for her, prompting her to lower her head and stifle her sobs. Jiang Han dared not utter a word, standing before her like a contrite child. This was his wife, Li Shui, a woman who could truly be described as a goddess. Not only was she cultured and polite, but she was also an academic achiever, with a beauty that had captured the fantasies of countless men. They had attended the same university, from the same department, and amidst the pursuit of numerous affluent suitors, Li Shui had inexplicably chosen this impoverished young man. She was drawn to Jiang Han's steadiness, ambition, and indomitable spirit. They had married before graduation, becoming a topic of discussion among their peers. After graduating, Jiang Han aspired to start his own business, only to find himself losing everything he had. When seeking employment, he was repeatedly turned away for lack of experience. To make matters worse, their daughter had been diagnosed with leukemia. Overnight, they were thrust into an abyss of despair. They had borrowed from every friend they could think of, yet the funds remained insufficient. The cost of treatment was exorbitant, a burden he struggled to bear, yet he never uttered a word of complaint. Instead, he took on 2 jobs, tirelessly working day and night. By day, he delivered packages, and by night, he worked as a waiter in a nightclub, managing barely 5 hours of sleep each day. All of this was for the sake of securing the medical expenses for his daughter. Li Shui hails from a prosperous family, and through her own efforts, has risen to the position of deputy general manager at a financial firm. Her father serves as the director of a law firm, while her mother teaches mathematics at a high school in this household. However, she is merely a daughter-in-law, devoid of any standing. With their daughter gravely ill, the Li family has not contributed a single penny, making it abundantly clear that financial assistance would only come if the couple agreed to. Divorce. Jiang Han, unable to swallow his pride, has refrained from seeking help from the Li family, resulting in a stalemate. After what felt like an eternity, the gurney emerged from the operating room, prompting Jiang Han to rush forward, with Li Shui closely following. Upon seeing the pale face of Jiang Zhanxin, Li Shui's eyes instantly welled with tears. Yet Jiang Zhanxin, ever the resilient child, managed to smile, reassuring them, "Daddy, Mommy, I'm all right." Gazing into her innocent eyes, Jiang Han forced a smile and gently touched her forehead, saying, "Xinxin is the strongest. Daddy will always be here with you." "Yes, Daddy, Xinxin is very good and doesn't feel any pain at all." Hearing those words, Jiang Han could not hold back his emotions, his eyes reddening. It was well known that leukemia brought immense suffering, and here was his 4-year-old daughter, trying to spare them worry by claiming she felt no pain. As he approached the ward, a nurse called out to him, while Li Shui accompanied Jiang Zhanxin inside. "Jiang Han, I must say, How long has your family's hospital bill been overdue? This is your final deadline. If you cannot settle it today, do not blame us for being heartless." With that, she turned and left. The medical staff in the hospital were well aware of the family's plight, often criticizing Jiang Han for placing too much importance on his pride and dignity. They wondered why he did not simply plead with his mother-in-law's family for some assistance. Had it not been for Jiang Han's earlier act of kneeling before the hospital's director and attending physician in desperation, they might have been expelled long ago. Once the nurse departed, Jiang Han clenched his fists, a wave of sorrow washing over him. Money, money, always about money. If only he had the means, would they be in this predicament? The total hospital fees were in the tens of thousands, and he had no idea how to gather such an amount. Jiang Han, the voice calling his name, snapped him back to reality. Turning around, he saw Li Shui, her eyes red from crying, which only deepened his sense of shame. Nevertheless, he mustered a smile and said, "Shui, don't worry, I will resolve this today. I promise." That Li Shui, still unable to regain her composure, found her tears flowing once more at his words. "Jiang Han, what initially attracted me to you was your ambition. As a man, you must understand the responsibilities that come with it. Can you not find a respectable job? I beg of you, can you set aside your pride and ask my parents for a loan? If this continues, I will have no choice but to divorce you. Do you truly wish for Xin to grow up without a complete family?" Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she turned and left the room. Jiang Han discerned that Li Shui had truly lost all patience with him. Frustrated, he struck his fist against the wall. He found himself in a predicament, compelled to procure funds at once. Upon exiting the hospital, he was taken aback to find the owner of the Volkswagen still waiting for him at the entrance. "Where do you think you're going? You owe me money. You can't leave without paying 3,000 yuan today." "What? 3,000 yuan?" Jiang Han felt a surge of anger. He had merely grazed the paint, and yet they demanded such an exorbitant sum. Was this not akin to robbery? "Listen, my daughter is gravely ill in the hospital, and I genuinely don't have the money. I need to raise funds for her hospital fees. Demanding 3,000 yuan for a mere scratch is rather excessive. That's not my concern. Your daughter is not my daughter. Pay up. I've waited long enough. Shouldn't I be compensated for my mental anguish? If you refuse to pay, don't blame me for taking legal action." Take legal action? Was this person jesting? Yet, Jiang Han found himself devoid of the energy to waste on this farce. "Fine, I will pay you. Just wait here, I need to return shortly." He felt utterly exhausted, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Pulling out his phone, he pondered his options. Borrowing money? It seemed that was the only recourse. He located a number and dialed. Beep. Beep. "Hello? Jiang Han. I have no money to lend you." Chapter 2. Must one inherit family wealth to borrow money? "Hello? Hello?" The initially excited voice now tinged with anxiety. As the sound of a busy signal echoed from the other end, Jiang Han felt an overwhelming pressure. It was evident that the caller was unwilling to lend him money, resulting in the abrupt disconnection. Indeed, he had reached out countless times for financial assistance, yet had never been able to fulfill his promises of timely repayment. What was he to do next? Before him, the owner of the Volkswagen relentlessly pressured him for compensation. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. His daughter was hospitalized, and he found himself unable to cover the medical and surgical expenses, all while sharing this burden with his wife. At that moment, a call from an unfamiliar number interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Han glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing in recognition. It was a number he knew all too well. Though he had not been in contact for 6 long years, this call was undoubtedly related to matters from the past. Did he have any choice now? He pressed the answer button, and a calm, seasoned voice resonated through the receiver. "Young master, long time no see." Jiang Han bitterly replied, "Indeed, it has been a while." Lin Xiangtian felt a pang of discomfort. He was well aware of Jiang Han's predicament. However, Jiang Han had once insisted that his family refrain from interfering in his affairs, leaving Lin to observe from afar. Now, unable to stand idly by, he had decided to reach out. "Young master, I believe we should have a discussion." "A discussion?" Jiang Han hesitated for a moment before consenting. "All right, I will come to see you." He understood that Lin Xiangtian was his only viable option at this point, so a conversation seemed to be a prudent course of action. He initially intended to ride his tricycle, but the Volkswagen owner adamantly refused. claiming concern over his potential escape and demanding the vehicle as collateral to ensure his return. Feeling defeated, Jiang Han rummaged through his bag, finding a mere 20 yuan left. He sighed and hailed a taxi. Yet, the fare was 25 yuan, and after much negotiation, the driver reluctantly accepted the 20. As he stepped into the company lobby, Jiang Han made a beeline for the elevator, only to be intercepted by a security guard. Halt! What do you think you're doing? Deliveries must be taken to the designated pickup point. No parcels or takeout are allowed inside the company. Taken aback, Jiang Han wondered how the security had become so brazen. He had never heard of such a rule before. I apologize, but I am here to see Lin Xiangtian. Who? Lin Xiangtian? There's no one by that name here. No one by that name? Jiang Han frowned slightly. Isn't Lin Xiangtian part of your company? The guard finally grasped the situation, realizing Lin Xiangtian was indeed the chairman of the company. The audacity of this delivery person seeking the chairman was almost laughable. You're looking for the chairman? Who do you think you are? Get out of here, or we won't be so polite. If you want to go through the back door, go line up over there. Can't you see all those waiting to see the chairman? Following the direction indicated by the security guard, Jiang Han beheld a lengthy queue. However, he had no time to squander. I have come to see your chairman. Please allow me to proceed. The security guard was about to retort when a middle-aged man clad in a suit approached. He was their general manager, Wang Futsai. What is the commotion? He inquired, having heard the ruckus from afar. Is this how we uphold the company's image? Upon noticing Jiang Han, dressed in a delivery uniform, he immediately furrowed his brow. Who permitted this individual to enter? Did we not establish a policy forbidding delivery personnel from entering? Do you disregard company regulations? Remove him at once. So it seems he has come to create trouble. In light of this, Jiang Han decided to be forthright and dialed a number on his phone. Old Lin, I'm downstairs. They won't let me in. Please come down to receive me. Oh, quite the performance you're putting on. The security guard chuckled, slowly approaching Jiang Han with a baton in hand. Brother, I advise you to leave on your own. Our company has rules. You are not permitted inside. Should you wish to meet the chairman, you must make an appointment. But your bravado is rather excessive, expecting the chairman to come out for you. Truly laughable. Jiang Han found no merit in conversing further, as it was entirely unnecessary. He merely stood there, immobile. Seeing his lack of movement, the security guard prepared to take action. Stop right there. A sudden reprimand startled the security guard, causing him to halt and turn around in astonishment. The chairman had descended at this moment. The general manager, upon spotting him, greeted him with a smile. Chairman, you have arrived. Yet, Lin Xiangtian paid him no mind and strode directly towards the entrance. Wang Futsai followed, and upon noticing Jiang Han still present, he erupted in fury. Did I not instruct you to expel him? Why is he still here? Did you not see the chairman's arrival? He seemed to be blaming the security guard. After all, with the chairman present, any breach of protocol could lead to dire consequences, making them appear incompetent. The security guard quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, his baton wavering in his grasp. Suddenly, Lin Xiangtian delivered a sharp kick towards the security guard. Did you not hear me tell you to stop? He was genuinely furious. This was the young master, and should he be harmed by a mere security guard, it would be catastrophic. The guard stood in bewilderment, utterly confused by the turn of events. Lin Xiangtian hastily inquired, Young master, are you unharmed? Did he injure you? What? Young master? How could this be? They could hardly fathom that their young master was merely a delivery worker. Jiang Han shook his head. I am fine. The indignation of Lin Xiangtian, upon witnessing such an incident befall his young master within their own establishment, was palpable. Go to the finance department to verify your salaries. Both of you are dismissed. The two guards were taken aback. Dismissed? Is this truly happening? Such a decision would cost Wang Futsai dearly. He had expended immense effort to ascend to his current position, only to have it jeopardized by a mere delivery worker. Chairman, I must admit that I failed to consider this matter thoroughly. I was unaware that he was our young master. I implore you to show me mercy. Dear young master, may your magnanimity prevail over my transgressions. I have elderly parents to care for and young ones dependent on me. I do not wish to hear it. What is self-inflicted cannot be sustained. You may leave now. A decisive statement emanated from Jiang Han's lips, and fortunately, he lacked the energy to engage in further discourse. The two proceeded directly to Lin Xiangtian's office. As they settled into their seats, Jiang Han addressed him candidly. "Old Lin, are you still inclined to discuss the matter from 6 years ago, urging me to return and claim my inheritance?" Although Lin Xiangtian was aware of Jiang Han's circumstances and felt a pang of sympathy, he responded with characteristic frankness. "Indeed, young master, given your current situation, I sincerely hope you will inherit your family's fortune." Chapter 3. A plea from the heart. At this moment, Jiang Han felt a deep sense of helplessness. He never anticipated that his once grand ambitions would now mock him. Reluctant to face Lin Xiangtian, he said, "Old Lin, I understand your intentions. If that is the case, I shall take my leave." "Wait, young master," Lin urged at this juncture. "Do you truly wish to forego your inheritance? You find yourself cornered. And with Xin's health deteriorating so severely, you are well aware that securing funds is no longer an option. Your sole recourse is to return and claim your inheritance. You may choose to disregard your own aspirations, to continue chasing your lofty dreams, but you cannot abandon Jiang Ranxin. While I wish to assist you, my hands are tied." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han paused in his departure. Lin's words struck a chord deep within him. He recognized that this was indeed his only viable option. Procrastination would only exacerbate Jiang Ranxin's condition. Should her health decline further, not only would she be endangered, but even Li Shui might also drift away from him. After considerable hesitation, Jiang Han ultimately succumbed to the harshness of reality. With his financial situation dire, he understood that without money, his daughter's illness would remain untreated. "Very well, I shall acquiesce," he conceded, "but my acceptance of the inheritance does not imply that I will manage every aspect of it." Upon receiving Jiang Han's agreement, a flicker of joy illuminated Lin Xiangtian's weathered face. He promptly retrieved a stack of documents. Jiang Han signed each page, and Lin, ecstatic, snapped his fingers. Immediately, a figure entered from the doorway, carrying a box. One need not be a sage to discern that it contained money. Indeed, when Jiang Han opened it, he found 20 bundles of vibrant banknotes. Lin Xiangtian, already aware of the substantial funds required for Jiang Ranxin's treatment, had anticipated Jiang Han's response and preemptively stated, "Young master, from this point forward, all assets of the Jiang family shall be under your stewardship. It is only natural for you to use this money for your daughter's health care, so there is no need for gratitude. You do not owe me anything." Jiang Han swiftly transferred all the money into a durable bag he had brought, deeming it a more secure option than the box. "I understand. Thank you," he replied. "Young master, would you like me to arrange transportation for you?" Lin Xiangtian inquired. "No need. I shall take a taxi," Jiang Han responded before departing the esteemed company building. Once Jiang Han left, Lin Xiangtian was overwhelmed with elation, tears of joy streaming down his face as he hurriedly relayed this news to Jiang Shankai, who was far away in America. "Has that rascal finally agreed to inherit?" he exclaimed. "Very well, old Lin," informed the others. "I am currently unable to return from America." Within 2 minutes, Lin Xiangtian had successfully disseminated the news of Jiang Han's ascension as the heir to every executive's inbox within the Jiang Group. Meanwhile, Jiang Han had already hailed a cab back to the hospital, tossing 100 yuan directly to the driver without waiting for change. He needed to hurry back to settle the payment. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, the owner of the Volkswagen was indeed waiting there. As soon as he spotted Jiang Han, he hurried forward, demanding, "Where's the money? I know which company you're from. Do you believe I won't hesitate to file a complaint against you?" Jiang Han furrowed his brow, perplexed by the current generation's penchant for such confrontational behavior. He opened his snakeskin bag and withdrew a stack of cash, counting out 30 bills for him. "Please don't block the way. I need to see my daughter." The Volkswagen owner was momentarily taken aback, having just glimpsed the significant amount of money within the bag through a narrow opening. Could it be that this young man had robbed a bank? Jiang Han hastily made his way to the payment counter in the hospital lobby, where he found Li Shui also present. Clutching 3 bank cards and wearing a desperate expression, she was fervently pleading with the nurse. "No, it's not possible. You've delayed long enough. If you cannot pay today, you'll have to take your leave," the nurse declared, disregarding Li Shui's entreaties. "Wait," Jiang Han called out to the nurse, who, upon turning to see him, lost interest. What could he possibly say? Would it not be the same old story of requesting an extension to make the payment? She could hardly be bothered. Li Shui had already lost all dignity after pleading for so long, and Jiang Han's timing was infuriating. Just as she was about to scold him, he swiftly caught up with the nurse. "Excuse me, I'm here to make the payment. We've owed this for quite some time. Thank you for your understanding." What did he just say? Payment? The nurse was taken aback, and even Li Shui was bewildered. Her 3 bank cards were devoid of funds. Her credit card had reached its limit, and Jiang Han had no money on him either. "If you intend to pay, please follow me," the nurse said, her tone shifting as she led them to the payment counter. She expertly operated the computer and glanced at the figures displayed. "Hello. Your hospitalization fee amounts to $9,580. The medication cost is $3,950. And the preliminary surgical fee is $150,000. If the surgery needs to be expedited, it is advisable to settle the surgical fee at the same time." Upon hearing these figures, Li Shui felt as though the sky was collapsing around her. Her body weakened, and Jiang Han quickly supported her. He glanced at his wife, whose eyes were swollen from crying, and felt a pang of sorrow. "The surgery must be done. Please arrange it as soon as possible." The nurse, though surprised that they were willing to pay the surgical fee, was still astonished that they couldn't even afford the hospitalization fee of over $10,000. Yet, her professionalism led her to calculate the total, $163,530. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Han handed over the snakeskin bag. The nurse was taken aback and, upon opening it, was astonished. So much money? Li Shui was equally startled by the contents of the bag and looked at Jiang Han, who appeared calm and even bore a slight smile, seemingly pleased to have resolved the matter. The nurse took out the stacks of money and ran them through the counterfeit detector, astonishingly finding no counterfeit bills. Although she was filled with doubt, she chose to remain silent. "Hello, here is your payment invoice. We will arrange the surgery as soon as possible. Family members should take some time to undergo a health check in the next few days. We need to determine whether the bone marrow matches." After resolving this matter, the two made their way to the hospital room, where they found Jiang Ranxin peacefully sleeping on the bed, her even breathing gradually easing their tension. Jiang Han wished to sit down and admire his lovely daughter, but was pulled to the window by Li Shui, who coldly inquired, "Where did you obtain this money? How could you gather so much at once?" In response to Li Shui's questioning, Jiang Han tenderly tucked her hair behind her ear. "Don't worry, I borrowed it from friends. Each contributed a little." Upon hearing this, Li Shui finally sighed in relief. Her concern was not about the borrowing itself, but rather the fear that Jiang Han might resort to high-interest loans, which were exorbitantly burdensome. With their finances already strained, she worried about falling deeper into debt. "You shouldn't keep borrowing from friends. It's always about money. The doctor has already informed you that XIN's condition might require a second surgery. Are we to borrow again for that? Even if you do borrow, where will you find 200,000? Jiang Han, I beg you, my parents want me to divorce you. I have not agreed because of our daughter, XIN, and I do have feelings for you. But are you still acting like a man? What happens if you lose everything? Can't we rise again? I truly plead with you. Could you not appeal to my parents? It would be better than borrowing money. Please, think of me. Think of XIN. Jiang Han silently clenched his fists, not uttering a single word. Li Shui, feeling a pang of heartache, sniffled and left, her eyes glistening with tears of disappointment. At that moment, Jiang Han's phone also began to ring. Chapter 4. Lousy is done upon recognizing the familiar phone number. Jiang Han discreetly stepped outside to avoid disturbing the slumbering Jiang Ranxin and hastily answered the call. As soon as he pressed the answer button, an irate voice bellowed from the other end. "Jiang Han, what on earth is going on? Someone called to say you robbed a bank. They're even filing a complaint against you. Did you really take a delivery to rob a bank? Do you have any idea how damaging this could be for our company if it gets out? Indeed, if an employee of a delivery company were to be accused of bank robbery, it would undoubtedly deter numerous businesses from collaborating with such a company." Jiang Han, feeling a surge of anger, retorted, "How the hell could I have robbed a bank? I've been in the hospital this whole time." Had he unwittingly been accused of bank robbery simply because he was carrying a burlap sack filled with cash? Yet, no one knew that the sack contained money. Surely, It couldn't have been the nurses at the hospital who made such a baseless claim. That would be utterly unethical. The only time he had opened the bag was when he handed money to the owner of a Volkswagen. Realizing this, Jiang Han deduced that the car owner must have seen him and subsequently reported him. Who else could have been? At that moment, Jiang Han was seething with rage. Not only had the car owner swindled him out of 3,000 yuan, but he had also lodged a complaint against him. Enough. I don't care if you're in the hospital or whether you actually robbed a bank. Just bring my car back. You're fired. The call ended abruptly, leaving no room for Jiang Han to offer any explanation. Damn it. How can they fire me like this? Jiang Han lamented, realizing the gravity of the situation. Although he understood the rules, after all, the company's reputation was at stake. This was utterly absurd. He had already compensated for the loss. Why would he be reported? At that moment, Li Shui returned, having tidied her appearance. She had applied a subtle layer of eyeshadow to conceal her swollen eyes, and with a touch of makeup, she still radiated an innocent beauty. I'm heading back to the company. I'll return later to look after XI and XI. If you need to go out as well, please ask the nurses to keep an eye on her. Though reluctant, she had no other choice. She needed to work, and Jiang Han had to earn money. For their debts had now reached 300,000 yuan, including the recent 200,000. Once she departed, Jiang Han briefed the medical staff and then rode the tricycle back to the delivery company. Upon entering, he was met with a barrage of insults. You got the audacity to come back? Jiang Han, I'm not trying to berate you, but could you be a bit more discreet in your actions? People are calling in to complain that you're suspected of robbing a bank. Of course, you lack the capability to commit such a crime. But do you understand the repercussions this could have on the company? Even the public outcry could result in significant losses. I see you have quite a few deliveries in your car's trunk. Is that all from your morning of deliveries? Are you trying to pull a fast one on us? With that, he pulled an envelope from his bag and slammed it onto the table. This is your salary for the month. Leave at once. The manager barked, adding with disdain, Oh, by the way, your performance today was subpar. I'll be deducting 200 from your pay. With that, he casually extracted 200 yuan from the envelope and pocketed it. Jiang Han felt a surge of irritation rising within him. Finding a job was no easy feat, especially when delivering parcels only yielded 2 to 3,000 yuan a month. What could one do with such a meager sum? And now, they would deduct 200 more? Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Damn it. If I'm to leave, then let it be. I don't even care anymore. Day in and day out, I have to endure your incessant droning, as if you're some kind of big deal. Remember, fortunes shift. What goes around comes around. His anger was palpable. He didn't lack for money, but the condescending remarks were infuriating. He envisioned himself as a man of wealth, not someone to be belittled in such a wretched place. Gazing at the manager, Gunyo, Jiang Han unleashed his pent-up emotions. Gunyo responded with a scoff. Oh, really? Talking about fortunes shifting? Just look at yourself. You married into a family, thinking it's something to be proud of. And now you dare to take your frustrations out on me? If you're so confident about your fortunes changing, let me see it. If you can manage that, I'll gladly perform a handstand and eat done live on camera. With that, he turned away, dismissive of Jiang Han's outburst. Yet, Jiang Han felt no anger, merely a cold smirk as he contemplated Gunyo's outrageous challenge. Eat done live? Ridiculous. He grabbed the envelope from the desk and left, recognizing it as his hard-earned money. Though it was little, why should he forfeit it? Upon exiting the delivery company, he dialed a number. Hello, old Lin. Young master, I'm listening. I want you to acquire the Wind Express Delivery Company. Finalize the deal quickly. I intend to take over the company by tomorrow. He was now an heir to a fortune and found it absurd how unreasonable the managers were, lacking any decorum. Since they had no rules, he would purchase the company and establish his own. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Lin Xiangtian, who had been sipping tea, sprang to his feet, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Young master, prepare to take over the company tomorrow. What a farce. As the heir of the Jiang family, acquiring such a company was a trivial matter. Lin Xiangtian was thrilled to see the once demoralized young master finally regaining his footing. Naturally, the acquisition would be registered in Jiang Han's name, for he was indeed the rightful heir to the Jiang family's enterprises. Jiang Han did not linger any longer. After a long day, He had just seen a message announcing his good friend's engagement, inviting him to a celebratory dinner. Eager to attend, he hurried over, initially intending to return to the hospital, but feeling obliged to show up since they had always treated him well. At the Hilton Hotel, he was greeted with enthusiasm. "Jiang Han, you're late. Hurry up, the guys have already ordered the food. We want to leave without getting drunk tonight." "Indeed, Jiang Han. Today is a momentous occasion for me and Xiangzi. How could you possibly be late?" Seated at the dining table, the two most radiant individuals were Wang Jiqiang and Li Meiwan, affectionately known as Xiangzi and Zhuanzi. They had forged a close bond during their university days, with Xiangzi sharing a dormitory with Jiang Han. At that time, when Jiang Han aspired to venture into entrepreneurship, both friends wholeheartedly supported him, even investing their funds. Despite the eventual losses, they never uttered a word of complaint. Among the others present were also Jiang Han's college roommates, and the camaraderie among the four was commendable. Jiang Han glanced around, forcing a smile as he spoke. "Xiangzi, Zhuanzi, please refrain from jesting. I truly cannot leave. My daughter is still in the hospital. Today has been a complete ordeal, and I have lost my job as well." He refrained from mentioning his inheritance, choosing instead to present himself as an ordinary individual, for he did not wish to tarnish the affections of his friends with matters of wealth. Among the group, he was the first to marry, yet paradoxically, he also endured the most hardships. Noticing the shift in conversation, Li Meiwan offered an awkward laugh and changed the subject. "Jiang Han, don't dwell on it too much. Things will get better. By the way, why didn't Xiaoxue accompany you?" "She returned to the office. She's quite busy." "Then let us eat first. I'll bring something back for her. You've both endured enough." Xiangzi, being perceptive, understood the weight of the situation. To be honest, Jiang Han felt little inclination to eat. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and he was beginning to feel a headache. He turned his gaze away, attempting to relax by focusing on the distance, disregarding the merriment of Xiangzi and the others. Yet, in that very moment, he unexpectedly encountered someone he had never anticipated. Chapter 5. The unwritten rules of business. Dressed in an immaculate white professional suit, her long legs were entirely exposed, perfectly straight and elegantly shaped. With a touch of makeup enhancing her delicate features, she appeared even more alluring. At this moment, she strode towards the elevator in her crystal high heels. Indeed, this was Li Shui, the exquisite wife of Jiang Han. Upon seeing her subtle makeup and pristine attire, Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't she gone back to the office to attend to work? What brought her to the Hilton Hotel? He cursed inwardly. Could it be that she was clandestinely meeting another man? No, he had to follow her and find out. Quickly, he muttered an excuse about needing to use the restroom and hastened after her. By the time he reached the elevator, Li Shui had already stepped inside and closed the door, oblivious to Jiang Han's presence. He stood before the elevator, watching it ascend without interruption until it finally halted at the 17th floor. The 17th floor? Jiang Han recalled that this level of the Hilton Hotel was designated for suites. Could she truly be meeting someone in secret? Anger surged within him as he thought of all he had sacrificed for their family, abandoning his own aspirations to inherit the family fortune, only to be humiliated by the manager of a courier company. And now, she was possibly engaging in infidelity? Resolutely, he awaited the elevator's descent to follow her. Upon reaching the 17th floor, he soon realized there were an overwhelming number of rooms, and he had no clue which one she had entered. Meanwhile, Li Shui felt a tinge of anxiety. She had only just returned to the office when she received word that her daughter's situation had delayed the signing of a contract with another company, nearly jeopardizing the deal. After much negotiation, they had agreed to meet at the Hilton Hotel to discuss the matter. Deep down, she was well aware of the implications of this meeting, but for the sake of her job and her daughter's health, she had no other choice. As she entered the room, she inadvertently left the door slightly ajar, allowing for an easy escape if circumstances took a turn for the worse. "Hello, General Manager Zhang," she greeted. "Ah, Manager Li, you've arrived. Please, take a seat and have something to drink." The corpulent, somewhat greasy middle-aged man beckoned with a smile. Despite feeling a flicker of disdain for him, Li Shui kept her composure and responded with a polite smile. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm here to apologize and discuss the contract further." It wouldn't be fair to suddenly retract what we had previously agreed upon. I acknowledge my own shortcomings as well. I shouldn't have been late, but there are pressing matters at home. I hope you can overlook my minor faults, she continued earnestly. Upon hearing her words, Zhang chuckled heartily. What are you saying? Managerly? I merely sought a more suitable and tranquil place for us to delve into the details of the contract. Tranquil and suitable? She thought bitterly. Who doesn't he know your ulterior motives? At that moment, Jiang Han had located the room Li Shui had entered, but instead of barging in, he leaned against the doorframe, eavesdropping on their conversation through the slight crack. Li Shui was utterly repulsed by this lecherous man and straightforwardly stated, Mr. Zhang, our company can maximize your profits. I hope you will give it serious consideration. We have already discussed the contract, so if you have any other queries, please feel free to express them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bunren could not help but swirl his glass of red wine, his gaze audaciously roving over Li Shui, particularly fixating on her long legs beneath her professional skirt, his eyes becoming increasingly brazen. As for other queries, I do have one. I would like Manager Li to accompany me for a day. If you can cater to my desires, not only will this contract be assured, but future collaborations with your company will pose no issue whatsoever. Upon hearing Zhang Bunren's words, Li Shui's expression turned serious. Mr. Zhang, I must insist you maintain your decorum. I was referring to matters related to the contract, and I am already married. Jiang Han, upon overhearing this, nearly lost his composure and rushed in to confront the insufferable Mr. Zhang. However, upon hearing Li Shui's words, he felt an inexplicable surge of admiration. Zhang Bunren laughed heartily, taking a sip of his wine, his gaze once again wandering to Li Shui's legs, as if she were already his possession. He disdainfully remarked, What of your marriage? It ultimately depends on your perspective, Managerly. If you are willing, the contract is a trivial matter. I could provide you with a monthly allowance for your living expenses. Wouldn't that be agreeable? I have heard your husband is quite ineffectual, reduced to being a son-in-law to the Li family. TSK, you support your family while being my mistress, managing our contract and receiving financial assistance. As long as you satisfy me in bed, it's a win-win situation, don't you think? I have a penchant for women like you, the mature type. What do you say? How utterly shameless, and a preference for mature women. How dare he? Jiang Han cursed inwardly, yet he refrained from acting hastily, as he wished to observe how Li Shui would respond to this temptation. If he intervened only for her to acquiesce, it would render him a fool. Li Shui, too, found herself cursing Zhang Bunren in her heart, labeling him a pervert and a scoundrel. Emer Zank, Yuyist. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. I will ensure the contract is meticulously revised upon my return until you are satisfied. Her message was clear. She would not acquiesce. Rather than waste time here, she preferred to depart. Seeing this, Zhang Bunren slammed his hand on the table, shedding his pretense, his anger evident. Damn it, Li Shui. Don't push your luck. Is it not through such means that a woman like you ascended to the position of vice president? When discussing cooperation with me, you willingly came to the hotel, did you not? Now you feign innocence, employing the art of seduction. Is that it? Do you believe I will not ruin you, take a photograph, and send it to your useless husband, thereby terminating our collaboration? You will end up with nothing. I advise you to behave and serve me well in bed. If you do, I can grant you anything you desire. Upon witnessing Zhang Bunren's demeanor, Li Shui felt a wave of panic wash over her. In a moment of desperation, she sprang to her feet and dashed towards the door. However, the high heels she wore betrayed her. She slipped and fell to the ground, twisting her ankle in the process. The sharp pain rendered her unable to rise. Zhang Bunren slowly approached her, a leering smile etched upon his face, instilling a profound sense of despair within Li Shui. Was this the moment she would lose her innocence? Had she known it would come to this, she would have refrained from coming altogether. In that moment, her thoughts inexplicably drifted to Jiang Han, whose proud defiance in the hospital seemed to echo in her mind. Each of Zhang Bunren's steps felt as though they were crushing her heart, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Run. Go ahead and run. He taunted. You think you can escape? Just wait and see how I will play with you. Zhang Bunren was now mere inches away, and the weight of despair settled heavily upon Li Shui, making it clear that escape was no longer an option. Xin, I'm so sorry, she thought. Jiang Han, I am sorry to you as well. Just as Zhang Buren's hand reached out, poised to touch her fair neck, the door was suddenly kicked open with force. Damn it! Chapter 6. The presence of fools. The sudden appearance of a figure left Li Shui momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that Jiang Han would show up here. Without uttering a word, Jiang Han charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches upon the man's face. For a man, it is unbearable to tolerate another man's intentions toward his wife, especially when it pertains to the sordid undercurrents of business. Who the hell are you? Do you even know who I am? I am her husband, and I couldn't care less about your identity. You dare to have designs on my wife. You are courting death. In that moment, he was not the image of a noble scion. He was an ordinary man, unpretentious in the face of such events. After a considerable time, Jiang Han finally exhaled, having vented some of his fury. He approached Li Shui, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and assisted her to her feet before departing. His hands were already stained with blood, having held nothing back in his assault on the rotund man. Li Shui, you wretched woman, how dare you incite your husband to strike me? Our collaboration is null and void. Just wait until you return and face the consequences. The voice echoed in Jiang Han's ears, prompting him to halt, his anger palpable. Let us go. Enough of this, Li Shui interjected, bringing him back from the brink. He took a deep breath and followed her as they made their way out. In the stairwell, Li Shui paused, her face a mask of confusion as she regarded Jiang Han. Why are you here? Were you following me? At the mention of this, Jiang Han's anger flared anew, and he could no longer contain himself. I wasn't following you. I merely came to have dinner with Xiangzi and the others. But I must ask you, you told me you were returning to the office. This is the office? Do you have any idea what the consequences would have been if I hadn't shown up today? How can you justify this to me? What to Xian? Damn it. He had toiled endlessly, and after all that had transpired, she had the audacity to say she was going back to the office while sneaking off to the hotel to negotiate some supposed collaboration. Did she not grasp what the other party intended? Li Shui, equally incensed, retorted, Jiang Han, do you possess no sense of morality? If I hadn't come, the contract wouldn't have been signed. How would I earn the money to pay for Xian's treatment? Is this how you justify your actions towards us? Should I rely on the current version of you to provide for the family and fund Xian's medical needs? Jiang Han, let me be clear. I have never done anything to betray you to reach this point. If you wish to prevent me from encountering further troubles today, you had better plead with my parents. With that, she turned and entered the elevator, leaving Jiang Han alone in the stairwell, consumed by his thoughts. Money, money, money. Is it all about money? Jiang Han felt drained. He retrieved a long-neglected packet of Huang Washu from his pocket, lit a cigarette, and stared down, taking a couple of puffs. Li Shui, oh Li Shui, you have always spoken of wealth. How would you react if you were to learn that your husband has transformed into the richest man in Jiangcheng, perhaps even the wealthiest in the entire nation? He sighed and turned to step into the elevator. Li Shui, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears, her already swollen eyes now even more inflamed. She hastily departed from that place, bypassing the company and heading straight home. At that moment, Jiang Han returned to the dining table, wearied. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Xiangzi immediately inquired, Jiang Han, what troubles you? Even a trip to the restroom seems off. The others observed Jiang Han closely, clearly noticing the sorrow etched upon his face. I'm fine, everyone, please eat, he urged. After sharing a drink and finishing the meal, he hurriedly left. Jiang Han, remember to attend our wedding. Li Meiwan and Wang Jiqiang insisted. Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively and departed. As he gazed at the bustling street, memories of the past flooded his mind. He took out his phone and dialed a number, which was promptly answered. Young master, what is your command? Came a voice on the other end. My wife's company, Ding Sheng Group, is currently negotiating a project with a certain President Zhang, a rather rotund individual. Make sure to resolve this matter. He hung up without delay, striding towards the hospital. Aware of Li Shui's disappointment in him, he silently endeavored to assist her using his newfound status. Of course, there was another reason. Having inherited family wealth, it was only prudent to wield his family's influence judiciously, hence he had swiftly issued 2 directives. In the hospital room, Jiang Han sat beside the innocent and delightful Jiang Ranxin, as Li Shui was not present. He received a text informing him that she was at home. He refrained from saying much, recognizing that Li Shui needed rest. "Daddy, Daddy, look outside, there are so many stars," exclaimed his daughter. "Indeed, xin. There are countless stars outside. If you like them, I shall pluck some for you in the future." "Yes, yes." As he gazed at his adorable daughter, Jiang Han silently vowed to provide her with a splendid life, ensuring that she knew she was the most cherished little princess in the world. The following morning, Li Shui arrived at the hospital room, finding Jiang Han asleep at the bedside. She gently patted him, signaling him to return to slumber. "Please rest a while," she urged. Jiang Han nodded and prepared to leave, but Li Shui paused and continued, "Jiang Han, I hope you will seriously consider what I have said." At her words, Jiang Han instinctively clenched his fists. "I understand," he replied. Rather than heading home, he made his way to the courier company where he had previously worked. Some matters needed resolution. "Remember, our new boss will be arriving soon. You all must be on your toes. We cannot allow the new boss to think less of us employees." Yes. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as the employees speculated about the identity of the new boss. "Hey, can you divulge who the new owner is? It would help us prepare," one inquired. However, the response was shrouded in secrecy, with no one willing to disclose the information. The former owner and the manager who had previously dismissed Jiang Han were currently briefing the staff on various matters. Just then, Jiang Han entered the room. Jiang Han, what brings you back? Do you believe you can still work here? I have already terminated your employment." General Manager Yang Guang exclaimed with a smirk, recalling Jiang Han's audacious behavior just the day before when he had boasted about the tides of fortune shifting. Jiang Han cast a glance at him and replied coolly, "I haven't come to do anything in particular. I merely wanted to assess the caliber of the employees at my newly acquired company and to establish my own regulations." Laughter erupted in the room. "Your newly acquired company? With your reputation?" The former owner furrowed his brow, sensing the tension. "Today marks the day the new owner takes charge, so let us refrain from any unpleasantness. No witties. Boss, this fool attempted to deliver a package yesterday, only to be reported for a bank robbery. I feared it might tarnish the company's reputation, so I terminated his employment. Well done. We cannot allow anyone who might jeopardize the company's integrity to remain. Remove him and prepare for the arrival of our new boss." Upon hearing this, the general manager approached Jiang Han, disdain evident in his voice. "Did you hear that? Get out immediately. Do not disrupt our welcoming of the new owner." Jiang Han, unfazed, merely muttered under his breath, "Fool." Chapter 7. A slap in the face. "What the hell did you just say? Who are you cursing at?" Yang Guang erupted in a torrent of expletives. "I'll curse whoever is a fool." As he prepared to take action, the former boss hastily intervened. For a long, luxurious Bugatti Veyron had just pulled up at the company entrance. "Stop. Enough of this nonsense. Young man, I advise you to refrain from wandering about. If you disrupt our welcome for the new boss, I shall ensure you face the consequences." Jiang Han was truly at a loss for words. He was, after all, the new boss, yet these fools refused to acknowledge his authority. What could he do? He decided to simply observe. As the door of the Bugatti swung open, a man clad in a black suit emerged, wielding a cane adorned with pure gold at its tip. The former boss and Yang Guang exchanged glances, their expressions transforming into eager smiles as they rushed forward to greet him. It was none other than the illustrious Lin Xiangtian, a prominent figure in Jiangxing. Rumors suggested he served a powerful family with vast enterprises, though the details eluded those in the lower strata like themselves. "Mr. Lin, please do come in. Your presence today truly elevates our humble establishment." Lin Xiangtian, disinterested in formalities, spotted Jiang Han inside and made a beeline for him. Yang Guang, noticing that Jiang Han was standing in the way, rushed over and whispered urgently, "Get out of the way. You fool, do you have any idea who that is? You cannot afford to offend him. If you drag us down with you, you'll have hell to pay." Both men warmly welcomed Lin Xiangtian, yet Jiang Han remained immovable, prompting the former boss to furrow his brow in irritation and exclaim, "Please leave immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for calling security to take violent measures." Jiang Han stood his ground, disregarding the former boss's words, and Lin Xiangtian's voice resonated from behind. laced with anger. What did you just say? You think you can resort to violence? I dare you. The former boss was momentarily taken aback. How had the situation turned against him? Yang Guang, misinterpreting the tension, pointed at Jiang Han and shouted, "Don't you get it? Get out of here now. Mr. Lin can't be bothered with you. You are truly a fool." At that moment, Lin Xiangtian called out to Jiang Han, "Young master, the company has been acquired in your name. You are now the legitimate owner of Jifeng Express." Huh? Young master? Who is the young master? Yang Guang looked around, bewildered, seeing no one else present. The former boss, equally stunned, realized that Lin Xiangtian's gaze was fixed solely on Jiang Han. Was he referring to Jiang Han as the young master? Did this imply that Jiang Han was the heir of that mysterious family? Good grief. Yet Yang Guang remained blissfully unaware, continuing his tirade. Jiang Han, can't you understand human language? I told you, you were fired yesterday. Why are you still here? What are you lingering for? In response, Jiang Han let out a cold laugh. Indeed, you fired me yesterday, so today I shall return the favor. What? You think you can fire me? You must be utterly foolish. What do you have to dismiss me? Now, get the hell out of my way. The former employer wished to intervene. It was too late. Yang Guang, like a runaway train, could not cease his tirade. It dawned upon him that this was indeed their new boss. Even Lin Xiangtian referred to him as young master, leaving no room for doubt. He could only pray that this so-called young master and Lin Xiangtian would not direct their ire towards him. At that moment, Lin Xiangtian let out a subdued grunt and struck his cane against the ground. What? Is it impossible to dismiss you? He is the new owner of your company. Do you have any objections? What? Yang Guang was momentarily taken aback. Was this lad truly the young master Lin Xiangtian spoke of? Moreover, the new owner of the company? His mind was engulfed in a haze, nearly rendering him senseless. Had he just unleashed a torrent of abuse upon his new boss? And Jiang Han had been regarding him with an expression of disdain for so long? Yet, his actions had indeed been foolish. He immediately knelt and grasped Jiang Han's leg. I was wrong. Boss, please overlook my transgressions. I am a fool, a complete fool. Do not dismiss me. I have elders to support and children to care for. Such excuses were as old as time itself. Jiang Han chuckled softly. I distinctly recall someone claiming yesterday that if the tides of fortune were to turn, he would live stream himself consuming excrement. With that, he retrieved his phone, opened a streaming application, and declared, "Now, let us commence a live broadcast of how to eat excrement while inverted. May I present our protagonist, Yang Guang." He promptly pointed the phone's camera at Yang Guang, who froze in disbelief. Surely, Jiang Han would not truly compel him to do this. What the hell? He had merely jested yesterday. How had it escalated to this? Eating excrement while inverted? He couldn't even fathom doing it upright. Yang Guang dared not shield his face with his hands. What if Jiang Han seized the opportunity to retaliate? Thus, he resolved to let the camera roll. Perhaps he could elicit sympathy through the live stream, gaining a sliver of hope for survival. Boss, I beseech you to spare me. I do not mean it. I am truly a fool. Please let me off the hook. Do not dismiss me. The former employer, witnessing this debacle, felt too embarrassed to look on. This was the epitome of self-inflicted suffering. Unbeknownst to Yang Guang, the live chat was devoid of any pleas for his mercy, filled instead with a barrage of humorous remarks. Big Boss 666. Let us cheer for the excrement-eating extravaganza. I'll donate for the live inverted excrement feast. As long as the big boss eats excrement inverted, I'll shower him with gifts. Jiang Han could hardly contain his laughter. The viewers in this live stream were truly entertaining. Yang Guang, during your tenure, you have consistently abused your authority, allowing your subordinates to suffer injustices without defending them. As a manager, rather than advocating for your employees, you sought to dismiss them to protect yourself. If this is your approach, what reason would any employee have to remain here? You are dismissed. I shall appoint someone to replace you in your managerial role. Now leave. After speaking, he strode forward, ignoring Yang Guang's antics behind him, as the security personnel arrived to escort the troublemaker away. Observing this, the boss decided to take his leave as well. Jiang Han, in a calm tone, remarked, I would prefer that my identity remains undisclosed, so I trust you will comprehend this. Yes, I shall take my leave then. He was not foolish. Both individuals were prominent figures in Jiangsheng, and provoking them would be tantamount to courting disaster. "Young master, shall I accompany you home?" "No need. I wish to avoid drawing attention. I will walk back myself." Jiang Han was apprehensive about encountering Li Shui during the ride back to the hospital, fearing it would lead to a plethora of misunderstandings. Thus, for the sake of caution, walking seemed the wisest choice. "By the way, how did the investigation into the person I asked you to look into turn out?" "We've discovered that he is the general manager of Yulin Group, known for his cunning and unscrupulous behavior, having coerced several female employees inappropriately." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han nodded. "Assist me in resolving my wife's partnership with them. You understand what I mean." With that, Jiang Han departed from the scene, returning to the hospital in high spirits, unaware that he would soon encounter a familiar face. Chapter 8. Unexpected circumstances. Upon encountering this individual, Jiang Han felt a sense of confusion, but more importantly, a flicker of anger surged within him. The man was Lei Tianjun, the scion of the Shaoxing group in Jiangsheng, who had long harbored inappropriate intentions towards Li Shui. In simpler terms, he was one of her suitors. Previously, he had publicly presented flowers to Li Shui in Jiang Han's presence, openly pursuing her. However, at that time, Li Shui had already accepted Jiang Han's affections, and the matter was left unresolved. Yet, Lei Tianjun did not relent. Even after Jiang Han and Li Shui were wed and welcomed their daughter Jiang Ranxin into the world, Lei Tianjun frequently harassed Li Shui under the pretext of wanting to see their child. At this moment, Li Shui was smiling and engaging in light-hearted conversation with Lei Tianjun, which incited Jiang Han's ire. The most alarming sight was Lei Tianjun handing Li Shui a bank card, which she accepted without hesitation. A wave of anger surged through him, compelling him to stride over, snatch the card from her grasp, and toss it disdainfully onto the ground. "What are you doing, Jiang Han?" Li Shui exclaimed, momentarily taken aback and astonished at the audacity of the act. Upon recognizing it was Jiang Han, her expression shifted to one of anger. Lei Tianjun regarded Jiang Han with a smirk, as if mocking him. "What am I doing?" "Li Shui, I merely stepped out for a moment, and you took the opportunity to summon him here and accept his money. What do you expect me to think?" Jiang Han's anger stemmed from two primary grievances. First, Li Shui was fully aware of his disdain for this man, yet chose to engage with him. Second, not only was she conversing with him, but she also accepted his financial assistance. They were married, after all. "Li Shui, you have a husband. What does it mean to seek financial aid from your husband's rival?" Confronted with Jiang Han's bluntness, Li Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment, though his public rebuke displeased her. "What should I do, if you were of any use? Why need to borrow money from someone else?" "Jiang Han, I reiterate, if you do not wish for me to resort to such measures, then you should appeal to my parents." With that, she bent down to retrieve the card from the ground, forcing a smile as she addressed Lei Tianjun. "Brother Jun, I apologize for the inconvenience. I assure you, I will return this money promptly, so please do not worry." In response, Lei Tianjun smiled, feigning indifference. "Not a problem, Xiao Xue. You may keep it for now. It is all for Xine's sake. If you find yourself in need of more funds, do let me know. There's only 100,000 yuan on that card, so make use of it." His words were a deliberate attempt to insult Jiang Han, implying that such a sum was trivial. Could Jiang Han ever match it? Jiang Han seized the bank card once more and hurled it back at Lei Tianjun. "I am your husband. Do you truly lack faith in me? Is it necessary to borrow money from him? I will find a way to address Xine's illness without resorting to this. Moreover, I have already settled the hospitalization and surgery fees. If further expenses arise, I will manage them myself." He then cast a defiant glance at Lei Tianjun, refusing to back down, and let out a cold laugh. "Remember, we have no need for your money, and you need not return here. If you wish to spend, what do you truly think? Surely, you possess some awareness of your own situation. I hesitate to confront you directly, but I must inform you that if you return, do not blame me for the consequences." Lei Tianjun regarded him with a flicker of annoyance, though he refrained from expressing it. Jiang Han continued, "What are you staring at? If you do not leave, are you intending to linger here as a fool?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Tianjun cast a cold glance in his direction, picked up his bank card, and turned to leave. Yet he was somewhat surprised that Jiang Han had managed to pay for both the hospital and surgical fees himself. Where could he have acquired such funds? It was evident he must have borrowed from a loan shark. Li Shui, witnessing the exchange, hurried over to offer her apologies and shot a glare at Jiang Han before departing. At that moment, Jiang Han felt utterly exhausted. Li Shui, despite my reluctance to concede to reality, your husband is the wealthiest man in Jiang City. A mere 100,000 is but a trivial matter for him. Why can you not trust him? He took a drag from a cigarette, intending to check on Jiang Wanxin in the hospital room when Li Shui, in her high heels, strode over briskly, seizing Jiang Han's arm in anger. Jiang Han, do you understand the consequences of your actions? Jiang Han let out a cold laugh. Consequences? Li Shui, enlighten me on what they are. I have already settled the hospital and surgical fees. What right do you have to seek his assistance? Who does he think he is? I have stated that I will find a way to raise the funds. You would rather borrow from someone like him than trust me, your husband. And you speak of consequences? What do you anticipate will happen? He truly wanted to laugh. Is it merely about money? The incessant discussions surrounding financial matters seemed devoid of meaning. Slap! Li Shui, infuriated, instinctively struck Jiang Han across the face. I believe in you. But how can I trust you? By continuously borrowing money? If you cannot secure a loan next time, will you resort to selling blood or a kidney? Jiang Han, can you not think clearly? Medical treatment requires substantial funds. When I borrow, at least they extend us some credit, which is far better than your potential desperation for blood or organ sales. Did you think I desired this? If I had other options, would I resort to such measures? This is my final plea, Jiang Han. Our only recourse is to seek financial assistance from my parents. If you are unwilling to humble yourself, we may find ourselves facing divorce. You know, I do not wish for that. With that, Li Shui stormed away. Jiang Han struck the wall with a fist, cursing under his breath about money once more. Must he announce to the world his status as the wealthiest in Jiang City? Does he need to proclaim to you, Li Shui, that he is a man of considerable means? And when that moment arrives, how will you, Li Shui, react? This was never his desire. Yet why must reality compel him so? Taking a deep breath, he entered the hospital room and, upon seeing Jiang Wanxin peacefully asleep, felt a measure of relief wash over him. At this moment, Li Shui, filled with indignation, departed from the scene. She sought a refreshing beverage to unwind. Yet upon noticing an incoming call on her phone, she reined in her temper and composed herself to answer. Hello, Mr. Gu. I sincerely apologize. The contract could not be finalized with the other party. It was my oversight. I hope you can grant me another opportunity. I assure you that I will fulfill the task next time. She braced herself for an inevitable reprimand from Mr. Gu. Gu Hengyan, the chairman of her company, had previously faced a rejection regarding the contract with Zhang Buren. This collaboration was of utmost importance and presented her with a chance for promotion and a raise. Otherwise, she would never have agreed to negotiate with the Hilton Hotel. Unfortunately, Zhang Buren, seeing no hope for unspoken rules, attempted to force matters. Although she managed to evade that confrontation, she could not escape the impending scolding from the chairman regarding the failure of this collaboration. Even if the chairman refrained from demoting her, she understood that her prospects for advancement and a salary increase would be bleak in the near future. Deputy Manager Li, what are you saying? Upon hearing this, Li Shui was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he calling to blame her? Mr. Gu, weren't you calling to chastise me for jeopardizing the collaboration with Yulin Group? The voice on the other end chuckled lightly before hastily clarifying. Deputy Manager Li, you have misunderstood. Yulin Group just called to inform me that the collaboration is proceeding. They will come by this afternoon to sign the contract. They even apologized, stating that their representative acted thoughtlessly and offended you, and asked me to convey their apologies. Deputy Manager Li, you handled this matter remarkably well. Come to the office at once. I have some important news for you. A promotion and a raise are certainly in store. A promotion and a raise? Chapter 9. The Art of Deception. Although she was bewildered by the circumstances, Li Shui hurried back to the company to ascertain the truth behind the situation. For her heart was restless with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Jiang Han's phone chimed, indicating a new message. He was amusing Jiang Wanxin, merely glancing at the message. Done. The two simple words prompted him to dismiss it and continue entertaining Jiang Han at the Shengfeng Group on the 20th floor in the chairman's office. Li Shui had just arrived. Present alongside her were the company's chairman, Gu Hongyan, as well as Lin Yin, the chairman of Yulin Group, and Lei Tianjun, who had just left the hospital. Upon seeing Lei Tianjun, Li Shui was momentarily taken aback. He had previously mentioned having matters to attend to, and now it became clear he was here for a reason. But why was he in this meeting? Gu Hongyan stated that the collaboration with Yulin Group would proceed as planned. Could it be due to Lei Tianjun's assistance? Otherwise, what brought him here? This was the only plausible explanation Li Shui could conceive, and if that were indeed the case, she owed Lei Tianjun her gratitude. Quickly, Deputy Manager Li, come take a seat. Gu Hongyan was in high spirits today. This collaboration was vital for their company, which was why he had excluded Li Shui, a negotiation expert, from the discussions. Li Shui smiled and nodded as she took her seat, acknowledging the others with a courteous gesture. Deputy Manager Li, we owe our successful collaboration with Yulin Group largely to you. You are an invaluable contributor, and I have decided that from this day forth, you shall be our general manager at Shengfeng. Your salary will be doubled. Upon hearing this news, Li Shui could scarcely contain her excitement. Doubling her salary meant a substantial increase, 15,000 a month. Lin Yin joined in the praise. Manager Li truly possesses exceptional eloquence. On behalf of my team, I must extend my apologies. We did not foresee these developments. However, rest assured, I have already dismissed the individual responsible. Reflecting on past events, Li Shui felt a twinge of resentment. Had Jiang Han not intervened, she might have found herself in a precarious situation. Lin Yin's flattery was expected. After all, Lin Xiangtian had personally called for the dismissal of Zhang Buren. Initially perplexed, Lin Yin soon discovered that Zhang Buren had intended to exploit Lin Xiangtian's wife. He could not afford to offend Lin Xiangtian, so he promptly terminated Zhang Buren's employment. However, Lin Yin was astute, having received a warning from Lin Xiangtian. He understood the importance of maintaining discretion regarding the incident, including the identity of the young master. He had been pondering how to resolve the matter when fortune smiled upon him. Lei Tianjun was arriving to discuss a contract, and discovering that the two were acquainted seemed serendipitous. Thus, he brought them together, facilitating a smoother resolution. It's quite all right, Mr. Lin. It was merely a misunderstanding, and I have not taken it to heart. I am grateful that your esteemed company is willing to continue our collaboration, and I, Li Shui, thank you profusely for that. In truth, her heart swells with appreciation for Lei Tianjun, who, despite his chaotic personal life and disagreeable demeanor, is nonetheless a successful individual. At least he has been able to lend a helping hand in this situation. As for Jiang Han, he spends his days delivering packages and working as a waiter, perpetually borrowing money for his daughter's medical expenses, clinging stubbornly to his pride and refusing to bow his head. Li Shui feels a tinge of disappointment in her heart. If only Jiang Han would exert a little more effort, rise to the occasion, and humble himself when necessary, their lives would not have to be so arduous. The group engaged in conversation within the company, sipping tea and finalizing their collaboration. As Lin Yin prepared to depart, Lei Tianjun also made ready to leave, as he needed to discuss further cooperation with Lin Yin. His visit was solely intended for negotiations with the other party, who held the upper hand, making it difficult to decline. He had not anticipated this encounter. Having been confronted by Jiang Han earlier at the hospital, his mood was less than favorable, and he felt little inclination to converse further with Li Shui. Noticing their departure, Gu Hongyan promptly urged Li Shui to accompany them. Manager Li, please see off young Master Lei and Mr. Lin. Certainly, she replied. Li Shui followed the two into the elevator, where Lin Yin lavished praise upon her, noting the significance of befriending such a prominent figure. Who knows, perhaps it would lead to an opportunity to collaborate with Lin Xiangtian, yielding profits that would surpass what he earned in an entire year. Upon reaching the ground floor, Lin Yin bid farewell. Take care, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Manager Li. Please return promptly. The wind is strong outside, and I wouldn't want you to catch a chill. After he entered the car, Lei Tianjun seemed indifferent and was about to leave, prompting Li Shui to feel a pang of guilt. She quickly called out to him. Brother Jun. Lei Tianjun paused. turning back with a furrowed brow. What is it? Li Shui contemplated for a moment, then stepped forward and bowed slightly, offering her apologies. I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior at the hospital on behalf of Jiang Han. You know him. He is proud despite his lack of ability, and I hope you do not take it to heart. Additionally, I wish to express my gratitude for the significant assistance you provided in facilitating our collaboration with Mr. Lin. When time permits, I would love to treat you to a meal as a token of my appreciation. Upon hearing her words, Lei Tianjun was taken aback. What was this situation? She claimed he had spoken favorably on her behalf. He had barely contained himself at the hospital, and now she suggested he had intervened to secure their collaboration. Yet, he was not foolish. He understood that Li Shui believed he had played a pivotal role in continuing their partnership with Lin Yan. Although he had not done so, it would be impolite not to cooperate now. Moreover, she had offered to take him out for a meal, which could lead to, chuckling to himself. He waved dismissively. It's nothing. We are old acquaintances. It is only right that I assist you. Hurry back now, and we shall gather again when time allows. All right, goodbye. Brother Jun, seeing that Lei Tianjun was not angry, Li Shui let out a sigh of relief. She had feared that he might still harbor resentment from previous events. After all, he had generously offered his assistance in advance, only to be dismissed on his second visit, losing face in front of so many people. Such a situation would undoubtedly lead to anger, and if he were to hold a grudge, it would only complicate matters further. She certainly did not wish for Lei Tianjun's goodwill to be perceived as ingratitude, especially considering how advantageous this collaboration was for her. In contrast, when she thought of Jiang Han, if he were capable of providing such support, she would have been immensely grateful by now. Ooh, Jiang Han, when will you ever rise to the occasion like a true man? Li Shui sighed, contemplating her upcoming promotion and salary increase, and allowed herself not to dwell on it too much. At this moment, her mood had improved significantly, and she felt a sense of relaxation as she returned to the office. Unbeknownst to her, this entire situation had nothing to do with Lei Tianjun at all. Chapter 10. The Debt Collection Incident. Upon returning to the company, Gu Hengyan showered praise upon Li Shui and promptly arranged for her a new office, marking her ascension to the position of general manager. She exhaled a sigh of relief. With a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, she could afford to recuperate from her illness, though this was not a sustainable solution. Meanwhile, Jiang Han exited the hospital and immediately boarded a Porsche. Old Lin, why have you come here to seek me out? There is no need for such fanfare. Lin Xiangtian, buoyed by Jiang Han's agreement to inherit the family fortune, replied with a grin, Young master, there are matters that require your attention, so I came to solicit your opinion. Opinion? I suspect it's more than mere advice, Jiang Han thought, recognizing the cunning nature of the old fox who would not easily relinquish his schemes. Speak plainly, what is it? To be direct, young master, there will be an auction at Baibao Pavilion the day after tomorrow, and the master has decreed that you must attend, as there is a business deal to discuss there. Baibao Pavilion? That is the largest auction house in Jiangsheng, frequented by the affluent and the elite. It is not merely an auction venue, but a veritable paradise for the wealthy, offering a plethora of services. I have no desire to attend. Observing his reluctance, Lin Xiangtian quickly interjected, Young master, you must understand that with your inheritance, such events require your presence. Otherwise, I would have to publicly announce your status, making it known to all who might seek you out. Don't. Fine, I'll go. But do not attempt such manipulations again. I will attend on my own accord. At that moment, Jiang Han's phone rang, revealing it was a call from Xiangzi. Though puzzled, he answered, Hello? Xiangzi, what is it? Jiang Han. I need to discuss something with you. Could you come over to my place? All right. This friend had often lent him assistance, so he felt obligated to respond to the request. Young master, do you require my transportation? Lin Xiangtian inquired. Without turning back, Jiang Han replied, No need. I'll go by myself. Just ensure that no word of this gets out. With that, he summoned a bike and headed straight to Xiangzi's residence. As for Jiang Zhuanxin, the nurse was currently attending to her, and preparations for her surgery were imminent, meaning their time together would be curtailed. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by a cacophony of arguing emanating from upstairs. Jiang Han paused, recognizing the voice. It belonged to Xiangzi's mother. Could it be that they were quarreling? With that thought, he hurriedly ascended the stairs. Xiangzi's home was modest, a property he had purchased with Zhuangzi, nestled in a suburban community with a pleasant view, yet burdened by a monthly mortgage of several thousand. Upon reaching the door, he rang the bell. Xiangzi answered, his expression tinged with embarrassment, but he did not dwell on it. "Hurry, Jiang Han, come in and have a seat." Jiang Han felt a twinge of confusion as he entered and took a seat. To his astonishment, he found that Xiangzi's mother, Xiangzi's father, Zhuangzi, and Zhuangzi's mother were all present, their expressions decidedly grim, clearly indicating their anger. The silence that enveloped the room, following a recent quarrel, bore an awkward tension that rendered Jiang Han somewhat hesitant to speak. After a prolonged moment, he finally mustered the courage to inquire softly, "Xiangzi, what is going on?" He sensed that aside from Xiangzi and Zhuangzi, who avoided his gaze, everyone else was looking at him with an unspoken urge to speak, compelling him to break the silence. Xiangzi appeared momentarily taken aback and forced a smile, pausing before replying. It's nothing, Jiang Han. I just asked you to come and sit for a bit." "Sit for a bit?" Jiang Han thought to himself, feeling that this was hardly the case. At that moment, Xiangzi's mother erupted in fury, glaring at Xiangzi and scolding, "Wang Jiqiang, are you pretending to be oblivious to your mother? Speak up. Will you say something, or shall I?" Without waiting for Xiangzi's response, she turned to Jiang Han. Her demeanor haughty. "You must be Jiang Han, right? There are some matters I wish to discuss on behalf of my son." "Please go ahead, Annie," Jiang Han replied, maintaining his politeness despite her evident anger, as she was an elder. "You and our Xiangzi share a good relationship, which is none of my business. But certain matters must be clarified, don't you think? Tell me, how much has our Xiangzi lent you over time? How many times have you borrowed from him? I can hardly keep track. Sometimes it's thousands, sometimes it's hundreds. But when have you ever repaid him? Just recently, you borrowed 60,000 yuan from Xiangzi, didn't you?" With that revelation, Jiang Han understood the crux of the matter. Indeed, he had borrowed 60,000 yuan from Xiangzi not long ago, when Xin had just been hospitalized, and they simply could not muster that amount of money at the time. Jiang Han nodded. "That is correct. Andy, I did borrow 60,000 yuan from Xiangzi." Before Xiangzi's mother could respond, Zhuangzi's mother immediately slammed her hand on the table, her anger more palpable than ever. "Since you acknowledged the loan, why haven't you repaid it yet? That was the bride price that his family owed mine. On the day of the engagement, we couldn't even present the bride price. Do you realize how embarrassing that was for us? Everyone claims we're giving away our daughter for free. And Zhuangzi keeps saying, just wait a few days, yet here we are, and still, nothing has been repaid. Don't I deserve some dignity?" Zhuangzi quickly tugged at her irate mother-s arm, her brows furrowed in concern. "Mom, what are you doing? Didn't I mention? Jiang Han's daughter is ill and hospitalized, and they need a substantial amount of money. It's not that they aren't planning to repay us." "Repay? Have you repaid yet? How long has it been? You're about to hold a wedding, and the bride price is still nowhere to be found. What am I supposed to provide as a dowry? Do you have any idea how the relatives gossip behind my back, saying I'm incapable of even securing the bride price for my daughter?" Xiangzi's mother joined the fray, exclaiming, "Indeed, that was the betrothal gift from our family. And now that rascal has deceived us, and they have come knocking at our door demanding the bride price. Are we to pay double the dowry because of you? I had warned Xiangzi about your unreliable character. You have never repaid any borrowed money, and when it came to your entrepreneurial venture, you lured my son into investing 30,000 yuan. Where's that money now? You merely declared that your venture failed and that everything was lost. That was 30,000 yuan. Do you presume our family is affluent?" After she spoke, Zhuangzi's mother chimed in, "Exactly. My daughter Zhuangzi also invested 30,000 yuan. I told her it was a scam, yet she wouldn't believe me. It is now evident that you are nothing but a swindler. This money must be returned to us." "Mother, that was years ago. Besides, Xiangzi did not deceive us. Aren't you slandering him? We share the responsibility for the failure of that venture. Why should he bear the burden of this loss?" Both Xiangzi and Zhuangzi were trying to soothe their parents, while Jiang Han began to grasp the underlying intent of their visit. Chapter 11. The foolishness repeats annually. To put it simply, it is essentially about demanding repayment. However, neither Xiangzi's mother nor Zhuangzi's mother seemed inclined to listen, continuing their tirade. Zhuanzi claims that the money was lent to you for your daughter's hospitalization expenses. Does that mean my daughter is less human than yours? Must my daughter's dowry be sacrificed for your daughter's medical treatment? This is outrageous. Return the money promptly, including the 30,000 you deceitfully acquired from our Zhuanzi during your failed business venture. The total amounts to 90,000. Yes, and also the 30,000 from our Qiangzi's side, making it a total of 60,000 for Zhuanzi, lest they accuse us of not providing a dowry. Jiang Han took a deep breath and calmly replied, I understand the concerns of both aunts. I will repay the money as soon as possible. This situation is entirely my fault, and I sincerely apologize. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, as I need to care for my daughter. Upon saying this, he attempted to depart, but the two women would not allow him to leave so easily, swiftly grasping his arm. No, you cannot leave. You must tell us when you will repay the money. I do not wish to wait too long. They insisted. Yes, when will you return the money? Qiangzi and Zhuanzi quickly interjected, Moms, what are you doing? Jiang Han is in a difficult position. His daughter is still hospitalized. Where will he find the money? Let us be patient. He said he won to repay. Yet the two aunts remained resolute, shouting at Qiangzi and Zhuanzi, I don't care. If he doesn't give us an explanation today, he cannot leave. Qiangzi wanted to say more, but Jiang Han shook his head. Qiangzi, there is no need to say anything more. Aunts, I will bring the money to you this afternoon. Just wait at home. Upon hearing this afternoon, both Qiangzi and Zhuanzi were taken aback. How could Jiang Han possibly repay today? All right, this afternoon it is, you said it. If we don't see the money, don't blame me for making a scene at the hospital. Only then did they release Jiang Han. He exchanged casual farewells and exited, while Qiangzi hurriedly followed him out. Jiang Han, let me see you off. He caught up with Jiang Han downstairs, who leaned against the wall, lighting a cigarette while waiting for Qiangzi to descend. Jiang Han, I'm sorry. It wasn't my intention. My mom and Zhuanzi's mom have been making a fuss, insisting we bring you here. I didn't mean to pressure you. Don't listen to them. They're just anxious about the money. I know you're short on cash, so there is no need to rush to repay. We can discuss it once Xin is well again. Trust me, I will handle them. Don't overthink it. Hearing Jiang Han mention repaying the money this afternoon made Qiangzi slightly anxious. Jiang Han was already under immense pressure, and to require repayment now seemed almost unbearable. I hope he doesn't end up selling blood or a kidney over this. That would be foolish. Jiang Han smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Qiangzi, I'm fine. This situation is indeed my fault. Rest assured, I will repay the money this afternoon, and I won't resort to desperate measures. Moreover, the thoughts of the aunts were quite reasonable. Indeed, I had borrowed money without repayment. I must take my leave now, as Xin is still in the hospital. I shall come to toast at your wedding later. With that, he departed from the scene. As a longtime friend of Qiangzi, how could he be oblivious to the concerns that weighed heavily on Qiangzi's heart? Thus, he spoke candidly. Watching Jiang Han's retreating figure, Qiangzi sighed deeply. It was likely that only he understood the immense burden Jiang Han bore. Unbeknownst to him, his once downcast friend had ascended to become the wealthiest individual in Jiangxing. Upon leaving, Jiang Han realized the paramount importance of money. While it is not true that wealth can resolve every issue in a society burdened by overwhelming pressures, lacking financial resources is utterly unacceptable. Hello, Lao Lin, prepare 150,000 for me. I will come to collect it shortly. Certainly, Lin Xiangtian had no qualms. As long as Jiang Han desired it, even 5 million would pose no problem. Sir, you might need to come over right now. A major shareholder at Baibao Pavilion has invited you to dinner. You will encounter such situations often in the future, so your father wishes for you to meet him first. Shareholder? Baibao Pavilion? Very well. Since it's arranged by my father, I shall go and see. Understood, I am on my way. Truly, just as one wave subsides, another rises. Now he had to head to Baibao Pavilion, which was quite exhausting. He hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of Baibao Pavilion, only to be stopped by the doorman. What are you doing here? Get out quickly. Look at you, dressed in rags, thinking you can come here? This place is not for just anyone. Go away. Jiang Han furrowed his brow slightly. Was it merely because he was dressed modestly that he faced ridicule wherever he went? Must one be clad in a tailored suit and polished attire to enter such a venue? I have a reservation. Though he detested conversing with such superficial individuals, he gritted his teeth and uttered those words. Huh, are you trying to fool me? You, with your appearance, have a reservation? Do you even know where this is? This is Bao Pavilion. Do you think it's a place for the likes of you? Hurry up and leave, or else don't blame me for being rude. Dealing with such people, Jiang Han felt utterly exasperated. Today had already been a trying day, and now he had to suppress his temper. He swiftly took out his phone. In 3 minutes, I expect to see the owner of Bao Pavilion standing before me, personally escorting me inside. The doorman was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? However, Lin Xiangtian promptly agreed, sensing that something must have gone awry. Otherwise, Jiang Han wouldn't have called in such a manner. The owner of Bao Pavilion happened to be present, and considering that the shareholders were all part of Jiang Han's family, without his father, they could not have achieved such success. He hurriedly went out to greet Jiang Han alongside the owner, Wang Haitian. Upon emerging, I discovered that my young master was standing outside with an expression of displeasure. The doorman, upon seeing Wang Haitan, was momentarily taken aback and promptly exclaimed, Mr. Wang. Wang Haitan queried with a hint of indifference, What is the matter? The doorman, still flustered, gestured towards Jiang Han and said, Mr. Wang. This fool wishes to enter our Bao Pavilion. Just look at his disheveled appearance. I feared his presence might disturb our other esteemed guests, so I halted him. Mr. Wang, I assure you, my intentions are solely for the benefit of Bao Pavilion. Might I be considered for a promotion? I've served as a doorman for 2 years now. Lin Xiangtian, feeling a surge of anger, cast a glance at Wang Haitan, then let out a discontented hum before addressing the doorman. You dare to call my young master a fool? A disheveled wretch? What, young master? The doorman was momentarily stunned, and Wang Haitan quickly grasped the situation. He had overheard Lin Xiangtian speaking on the phone, mentioning that his young master was en route. Could it be that this young man was indeed his young master? This was a monumental blunder. That foolish doorman truly was insufferable. No wonder he had managed to remain in that position for 2 years. Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter at the dining table. This incident infuriated Wang Haitian immensely. It is essential to recognize that the Bao has thrived and ascended to prominence as the largest auction house in Jiangxing, primarily due to the support of the Jiang family. Yet, the doorman had the audacity to deny entry to the young master. Was this not sheer folly? Enraged, he declared, You are dismissed. Go to the finance department to collect your wages and leave at once. The doorman stood momentarily stunned, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Was he not protecting Bao from that impoverished fellow? How could he be dismissed for such an act? He had acted in the interest of the establishment's reputation, a decision that seemed utterly illogical. Mr. Wang, I was only acting for the good of Bao, he protested. Wang Haitian's expression darkened. It appeared the doorman had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Were the personnel in the human resources department merely idle? How had they employed someone so oblivious? Silence. Depart at once. When I say you're dismissed, you are dismissed. The doorman stood there, crestfallen and bewildered, still struggling to comprehend the unfolding drama. It was then that Jiang Han strolled over, casually commenting as he passed, This is precisely why, after 2 years, you remain merely a doorman. With those words, he followed Lin Xiangtian into the establishment. Suddenly recalling something, he turned and issued a gentle reminder. I wish for my identity to remain undisclosed. Thus, I trust you will handle this matter. Wang Haitian promptly acknowledged, knowing well that after years of navigating the business world, he could not afford to lack discernment, especially as the proprietor of Bao. He swiftly took action regarding the doorman's predicament, feeling fortunate that the young master did not hold a grudge. Otherwise, the day could have ended poorly. He hurried back to the dining table, for the presence of young Master Jiang was not to be taken lightly. Every opportunity to curry favor was invaluable. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my family's esteemed young master. I kindly ask for your continued support. Upon Lin Xiangtian's introduction, all the dignitaries present rose to toast, and Jiang Han, maintaining his poise, reciprocated each gesture graciously. Master Jiang, this is Mr. Jiang Xuanfa, the general manager of Greenland Real Estate, a member of our family. "Greetings, young Master Jiang Shunfa said, extending his hand for a handshake and presenting a business card. Eager for recognition, Jiang Han accepted it without hesitation. "This is Mr. Yuda from Holiday Travel Company. This gentleman is Mr. Zhao Tian from Dazzling Film Company." Lin Xiangtian introduced each individual to Jiang Han, and within a minute, Jiang Han had accumulated dozens of business cards, reciprocating the salutations with grace. At that moment, Wang Haitian, wearing a conciliatory smile, said, "Young master, I sincerely apologize for earlier. I assure you I will be vigilant regarding employee conduct. Here is Baibauj S Diamond VIP membership card. Your visits will guarantee the highest level of service and complimentary meals." Jiang Han glanced at the card, understanding it as an olive branch extended due to the earlier incident. A bid for his favor. Given the opportunity for reconciliation, how could he not oblige? Indeed, one must simply conduct business diligently. I have not taken to heart. After he spoke, he glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to depart. "My sincere apologies, everyone. I have other matters to attend to and cannot accompany you further. There will be ample opportunity in the future, and I shall treat you all to a splendid meal. Regrettably, I must excuse myself today." Upon hearing these words, the entire private room fell into silence, none daring to object. As they stood to escort Jiang Han to the door, "Old Lin, I entrust this matter to you. I wish for no one to know my identity. Please maintain a low profile. Even if we encounter each other on the street, do not greet me, unless we are within the confines of the private room." Certainly, as the steward of the Jiang family, he was well aware of Jiang Han's sentiments. Were it not for the pressures of life that had compelled him to bow his head, he might not have returned to inherit the family fortune. Just as he stepped outside, Jiang Han unexpectedly encountered Li Shui, who was visiting the establishment with colleagues from the company. Li Shui furrowed her brow at the sight of him. "What brings you here?" "I came to deliver a package that arrived here." He had not informed Li Shui of his dismissal from the job, and she, upon hearing his words, accepted them as truth. "And you?" After all, this is Baibao Pavilion, where expenses are anything but trivial. How could she afford to dine here? Moreover, among the guests was Lei Tianjun. Li Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had invited Lei Tianjun, but had not anticipated encountering Jiang Han here, leaving her somewhat flustered. "It's nothing significant. We completed a collaboration, and I invited everyone from the company to celebrate. This particular project was resolved with the assistance of Brother Jun, so I asked him to join us." At that moment, Gu Hengyan and others approached, noticing the two engaged in conversation, and expressed their curiosity. "Manager Li, may I inquire as to who this is?" Before Li Shui could respond, Lei Tianjun stepped forward and spoke calmly. "Mr. Gu, this is Manager Li's husband, Jiang Han, a courier from Jifeng Express." "A courier?" Gu Hengyan was momentarily taken aback. When Lin Xiangtian had called him, he had been informed that their young master was Li Shui's husband. How could he possibly be a courier? However, he quickly regained his composure, recalling Lin Xiangtian's advice to remain discreet. Thus, he feigned ignorance, extending his hand for a handshake, concealing the business card within his palm. "Mr. Jiang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long admired your reputation." As Jiang Han extended his hand, he felt the card and smiled, recognizing Mr. Gu as a clever individual. "Thank you, Mr. Gu, for your support of Xiaoxue." "Not at all. It is Manager Li's own merit." At this moment, Li Shui felt quite awkward. What was she to do? The group she had invited today consisted of prominent figures within the company. Yet she had inadvertently run into Jiang Han. It seemed improper not to include him, yet bringing him along would be even more problematic. At that moment, Lei Tianjun stepped forward, wearing a smile that was both inscrutable and amused, and addressed Jiang Han, saying, "Xiaoxue, what a serendipitous encounter. Let us all dine together. I presume none from your company have met your husband. Why not seize this opportunity for introductions?" "Introductions? How could one possibly make such acquaintances? Shall I inform them that their esteemed Manager Li's husband is merely a courier?" Yet, with Lei Tianjun's words already spoken, there was no recourse but to acquiesce and join them. "Then let us proceed together. Do be mindful of your words. Do not bring me disgrace. After our meal, you must hasten back to the hospital to attend to Xin." Jiang Han offered a casual smile, interpreting this to mean that Li Shui intended to return late. Or perhaps not at all. Li Shui, really, is a meal worth such concern? Chapter 13. Is this usable? However, he chose not to expose anything, for he was aware that they were in public, and with Li Shui's associates present, it was only fitting to maintain her dignity. Speaking too much might lead others to perceive him as petty, and would certainly diminish Li Shui's reputation. Jiang Han followed closely behind Li Shui as they entered the treasure pavilion. In fact, he had just stepped out when the front desk manager noticed him and was momentarily taken aback, yet refrained from speaking further, as Mr. Wang had explicitly instructed not to divulge any aspect of Jiang Han's identity. Good day. May I inquire if you have a reservation? A reservation? Li Shui was momentarily taken aback. She had never visited the treasure pavilion before. She had only heard that it was the finest establishment in Jiang City. Thus, she thought it appropriate to bring everyone here, especially as she had recently been promoted to general manager, unaware that a reservation was necessary. Apologies. We do not have a reservation. The front desk manager replied with a courteous smile. Regrettably, we require reservations to reserve private rooms. However, if you remember, we can waive this requirement. We are currently promoting a membership system. Would you be interested in obtaining a membership card? A membership card? Li Shui azitata. Nonetheless, with matters already at this point, she felt compelled to proceed. Having come all this way, it would be quite embarrassing to be turned away. Furthermore, acquiring a membership card should not cost too much and would be convenient. Surely, she wouldn't be visiting here often in the future, would she? She glanced into her wallet, which contained 30,000 yuan. This was a bonus given by the company for a recent successful collaboration. Although it was not a substantial amount, it held great significance for her at this moment. This money was meant for Xine's medical treatment, and if she spent it now, what would she do later? However, since Xine's condition had improved, and having already promised her colleagues to partake in this meal, she reluctantly nodded after much contemplation. All right, how much is the membership card? The front desk manager maintained a professional smile. Madam, our membership card is valid for a lifetime. Standard members can enter the establishment, but without access to private rooms. Unfortunately, all standard memberships are currently full, and we only have the esteemed membership available, which includes access to private rooms. Esteemed members must make a one-time expenditure of over 100,000 yuan. Additionally, esteemed members are granted diamond status, which includes complimentary dining and access to our presidential suite with entertainment facilities, along with 2 bottles of fine wine. Which type would you prefer? In her mind, Jiang Han was a mysterious figure, someone to whom even Mr. Wang showed deference. Those accompanying Jiang Han must surely be of extraordinary status. The thought spurred her on. At our establishment, diamond memberships are limited to 50 individuals, and only 12 spots remain. What? Li Shui exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe that she could not obtain a standard membership and that the esteemed membership required such a hefty expenditure. Where would she find such a sum? Originally, the company was a small to medium-sized enterprise. This time, the bonus for collaboration was a mere 30,000, granted only because Mr. Gu was in a good mood. Otherwise, there would have been not a single penny. At this moment, she felt a twinge of hesitation. It was simply too expensive. Just as she was contemplating whether to inquire about any flexibility, a female voice emerged from behind her. Sisterly, how are you? How long have we been standing here? You wouldn't be thinking of not treating us, would you? Li Shui felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, she could not afford to dine here at the moment. The speaker was Sister Qing, the manager of the HR department, known for her sharp tongue. Although she initially had no intention of treating anyone, somehow the news had spread. And since Sister Qing was a significant figure in the company, Li Shui feared that her indiscretions would be broadcasted. Hence, she had reluctantly invited her along. Unexpectedly, Sister Qing had now seized upon this opportunity. Li Shui pondered for a moment and replied, I'm sorry, I think I'll come another time. The receptionist maintained a bright smile. Just as Li Shui was about to turn and inform everyone that there were no available seats and that membership was required, she noticed a figure standing beside her, offering a confident smile. Can this card be used? Jiang Han produced a membership card from his pocket. Inscribed with the words Treasure Pavilion, its surface crafted from frosted material in a dazzling diamond hue, truly eye-catching. The receptionist, upon closer inspection, appeared taken aback. then immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Good day, sir." Naturally, it is valid. As a distinguished diamond member, you are entitled to all services. The private room has already been prepared for you. You may lead your friends in with our staff. The receptionist beamed with joy, returning the diamond VIP membership card to Jiang Han. He tucked it away into his pocket and nodded at the receptionist. Li Shui, witnessing this, was instantly filled with confusion. What had she just heard? Jiang Han was a diamond member here? Did that mean he possessed a diamond VIP card? How could that be possible? Li Shui was well aware of Jiang Han's background. Where could he have procured the funds to obtain a diamond membership? The esteemed membership cost over 100,000, and diamond memberships were limited. It meant at least 1 million in value. With this thought, a sense of unease began to creep into Li Shui's heart. Could it be that Jiang Han had engaged in some illicit activity? The receptionist spoke into her intercom, and soon 2 well-dressed attendants approached with smiles, ready to escort Li Shui and her group of colleagues upstairs to the private room. Only Li Shui and Jiang Han remained. Jiang Han, taken aback, asked, "What is wrong? Aren't you coming?" Li Shui pulled Jiang Han into a corner and immediately questioned, "Where did you get that membership card? And it's a diamond card. How do you have so much money? You didn't steal it, did you?" For her, this was the only conceivable explanation, especially since they had just mentioned that the diamond membership was limited, with only 50 cards available. This implied that those 50 individuals were the elite of Jiangcheng, and Li Shui was acutely aware of this fact. Moreover, this city does not boast any prominent figures surnamed Jiang, which leads one to suspect that Jiang Han might have resorted to acquiring a membership card through less than honorable means. From the moment Jiang Han produced the card, he anticipated the inquiries that Li Shui would pose, and he had already meticulously crafted his response. "Not all, worry not. This is merely a card provided by my company. The cardholder requested that I deliver a package here today, though I remain unaware of their identity. My employer has also refrained from disclosing any details regarding them. As you have just observed, without a membership card, I could not access the private room to deliver the package. In this industry, one frequently encounters enigmatic deliveries that necessitate the recipient's personal signature. Today, I happened upon such a case. Regrettably, I do not know who the cardholder is. Initially, I intended to return this membership card to my boss to pass it back to the client, yet it seems it has now become quite useful. Furthermore, despite my circumstances, no matter how unfortunate or impoverished I may be, I would never resort to criminal activities. Rest assured, I shall return the card to its rightful owner later, as it does not incur any charges and remains a resource to be utilized without hesitation." Upon hearing this, Li Shui, though taken aback, found herself at a loss for a counterargument, for such occurrences indeed transpire. Moreover, considering that the individual is a diamond member, would they truly be concerned over such a trivial expense? While this may seem rather improper, there appears to be no alternative, and one can only hope that the cardholder remains unperturbed by this situation. Chapter 14. Creating a stir. Li Shui nodded in agreement, relieved that the company's personnel had all entered. In truth, Jiang Han was reluctant to present the membership card gifted to him by Wang Haitian. However, upon overhearing the company staff's derogatory remarks towards Li Shui, he felt compelled to intervene. Although he was uncertain about the nature of their relationship, it was evident from their words that it was strained. Aware of Li Shui's financial constraints, he did not wish for her to suffer embarrassment. Thus, he decided to reveal the membership card. Fortunately, the others were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to Jiang Han's action, only noticing him stepping forward to exchange a few words. Upon entering the private room, the opulence within left everyone in awe. "Wow, Sister Qing, this place is incredibly luxurious," one exclaimed. "You lot truly have not seen the world. This is nothing. I visited establishments far more extravagant," Sister Qing retorted, before turning her attention to her iPhone to snap selfies and post on her social media. "First time at Baibauge in the presidential suite, and I must say, it's splendid. Far superior to those shabby places. I hope to come here daily. Whoever brings me here regularly, I shall marry." Accompanying her post was a selfie with a pouting expression, artfully angled to reveal a hint of cleavage beneath her collar. Meanwhile, several female employees, scrolling through their feeds, stumbled upon her post and began to critique it in their private WeChat group. "She claims to have been to more upscale places. I suspect she's merely boasting. Be careful. Don't let Sister Qing catch wind of this. What's the harm? Just look at Sister Qing. Her provocative pose in that post is clearly designed to attract men, another chimed in. Oh, let's not dwell on it. I actually quite like this place. Let us take some photos so we can boast about having been here. Naturally, Sister Qing was unaware of these comments, but Li Shui, who enjoyed a good rapport with her colleagues, found their banter amusing and couldn't help but smile as she read the messages. However, one individual's mood was markedly different. Lei Tianjun. As a member of the elite class and a notorious playboy, he was no stranger to lavish venues. While he may not frequent Baibao often, he was well aware of its steep prices. He had caught wind of the mention of a diamond membership, though the details were not entirely clear to him. In Baibao, he held only a prestigious membership, which was commonplace among those with disposable income. After all, even a prestigious member could enjoy splendid private rooms and attentive service, not to mention the perks that came with a diamond membership. The luxury of this private room was reminiscent of what one would expect from a diamond member, as he knew individuals with prestigious memberships who had visited before but had never encountered such lavish accommodations. He slightly furrowed his brow. Could it be that Li Shui had acquired a diamond membership? Where could she have found the funds? Moreover, it was Jiang Han who had approached earlier and initiated a conversation, leading to the booking of a private room. Or was it possible that Jiang Han was the diamond member here? Nonetheless, such a notion seemed rather implausible. Gu Hingyan had longed to experience the joys of a diamond membership in this Baibao, yet he had never found the opportunity, or perhaps the means. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Jiang Han, for it was indeed through Jiang Han's influence that he had the privilege of entering this diamond suite. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say a few words. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to Manager Li. Not only has she successfully negotiated this significant collaboration with the Yuling Group for our company, but she has also generously invited us all to dine here at Baibao. We must extend our heartfelt thanks to Manager Li. Let us applaud. The sound of applause erupted, particularly from several female employees who, aside from Sister Qing, regarded Li Shui as their idol with sheer delight. Furthermore, we hope that Manager Li will continue her outstanding work and achieve even greater success, and that we all may learn from her to bring maximum benefit to the company. Another round of applause followed. Lei Tianjun had grown weary of such formalities and merely smiled in response. Li Shui stood up, expressing modesty. Thank you, General Manager Gu, for your guidance. I will strive to advance together with everyone. Today, let us enjoy ourselves here. The pleasure is all mine. Wonderful. Thank you, Sister Li. This statement instantly ignited the atmosphere, causing the female employees to erupt in joyous laughter. Within this diamond suite, there was no need to order dishes, for all were expertly crafted delicacies from Baibao, consisting entirely of exquisite mountain and sea treasures. Dishes were served one after another, culminating in the entrance of two waitstaff, one carrying a platter and the other holding a decanter. On the platter were 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Upon seeing this, everyone momentarily froze, followed by expressions of delight. Is this 1982 Lafite? How splendid! They had never had the opportunity to savor such fine wine, and today they were fortunate enough to indulge. Good day. These are complimentary bottles of red wine. Please enjoy, the waiter announced, uncorking the Lafite and decanting it before discreetly exiting the room, allowing the laughter and conversation to continue uninterrupted. Jiang Han nodded, surprised by how well Wang Haitian managed the establishment, operating with commendable order and logic. However, he mused that adding a few more services would elevate the experience further. Lei Tianjun had initially dismissed the idea that Li Shui and Jiang Han were diamond members, thinking that merely entering such a suite was likely a stroke of luck. But now, with the arrival of the red wine, especially the 1982 Lafite, the situation was different. This was a privilege reserved for diamond members. It was worth noting that a bottle of 1982 Lafite now commanded a minimum market price of 60,000 yuan. As the 1982 To Lafite Rothschild becomes increasingly scarce, primarily reserved for collectors, the only remaining outlets for purchase are prestigious wineries and high-end hotels. Among them, Baibao Pavilion stands out as one of the few still offering this vintage. Li Shui was quite taken aback by the scene. Having heard earlier of 2 bottles of red wine being gifted, she had anticipated something of a mid-range quality, only to be presented with 2 bottles of the illustrious 1982 Lafite. "This, Sister Li, come let us toast. I adore you," exclaimed a female employee named Jiang Han, who worked under Li Shui, teasingly addressing Jiang Han. Jiang Han shook his head. "Not at all, why would I mind? Enjoy yourselves." With Jiang Han's graciousness acknowledged, Li Shui raised her glass and clinked it with the others. After the first glass was downed, Lei Tianjun poured another, swirling the wine in his glass and remarking with a half-smile, "The flavor of this 1982 Lafite is indeed exquisite. I have visited Baibao Pavilion before, but never had the chance to taste the wine, so thank you, Xiao Shui, for this opportunity. However, I have heard that Baibao Pavilion has a rule. To reserve a private room, one must make a reservation. Otherwise, entry is limited to members. As a distinguished member myself, I am somewhat informed. Complimentary red wine is a privilege reserved for diamond members, who must recharge at least 1 million to obtain such status, and even then, it is limited. Xiao Shui, when did you become a diamond member here? You never mentioned it. If I had known you possessed diamond membership, I wouldn't have to rely on my mere distinguished membership to frequent this place." Upon hearing this, the other employees were taken aback. Even Gu Hingyan was startled, as the threshold for diamond membership seemed extraordinarily high. Who would spend 1 million just for a meal? It seemed absurd. Yet, to think that Sister Li was a diamond member was quite extravagant. However, Li Shui found herself in a predicament. She was certainly not a diamond member. In truth, she lacked the funds and wasn't even a gold member. Her presence here was solely due to Jiang Han possessing a diamond member card gifted by a business magnate. Should she confess to them that she was using someone else's membership card? How embarrassing. Jiang Han furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared that Lei Tianjun was about to stir up trouble. Chapter 15. The smiling tiger Lei Tianjun's words ignited a flicker of doubt among those present, particularly among the female employees under Li Shui's supervision. They were acutely aware that Li Shui's salary was not particularly generous, compounded by familial burdens and debts they had lent her, which remained unpaid. Could it be that Li Shui had acquired funds to procure a membership? The room filled with exchanged glances, for in their eyes, Li Shui was not the type to engage in such behavior. She treated them like cherished sisters, often providing guidance in their work. At that moment, Sister Qing seized the opportunity. For a long time, she had felt overshadowed by Li Shui, who was regarded as the belle of the office. Although Sister Qing herself was quite alluring, she remained eclipsed by Li Shui's presence. To compound her ire in recent days, General Manager Gu had shown an increased interest in Li Shui. Sister Qing, who had ascended to her managerial position through her physical allure, could hardly contain her resentment at Li Shui's unearned elevation to the role of general manager. "Oh, who would have thought that Manager Li is so affluent?" she exclaimed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Yet I have heard your daughter is still hospitalized. Manager Li, where do you find the funds for a membership? Choosing to spend money here rather than on your daughter's treatment. How audacious. But I suppose this benefits us, or else we would not be gracing this diamond suite." Her curiosity was piqued further, but I am genuinely intrigued. "Manager Li, where do you acquire such wealth? It must be in the millions. Surely I am not the only one curious here. Manager Li, while your husband is present, do enlighten us. Have you ensnared some wealthy heir, or perhaps won the lottery on the street?" Her remarks were painfully blunt, laden with mockery, and constituted a personal attack on Li Shui. The words stung, causing Li Shui's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Yet she quickly retorted, "Sister Qing, your words are excessively harsh. I kindly invited you here for a meal, and you respond with scorn. Regardless of how I came to this suite, it is undoubtedly more respectable than the clandestine actions you engage in. Sister Qing, we are all aware of what transpires behind closed doors. Moreover, I neither steal nor rob. Have I impacted you in any way?" Anger simmered within her. The cheerful gathering had inexplicably soured into conflict. Jiang Han furrowed his brow slightly. Did Li Shui truly contend with such individuals within the company? He spoke slowly. "This is not Li Shui's concern. I reserved this suite using our client's membership card, with no ulterior motives. Let us enjoy our meal and drinks. We shall not leave until we are thoroughly merry." Upon hearing Jiang Han's intervention, Li Shui was taken aback, surprised that he would defend her at such a moment. Sister Qing, however, could not suppress her laughter. "Ah, so it is a client's card. That explains it. I was wondering how manager Li could possibly afford a membership given her family's financial struggles." Gu Hongyan, sensing the tension, frowned and promptly interjected. "Enough, Sister Qing. Let's not dwell on this. Please, everyone, take a seat and let us raise a glass. Today marks a celebratory banquet in honor of manager Li's successful collaboration." The affair between him and Sister Qing had long been the subject of whispers within the company. Yet he managed to suppress the rumors by wielding his authority as the boss. Witnessing Sister Qing's harsh treatment of Li Shui, he found himself in a rather uncomfortable position. Caught between a lover and the wife of a powerful figure, what could he possibly do? He glanced at Jiang Han's expression and noticed that Jiang Han seemed unconcerned, which brought him a sense of relief. If Jiang Han were to become angry over this matter, it would not only spell trouble for Sister Qing, but he would also find himself in a precarious situation. At this moment, Lei Tianjun recognized that the situation was delicate. Li Shui believed he had assisted in resolving the contract issues, and if he did not salvage some semblance of his reputation now, how could he hope to pursue Li Shui in the future? He stood up, raised a glass of red wine, and earnestly declared, "I apologize, Xiao Shui. I truly regret any disturbance I may have caused. My curiosity got the better of me, and I hope you can overlook it. Furthermore, I am concerned for your well-being, fearing you might make unwise decisions due to your recent financial struggles. I offer this glass to everyone as a gesture of my remorse, and should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will be more than willing to help." With that, he downed a glass of red wine in one gulp. To be candid, some of the female employees under Li Shui's supervision had begun to resent him for instigating the situation. After all, they had come to enjoy a meal together. Incessant chatter leading to such a misunderstanding was rather unwarranted. The tension between Sister Qing and Li Shui was already palpable, and now, with this incident, it only served to further complicate matters and risk their relationship. Moreover, Sister Qing's words were rather harsh. However, with his apology, there was a semblance of grace, and they chose not to pursue the matter further. Li Shui also stood up, raising her glass of red wine. She bore no ill will towards Lei Tianjun. After all, her financial situation was indeed precarious, making his concern entirely understandable, not to mention his earlier comments were not unfounded. To put it bluntly, he was merely voicing the same worries Sister Qing expressed. Furthermore, Lei Tianjun had rendered her substantial assistance, and his recent display of concern and apology only served to enhance her regard for him. "Not at all, Jungu. I harbor no resentment. Thank you for your concern, and I am immensely grateful for your help. Without your support, I could not have accomplished that collaboration." "Thank you, Jungu. This glass is for you," she exclaimed, downing her drink in one go. Jiang Han observed the scene unfolding beside him, fully aware of the dynamics at play. In this moment, Li Shui believed that her successful collaboration with Yulin Group was largely due to Lei Tianjun's assistance, thus expressing her gratitude towards him without a hint of animosity towards the one who had instigated the situation. Jiang Han could not help but let out a silent scoff. "Oh, Li Shui, the true benefactor behind your success is none other than myself, a realization you may never come to grasp. You show no compassion for my plight, instead offering gratitude to this two-faced individual. Is this the nature of humanity? Should the day come when you discover that your so-called worthless husband is, in fact, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, how would you react?" After a simple meal, Li Shui, slightly intoxicated, felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as though she had released all the pressures that had burdened her heart in recent days through the effects of the wine. Cheers! At this moment, everyone was preparing to leave. Gu Hongyan directly escorted Sister Qing to the hotel, and as for their intentions, it was understood by all. One by one, the female employees under Li Shui's supervision departed. "Brother-in-law, please take care of my sister Li. She seems a bit tipsy. It would be wise for her to return home and rest." Yes, brother-in-law, please hurry and take Sister Li back to rest. Jiang Han smiled and nodded in agreement. He held these subordinates in high regard, as they had always been a source of support in times of need. Once everyone had left, Lei Tianjun approached and said, "Xiao Xue is drunk. I have a car, so it would be more convenient for me to take her home. You still need to return to the hospital to care for Xin, right?" At this remark, Jiang Han let out a cold laugh. Did he really believe that having a car made it convenient to take her home? Was he trying to dismiss him? Even a fool could discern Lei Tianjun's intentions. However, Lei Tianjun's expression remained one of disdain, as if he looked down upon Jiang Han. Jiang Han picked up Li Xue in his arms and coldly stated, "My wife is, of course, for me to take home." With that, he exited the Baibao Pavilion. Chapter 16. Repayment. Jiang Han casually hailed a taxi, hastening home. Unable to visit the hospital at present, he first needed to escort Li Xue back to their residence. The hospital could wait for now. As he settled into the cab, adjusting Li Xue's head to rest against the cushion, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Lin Xiangtian calling, he was momentarily taken aback. Just as he intended to answer, Li Xue, who had been intoxicated and dozing, suddenly awoke and snatched the phone, pressing the answer button. "Oh no, if this call connects, it could spell disaster." "Young master." "Hello, who is this? I'm trying to sleep. Please stop calling," she exclaimed before drifting off again. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Han felt a sense of relief. At least she hadn't recognized the caller, having had too much to drink and succumbed to slumber once more. Gazing at his beautiful wife in her peaceful repose, his heart ached. The burden of financial strain and their daughter's hospitalization weighed heavily upon them both, compelling them to toil endlessly for money and loans. This relentless pressure could not be alleviated by a single drunken night. The true root of their troubles lay in their finances. Yet, Jiang Han yearned for a life of purpose, aspiring to earn everything through his own efforts. What would happen if others discovered his true identity? Would that reveal a genuine relationship? He answered the call with a measured tone. "Hello? Old Lin, what is up?" Lin Xiangtian, equally perplexed, wondered why his young master, whom he had just called, seemed to be disturbed from his rest, especially since it was still early, around 7 or 8 o'clock. "Young master, the money you asked me to prepare is ready. I didn't mention it at the dinner table earlier. Should I bring it to you?" "Yes." Jiang Han recalled his earlier bravado at Xiangzi's place, promising to deliver the money this afternoon. Now, with nightfall upon them, he imagined the family had likely scolded him thoroughly. "I'll come over to collect it right away," he replied, promptly ending the call and sending a text to Xiangzi. "I'll be there shortly. Some matters delayed me today." A glance at Li Xue beside him brought a knowing smile to his lips. The weight of their burdens rested far heavier upon her shoulders. With his recent promotion and the ease with which he navigated his company, whispers circulated that Li Xue had advanced through dubious means. However, having inherited his family's wealth, he resolved to provide her with everything she desired, supporting her discreetly. Upon arriving home, Jiang Han carried Li Xue inside, tending to her needs and covering her with a blanket. Just as he prepared to leave, she unexpectedly grasped his arm. "I don't want this. I don't want you to go. Xin, don't leave." Jiang Han was taken aback. It seemed Li Xue was trapped in a nightmare, likely concerning their uncertain situation with Xin. He knelt beside her, smoothing her hair and gently stroking her forehead, only to have her suddenly burst into tears. "Jiang Han, I implore you, please beseech my parents, will you? I cannot bear to see Xin leave me. I truly do not wish for that. Consider it for Xin. For my sake, please plead with my parents." He understood that Li Xue had experienced a nightmare, which revealed the depth of her care for Xin and her profound yearning to escape her current circumstances. Jiang Han clenched his fists to plead with him. After a long pause, he finally relaxed his grip, a sense of relief washing over him. "If this could bring you peace of mind, then let it be done." He rose to his feet, noticing that Li Xue had fallen asleep. Her tears ceased and quietly departed, the clock nearing 9 o'clock. He instructed Lin Xiangtian to deliver the money and hailed a cab to Changzi's home. Remarkably, the neighborhood remained lively in the evening, with the elderly engaging in activities such as spinning tops and dancing in the square. Changzi's mother and Wanzi's mother were no exceptions. Though it was quite late, the festivities had not yet concluded. Upon seeing Jiang Han, their eyes lit up and they rushed toward him, filled with indignation and accusations. You finally decided to show up. We were worried we might not see you. Didn't you say you'd come in the afternoon? Where were you? Oh, afraid to come because you had no money, right? Exactly. We've all been waiting for you. Our time is just as valuable. I tell you, if you didn't bring any money, we want to let you off easily. In response, Jiang Han merely remarked that fate had a way of intertwining paths. He could hardly lose his temper with the two women. He was well aware of the dynamics with Chang Zi and Wan Zi, as they were their elders. Thus, despite his inner frustration, he maintained his composure and said, "Aunties, there are too many people here. Let us discuss this upstairs." It will be quite embarrassing for Chang Zi and Wan Zi to have their family matters aired in public, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Chang Zi's mother and Wan Zi's mother paused, contemplating the wisdom in his words. After all, family matters should remain private. They each took hold of Jiang Han's arm, guiding him upstairs. Once inside, Chang Zi's father was engrossed in the television, and Chang Zi and Wan Zi were whispering to one another, their conversation halting upon the arrival of their mothers. The moment they spotted Jiang Han, they were momentarily taken aback. Wan Zi urged the elders to sit down, and seizing the opportunity, Chang Zi quietly approached Jiang Han, asking, "Jiang Han, you really came? I told them to hold off for a few days. You have no money. What will you pay with? Don't be foolish. Hurry back home. Xin needs someone to look after her." Hearing Chang Zi's heartfelt words, Jiang Han smiled and stepped forward to face the three elders. It was then that Chang Zi noticed the small black cloth bag Jiang Han was holding. It was not very large, and a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Surely, this fellow hadn't brought money, had he? "Uncle, Auntie, I understand your feelings. Chang Zi and Wan Zi are not affluent, and my own family's difficulties have compounded theirs. I have been close friends with Chang Zi and Wan Zi for several years now. You mentioned that I owe a total of 120,000, correct?" Chang Zi's mother immediately responded, "Indeed, it is 120,000, 60,000 for the betrothal gift, and then there's the investment from Chang Zi and Wan Zi, each 3,000, which must also be considered." Upon hearing the figure of 120,000, both Chang Zi and Wan Zi immediately furrowed their brows, eager to voice their concerns. Yet they were interrupted by Jiang Han. "I am aware that during my entrepreneurial endeavors, Chang Zi and Wan Zi each invested 30,000. It is with deep regret that I acknowledge that their investments were lost, and I sincerely apologize for this misfortune." "What do you mean? Are you implying that you will not repay this money?" "Absolutely not. This debt must be settled." Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Zhuanzi's mother instantly became agitated, her emotions flaring as she struck the coffee table. "Mom, what are you doing? If we are discussing the matter, then let us discuss it calmly without losing our temper." Zhuanzi, equally bewildered, questioned the unfolding situation. Jiang Han chuckled softly. "Annie, I am not suggesting that I will not repay. I merely wish to express my apologies, as the failures of that time regrettably resulted in the loss of Changzi and Zhuanzi's funds. Within this bag lies a total of 150,000. After repaying the 12,000 owed to Changzi and Zhuanzi, the remaining 30,000 will be considered as interest, given that I have not previously reimbursed them." At these words, everyone was taken aback. What did he just say? 150,000. Chapter 17. True Feelings Revealed in Adversity for Jiang Han. The sum of 150,000 may not seem significant. Yet for Changzi and his companions, it represents a considerable fortune, especially for Changzi's parents and Zhuanzi's mother, who hail from rural backgrounds. How could they not be stirred by such a large amount of money? Changzi and Zhuanzi were momentarily rendered speechless. 150,000? How could Jiang Han possibly produce such an amount? Was this a jest? They were well aware that Jiang Ranxin was hospitalized, and all of Jiang Han's finances had been devoted to her medical expenses. Although Li Shui came from a wealthy family, her parents had always looked down upon Jiang Han. In their eyes, he was merely a penniless youth, which had strained Li Shui's relationship with her family. Consequently, now that their granddaughter was hospitalized, they had not even made an appearance, and Jiang Han being proud, would never seek financial assistance from his in-laws. How could he possibly have come by this 150,000? Surely, Jiang Han was not jesting. They indeed harbored such thoughts. But the moment Jiang Han opened the bag, they realized he was not lying. Stacks upon stacks of banknotes. There were indeed 15 bundles. This was truly 150,000. Xiangzi's parents and Zhuangzi's mother beamed with joy, eagerly picking up the notes to inhale their delightful scent. Xiangzi and Zhuangzi quickly pulled Jiang Han aside and whispered, "Where on earth did you acquire such wealth? This is not merely 500 or 15,000. This is 150,000. Brother, please do not tell me that this sum is your own. With Xi hospitalized, not long ago you borrowed money from us for her surgery, amounting to 200,000. How could you possibly have 150,000 now? You wouldn't have used the funds meant for Xi surgery to give to us, would you? We cannot accept this. Xi situation is far more critical. Our own needs can be met, but if anything were to happen to her, both Zhuangzi and I would never forgive you." Xiangzi was genuinely angered. He did not wish for Jiang Han to treat Jiang Ranxin's illness lightly. Once he had spoken, Zhuangzi reproached Jiang Han, saying, "Jiang Han, you ought to be straightforward about your financial situation. We can manage with our parents. What is the purpose of giving us money intended for Xi surgery? You and Li Shui have endured enough. After all the effort to gather the funds, you should not be repaying us. Has Li Shui any knowledge of this? Have you informed her?" Jiang Han smiled and shook his head. "No. She is unaware that I have come to repay the money." "What? Jiang Han, you truly lack conscience. And you are smiling. Is this amusing? Do you not realize how much Li Shui has sacrificed for you? She has yet to mend her relationship with her family. With Xi in this state, you should be seeking help from her parents. Do you understand how burdensome this is for her? No, you must take this money back. Focus on treating Xi first. Or do not dare to claim acquaintance with us. Though I, Li Meiwan, am not wealthy, I still uphold my principles." Xiangzi and Zhuangzi pretended to prepare to return the money to the bag for Jiang Han to take back. Jiang Han gently held them back and said, "Do not worry. I have already resolved the funds for Xinxin's surgery. In a couple of days, the hospital will contact us to match the bone marrow and determine who will be the donor. There is no need for concern. I have owed you this money for quite some time, and I feel somewhat embarrassed about it. 150,000 is sufficient for you to accomplish many things. Quickly arrange your wedding. Let it be a lively occasion, and I shall come to celebrate your union." Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Xiangzi and Zhuangzi were taken aback. Yet they breathed a sigh of relief, for it was not the funds intended for Xinxin's treatment. Otherwise, they would have felt an immense guilt. Wait a moment. Jiang Han still hasn't disclosed where he obtained money. Jiang Han, you wouldn't have truly resorted to selling blood or kidneys, would you? I wonder why you didn't come by this afternoon. Didn't I tell you? I, Wang Jiqiang, do not lack for money. If you are indeed selling blood or kidneys, are you disregarding your own life? Do you have any idea how filthy those places are? If you were to contract some disease, what would Li Shui do? What would Xinxin do? She is merely 4 years old. If you don't think of yourself, at least think of the child." Upon hearing this, Zhuangzi was also taken aback. She was entirely unaware of this situation. No wonder Xiangzi seemed troubled after dropping Jiang Han off earlier. It turned out he had known all along. Zhuangzi playfully hit Xiangzi on the back. "You knew he was going, yet you let him. Is this how you act as a brother? Jiang Han, you truly do not regard us highly. You actually considered selling blood or kidneys to repay us. Do you think we would accept money earned in such a manner? Wang Jiqiang, you have a wife. She is right here. Simply bow your head and plead with her parents. You have a daughter who is still in the hospital. This is utterly irresponsible. If I were Li Shui, I would be furious." Seeing Xiangzi and Zhuangzi become emotional once more, Jiang Han was momentarily stunned. Why had this escalated again? However, realizing they were concerned for his well-being, he felt a measure of comfort and quickly clarified, "Do not fret, my brothers. My kidney is intact, and I have not sold blood. This money is clean. You can use it without worry. I acquired it by selling some of my old collectibles." Zhuangzi then felt somewhat reassured. She had thought Jiang Han had resorted to selling blood or kidneys. If that were the case, Li Shui and Xin's lives would undoubtedly suffer. She immediately said, Jiang Han, if you truly wish to give, then just provide the 60,000. The initial investment for our venture was made willingly, so do not mind them. It must be said that Zhuanzi was indeed a remarkably kind-hearted person. She understood that Jiang Han was currently short on funds and did not believe that the investment of 60,000 should be returned to them. As she reached to retrieve the money to return to Jiang Han, he quickly stopped her. Enough, Zhuanzi. That money is rightfully yours. After all these years, thank you for your care. Let us not dwell on this. It's quite sentimental. Zhuanzi wanted to say something further, but Xiangzi, knowing the kind of person Jiang Han was, gestured for her to remain silent. Jiang Han, I, Wang Jiqiang, am quite discerning regarding what should be accepted and what should not. As for the investment of 60,000, you are welcome to return it to us. We have no objections. Should any matters arise in the future, simply call upon us, and we shall certainly respond. However, considering the total has only amounted to 120,000, why offer 15,000? You may take back the 3,000. Perhaps use it to buy some food for Li Shui or supplement for the child. Both individuals, anxious about the situation, felt a gentle pat on their shoulders from Jiang Han, who smiled and said, Xiangzi, I have lent you money many times before without expectation of repayment. Let us consider this 3,000 as interest. With that, he added, I must return to care for Xin. Just summon me when the time for the wedding arrives. Seeing that their attempts at persuasion had borne no fruit, the two sighed and escorted Jiang Han downstairs as he departed. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, his phone rang. Upon pressing the answer button, he exclaimed after a brief pause, What did you say? Chapter 18. Deterioration at midnight. Jiang Han hung up the phone and hurriedly dashed out to hail a taxi. The call had come from the hospital, bearing grave news that Jiang Ranxin's condition had suddenly worsened, necessitating immediate surgical intervention and a matching of bone marrow. Anxiety gripped his heart, as if he stood precariously on the edge of a cliff, knowing that one misstep could send him tumbling into despair. Xin, wait for me. Daddy will surely get you the help you need. He refrained from calling Li Shui. She was likely inebriated and unreachable. Instead, he decided it prudent to go directly to the hospital to ascertain the situation before summoning her. Upon arriving at the hospital, he witnessed the attending physician orchestrating the transfer of Jiang Ranxin into the operating room. Doctor, how is my daughter? Is she in danger? Please tell me. Jiang Han grasped the doctor's arm, breathless with worry, fearing for his daughter's life as she was wheeled into surgery. Please remain calm. The patient's white blood cell count has suddenly decreased again, putting her in a critical state. Come with me. We can encourage her, and we will also check if your bone marrow matches hers, the doctor reassured. All right, please lead me in quickly. The attending physician ushered Jiang Han into the sterile environment of the operating room, where he donned a surgical gown. Upon entering, his heart sank at the sight of Jiang Ranxin, pale and frail. He rushed to her side. Xin, my dear, it's Daddy. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Having felt desolate moments ago, Jiang Ranxin's spirits lifted upon seeing her father. Daddy, I'm fine. With you here, I'm not scared. Hearing her words nearly brought tears to Jiang Han's eyes. Though a man seldom sheds tears, how could he not feel anguish for his own daughter? So young and already battling such a dire illness? Each time he saw her resilience, his heart ached all the more. All right, my darling, I will stay with you. I promise I will get you better. Close your eyes and rest for a while. When you wake up, I'll be right here. Daddy will tell you a story in your dreams. Be brave. Everything will be all right soon. His words of encouragement resonated deeply, and Jiang Ranxin nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Okay, the attending physician approached, stating, the situation is critical. We will first use instruments to stabilize her condition. Time is of the essence. We need to test your bone marrow compatibility swiftly. Jiang Han nodded fervently. Yes. Hurry, administer the anesthetic, and begin the tests immediately. At the doctor's command, the nurses sprang into action, preparing syringes and anesthetics. Jiang Han, sensing the urgency, interjected, Doctor, please, no need for anesthetics. Time is precious. I can endure this. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Although extracting bone marrow is not as complicated as a major surgery, involving extensive incisions. It is still accompanied by considerable pain, pain that penetrates deep into the nerves, a sensation that an ordinary person simply cannot endure. Are you certain? This discomfort is exceptionally intense. Foregoing anesthesia would indeed expedite the process significantly, yet I hope you can withstand it. Very well, I am prepared. With that, Jiang Han lay down on the table. The attending physician, recognizing the urgency, promptly began to gather the necessary instruments and tools, diving straight into the procedure. The initial pangs of pain caused Jiang Han to sharply inhale, and within mere seconds, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the onslaught. Indeed, this level of torment is unbearable for most. The agony resonated within his mind, gradually inducing a buzzing sensation. As his consciousness began to wane, threatening to lull him into unconsciousness. Yet he clenched his fists tightly, digging his nails into his palms until blood began to trickle forth. The attending physician, witnessing this, exclaimed, "Quick! Apply pressure to stop the bleeding." He was well aware of the severity of the pain, yet Jiang Han's sheer tenacity astonished him. Most individuals would have succumbed to unconsciousness by now, but Jiang Han was resolutely persevering, refusing to fade away. Sweat now covered his forehead, and his entire body was drenched. He endured the torment, allowing the physician to extract the bone marrow. After what felt like an eternity, the attending physician finally announced, "All done. Quick, administer glucose." He is utterly exhausted. Jiang Han did not wish to lose consciousness. He yearned to persevere, for before Jiang Wanxin, he aspired to be an omnipotent figure, eager to prove himself capable. "Daddy, are you in a lot of pain?" Jiang Wanxin had been observing quietly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Too considerate to utter a word that might disrupt the diligent efforts of the medical staff. Hearing her voice, Jiang Han slowly turned his head to look at her. Managing a faint smile, "Xinx, Daddy is fine. I'm doing well. You must also be strong like Daddy." "Okay, Daddy. Xin will be the best." The doctor swiftly connected Jiang Han to a glucose drip to replenish his energy and began testing the recently harvested bone marrow for compatibility. At this moment, Jiang Han felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. If the bone marrow did not match, it would spell disaster. The anxious wait was excruciating, yet the sight of Jiang Wanxin's innocent and lovely face provided him with some solace. After a long while, the attending physician approached with a grave expression, causing Jiang Han's heart to race with trepidation. "How is it, doctor? Is there a match?" The physician nodded. "The bone marrow is compatible, and we can arrange for the surgery to proceed immediately. However, there is one significant issue." Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Jiang Han felt as though he had set down the heaviest stone of his life. However, as the next words were uttered, he found himself picking that formidable stone up once more. "What is it, doctor? Is it a matter of insufficient funds?" "Do not concern yourself with financial issues. The surgery is arranged. It is not a matter of money, but rather a question of blood type. A transfusion is required. Your blood type is A, while the patient's is AB. Therefore, your blood cannot be used. The surgery is about to commence, and we must urgently locate someone with a compatible blood type, either AB or O." "A transfusion?" Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he was type A. What could be done? Suddenly a thought struck him. "Li Shui. Get me in touch with Li Shui. She is type O." Chapter 19. Blame. With this thought, Jiang Han disregarded the needle piercing his hand and hastily retrieved his phone to call Li Shui. The line beeped, 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 for what felt like an eternity, yet there was no response from the other end. Anxiousness began to creep into Jiang Han's heart, mingled with regret. He should have woken Li Shui upon his arrival. For now, he felt utterly helpless. "Answer. Little Shui, please pick up the phone. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." The cold, mechanical voice felt like a bucket of ice water dousing Jiang Han. Yet he refused to yield, continuing to dial. Unfortunately, the outcome remained unchanged. After 3 attempts, he finally heard a faint stir after a prolonged wait. Li Shui's weak voice broke through. "Hello? Jiang Han, what's wrong? Quick, little Shui, come to the hospital. XIN's condition has worsened. The term worsened struck like a nightmare for both of them. Even in her inebriation, Li Shui was jolted awake upon hearing those words, sitting up with a look of sheer astonishment. What did you say? Without hesitation, she tossed her phone aside, leaped from her bed, and dashed out of the house. Hailing a cab to the hospital, tears streamed down her face, born of genuine concern for Jiang Han. She was her everything. Hearing the anxiety in Li Shui's voice caused a pang in Jiang Han's heart. He did not wish for things to unfold this way, but what could he do? At that moment, the attending physician approached, signaling Jiang Han to sit up and wait beside him, as lying down could exacerbate his pain. In less than 10 minutes, Li Shui rushed toward the operating room, greeting the nurses outside, who led her inside. Upon seeing Jiang Han sitting there, her worry turned into fury as she slapped him across the face. Slap! Jiang Han, still reeling from pain, stumbled slightly, feeling dizzy and pale. How could you not tell me about something so serious regarding XIN? You're just sitting here. Do you even deserve to be called a father? Jiang Han, I am utterly disappointed in you. Get out. Just get out. Tears streamed down her face, her emotions in turmoil. The attending physician quickly intervened, urging her to lower her voice. Please refrain from shouting here. Be mindful of the patient's situation. If you wish to argue, kindly step outside until you are ready to return. Just moments ago, Jiang Han had witnessed the agony Jiang Han endured. Now, seeing her mother strike him and berate him, she burst into tears. Mommy, please don't blame Daddy. Daddy is good. He was just in pain. Can you two not fight? XIN is scared. Upon witnessing the situation, Li Shui hurriedly approached and gently touched Jiang Han's forehead, forcing a faint smile to comfort her. It's all right, XIN, darling. Mother doesn't blame father, and we won't quarrel. Okay, just rest for a bit, and when you wake up, everything will be fine. Although Jiang Han felt equally perplexed, he refrained from voicing his thoughts in front of the child. As he stood up, a sharp pain emanated from his prior injury, making it difficult for him to maintain his posture. Nonetheless, he resolutely suppressed the discomfort and approached. XIN is fine. Mother is just worried about you. Father is also well. Please listen to the doctor. At this, Jiang Han ceased her tears, stifling her sobs and nodding as she allowed the attending physician to administer the anesthetic. Once Jiang Han's condition stabilized, Jiang Han turned to Li Shui and said, Thank you for taking care of XIN. I will step outside to wait. Otherwise, I might disturb the doctors during the surgery. Li Shui did not deign to glance at Jiang Han. Her heart was fraught with resentment towards him for not informing her sooner. If anything were to happen to Jiang Han, she would be utterly devastated. Moreover, with the surgery imminent, how could they, as parents, not be by Jiang Han's side to help her feel at ease? After Jiang Han exited the operating room, he made his way to the balcony of the stairwell and lit a cigarette. Though he seldom smoked, he always kept a pack on hand for moments of extreme fatigue and anxiety. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, Li Shui anxiously inquired, Doctor, what should I do? The patient is ready for surgery now that we have the bone marrow, but we need to perform a blood transfusion. The patient has blood type AB, and your husband's blood type does not match, so we require your blood. If you're prepared, we can begin the blood draw and proceed with the surgical preparations. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Shui replied, All right. The attending physician quickly arranged for an assistant to draw blood from Li Shui. After a considerable amount of time, they had collected the necessary 400 cubic centimeters of blood. At this point, Li Shui appeared somewhat pale. Her health had not been robust. And amidst her recent busyness and concern for Jiang Han, she silently endured the blood draw without complaint. You may step outside and wait. We will do our utmost to ensure the success of the surgery and safeguard the patient's life. Please rest assured, the doctor assured her. Li Shui bowed deeply, tears streaming down her face as she sincerely expressed, Thank you, doctor, before finally stepping outside. At that moment, Jiang Han returned from the stairwell, accompanied by a nurse who was also searching for him. Thus, Jiang Han, the nurse, and Li Shui found themselves gathered together. Hello. The hospitalization fees for your family are due. You will need to make the payment tomorrow, the nurse informed them. Jiang Han was taken aback, his brow furrowing slightly. Did I not just pay a few days ago? I apologize, but the previous payment was for the outstanding hospitalization fees incurred earlier. Now, the new fees are due. If you have any questions, you may contact the hospital director. Additionally, we have all the billing receipts, the nurse replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han nodded. After all, it was a hospital, and they would not charge indiscriminately. They had indeed accumulated substantial hospital fees and had previously implored the hospital for leniency. All right, I understand. I will settle the payment tomorrow. With that, the nurse departed. Li Shui gazed at Jiang Han, her anger palpable. Jiang Han, why didn't you inform me sooner? Did you think you could resolve this all by yourself? What if I hadn't heard the phone call today and was unable to provide blood for Xine in time? What would you have done? The doctor just informed me that the hospital's blood bank is currently lacking type O and AB blood, which is why there is such urgency. Did you assume the hospital would have a sufficient supply? Jiang Han, you are truly selfish. Let me remind you, Xine is not only your daughter. She is my daughter as well. If anything were to happen to her today, I would not hesitate to hold you accountable. Moreover, regarding the payment the nurse mentioned, do you have any money? Do you even have funds on you at this moment? I am genuinely pleading with you. Could you not act like a man and recognize when it is time to humble yourself? I hope you will beseech my parents tomorrow for some financial assistance. Otherwise, I truly have no other recourse. If you do not wish to see me dining and drinking with those executives, you must act. At this juncture, Jiang Han's fists were clenched tightly, yet he refrained from uttering more. After a brief moment, he relaxed his grip, as if he had come to terms with this reality, and quietly replied, All right, I will go tomorrow. Chapter 20. The unwelcomed cousin Jiang Han's agreement to Li Shui was influenced by the memory of her distressing nightmares, as well as concern for Jiang Ranxin. He was unwilling to allow his wife and daughter to endure such a life, neglected by her family. Although the hospital expenses were not burdensome for him, he felt compelled to visit his in-laws for the sake of Li Shui and Xine, setting aside his pride for the moment. His reluctance to bow to his in-laws stemmed from their excessive materialism. When he and Li Shui married, they faced opposition due to their affluent backgrounds. While Jiang Han was merely a young man at the time, after his entrepreneurial ventures failed, his in-laws looked down upon him even more, coercively pressuring Li Shui to divorce him, under the threat of disowning Jiang Ranxin. However, the bond they shared over the years rendered it impossible for Li Shui to abandon Jiang Han, especially with their daughter, Jiang Ranxin, in the picture. Consequently, her family showed no interest in Jiang Ranxin's affairs, displaying a complete disregard. When Jiang Han unexpectedly agreed to Li Shui's request to plead with her parents, she was taken aback. She was well aware of his strong sense of pride. Although her parents had spoken harshly to him, they were still her parents. For her and Xine's sake, she believed he would not ignore them forever. Now, more than ever, they needed her parents' assistance, and she hoped each day that Jiang Han would relent and approach them. His agreement brought her a sense of joy. I'm sorry for the hardships you've endured during this time. Tomorrow, let's go together by some things, visit them, and plead on behalf of Xine. It will surely turn out well. As she spoke, Li Shui gently caressed Jiang Han's pale, colorless face. All right, Jiang Han nodded in acknowledgement. Li Shui understood the efforts he had made for Jiang Ranxin in the operating room, and her heart ached for him. Particularly, she felt a pang of guilt for having slapped him without consideration upon entering the room. Does it still hurt? She asked. No, it's fine, Jiang Han replied, knowing that only he understood the extent of his pain. Li Shui's intoxication had faded, leaving her alert, but the night air was chilly and the hospital was inherently cold, causing her to shiver. Observing this, Jiang Han draped his outer coat over her shoulders. Why don't you rest at home? I'll stay here and notify you of any news. Xine is still in surgery and 1T be coming out anytime soon. She should be fine. Despite Jiang Han's assurances, Li Shui refused to leave, seeking warmth in his embrace. As they sat together, sharing warmth, Li Shui was on the verge of dozing off when a voice, dripping with disdain, drew their attention. Oh, isn't this my sister Shui? TSK. And my useless brother-in-law is here too. What is this? Showing off your affection, even in the hospital? Oh, I recall now. It is your ailing daughter residing in this hospital, is it not? How is she faring? Has she regained consciousness? Surely, she cannot be on the brink of death. Alas, that would be a true misfortune. The visitor was none other than Li Shui's cousin, Zhu Xiaoyan, who could be considered a bit of a wild child, frequently cavorting in bars and KTVs. She typically cycled through 2 boyfriends each month, leading a rather chaotic private life. However, her eloquence charmed the elderly members of the family, so none dared to criticize her, and she was even quite doted upon. Upon recognizing her cousin, Li Shui was momentarily taken aback, quickly replaced by indignation as she stood up and exclaimed, "Xiaoyan, what do you mean by that? After all, she is your niece, and you ought to refer to her as aunt. Is it amusing to curse her like this? You are truly being excessive." Zhu Xiaoyan scoffed in response, "Dear cousin, it seems you have mistaken something. I do not possess a niece born into such poverty. Have you considered the kind of man you chose? Lacking both wealth and status. I cannot fathom what you find appealing about him. Could it be his prowess in bed?" She gazed at Li Shui mockingly, as if viewing her as a woman who relished demeaning herself. Li Shui was thoroughly incensed by Zhu Xiaoyan's words, never anticipating that her cousin would have devolved into such a person. She was about to retort when Jiang Han tugged at her arm and shook his head, urging her not to argue with the fool. He held no fondness for this sister-in-law, who not only frequented places of ill repute, but also led a wildly disordered life. To put it bluntly, she was akin to a public bus, accessible to anyone. Jiang Han's remark irked Zhu Xiaoyan, but instead of becoming angry, she retorted sarcastically, "Oh, even a good-for-nothing can be so brazen. I wonder what gives you such audacity. I hope your daughter does not end up like you, forced to entertain men when she finds herself broke. Ha-ha, slap." As her words hung in the air, Jiang Han delivered a resounding slap, leaving Zhu Xiaoyan momentarily bewildered. She stared at him in shock, but before she could regain her composure, he struck her again, landing 3 slaps in total. The first was for her disrespect towards her cousin, the second for her disdain towards his daughter, and the third was simply because he found her intolerable and wanted to teach her a lesson. Dazed from the blows, Zhu Xiaoyan eventually collected herself, only to meet Jiang Han's calm gaze, which ignited her fury. "How dare you strike me, you worthless fool? You are merely a live-in son-in-law to the Li family. What utility do you possess? And yet, you have the audacity to strike me." Jiang Han coldly replied, "You insult my wife and daughter. Why should I not retaliate?" Zhu Xiaoyan opened her mouth to retort further, but the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind, prompting her to turn around excitedly, her expression brightening at the sight of the newcomer. She immediately dashed into the embrace of the man, who appeared to be merely in his early 20s, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle reminiscent of a polar star. "Tiange, he bullied me," she exclaimed, touching her face where she had just been struck. Zhao Xiaotian, feigning a sympathetic expression, furrowed his brow and angrily shouted, "How dare you? Who do you think you are to lay a hand on my girlfriend? Are you seeking death? Do you not know the reputation of Tiange?" At this moment, Zhu Xiaoyan fanned the flames further, saying, "That's the cousin I mentioned before. This is the useless brother-in-law who just hit me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaotian glanced at Li Shui, who stood behind Jiang Han, momentarily captivated by her exquisite features and figure, allowing 100 sordid thoughts to flit through his mind. Zhu Xiaoyan, noticing his distraction, shook his arm and playfully said, "Tiange, he hit me. Aren't you going to do anything? I was hoping to serve you well later." Upon hearing that Zhu Xiaoyan intended to serve him, Zhao Xiaotian immediately licked his lips. Zhu Xiaoyan had always been quite flirtatious, though she had not shown it towards him until now. This sudden initiative from her stirred his heart. Succumbing to carnal desire, Zhao Xiaotian pointed at Jiang Han and declared, "You there, come out and face me like a man. How dare you insult my woman? Either kneel and apologize now, or you will not leave this hospital." At that moment, Li Shui felt a pang of worry. This man was clearly no good, an obvious thug. What if he called for reinforcements to deal with Jiang Han? Yet, Jiang Han merely responded with a calm and dismissive, "Fool." Chapter 21. The interesting cousin. This statement left Zhao Xiaotian utterly dumbfounded. What insolent fool dared to insult him, calling him a fool? At this moment, Zhu Xiaoyan's face mirrored his astonishment. This worthless Jiang Han actually had the audacity to speak to Zhao Xiaotian in such a manner. who was unaware that Zhao Xiaotian was not only the prince of nightclubs, but also a scion of Jiangcheng, albeit one who rarely made appearances in the commercial sphere. Where did this fool find the courage to stand up to him? How dare you insult me? Who gave you the gall? Liang Jingru. Li Shui tugged at Jiang Han, feeling a twinge of reluctance. It was prudent to avoid provoking someone like him. Last time, some ruffians had brawled outside their company, resulting in 3 hospitalizations and 2 with minor injuries. If this man harbored any ill intentions toward her or Jiang Han, or had ulterior motives concerning Xin, it would be a loss beyond measure. Zhu Xiaoyan regarded Jiang Han and Li Shui with a defiant gaze, as if challenging them to strike her again. However, slap! Jiang Han stepped forward and delivered another resounding slap to Zhu Xiaoyan's face. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoyan was utterly incredulous. This worthless wretch dared to strike her again? Zhao Xiaotian was equally taken aback. This brat was so reckless as to hit his woman in front of him? Wasn't this a blatant affront to his dignity? Their expressions turned as dark as liver, an unsightly hue, while Zhu Xiaoyan's resentful glare seemed to promise a desire to flay Jiang Han alive. Initially, she had appeared to possess some semblance of dignity, but now her despicable behavior revealed otherwise. As her brother-in-law, Jiang Han felt compelled to teach her a lesson, to instill some wisdom in her. His demeanor exuded indifference, devoid of any intent to retreat. Damn it, I will make you pay. Zhao Xiaotian could no longer contain his fury and reached out to retaliate with a slap. Yet, just as his hand was about to descend, it was seized by a larger hand, which gripped him tightly, rendering him immobile and causing him to wince in pain. The owner of that hand was none other than Jiang Han, who regarded Zhao Xiaotian with disdain. This man exuded an air of weakness, clearly lacking vitality, plagued by long-term indulgence and physical frailty. As Jiang Han tightened his grip, Zhao Xiaotian let out a yelp of pain. Zhu Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. This worthless fellow possessed such strength? Let go of me. Release me at once. Do you believe I won't find someone to deal with you? Jiang Han furrowed his brow and, with a flick of his wrist, tossed Zhao Xiaotian aside, causing him to grimace in agony. This was no jest. During his university days, Jiang Han had been a key player on the basketball team, a forward with considerable strength. Although he had not trained in some time, his years of working as a delivery man and waiter had honed his arm and leg strength, rendering him even stronger than before. Zhao Xiaoyan hurriedly ran over to assist Zhao Xiaotian, who had fallen to the ground, but in the process, a slip of paper that had been precariously dangling from her pocket fell out. Li Shui, noticing this, approached to pick it up. After helping Zhao Xiaotian to his feet, Zhao Xiaoyan suddenly realized and attempted to snatch it away, only to be blocked by Jiang Han. Frustrated, she stomped her foot in exasperation, feeling utterly powerless. Zhao Xiaotian's face flushed with indignation. He was deeply annoyed, feeling humiliated. After all, he was a figure of considerable stature, a leader of sorts with many followers. How could he tolerate being struck down by someone he deemed worthless? Li Shui, give that back to me. Hurry, what's your rush? Can't you let your sister take a look? Coming to the hospital at this late hour surely indicates you're unwell. Your sister is concerned for you, yet you seem ungrateful. She retorted, what's it to you, you good for nothing? Just get lost. At that moment, Li Shui unfolded the white paper and began to read its contents, her brow furrowing deeper with each line. Upon realizing what was written, Zhao Xiaoyan began to panic, her feet tapping nervously as if she feared something dreadful. Seeing the grave expression on Li Shui's face directed at Zhao Xiaoyan, Jiang Han was taken aback. He glanced at the examination report in Li Shui's hand and was equally astonished. It seemed that this younger sister-in-law was pregnant. Moreover, the report indicated that she had been pregnant for 6 weeks, over a month and a half. Goodness, this younger sister-in-law is quite remarkable, Jiang Han mused silently, returning the report without uttering a word, as it was a personal matter that did not concern either of them and would not reflect well if disclosed. Zhao Xiaoyan hastily tucked the document away, as if fearful that Zhao Xiaotian, who had come along, would find out. Yet, Zhao Xiaotian sensed something amiss, primarily due to Zhao Xiaoyan's anxious demeanor, which raised his suspicions. Wait a moment. Let me see that. What illness could cause you to have stomach pains at this hour? You've completely ruined my mood," he exclaimed, irritation bubbling within him. He had been in high spirits at the hotel, ready for an intimate encounter, only to be disrupted by Jia Xiaoyan's discomfort, necessitating a visit to the hospital. He had just taken a brief moment to relieve himself and, on a whim, had engaged with someone in the restroom to resolve some prior urges. Yet, upon returning, he was met with this unexpected scene. Fresh from exertion, he was already fatigued, lacking the strength to contend with Jiang Han. Now, seeing Jia Xiaoyan's furtive demeanor, as if she were trying to hide the examination report from him, only fueled his curiosity. What if she were suffering from a serious ailment that could ultimately affect him as well? Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoyan's demand to see the report, Jia Xiaoyan quickly protested, forcing a smile. "Brother Tian, it's nothing serious, just a report for stomach pain, gastritis, really. There's nothing to worry about. Why look at it? Let us just go home. I'll take good care of you." Initially, he was already filled with anger due to Jiang Han's provocations, and now, the added insult of being evasive about the examination results only heightened his frustration. Without a moment's hesitation, he snatched the report from Zhu Xiaoyan's hands. Upon scrutinizing the image, the text, and the final conclusion, Zhao Xiaoyan's already grim countenance darkened further. This was a confirmation of pregnancy. This woman was indeed with child. Moreover, she was already 6 weeks along, 1.5 months. Although he and Zhu Xiaoyan had engaged in numerous intimate encounters, each devoid of any precautionary measures, their total time together had only reached a month by tomorrow. Wasn't it glaringly apparent that the child could not possibly be anyone else's? In a fit of rage, Zhao Xiaoyan flung the report to the ground, his hand poised to strike Zhu Xiaoyan's face, but Jiang Han's quick reflexes intervened. After all, she was his wife's cousin. Such an action would reflect poorly on him. Realizing this, Zhao Xiaoyan withdrew his hand, directing a few scathing remarks towards Zhu Xiaoyan. "Well, you wretched harlot, I thought you were merely frivolous with me, but it seems you lead a similarly carefree existence with other men. Now you're bearing another child. Splendid. From this moment on, I sever all ties with you, and merely the sight of you sickens me. Just a glimpse makes me want to retch. Oomph. And you, young man, mark my words, I shall not let today's events go unpunished." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Chapter 22. Undermining Zhao Xiaoyan was thoroughly exasperated this time. Observing Zhao Xiaoyan abandon her and depart alone, Zhu Xiaoyan was understandably incensed and hurriedly sought to pursue him. Casting a resentful glance at the two of them as she left, Jiang Han and Li Shui refrained from intervening, as it was a personal matter, and they had not engaged in any inappropriate behavior. Thus, this incident seemed to conclude here. Li Shui let out a sigh of relief and glanced at Jiang Han, her concern lingering that Zhao Xiaoyan might cause trouble for him in XIN. However, today Jiang Han's unexpectedly assertive demeanor surprised her. Although he possessed a certain pride, he had never engaged in disputes nor spoken excessively. His recent defense of her warmed her heart. "Everything will be fine. You should rest for a while," Jiang Han encouraged, gently urging Li Shui to sit down and covering her with his outer garment while he positioned himself at the surgical room's entrance, awaiting further developments. Time passed, and Li Shui was roused from her slumber by the sound of the gurney's wheels scraping against the floor. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the surgical room door ajar, and the gurney being slowly wheeled out. Instantly, she felt more alert and rushed over, finding Jiang Han already present. Jiang Zhanxin lay asleep beneath an oxygen mask, her frail form enduring such agony, evoking a pang of sympathy in both of them. "Doctor, how did it go?" Li Shui inquired anxiously in a hushed tone. The doctor nodded reassuringly and instructed the nurses to transport the patient to the recovery room, with Jiang Han trailing closely behind. Rest assured, the surgery was a success. However, the patient is still quite weak following the procedure and must be placed in a sterile room. Family members cannot remain there for extended periods. There is no immediate cause for concern. Her condition is stable. You both should return to rest. I will arrange for nurses to attend her here. Should any issues arise, we will contact you promptly. Upon hearing that they could not accompany her into the sterile room, Li Shui felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After repeatedly confirming with the doctor, she finally began to calm her racing heart. Jiang Han emerged then, Having heard the doctor's remarks, remaining there was futile, so he suggested they return home to rest, as the day's exertions had been quite taxing. Let us go. They will take good care of her here. There's nothing to worry about. Xin's condition is stable, and the surgery was very successful. You're exhausted too. If you wait until she recovers and you're unwell, that would be unfortunate. At his words, Li Shui nodded, realizing she had no choice but to return home with him. Once back, they lay down on the bed, closing their eyes in hopes of restful slumber. Yet, sleep eluded them both. Jiang Han pondered how he might silently assist Li Shui, while she reflected on his steadfastness and the moment he had humbly agreed to accompany her to seek help from her family. Jiang Han, I'm sorry The words lingered on her lips, but she found herself unable to voice them. Jiang Han smiled lightly. It's nothing. What have you to feel sorry for? I will strive to ensure that both you and Xin enjoy a good life. You should get some rest. Tomorrow we must meet your parents. Seeing that Jiang Han bore no resentment towards her, Li Shui felt a sense of relief and soon closed her eyes, drifting into a deep slumber. With the soft rhythm of Li Shui's breathing, Jiang Han too succumbed to the embrace of sleep. The following morning, Jiang Han rose early and prepared breakfast. He had just called the hospital to inquire about Xin's condition, which was stable. She simply had not yet awakened, so there was no cause for concern. When Li Shui finally got up, she was greeted with a delightful breakfast. Jiang Han, I have 30,000 yuan here. Why don't you buy something nice? We should visit my parents, and it wouldn't be appropriate to go empty-handed. Jiang Han nodded, accepting the bank card Li Shui offered. It was a jest to think he lacked money. He certainly did not. However, he felt it necessary to take the money Li Shui provided. He could not reveal to her, just yet, that he was the wealthiest man in Jiang City. But what should he bring as a gift? His father-in-law and mother-in-law were rather materialistic. Offering them something of inferior quality would surely elicit their disapproval. While 30,000 yuan might seem considerable to them, it would hardly impress his in-laws. Gifts purchased with that sum would likely be dismissed. It appeared that he would need to enlist old Lin's assistance. As Li Shui enjoyed her breakfast, Jiang Han stepped out, claiming he was going to buy gifts, a statement Li Shui accepted without suspicion. Once outside, he called Lin Xiangtian. Old Lin, prepare a gift for my in-laws. Certainly, young master. After a moment's contemplation, he added, one enjoys tea, and the other has a penchant for luxury goods. Please arrange for both, ideally something that totals several tens of thousands. Understood, young master. His reasoning was sound, given his limited funds. Purchasing gifts worth hundreds of thousands would surely raise eyebrows. A gift in the tens of thousands range would suffice, minimizing suspicion. Taking this opportunity, he also visited the express delivery company he had recently acquired, which he had not checked on for several days, relying on Lin Xiangtian to manage it. As Jiang Han entered the express delivery company, he observed employees diligently attending to their tasks. Lin Xiangtian had performed admirably. He had replaced the entire staff, significantly enhancing the quality of service and the employees' demeanor and attire. Hello, do you need to send a package? A charming young woman approached him with polite inquiry. Jiang Han appraised her before nodding. Yes, I would like to send a package. His intention was not to send anything, but rather to use this as a pretext to investigate the company and inquire about employee conditions discreetly. May I inquire what you need to send? Kindly fill out the form here and provide us with the items you wish to ship. We assure you that we will dispatch them to you with utmost speed. Observing the earnest demeanor of this innocent young lady, Jiang Han nodded in agreement, finding her quite agreeable. Thus, he subtly probed further. How are the working conditions here? Does the boss treat you well? I am also preparing to establish a new company. Perhaps you might consider joining me there. I assure you the compensation will be generous. Upon hearing this, the innocent young lady was taken aback, pondering the implications of his words. Was he indeed attempting to entice her away? Chapter 23, What is happening? Even so, the innocent young lady smiled and said, You must be joking. I'm doing quite well here, and my boss has treated us fairly. May I ask what you need to send? Could you show me first? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the young lady's unwavering principles, which brought him a sense of comfort. Just as he was about to reveal his identity, a portly man with a round face barged in, disregarding the security guards entirely. Get out of my way. Do you not know who I am? I am Wang Tianhu. Do not think that just because you are wearing that uniform, you can stop me. With that, the rotund man kicked the security guard aside. When the guard attempted to intervene with his baton, he was obstructed by two imposing men following Wang Tianhu. The man brazenly strode in, exuding an air of arrogance, and bellowed, "Su Qingqing, get out here. Do not think that just because you have escaped here, I cannot find you." Su Qingqing, the very innocent young lady, was shielded by Jiang Han's presence, causing the man to overlook her. Upon seeing the man burst in, Su Qingqing was initially stunned, but her face quickly transformed into one of fear as she hurriedly crouched down to hide. Observing this, Jiang Han inquired with confusion, "May I ask who you are?" "This place is solely for package collection, not for locating individuals. If you're searching for someone, I suggest you go to the police station." Upon hearing Jiang Han's audacious response, Wang Tianhu erupted in anger, glaring at Jiang Han and shouting, "Who the hell do you think you are? Get out of my way. Otherwise, if you get hurt, do not blame me." He continued, "Su Qingqing, you better come out, or I will tear this place apart. I will go to your home and deal with your brother. Let's see if you dare to show yourself." With that, he prepared to resort to violence, prompting Jiang Han to furrow his brow. It was evident that this man was trouble. "I have already stated that this is not the place for you to search for someone. Please leave, or I will have to resort to legal measures. You might find yourself spending a few months in jail, which would not be pleasant." However, Wang Tianhu paid no heed to his warning, disdainfully retorting, "Oh, you think you can call the police on me? Do you know I have connections inside? You might find yourself in a more precarious situation." Meanwhile, Su Qingqing, hidden beneath the counter, trembled incessantly, completely stripped of the confidence she had shown while speaking with Jiang Han. She had endured numerous tormenting encounters with Wang Tianhu, each time met with violence or bullying, and was grateful to have escaped with her dignity intact. Yet now, with the threat against her brother, she swallowed hard, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, torn between her fear for her brother and her desire to protect him from involvement. Jiang Han continued to engage with Wang Tianhu, exhibiting no fear of the man. After all, in broad daylight, what could he truly do? Moreover, in Jiang City, dealing with someone like Wang Tianhu was merely a matter of a single word. As Jiang Han stood in the way of Wang Tianhu, the latter's patience had completely evaporated. He was ready to strike. Suddenly, a voice rang out, halting him in his tracks. "Stop!" The unexpected plea startled Wang Tianhu, causing him to pause. While Jiang Han turned to see, it was the innocent young girl who had previously inquired about his package. She appeared terrified, her pallor betraying her fear. Summoning her courage to shout, she was now visibly trembling, her bravery having dissipated. Wang Tianhu, initially curious about who dared to interrupt him, revealed a sinister smile upon recognizing Su Qingqing. "Haha, I thought you would hide forever. Why are you so afraid now that you see me?" "Umph, you dared to avoid me. I will take you back and make you pay." At the threat of violence, Su Qingqing trembled even more. Although Jiang Han was unaware of the specifics between them, he could discern that this man had ill intentions towards Su Qingqing, driven by a desire for dominance. Wang Tianhu circled around Jiang Han and seized Su Qingqing by her hair. She attempted to resist, but the pain rendered her immobile, tears streaming down her face. "Cool me. I will make you pay when we return." "No, please let me go. I will repay you soon, I promise. Just give me a little more time." "Umph. How many times have you said that? I have given you time before. This time, you have two options. Repay your debt or spend a month with me. Choose." "I don't want that. I will repay you quickly, I swear. Please, just let me go." Hearing this, Jiang Han began to piece together the situation. Su Qingqing owed him money, and Wang Tianhu intended to force her into repayment through illicit means. As her employer, he felt compelled to intervene. "Stop. You again? Do you wish to provoke me as well? You should inquire about my reputation. Who dares oppose Wang Tianhu? How much does she owe you? I will pay it." Jiang Han's declaration left Wang Tianhu utterly bewildered, while Su Qingqing was equally confused. Was this man truly willing to assist her? She owed a substantial amount, and he appeared to be just an ordinary individual. How could he possibly help? Wang Tianhu, intrigued, questioned, "You want to pay her debt? She owes me 300,000. With interest, it has now ballooned to 400,000. Can you afford that? 400,000? Jiang Han was taken aback. Why would a young girl need to borrow such a sum? Su Qingqing, upon hearing this, protested vehemently. You previously stated it was 330,000. In less than a week. How could it have increased to 400,000? You are deceiving me, cheating me. Zhang Tianhu responded with a slap, silencing her as she gazed fearfully at Jiang Han. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Han sighed and remarked, "Release her. I shall have the money delivered to you shortly." He then proceeded to call Lin Xiangtian, instructing him to bring a gift to the location without delay. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Xiangtian's Porsche Cayenne arrived at the company's entrance. Zhang Tianhu, who had been somewhat skeptical, was now wide-eyed with amazement at the sight of the luxury vehicle. Realizing that this individual must be a significant benefactor, Lin Xiangtian descended from the car, his brow furrowed, followed by 3 bodyguards, each with their hands poised within their suits, as if ready to draw weapons, a scene reminiscent of a dramatic television show. Upon seeing the newcomers, Su Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. She had previously seen Lin Xiangtian in the newspaper. He was the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng, a fact she remembered vividly, even having fantasized about marrying his son. Yet here he was in person. What was happening? Young master, Jiang Han nodded in acknowledgement before writing a check for 500,000, which he tossed to Zhang Tianhu. Release her and refrain from harassing him in the future. If I desire to make your life untenable in Jiangcheng, it would be but a simple matter. Furthermore, I wish for no one to know my identity. Guard your tongue, or you shall find it impossible to spend this 500,000. 500,000? Zhang Tianhu stared in astonishment at the check, confirming its amount. His face broke into a broad grin as he hastily released Su Qingqing, exclaiming, "All right, rest assured, boss, Zhang Tianhu, may lack in many respects, but keeping secrets is certainly not one of them. I shall declare that I have never been here nor seen you. This debt is now settled. Farewell." With that, Zhang Tianhu hurriedly exited the premises, elated at having lent Su Qingqing 30,000 and now recovering an additional 200,000. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing stood in bewilderment, her mind racing. Did this affluent man just refer to him as young master? Chapter 24, Visiting the In-Laws. Su Qingqing found this situation truly unbelievable. Although she had fantasized about it before, she had never envisioned that this young man could actually be the heir mentioned by the wealthiest individual in Jiangcheng. If that were the case, could it be that he is indeed the true tycoon of Jiangcheng? Oh my, had she just delivered a package to the richest man in Jiangcheng? The thought alone filled her with immense joy. Consequently, her infatuated demeanor naturally manifested on her face, causing her to completely forget the fear instilled by Zhang Tianhu's imposing visage moments earlier. Jiang Han turned around and inquired, "Are you all right? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Su Qingqing finally snapped back to reality. I'm fine. Young master, you need not worry." Upon hearing her address him as young master, Jiang Han frowned slightly and shook his head. "There's no need to call me that. I prefer it if you refer to me as boss. I am the chairman of Jiang Express, and thus, your direct superior." What? He's actually your boss? This was a stroke of fortune beyond imagination. Jiang Han, however, was too preoccupied to inquire why Su Qingqing had incurred such a debt, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. After exchanging a few words with Lin Xiangtian, the latter presented Jiang Han with 2 gift boxes. Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction, preparing to depart, but then recalled something and turned back to say, "Remember, pretend as if you never witnessed what transpired today. Just tell others that I am an employee of Jiang Express. I do not wish for my identity to be exposed. Otherwise, you'll need to repay me the 400,000. Upon receiving Jiang Han's warning, Su Qingqing promptly nodded in agreement. If he preferred to remain low-key, why would she seek to expose him? Yet she couldn't help but harbor her own thoughts and quickly stepped forward, saying, may I invite you to dinner? We could also chat. I'm only 21 this year." How could Jiang Han not grasp her obvious intentions, especially considering Su Qingqing's bashful demeanor that suggested she was ripe for the picking? Dinner is fine, but chatting is unnecessary. I'm already married and have a 4-year-old daughter. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Do well in your work. If you become negligent, you might lose your job. With that, he turned and walked away. Watching Jiang Han's retreating figure, Su Qingqing was taken aback to discover that this young, successful individual was already married. In her mind, heirs to wealthy families were typically known for their reckless behavior and ostentatious lifestyles. Yet, this man exuded an aura of restraint and modesty. Though she felt a pang of sadness, her admiration for Jiang Han only grew deeper. "Young master, would you like me to escort you?" "No need. By the way, old Lin, I have a question for you." "Please, young master, go ahead." Jiang Han, with a hint of amusement, asked, "Your bodyguards all have their hands tucked inside their clothing. Could it be they are armed?" Lin Xiangtian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Certainly not. It's merely for show to intimidate them." "All right, I'm off then." "Thank you, old Lin." After Jiang Han finished speaking, he departed, marking a conclusion to the matter at hand. No sooner had he left than Li Shui's phone rang. "Hello, Jiang Han, have you bought the things?" she inquired. "I've already packed everything and am waiting for your return." "All right, I'll be back shortly." Li Shui felt a mix of excitement and melancholy, as it had been quite some time since she last visited her parents. She had been preoccupied with various commitments and had been tending to Jiang Ranxin in the hospital, leaving her with little time to spare. She had called her parents earlier, but their tone had been less than warm, causing her some concern about their potential displeasure upon Jiang Han's arrival. Given Jiang Han's long-standing grievances with them, his agreement to visit was primarily for the sake of Jiang Ranxin and Li Shui. If tensions were to escalate, Jiang Han would surely lose his temper. Quickly, Jiang Han hailed a taxi, feeling that his standard of living had improved. He had transitioned from riding shared bicycles to taking cabs, which prompted a moment of reflection. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by the sight of Li Shui, resplendent in a flowing white gown that exuded an ethereal grace, reminiscent of their university days when they were considered a couple of exceptional beauty. "Let us go. I've brought everything," he said, a smile spreading across his face, which made Li Shui blush slightly as she linked her arm with his, and they stepped out together. In the Yingtan Villa area, a woman was engrossed in her book, marking key points for high school students as the crucial college entrance examination approached. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man reclined on the sofa, reviewing case files. This was Li Shui's father, Li Yaojie, and her mother, Chun Meifu, whose elegance matched her name, embodying the essence of a refined lady. As Jiang Han and Li Shui arrived, standing at the door, Li Shui felt a flutter of anxiety and took several deep breaths before smiling and pressing the doorbell. "Who is it?" "Oh, you've arrived." Chun Meifu frowned as she approached the door, having completely forgotten about her daughter and son-in-law's visit amidst her busy day. Upon opening the door, she was met with the bright smiles of her daughter and Jiang Han. Though her expression remained stern, she mastered displeasure with a forced smile. "Oh, Xiao Xue and Jiang Han are here. Please come in." Once they entered and changed their shoes, she called out, "Old Li, stop what you're doing. Your daughter is back." She deliberately omitted mentioning Jiang Han, as they held him in disdain, rendering such acknowledgement pointless. Observing her mother's demeanor, Li Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly took Jiang Han's arm, saying, "Dad, Mom, this is a gift Jiang Han brought for you during his visit. I told him it wasn't necessary, but he insisted, thinking it has been a while since he last saw you. Would you like to take a look?" Jiang Han chimed in, "Yes, Dad, Mom, why not take a look? You might just find something you like." Although he did not open the gift box to ascertain its contents, Lin Xiangtian's preparations undoubtedly promised to be exceptional. Li Yaojie and Chun Meifu were momentarily taken aback, astonished that this seemingly impoverished son-in-law had the capacity to purchase a gift. However, given his modest means, one could only wonder what sort of present he could afford. They accepted the box with a semblance of courtesy, saying, "You need not stand on ceremony. Please take a seat." Both settled down, and truth be told, Li Shui was quite curious about the nature of the gift Jiang Han had chosen, especially since it was his own decision. She harbored a slight apprehension that her parents might not appreciate it. In reality, the couple did not place much emphasis on the gift itself. Their primary objective was to see Jiang Han humbled, as they had little expectation of receiving anything of substantial value from him, given his financial constraints. However, with their daughter present, they refrained from voicing any overt criticism and merely opened the box as a formality. Upon opening the gift box, Li Yaojie was taken aback, for within lay age puberty. Chun Meifu, having spent many years alongside Li Yaojie, was well aware of the tea's worth. and a flicker of anticipation ignited within her as she eagerly opened her own gift box to discover an Earl's Possessions series bracelet. Chapter 25. Capriciousness. Both gifts were priced above 20,000. The aged Pu'er tea king was scarce. Although it comprised merely 2 small tea cakes, its value was substantial. The countess bracelet was equally expensive, costing no less than 10,000. Jiang Han felt a sense of relief and was somewhat gratified that old Lin had accurately discerned his intentions. Altogether, these 2 gifts amounted to approximately 40 to 50,000 yuan, a sum that Li Shui did not fully comprehend. Thus, she refrained from further comment. However, witnessing her parents' delight in the gifts brought her genuine joy, and she hoped it would mitigate any lingering biases they harbored against Jiang Han. After the initial astonishment and joy, Chen Meifu furrowed her brow in confusion. Jiang Han, weren't you short on funds? Isn't your daughter still in the hospital? Where did you procure such substantial resources to bestow upon us these splendid gifts? This must have cost at least 40,000 yuan. 40,000 yuan? Li Shui was taken aback, recognizing that her mother's expertise in luxury goods was profound enough to gauge the bracelet's worth. As for the tea cakes, having been around the Yaojia for many years, she had certainly seen enough to understand their quality. Yet if the expenditure truly reached 40,000 yuan, she pondered where Jiang Han had acquired the funds since she had only given him 30,000. Could it be that he possessed some secret savings? In response, Jiang Han nodded. It's all right. I'm just glad you both like them. Li Yaojia and Chen Meifu accepted the gifts with appreciation, smiling as they suggested. Since you're rarely home, why not stay for dinner? We have plenty to eat. This was indeed the ideal outcome, as Li Shui desired to foster familial conversations. After all, it was inappropriate for their family to dine separately. She quickly agreed. All right, Mom, Jiang Han and I will have dinner at home. Chen Meifu inquired further. But Jiang Han, where did you acquire so much money? Isn't your daughter still hospitalized? Returning to the topic, Li Shui smiled and explained, Mom, I recently secured a significant contract at work, and my boss rewarded me with a substantial bonus. Thus, when I came to visit you and Dad, I decided to buy these gifts for you both. Upon hearing this, Li Shui felt a swell of anticipation, as this bonus constituted her entire earnings, and she hoped it would bring them happiness. However, Chen Meifu's expression darkened upon realizing the funds had come from her daughter's earnings. What? You spend your bonus? Xiao Xue, are you not aware of your own situation? Not only are you financially strained, but even if you had money, wouldn't it be better spent on your hospital expenses? Why are you buying him gifts? He is a grown man. He should be capable of supporting himself. It's truly shameful. Jiang Han, I'm not trying to criticize you, but could you not seek a more respectable and stable job? Relying solely on Xiao Xue for household expenses while also expecting her to care for your sick daughter is utterly irresponsible. Indeed, being a son-in-law can be quite challenging. Chen Meifu's sudden change in demeanor left Li Shui feeling exceedingly awkward. Although she anticipated her mother would be displeased, she did not expect such bluntness. A glance at Jiang Han revealed him unfazed, merely observing her, which made Li Shui feel somewhat guilty. At that moment, Li Yaojia furrowed his brow and remarked, indeed, Jiang Han, as a grown man, do you intend to rely on Xiao Xue for the rest of your life? I had thought you earned this yourself. I am truly disappointed. With a grunt of discontent, he settled onto the sofa. Despite his irritation, he accepted the pu'er tea without hesitation, inhaling its aroma before placing it down. Casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Han, as if to imply his lack of ambition. Seeing her parents accept the gift, Li Shui was anxious, fearing Jiang Han might ask for it back. While she felt helpless, the most pressing concern was that although the gift was accepted, her parents continued to berate Jiang Han. She longed to express that Jiang Han had indeed made significant progress by humbly accompanying her to meet them, but she understood that voicing such sentiments would be futile. Unexpectedly, Jiang Han smiled and retrieved Li Shui's bank card from his pocket, presenting it to her. Xiao Xue, this is your bonus. I did not use your money. I used mine. The company awarded me a bonus and paid my salary. Li Shui was taken aback. She knew that his delivery job earned only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. How could he possibly have accrued such a sum, even with a bonus? It seemed implausible. Noticing her astonishment, Jiang Han continued, the night shift wages have also been dispersed. As you know, the pay there is higher. Coming to see your parents. It was only right for me to purchase the gifts, which is why I did not inform you. I intended to repay you later, and it is better to return it in front of your parents. His words were quite clear. Had he returned it privately, it would likely have sparked gossip, especially given his mother-in-law's discerning nature. By repaying her directly, he could avoid future complications. Li Shui, still bewildered, accepted her bank card, astonished at Jiang Han's earnings. Chen Meifu, noticing the exchange, also appeared surprised, but then quickly resumed her cheerful demeanor, patting Jiang Han on the shoulder. I truly did not misjudge you. Excellent. Keep up the good work. Although you are Li family's son-in-law, you must not embody the stereotype of a dependent son-in-law. You need to strive for your own success. Do you understand? Relying on us or Xiaoxue for everything will lead to disdain from others, and that would be troublesome. Jiang Han couldn't help but feel amused by her words. When had he ever depended on them? In the early days of his entrepreneurial endeavors, they had offered no assistance, silently observing his downfall and even pressuring Li Shui to leave him while berating him as a failure. Jiang Han had endured all of this with patience. For all these years, he has tirelessly forged his own path. Despite being the son-in-law of the Li family, he has never availed himself of even a single penny from them. Even when Jiang Ranxin was hospitalized, he refrained from seeking assistance from his in-laws. Now, when Chen Meifu makes such remarks, is it not merely a jest at his expense? Observing the situation, Li Yaojie coughed lightly and said with a smile, Jiang Han, we were merely offering some advice. After all, as a man, one must strive to succeed. Please do not take it to heart. I genuinely appreciated the gift. It was quite thoughtful of you. Chen Meifu chimed in with a smile. Indeed, both your father and I share this sentiment. If we do not speak candidly, you might not take it to heart, and words would be futile, wouldn't they? We, as your parents, only wish for your well-being. I understand, Mom and Dad. I do not take it to heart. Witnessing the authenticity of his in-laws, Jiang Han couldn't help but smirk internally. This, perhaps, is the very reason he has always been reluctant to bow to them. Chapter 26. Casual conversations at the dining table regarding such matters. Jiang Han truly did not take them to heart, nor was there any longer a necessity to do so. He had long been accustomed to the realities of life. His in-laws were pragmatic individuals. Had he not returned Li Shui's bank card today, claiming it as a gift he had purchased, he would likely have received less than favorable treatment. Moreover, if they were to discover later that he had not used Li Shui's funds and failed to return the bank card, that would surely incite a genuine eruption of discontent. All right, you two, please take a seat. I'm going to buy some fruits and vegetables. We should prepare a few more dishes for dinner. The vegetables in the fridge are insufficient, she stated, the awkwardness evident in her tone. It was clear that she had previously claimed there was enough food at home, yet now she insisted it was lacking, revealing her intention to not invite the couple to dine with them. Although Li Shui had agreed, Chen Meifu had not included Jiang Han in her plans. Now that the gifts had been accepted, there was no objection to a meal, especially considering the value of the presents. With that, she promptly exited to procure groceries. Jiang Han intended to accompany her, but she would not permit it. Having donned a bracelet, she likely wished to flaunt it. Thus, the atmosphere in the house grew somewhat awkward. After all, Li Yaojie was preoccupied with the case and remained silent, while Jiang Han would not initiate conversation with his pragmatic father-in-law. Li Shui found herself in a difficult position in between. Despite her attempts to spark conversation, it was evident that her father, Li Yaojie, was not particularly interested, while Jiang Han graciously engaged in dialogue with Li Shui. After a prolonged silence, Li Shui realized her efforts to alleviate the tension were in vain. With a resigned sigh, she switched on the television. Perhaps silence was the most prudent course of action at that moment. To her surprise, upon turning on the television, Li Yaojie rubbed his eyes, placed the case files on the coffee table, and rose to speak. I'm feeling a bit tired. Xiao Shui, you two can sit here for a while. I'm going to rest in my room. All right, Dad. You go and rest, Li Shui replied, uncertain of what else to say. It was evident he felt disturbed by the noise from the television, prompting him to retreat to his room. Witnessing the growing distance between her parents and themselves left her with a bittersweet feeling. Had they not brought those two gifts today, it was likely her parents would not have even acknowledged their presence. Though she held some grievances in her heart, she could not wholly blame Jiang Han. After all, he too had endured considerable fatigue. Once Li Yaojia had retreated to his room, Li Shui quietly inquired, "Jiang Han, where did you acquire such a substantial sum for the gifts? That amounts to several thousand yuan. You haven't taken out another loan, have you?" Jiang Han was taken aback. Indeed, he had no funds to purchase gifts, as they had all been arranged by Lao Lin. However, he was left with no choice but to concoct a justification. "Not long ago, I accompanied a prominent businessman to a nightclub, where, after an enjoyable evening of drinking, he generously bestowed upon me a substantial tip amounting to several thousand yuan. However, this sum has been withheld by the foreman until this morning, when he requested my presence before I went to purchase gifts, ultimately handing over the money to me." Upon hearing this, Li Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, as she was already aware of the situation. She recalled that when Jiang Han returned home that night, he had been ill for quite some time, and, at that point, Xin had not yet deteriorated in health. What she remained oblivious to was the fact that the businessman had not given Jiang Han a single dime, insisting instead that Jiang Han either crawl beneath his trousers or kiss his lover's toes to earn the tip. Despite his inebriation, Jiang Han's pride remained intact, and he simply walked away from the situation. Consequently, he lost several hundred yuan due to the foreman's displeasure. Finding a suitable excuse proved difficult, and he could only recount the events as he did. Li Shui, however, seemed to believe him, even considering Jiang Han fortunate to have encountered such a wealthy patron, capable of offering such generous tips. The two could only watch television, with no other activities to engage in. After a considerable period, Chun Meifu returned home, her arms laden with an abundance of vegetables and fruits, her face radiant with joy. Observing her elation, Jiang Han discerned that she must have been boasting about her accomplishments while out, which accounted for her current happiness. Upon seeing Jiang Han, the previous aloofness had vanished, replaced by genuine delight. "What are you all standing around for? Come, sit down. I'll prepare dinner for you." Despite being a high school mathematics teacher, Chun Meifu harbored a penchant for vanity, displaying a stark contrast between her public persona and her private demeanor. Jiang Han had long since grown accustomed to this, and chose to ignore it. Li Shui insisted on assisting Jiang Han in the kitchen, but Chun Meifu adamantly refused, playfully insisting they should sample her culinary skills instead. With this, Li Shui dashed off to wash the fruits, while Jiang Han sat on the sofa awaiting her return. He took the opportunity to call Su, inquiring about Jiang Ranxin's condition at the hospital. The doctor reassured him that her condition was stable, though she had yet to regain consciousness, having just undergone surgery. Upon hearing that there was no immediate cause for concern, both felt a sense of relief wash over them. In a hushed tone, Li Shui spoke to Jiang Han, "When we sit down to eat, you should bow your head and apologize to my parents, assuring them that you will strive to improve. Then, plead for some financial support so we can ensure Xin's recovery. Is that all right?" She spoke with a tone of supplication, fearing that a more forceful approach might provoke Jiang Han's pride. Truth be told, Jiang Han was reluctant to comply, fully aware that his future in-laws would likely continue to impose challenges upon him. Even if they were to grant him leniency this time, he knew they would not hesitate to scrutinize him should he find himself in financial straits again. However, remembering Li Shui's distress from the previous night and considering Jiang Ranxin's current predicament in the hospital, he relented. All right. This response brought genuine relief to Li Shui, as her greatest fear was the prospect of Jiang Han further straining his relationship with her parents. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Mrs. Chun emerged from the kitchen, beaming as she carried a platter of dishes. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Han hastily approached to assist. The sight of the array of dishes elicited a smile from him. His mother-in-law had clearly relished her moment of triumph, having prepared a feast that included hairy crabs, lobsters, and abalones, alongside a selection of homely fare, all of excellent quality, which made Li Shui's mouth water in anticipation. "All right, everyone, come gather around for dinner. Xiao Shui, please call your father out. I bought a bottle of red wine for us to enjoy." Li Shui, filled with joy, dashed off to summon Li Yaojia, for it was indeed a rare occasion for Mrs. Chun to procure red wine. When Li Yaojia emerged and beheld the lavish spread, he frowned and remarked, "What is all this? It's just a family meal. Why the extravagance? We could have kept it simple, more intimate." Why all this ostentation? His words were laden with implication, suggesting quite plainly that he deemed Jiang Han unworthy of such a sumptuous feast, that such fine fare was unnecessary for his hospitality. Jiang Han, well aware of his in-law's subtle antics, chose to remain silent in deference to Li Shui. Come now, old Li, what are you saying? Your daughter and son-in-law are here. What is wrong with serving a few nice dishes? It's a rare occasion that Jiang Han brings gifts to visit us. Li Yaojie merely grunted in response, nodding slightly as he poured a glass of red wine for Jiang Han. Let us drink a toast. After all these years, we have yet to share a drink together. Jiang Han, your thoughtfulness today brings me great comfort. Jiang Han raised his glass to clink with Li Yaojie's. At this moment, Li Shui, with a cheerful smile, chimed in, Mom and Dad, we seldom return home. This time, not only do we want to see you, but we also have something important to discuss. Something to discuss? The expressions of the elder couple suddenly became somewhat tense. Chapter 27. The disturbance upon witnessing the sudden change in the countenance of the two elders, Li Shui felt a pang of embarrassment. Each time the conversation veered towards this subject with her parents, their displeasure was unmistakable. Consequently, Li Shui couldn't help but feel awkward, as both Chen Meifu and Li Yaojie were acutely aware that an issue had arisen requiring their attention. Chen Meifu managed a sheepish smile and said, Xiaoxue, look at me. I've been busy all day without a single bite to eat, and your father has only just awakened. How about we have dinner first and discuss matters afterward? In response, Li Shui nodded with a forced smile, diligently serving food to Li Yaojie, for it was he who held the authority in their household. Jiang Han, not one to remain idle, took it upon himself to serve Chen Meifu, and despite the somber expressions on their faces, neither elder declined the offerings. The dinner was consumed in a hush, devoid of unnecessary chatter. Chen Meifu and Li Yaojie soon realized that their guests had not visited in quite some time, and their arrival, accompanied by gifts and attempts to amuse the elderly couple, was likely a prelude to a request. After the meal, as Chen Meifu intended to wash the dishes, Li Shui called out to her, Mom, let us sit for a moment. I have something important to discuss with you both. Would you mind delaying the washing? Chen Meifu exchanged a glance with Li Yaojie, hesitating to refuse, for after all, this was her daughter. All right, you needn't busy yourself. Let us hear what your daughter has to say. After all, one does not offer kindness without a motive, she remarked, casting a pointed look at Jiang Han, as if to suggest that the entire affair was his idea. Jiang Han remained silent, knowing that as long as Li Shui spoke, he would evade the incessant inquiries from his in-laws. Finally, Chen Meifu took a seat, ready to listen to her daughter. At that moment, Li Shui nudged Jiang Han's arm, signaling him to speak. This unexpected gesture caught Jiang Han off guard. He had been prepared to let Li Shui take the lead. However, having agreed to support her, he nodded and spoke earnestly. Mom, Dad, we have returned with a request for a loan. Xin is still in the hospital following her recent surgery, and we are soon to face the hospital fees. Should a second operation be necessary, it will entail a substantial sum for the medical expenses. Both Xiaoxue and I are currently short on funds, so we hope you might lend us a bit. Rest assured, I will repay you. Indeed, Chen Meifu and Li Yaojie quickly grasped the reality. They had come seeking financial assistance. They had previously entertained the notion that Jiang Han had matured, spending his hard-earned money on gifts for them, only to find him now asking for a loan. It felt as though they were exchanging a small fortune for a greater one. Moreover, considering Jiang Han was their son-in-law, it would be rather awkward to press him for repayment in the future. What a predicament! Li Shui now gazed at her parents with a hint of anticipation, hoping they would acquiesce to her request. Furthermore, Jiang Han had just exhibited a remarkably amiable demeanor, lowering his head to elucidate the situation and imploring them. Surely, this time, the matter would not be too difficult to resolve. Chen Meifu and Li Yaojie exchanged a glance, seemingly in perfect synchrony, before Li Yaojie sighed and spoke. Xiaoxue, it's not that I'm unwilling to lend you money. Rather, I find myself without funds at the moment. Recently, the firm has not only disbursed salaries, but all my finances have been invested in ventures that have yet to yield returns. I'm unable to lend you anything at this time. If it were merely 1,000 or 2, I would certainly support you unconditionally, but with my daughter currently hospitalized. The medical expenses are undoubtedly considerable. Coupled with a second surgery, the cost will exceed 100,000 yuan. At present, I have a maximum of 20,000 yuan available. If you require it, I can provide that, but it constitutes my entire savings and would merely serve to repay Jiang Han for his gift. At this point, it was clear that he was not inclined to lend money, and his words were delivered with a certain harshness, as if suggesting that should Jiang Han seek further funds, it would compel him to return the money intended for a gift. Li Shui, attempting to smooth over the situation, replied with a smile, "It's all right, Dad, I understand. However, you have over 1 million in your bank account. Surely, you haven't invested it all? After all, Jiang Han is not one to default. And the one lying in the hospital is your granddaughter, is she not? Playing the familial card is often the most potent approach." Chen Meifu interjected, "Oh dear, Xiao Xue. Are you not putting pressure on your father? Indeed, his money has been invested, and only a few tens of thousands remain for emergencies. It is not that I am unwilling to lend, but I, too, find myself without funds. Just the other day, I purchased 2 handbags, spending several thousand yuan. Like your father, I am left with merely 20,000 yuan. Jiang Han has spent a considerable amount on gifts for us, totaling over 40,000 yuan. Perhaps your father and I could pool our remaining funds for you to use temporarily, without expectation of repayment, considering Xin has been in the hospital for so long, and we have not even visited her. Consider it a means to provide her with some nourishing supplements. However, if you truly need to borrow money, I must confess I have none to spare. Shall we call around to inquire for assistance?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Han could not suppress a cold laugh within. No money? Who among them was not aware that Li Yaojia's law firm generated millions in pure profit annually, while Chen Meifu, as a teacher, held a stable position with a monthly income of several thousand, plus bonuses amounting to approximately 10,000 yuan each month? Additionally, Li Yaojia had a penchant for stock trading, with considerable experience and a history of never incurring losses. Even modest investments could yield tens of thousands in profit. Yet at this moment, when the request for a loan arose, they claimed to be devoid of funds. When it came to spending, however, they were quite extravagant. Li Shui wished to say more, but Jiang Han shook his head and rose to speak. "That's enough, Dad, Mom. We shan't borrow anymore. We merely came to see you today. After all, she is not truly your granddaughter, and your daughter is not genuinely your daughter, nor do I fit the mold of the son-in-law you so desire." With such words spoken, was there any need for further discourse? It was clear. Upon hearing Jiang Han's declaration, Li Shui realized it was over. Indeed, as soon as Chen Meifu heard Jiang Han's words, her fury erupted. She pointed at him and exclaimed, "Jiang Han, what do you mean by that? Have we not aided you in your times of need? How dare you speak to us in this manner? Just look at yourself. You must understand your position. You are merely a son-in-law of the Li family, lacking any true abilities, yet you possess a tongue that speaks rather well. Let me make it perfectly clear today. You are indeed not the son-in-law we desire. Were it not for Xiao Shui's reluctance to divorce you, I would have long ceased to acknowledge you. Look at yourself. You show no ambition whatsoever. What use are you? Just a freeloader, utterly useless." These words were not new to her. She had expressed them before. She had made her stance clear, and no gift from Jiang Han today would alter her perception. In her eyes, a waste is simply a waste. Chapter 28. Distance from a mother-in-law. Cherish life. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Li Shui felt an undeniable sense of anxiety. She was acutely aware that her parents had always looked down upon Jiang Han. Today, Jiang Han's audacious request for financial assistance only served to deepen their disdain for him. A pang of regret washed over her. Perhaps if she had been the one to voice the request, the outcome might have been more favorable. Surely her parents would not scold her as well, would they? Jiang Han had long ceased to care about being labeled as worthless. During his earlier entrepreneurial failures, her mother had incessantly berated him with that very term. "Mom, please, enough. This was my idea. Do not place the blame on Jiang Han. He has been trying hard. He is the one who covered the 20,000 for the surgery." Upon hearing that Jiang Han had indeed provided the 20,000, Chen Mei, Li Shui's mother, scoffed in disbelief, retorting, "Humph. Does he even possess 20,000? If he did, your mother would be willing to sacrifice her neck for you. I know exactly what kind of person he is. That 20,000 must have been borrowed from somewhere. When has he ever earned that much? If he does, Chun Mei, will unhesitatingly cover all of your medical expenses for that ailing daughter of his. Honestly, Xiao Xue, I was entirely against your relationship from the very beginning. Yet you never listened to me. Now look at what has happened. For him, you hardly ever come to see us. And when you do, it's always about money. Do you think we are fools? If it were for your own use, that would be one thing, but giving it to someone else is simply out of the question. Li Shui, feeling increasingly anxious, stamped her foot in frustration. Mom, what are you saying? Xin is my biological daughter and your beloved granddaughter. What do you mean by that? Are you denying me as well? Realizing the weight of her words, Chun Mei quickly clarified, I'm not saying I don't acknowledge you, but that Jiang Ranxin still carries the Jiang surname. She is his daughter. Shouldn't he be responsible? He runs to us when there are problems, expecting us to help him while shamelessly claiming to be his son-in-law. Our daughter doesn't even carry the Li family name. At this point, Chun Mei felt compelled to express her thoughts candidly. This is a matter we must address seriously. She should bear our surname. Yet you insist on the child taking after her father. And now, look where we are. The money is gone, and so is the child, while she bears another name. Imagine if you had pursued a relationship with that young Wang I introduced you to. His family is well off. His father is a department head, and his mother is a principal. Wouldn't your future and your daughter's future be far brighter? And look at him. What is there to commend? He reeks of poverty. Chun Mei spoke these words without hesitation, feeling a surge of relief as she did. She had long harbored a dislike for Jiang Han, but had held her tongue out of concern for Li Shui's feelings. However, since Jiang Han so brazenly sought confrontation today, she was determined to express her grievances fully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. This Chen Meifu was indeed rather intriguing. Initially, when she claimed to follow the Li family surname, he had no objections. However, to assert that it was she who looked down upon Jiang Ranxin and to declare that Jiang Ranxin was unworthy of sharing the Li surname was entirely another matter. How could she now shift all the blame onto them? At this moment, Li Shui also felt somewhat aggrieved. Although she was deeply unsettled, her mother was still before her. She could hardly go forth and slap her, could she? Mother, there is no need for such remarks. I am more than capable of managing my own daughter. It was indeed my misstep to come here and speak with you, so please refrain from dragging Xiao Xue and Xine into this. I have no intention of borrowing money from you, and I will cover the medical expenses myself, so there is no need for your concern. As for what surname Xine bears, she is still your granddaughter. Though I, Jiang Han, may lack certain abilities, I am aware of this much, he stated firmly. As soon as his words fell, Chen Meifu couldn't help but chuckle derisively. No? What do you know? You speak with such bravado. The truth is, you possess no capabilities at all. If you had any talent, would Xiao Xue have to endure such a life? Jiang Han, let me be perfectly clear. There is no money to lend. We never have, and we never will. Furthermore, Xiao Xue is my daughter. Do I not have the right to speak? You, a son-in-law by marriage, have no say in this. When I speak, you ought to listen attentively. Do you not understand the decorum befitting a son-in-law? In that moment, Chun Meifu resembled a shrew, entirely devoid of the grace and composure one would expect from a teacher. Jiang Han could only shake his head in disappointment. He had anticipated such an outcome upon arriving. However, for the sake of Li Shui's dignity and peace of mind, he was willing to endure this humiliation. Li Shui soon realized that this matter was utterly nonsensical. With a sigh, she took Jiang Han's hand and prepared to leave. Father, Mother, we acknowledge our faults today. We shall take our leave now. Please rest early, she said, guiding Jiang Han away. As they departed, her mother, Chen Meifu, continued her tirade. Look at that. Old Li, observe your daughter. She has now learned to turn her elbows outward. Truly an ungrateful wretch. Enough, enough. There is no point in saying more. They're gone now. Yet, Jiang Han is indeed something. Accustomed to living off others, he cannot even strive for independence. Always thinking of borrowing money. Sigh. Once outside the Silver Beach, Li Shui felt a pang of sadness. Her distress stemmed not from her parents' anger, but from the hurtful comments they had directed at Jiang Han. Those words had undoubtedly pierced his heart. She understood that Jiang Han placed immense value on his pride, and being subjected to such direct reprimands from her mother must have stung deeply. Jiang Han, I'm so sorry. I should not have allowed you to speak, nor should I have subjected you to my parents' scorn, she lamented. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han shook his head and replied, It's fine, let's forget about it. I've grown accustomed to it. My visit this time was merely to honor you, as I didn't want you to worry excessively. However, you need not fret. Even if they refuse to lend money, I will find a way to ensure that XIN recovers completely. This sentiment deeply touched Li Shui, who smiled and nodded in agreement. The two of them proceeded directly home, as it was already evening and visiting hours at the hospital had concluded. Moreover, Jiang Ranxin had yet to awaken, and should any issues arise, the nurse would certainly call. After receiving such a scolding earlier, they both yearned for a restful night. Upon arriving home, Li Shui received a WeChat message, which caused her to furrow her brow slightly, a scene that did not escape Jiang Han's notice. What's wrong? Is there an issue? He asked, a hint of concern creeping into his voice, fearing it might be related to Jiang Ranxin's condition. Li Shui shook her head and handed her phone to Jiang Han for him to see. It's nothing. Look, it's just my cousin's fiancé, the future son-in-law of my aunt. He has returned from abroad and has invited us younger generations to join them for a meal tomorrow, just to get acquainted. Your aunt's husband, Jiao Shengli? Jiang Han recalled the family, though their interactions had been limited. His cousin had been living abroad for years and had only recently returned. I'm contemplating whether we should go, especially since their impression of you isn't particularly favorable right now. Before she could finish her thought, Jiang Han nodded and interjected, let us go. They extended an invitation, so we should show up. It's no trouble. We can always think of a small gift to bring. Let us forego the gift, shall we? We are currently short on funds. That 30,000 should be reserved for XIN's hospital expenses. We can just go and see what it's like. Hearing this, Jiang Han pondered for a moment. While procuring a gift wouldn't pose a significant challenge. One phone call would suffice. He also needed to consider where to source the funds. Rather than complicating matters, he decided to heed Li Shui's advice and not buy anything. After all, they wouldn't actually turn him away for lack of a gift. That night, both enjoyed a peaceful slumber. Chapter 29. Can the useless not defend you? Early the next morning, Jiang Han and Li Shui arrived at the home of her uncle, who was also engaged in business and aspired to expand overseas, residing in a grand villa. However, to Jiang Han, all of this seemed superficial. He believed that if he desired such wealth, acquiring it would be effortless, yet he refrained from doing so. He dreaded the notion that those around him might approach him with a climbing mentality due to his financial status. He feared that genuine friendships could become tainted by such dynamics, leading him to adopt a low-profile demeanor. Upon arriving at the villa, before even stepping inside, they noticed the garden filled with dining tables surrounded by renowned pastry chefs from abroad, brought in by her uncle's future son-in-law. It was a rare occasion, and many guests had gathered, eager to indulge in the exquisite desserts crafted by these foreign masters. Although it was still early, the interior was already bustling with people, primarily friends and family of her cousin, Jiao Haiyan, including her sister, Zhu Xiaoyan, and cousin, Li Sini. These sisters had shared a close bond since childhood, but due to Li Shui's marriage to Jiang Han, they harbored a sense of disdain towards her. After all, a woman of such beauty, education, and capability had married someone they deemed a failure. Upon spotting Li Shui and Jiang Han, Jiao Haiyan was momentarily taken aback before smiling and calling out, "Come, Shui, you're here. Sit down. Let's have a good chat." She didn't acknowledge Jiang Han, viewing him merely as a child from a poor family, lacking in everything and causing discord for Li Shui. Noticing Jiao Haiyan's disregard, Jiang Han chose not to say much. After all, she was Li Shui's sister, and he felt it prudent to endure the situation quietly. Li Shui, slightly embarrassed, took a seat, urging Jiang Han to do the same. At that moment, Zhu Xiaoyan shot a resentful glance at Jiang Han, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, isn't this my brother-in-law? So, you decided to tag along today because Sister Shui is here? Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital attending to your sick daughter?" At her words, both Jiao Haiyan and Li Sini were taken aback, having heard of Jiang Han's perceived ineptitude. His daughter was said to be hospitalized due to their financial woes, unable to pay for her medical expenses, even resorting to borrowing money. They silently mocked Li Shui for choosing such a useless man, who not only lacked funds, but also seemed unwilling to strive for improvement. Jiang Han sat down and glanced at Zhu Xiaoyan, responding, "No, Cindy's surgery was very successful, and she's doing well. By the way, Xiaoyan, how's your boyfriend? Did you two break up? How have you been lately?" Zhu Xiaoyan felt a surge of anger at his question, perceiving it as a blatant provocation. In the hospital, he and Li Shui had previously embarrassed her, and by unfortunate coincidence, he stumbled upon her medical report, which was also seen by Zhao Xiaotian. You might say that being pregnant is just a condition, and she could simply schedule an operation to keep it from Zhao Xiaotian. However, now, she finds herself without the person she once had, yet still burdened with pregnancy. It is incredibly vexing. Zhu Xiaoyan let out a muffled sound, not wishing to elaborate further, for she too understood how humiliating this situation was. To speak of it here would be utterly disgraceful. Li Shui frowned slightly beside her, wondering why Jiang Han showed such disregard for Zhu Xiaoyan's dignity in front of her many friends. Thankfully, Jiang Han refrained from outright exposing the truth. Otherwise, matters would become even more complicated. At that moment, Jiao Haiyan, upon hearing these words, was taken aback, astonished that Zhu Xiaoyan had already found a boyfriend. On such a significant day, why hadn't she brought him along? "Xiaoyan, why didn't you bring him for your sister meet?" Zhu Xiaoyan awkwardly replied, "Well, sister, I'm not at the age for serious commitments yet. We both felt it was inappropriate, so we amicably parted ways." "Oh, I see. Nevertheless, it's no issue. Your brother-in-law knows many talented individuals abroad. I'll have him introduce you to a couple." Zhu Xiaoyan agreed, though her heart was filled with resentment towards Jiang Han. At that moment, another cousin, Jiang Yalan, entered the room, her face devoid of joy, and her expression was one of pure fury. Without hesitation, she directed a kick at Jiang Han's chair, startling everyone, particularly Li Shui and Jiang Han. "I am utterly infuriated." Upon noticing that Jiang Han occupied the chair, her anger intensified. "Move aside. I haven't even sat down, and you've taken my seat. You worthless fool. Why aren't you at the hospital caring for your daughter instead of being here?" She was oblivious to Li Shui's presence, having just endured a great deal of frustration outside and now unleashing her wrath. Li Shui, feeling a twinge of annoyance, responded, "Cousin, why are you so angry? Jiang Han hasn't done anything to you?" Jiang Yalan, already irate, became even more incensed upon hearing Li Shui defend Jiang Han, letting out a disgruntled sound. "What? Can't say anything? Not only is he useless, but I see you're no better, Li Shui. Look at yourself. You have everything you want, yet you choose to be with him and refuse to divorce. You might as well be dead. If people see you as my sister, I feel ashamed. Look around. Everyone here has jobs and backgrounds. They marry successful men. And you? Why did you settle for a failure? I feel embarrassed for my aunt." Li Shui, now feeling a mix of shame and anger, recognized that while her cousins looked down upon Jiang Han, today's remarks were excessively harsh. Just as she was about to respond, a sharp sound echoed through the room. Smack. Without hesitation, a resounding slap landed on Jiang Yalan's face, delivered by none other than Jiang Han. Stunned, Jiang Yalan remained momentarily speechless, only to be jolted back to reality by the searing pain on her cheek, which ignited her fury. "How dare you, you worthless fool? Do you believe I won't end you right here and now?" Jiang Han replied coolly, "I acknowledge you as Xiaoshua's cousin, and, out of respect, I have only given you a single slap. While it is true that I am indeed ineffectual, you have the audacity to insult me while claiming Xiaoshua is incapable." This provocation completely ignited Jiang Yalan's wrath, prompting her to charge forward to retaliate. But she was swiftly restrained by Jiao Haiyan. "Yalan, cease this nonsense. There are too many people around. It would be unwise for others to witness this." Noticing several onlookers turning their heads in response to the commotion, she cautioned them. Then, casting a disdainful glance at Li Shui, she admonished Xiaoshua, "This is not an elder's reprimand. Just look at the kind of man you've chosen. If he dares to strike your cousin, what will stop him from turning his aggression towards you or even your aunt? Dear cousin, enough. Do not utter another word. Just take him outside. Let Yalan cool off." Honestly, encountering such an incident so early in the day is quite vexing. Faced with the situation, Li Shui complied reluctantly, suppressing her grievances as she led Jiang Han out of the room. Chapter 30. Avoiding reason with fools upon exiting the garden. Li Shui seized Jiang Han's arm and led him to a corner, her voice laced with indignation. Jiang Han, what on earth is wrong with you? Regardless of the circumstances, she is still my sister. Your behavior is exceedingly disrespectful to me. You not only embarrassed me, but made it impossible for me to hold my head high in front of them. They've always looked down upon me, and now your actions have only served to amplify their disdain. Her heart burned with frustration. Although she understood that Jiang Han's intentions were to protect her, his approach was utterly misguided. Jiang Han momentarily faltered, lowering his head as he replied, "All right, I won't do it again." Seeing him in such a state stirred a mix of sympathy and irritation within Li Shui. If it weren't for your lack of ambition, would we be in this predicament? Never mind, I can't solely blame you. However, Jiang Han, I implore you to strive harder. Look around. We are surrounded by relatives and friends at this gathering. If you do not exert yourself, we will become the subject of ridicule. Although we may claim indifference, consider Xin. If she were here, do you believe she would be treated kindly? Jiang Han, you are a man. I hope you do not wish to be forever labeled as a failure. Nor do I want Xin to be affected by this. Can you not summon the ambition and drive you once had in university? You have stumbled once. Simply rise again, is that not so? With a sigh, she seemed to reminisce about their carefree university days, a time when their early marriage attested to the significance they held in each other's lives. But circumstances had shifted. They now faced the tangible realities of parenthood and family, demanding their relentless efforts. Yet, Jiang Han remained paralyzed by a single failure, bearing the label of useless without a hint of remorse, seemingly embracing the title. Go see if you need any assistance outside. I will speak with Sister Yalan. Do not take this too much to heart. In this scenario, Li Shui felt her options were limited. She could not truly confront everyone, and surely, Jiang Yalan would not cause a scene in such a grand setting. As Jiang Han watched Li Shui's retreating figure, he sighed deeply. He had begun to strive for improvement, though it remained unseen by others. He longed to reveal his true identity to Li Shui, but he refrained, knowing it would complicate many practical matters. Under the influence of monetary interests, could friendships truly endure? Jiang Han assisted in setting up the venue and, by chance, encountered his cousin-in-law, Jiao Shengli. This man was even more pragmatic and powerful than his in-laws. Upon seeing Jiang Han handling the tablecloths, he immediately exclaimed, "What are you doing? Jiang Han, do you think you can afford this? These tablecloths cost hundreds each. Look at you, with that pitifully impoverished appearance. What if it gets wrinkled? A few $100s for a single tablecloth?" Jiang Han was taken aback. Was this tablecloth truly worth several hundred yuan? It wasn't that he deemed the price exorbitant, but rather questioned the necessity of such extravagance for a mere tablecloth. Was it encrusted with diamonds? Jiao Shengli, his aunt's husband, hurried over to snatch the tablecloth from Jiang Han's hands, handing it to someone else for arrangement. Casting au disdain full glance at Jiang Han. Hurry up and fetch me something. I'll provide you with the address, and mind you, it must be returned safely. If you damage it, don't blame me for being rude. Fetch something? Jiang Han let out a bitter laugh. It seemed he was being treated as free labor. The reason they didn't let him assist with the arrangements was that they wanted someone competent to prepare quickly for the guests, while simultaneously looking down upon Jiang Han, believing he was unworthy to host. Jiao Shengli, indifferent to Jiang Han's consent, promptly provided him with an address and urged him to leave. After delivering his orders, he resumed his role of gracious host, raising his wine glass with an air of elegant sophistication. Observing this, Jiang Han chose not to protest further and proceeded to the designated location, Nanhai Street Jewelry Store. This establishment was quite reputable in Jiang City, and it seemed Jiao Shengli had commissioned a piece of jewelry here for his daughter, Jiao Haiyan, and wanted Jiang Han to retrieve it for some forthcoming occasion. Just as he was about to enter, an unpleasant voice rang out behind him. "Well, if it isn't Jiang Han, what brings you here, delivering packages?" Yaman Post, turning around to see Lei Tianjun, who was accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed woman, her makeup heavy and her bright attire striking. The white dress she wore barely reached her thighs, with the remainder veiled in sheer fabric. She had an appealing figure, which was Jiang Han's first impression, though he wondered what lay beneath all that foundation. Am I here to deliver packages? And even if I were, it wouldn't concern you, would it? Jiang Han retorted without hesitation, harboring a strong dislike for Lei Tianjun, especially since he had his sights set on Li Shui, and now he was flirting with another woman. The woman giggled at this exchange. Brother Jun, who is this? Do you know him? Tell me more. In response, Lei Tianjun chuckled. Darling, it's nothing significant. Just a poor fellow, not someone I would consider worth knowing. Do you think my taste is that low? P.S. Just the husband of a friend, a live-in son-in-law. He emphasized the term live-in son-in-law with a mocking tone, looking at Jiang Han with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Chu Yu couldn't contain her laughter. A live-in son-in-law? Brother Jun, is that for real? I can't believe this guy is so disgraceful. If I were him, I would have already smashed my head against a wall. At that moment, she perceived Jiang Han as nothing more than a pitiable wretch, utterly devoid of dignity. If he had any capability or self-respect, he would never stoop to being a live-in son-in-law. With a scoff, Jiang Han remarked, "It is rather perplexing, given that your daughter lies in that hospital, that you have the audacity to appear here. You seem to lack any packages, so I presume you are not here to shop, which would indeed astonish me. You realize this establishment caters to items starting at a minimum of 50,000 yuan. For someone of your financial stature to venture here is quite absurd. If I were in your position, I would dutifully deliver packages instead of facing the embarrassment of being seen here." However, Jiang Han had no intention of engaging with him. As he prepared to enter and retrieve his belongings, dismissing any conversation with Lei Tianjun as a sheer waste of time. Yet, Chu Yu was not about to let this pass. She had clearly discerned Lei Tianjun's displeasure towards Jiang Han and seized the opportunity to mock him. In a fit of indignation, she exclaimed, "Hey, are you deaf? Brother Jun is speaking to you. Did you not hear? Truly, individuals of your ilk lack any sense of decorum." With a dramatic eye roll, she leaned in to plant a kiss on Lei Tianjun's cheek, much to his delight. At this moment, Jiang Han turned back and retorted, "There's a saying that one should not engage in reasoning with fools." With that, he opened the door and stepped inside. Chapter 31. It's best not to anger me, what? Chu Yu was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the implication. Was he suggesting that reason should not be wasted on fools? How outrageous! To insult them as such? At that moment, Lei Tianjun's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Jiang Han would remain so composed, even daring to call him a fool. The thought of his goddess, Li Shui, being married to such a useless individual ignited a wave of resentment within Lei Tianjun, who felt Jiang Han had brought him great humiliation. Chu Yu had always harbored feelings for Lei Tianjun. Thus, when he suddenly invited her out, she did not refuse, despite the obvious intentions behind it. However, the audacity of Jiang Han to insult them was intolerable, prompting her to seize Jiang Han's arm. "Stop right there. Who are you calling a fool? Speak clearly. Apologize. You must also apologize to Jungu, or I will not let this go." Jiang Han, already pressed for time, frowned at being obstructed once more. Was this woman deranged? Apologize? May I inquire who instigated this situation? It was indeed you who were insulted. Would I insult anyone else? Lei Tianjun, you ought to maintain some decorum. While your methods may be questionable, when seeking other women, you should possess the discernment not to pursue someone so devoid of intellect. With that, he extricated himself from Chu Yu's grip and entered the jewelry store. His words ignited Chu Yu's fury. Being called a fool and then accused of lacking intelligence was intolerable for anyone. Lei Tianjun had not anticipated Jiang Han's blatant disregard for their dignity. Although he yearned to berate Jiang Han, his upbringing as a privileged youth restrained him, preventing an impulsive outburst. After all, this was one of the most prestigious jewelry stores in Jiang City, renowned for its exorbitant prices. He doubted Jiang Han could afford anything here. Instead, he decided to purchase some extravagant jewelry to flaunt his wealth before Jiang Han, demonstrating the stark disparity between them, which would surely lead Jiang Han to feel ashamed. Chu Yu was on the verge of unleashing a tirade, but seeing Lei Tianjun's restraint, she calmed herself and followed him into the store. "Hello, I'm here to pick up an item. Jiang Han approached the attendant and presented a receipt given to him by his aunt. The attendant smiled warmly, promptly retrieving the pre-prepared item from behind the counter. "Sir, please take your item. With such impeccable taste, I am certain your beloved will adore it." Although she noted that Jiang Han lacked any designer attire, she refrained from making hasty judgments, recognizing that appearances can be deceiving. Seeing this, Lei Tianjun stepped closer to Jiang Han, wrapping his arm around Chu Yuyu's slender waist, leaving her momentarily dazed, yet filled with exhilaration. He finally embraced me. The female attendant, Liang Qing, greeted them with a smile. "Sir, how may I assist you today?" Lei Tianjun surveyed the collection of necklaces within the cabinet, each adorned with diamonds. Casting a glance at Jiang Han beside him, he could not help but sneer. He pointed to two particularly expensive pieces, each valued at 110,000, and commanded, "Present them for my inspection." Liang Qing politely complied, displaying the necklaces for Lei Tianjun's appraisal. However, he brandished one before Jiang Han, tauntingly remarking, "This necklace is truly exquisite, Jiang Han. What do you think? It's worth 110,000. When will you ever afford such a luxury?" He then feigned a sigh while eyeing the box in Jiang Han's grasp, exclaiming, "Oh, you've already made a purchase, and it's even wrapped. I wonder what you've acquired. May I take a look?" Hearing this, Jiang Han felt a twinge of exasperation. Why was Lei Tianjun so relentless, behaving as if he were affluent? Please. Jiang Han was the wealthiest man in Jiang City, indeed, the richest in the nation. Flaunting an 11,000 diamond necklace was utterly laughable. Nonetheless, he replied coolly, "No, it is not mine. I am merely assisting someone." Upon hearing this, Lei Tianjun seized the opportunity to belittle Jiang Han. "Oh, it's someone else's? You are merely the errand boy. TSK. Jiang Han, this is quite amusing. Tell me, does a courier also handle pickups? I doubt anyone would purchase something from here only to have it shipped elsewhere." His gaze brimmed with derision, insinuating that Jiang Han was nothing more than a delivery man, reduced to a mere lackey, utterly useless. At this moment, Chu Yu chimed in, "Indeed, if a man lived in such a manner, he might as well cease to exist. And to think he is a live-in son-in-law. I wonder how he bears such humiliation. Brother Jun is admirable, handsome, kind, wealthy, and eloquent. I am quite fond of him." With that, she provocatively brushed against Lei Tianjun's arm from her sensitive position. Liang Qing, puzzled, remarked, "Why does this sound so inappropriate? Is it not commendable to be a courier? Without them, who would deliver our online purchases?" Jiang Han glanced at Lei Tianjun and nonchalantly responded, "Oh, and then?" Noticing Jiang Han's lack of agitation, Lei Tianjun felt a surge of irritation. He then turned and set down the diamond necklace, while Chu Yu continued to gaze at it, captivated by its brilliance. In the next moment, Lei Tianjun abruptly snatched the gift box from Jiang Han's grasp. Despite Jiang Han's swift reaction, he could not retain the box. "I am curious to see what lies within," he declared. Liang Qing's expression shifted to one of alarm. The contents had been specially ordered by a client for nearly 3 million. She interjected, "Sir, please be cautious. The items inside are quite valuable. Do not damage them." In response, Lei Tianjun's concern only grew. What is there to fear? Should anything go awry, young Master Lei will take responsibility. I can cover any cost. Jiang Han felt a twinge of displeasure at such actions. When Lei Tianjun opened the box, he too was momentarily taken aback, while Chu Yu beside him wore an expression brimming with anticipation and envy. Inside lay an exquisite set of jewelry, necklace, earrings, bracelet, and ring, a complete ensemble. Furthermore, each piece was adorned with diamonds. It appeared even more splendid than the diamond necklace he had just acquired. However, at that moment, Lei Tianjun's face was a mask of derision. Who would have thought that such valuable items were contained within? But what a waste for you, a worthless being, to possess them. Jiang Han, tell me, what would happen if these items were to be damaged? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han swiftly regained his composure and coldly replied, I advise you to refrain from provoking me. Chapter 32. No regrets. He was acutely aware of the implications behind Lei Tianjun's actions. Those who could afford to purchase jewelry here undoubtedly hailed from affluent families. Moreover, Commissioning an entire set of jewelry at once was indicative of extraordinary wealth. Lei Tianjun intended to shatter this exquisite piece, leaving Jiang Han to shoulder the blame. In his eyes, Jiang Han was nothing more than a worthless, impoverished individual who could hardly bear the cost of such luxury. Thus, he sought to undermine him through this means. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. Jiang Han was not only wealthy, but also possessed the power to dictate his own fate. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Lei Tianjun scoffed derisively. Jiang Han, you surely overestimate yourself. What did you possibly do to me? Do you intend to strike me? We live in a society governed by law. Should it come to that, you would find yourself behind bars. Chu Yu retrieved the diamond ring from its box, inspecting it closely, her face radiating an unmistakable fondness for the item, an evident gold digger. Brother Jun, this is simply exquisite. Do you like it? Yes, yes. Is it for me? Chu Yu gazed at Lei Tianjun with eager anticipation, fully aware of his capricious nature, yet hoping to seize any opportunity to gain something from their association. With a chuckle, Lei Tianjun let the box slip from his grasp, sending it crashing to the floor. The sight was agonizing for Chu Yu, yet she dared not voice her concerns. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liang Qing quickly crouched down to gather the scattered items. Despite their fine craftsmanship, they were susceptible to damage, and all she could do was hope that the set remained intact. As she collected the pieces, the sight of her bending down provided Lei Tianjun with quite the spectacle. Chu Yu, witnessing this, shot Liang Qing a resentful glance before hastily grasping Lei Tianjun's hand, nudging against him in a bid for his attention. At that moment, Jiang Han felt a surge of anger, ready to speak out, but Liang Qing had already picked up the items, meticulously inspecting them. Upon confirming that nothing was broken, she breathed a sigh of relief, placed them back into the box, and handed it to Jiang Han. Sir, I sincerely apologize. We will take responsibility and ensure that this gentleman compensates you. Compensate? Lei Tianjun burst into laughter, clearly amused. What ist? The owner of this jewelry store is well acquainted with me. Even the manager knows me. What need have I for compensation? His expression was one of derision as he regarded Liang Qing with disdain. At that moment, Liang Qing called her superior, insisting that this matter required proper resolution. It was a matter of their professional integrity and service commitment. Before long, her boss arrived in a flurry, a corpulent man exuding an air of grease and excess. Jiang Han shook his head, recognizing him as someone who likely indulged in kickbacks. Young Master Lei, what brings you here without prior notice? He witnessed Lei Tianjun perfectly disregarding Jiang Han, for he was indeed an astute observer. Clearly, one was a pauper while the other was affluent, and naturally, he would seek to ingratiate himself with the wealthy. It's nothing, Mr. Du, I merely came to take a look and purchase a few items. I appreciate your coming over, he said. Liang Qing, upon noticing the acquaintance between this young Master Lei and her superior, was somewhat taken aback. What is happening? Who is causing a disturbance? Who would dare provoke young Master Lei? Du Tianming let out a muffled grunt. The only individuals present were himself, Liang Qing, Jiang Han, along with Lei Tianjun and Chu Yu. Since Liang Qing was on the phone with her contact, it certainly could not be her, leaving only Jiang Han. However, upon seeing the exquisite jewelry in Jiang Han's hands, he faltered momentarily, but quickly dismissed the notion that Jiang Han was the owner of such finery. Although he had been absent recently, the order had been signed by the manager, indicating that a distinguished patron had commissioned the jewelry. It seemed evident that someone had come to retrieve it, while Jiang Han aimed to seize it unlawfully, only to be reported by his own employee. Yes, it must be so. Just by looking at Jiang Han's disheveled appearance, it was clear he could not afford such jewelry. You, put down what you're holding immediately. That belongs to young Master Lei. If you do not relinquish it, I shall summon someone to take you away to jail. How dare you attempt to steal from my store, especially from young Master Lei? You are courting death. Jiang Han was momentarily dumbfounded. What did this mean? From the tone of the proprietor, it seemed he believed the jewelry belonged to Lei Tianjun, and he had become the alleged thief? This was utterly absurd. Liang Qing was equally stunned, but she quickly interjected, Boss, you are mistaken. That gentleman is here to retrieve the jewelry, not to purchase it. Yet, how could the proprietor possibly believe her? The superficial disparity was already glaringly evident. What do you doubt me? I have stated that item belongs to young Master Lei. And thus it does. Do you wish to lose your job? Liang Qing longed to say more, to clarify for Jiang Han, but upon hearing this, she bit her tongue. Sensing the boss was merely trying to appease young Master Lei. Seeing Jiang Han still clutching the jewelry, Du Tianming abruptly snatched it from his hands, impatiently saying, "Didn't I tell you to hand it over? Are you deaf?" He then turned to Lei Tianjun with a beaming smile. "Young Master Lei, here, that's your item back. I hope you're satisfied. Please visit again." Lei Tianjun regarded Jiang Han with a mocking smile, a look of disdain, as if to convey, "Behold, this is the chasm between you and me. I stand here unmoving, and people presume this item is mine. You explain yourself for ages, yet remain looked down upon. This is the disparity. Mr. Du is too courteous." Jiang Han furrowed his brow slightly. This was, after all, a gift from his maternal uncle. How had it suddenly become Lei Tianjuan's? Perhaps it was because Lei Tianjun appeared wealthier, leading the proprietor to favor him more. However, was it truly a matter of wealth? He coldly remarked, "This item was purchased by my cousin's husband. I am merely here to retrieve it, not to buy it. Return it to me." Upon hearing this, Du Tianming turned to glare at him, a flicker of anger in his eyes. Was this fellow truly exaggerating? Are you jesting with me? Look at your pitiful appearance. Do you honestly think you can afford to make a purchase here, especially a custom one? Can you possibly be any more ridiculous? Naturally, I welcome esteemed clients like young Master Lei, but if a pauper like you comes here to flaunt, I must insist you leave. I do not welcome you." In response, Jiang Han cast a glance at the proprietor. If he wished to display such arrogance, he could not blame Jiang Han for being unyielding. To audaciously claim someone else's belongings, did such a person deserve to be a boss? Lei Tianjun held a certain reputation within Jiangqing's business circles. Moreover, he was a member here, frequently accompanied by beautiful women for purchases. Du Tianming had naturally grown quite familiar with him, grateful for the patronage that benefited his business, thus leaning in favor of Lei Tianjun. With this in mind, Jiang Han could only shake his head in resignation. "I hope you will not regret your decision later." Chapter 33. Brother Long Du Tianming had encountered numerous influential figures. It was inconceivable that he would be intimidated by Jiang Han's mere words. However, he found himself on the verge of laughter, astonished that he, a wealthy individual, was being threatened by such a penniless young man. It was truly amusing. With an air of disdain, he remarked, "What? Do you intend to deal with me? I've been at Jingli Jewelry for many years and have never encountered anyone as arrogant as you." Jiang Han simply shook his head, thinking that foolishness was abundant this year. There's a saying that if one does not teach others a lesson, they will never understand the beauty of flowers. Lei Tianjun knew Jiang Han well, but was left with no choice. Seeing this, Jiang Han took out his phone and made a call. "Old Lin, I just visited Jingli Jewelry. I want to acquire this place." "Understood, young master. This is not a significant matter. I will be there shortly," came the reply before Jiang Han hung up, coldly gazing at the two men. Liang Qing was taken aback, though she understood the pain of being oppressed. She could hardly believe that a single phone call would secure the purchase of Jingli Jewelry. After all, it was among the top jewelry stores in Jiang City, with assets amounting to several hundred million. Was this a joke? You intend to buy this place? You truly are speaking without any basis, kid. I advise you to leave immediately and cease causing trouble here. Do you have any idea who I am backed by? Du Tianming was eager to expel Jiang Han, dismissing him as merely a pauper. Yet Jiang Han merely smiled slightly. "Oh, who is it? Are they formidable?" At this, Lei Tianjun couldn't help but chuckle, expressing some sympathy for Jiang Han. "Jiang Han, why do you still hold on to hope? If you desire a piece of jewelry, I can simply buy it for you. I understand your intention to present a gift to Xiaoxua, but there is no need to steal from me, as I intend to gift it to her as well. Right?" Jiang Han frowned. Lei Tianjun was indeed irksome, attempting to lay claim to what was rightfully his. Hearing this, Du Tianming became even more convinced that the jewelry belonged to Lei Tianjun and glared at Jiang Han with anger. "Kid, do you believe I won't call someone to deal with you? Get out of here and stop desecrating my establishment. How dare you provoke young Master Lei?" As soon as he finished speaking, a deep voice resonated from outside. "Oh, desecrating your establishment?" An elderly man, clad in a suit and wielding a cane, entered, followed by several bodyguards in suits and sunglasses. Lin Xiangtian smiled and nodded at Jiang Han, young master. However, Du Tianming was unaware of Lin Xiangtian's identity. Upon hearing the term young master, he burst into laughter, mocking. "Can you perform your role a bit better? Kid, you're impressive. You actually summoned a group of temporary actors. Do you think that by calling people, you can threaten me? I have the Dragon Brother, the underworld king of Jiang City, behind me. I advise you not to cause trouble in my territory, or I shall end you." Lin Xiangtian was momentarily taken aback. He found it utterly displeasing that this individual dared to insult his young master. Was that not a death wish? "Do you know who I am?" In response to Lin Xiangtian's inquiry, Du Tianming merely grunted disdainfully. "Who you are is of no concern to me. Can you possibly be more formidable than Brother Long?" Those in this line of work are often acquainted with figures from the underground realm, and Lin Long reigns as the underground king of Jiangxing. However, Lin Long has since evolved, distancing himself from disreputable enterprises, yet individuals in the business world still regard him with a modicum of respect. "I am Lin Xiangtian." Lin Xiangtian? Du Tianming was momentarily stunned. The name felt somewhat familiar. Whatever. With Brother Long backing him, what formidable person could this impoverished wretch summon? Is Lin Xiangtian truly impressive? I, Du Tianming, am unaware of him. Just wait. I shall summon Brother Long to deal with you. Lei Tianjun also paused upon hearing Lin Xiangtian's name. He was quite familiar with it, but could not quite recall from where. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangtian's anger intensified, and he struck the ground with his cane, grunting. "Just right. I too wish to inquire of Lin Long how he manages his subordinates." With that, he turned to his bodyguard and commanded, "Call Lin Long. Give him 5 minutes." "Understood." Du Tianming burst into laughter. "Huh, you're killing me with laughter. Kid, where did you find this old man? His words are truly amusing. Fine, I shall watch you fight. I'm curious to see what tricks you can conjure." He then pulled over a chair to sit, addressing Liang Qing. "You still watching? Go find a chair for young Master Jiang to sit on. Can't you serve tea and water? Do you want to be fired?" At this moment, Liang Qing felt discomfort. Why was the ire directed at her? Although she felt wronged, she dared not voice it. In this day and age, securing a job with a salary of 4,000 yuan is not an easy feat, especially with commissions included. Reluctantly, she fetched a chair for Lei Tianjun to sit, and then went to serve tea and water. After providing Du Tianming, Lei Tianjun, and Chu Yuyu with mineral water, she approached Lin Xiangtian and his group, only to be abruptly halted by Du Tianming. "Did I say to serve them tea and water? Are you looking to have your bonus deducted before you learn how to do your job? Let these fools stand. I wish to see what tricks they can pull." Meanwhile, Lei Tianjun felt a twinge of confusion, his mind racing to recall where he had heard Lin Xiangtian's name before. In light of Du Tianming's demeanor, Jiang Han resolved that it was essential to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, a phone rang, and Du Tianming was taken aback. Who could be calling? Upon glancing at the screen, he was startled to see the name Brother Long. Why was Brother Long calling him out of the blue? After a moment's contemplation, he pressed the answer button. "Hello, Brother Long? What is the matter?" "Du Tianming, what have you done now? Who have you offended? I'm on my way to you, and you'll regret it when I arrive." Beep, beep, beep. What is going on? Du Tianming was perplexed by Brother Long's sudden outburst of anger, especially since he had not troubled anyone. He had been on business trips for the past few days, hardly setting foot in Jiangcheng, and had only returned home yesterday, remaining indoors since then. He dismissed the possibility that Jiang Han and his companions could have provoked Brother Long, as he could not fathom such individuals inciting Long's ire. He merely assumed that Long had made an error. As he reminisced about the few foreign beauties he had encountered during his recent trip, the door to his shop was suddenly kicked open, and a breathless, travel-worn man strode in. Brother Long. Chapter 34. Apologizing to young Master Jiang upon the arrival of Lin Long, both Du Tianming and Lei Tianjun were momentarily taken aback, utterly astonished. How could Brother Long possibly be here? However, upon noticing Lin Xiangtian's composed demeanor, who did not even spare a glance at Lin Long, Lei Tianjun suddenly recalled. "Lin Xiangtian, This was none other than Jiangxing's wealthiest individual. And this man had just addressed Jiang Han as young Master Jiang, implying that Jiang Han's status surpassed even that of this tycoon. How could this be? At that moment, Lei Tianjun's face contorted in disbelief, akin to having swallowed something distasteful. This was simply too absurd. Wasn't he Jiang Han merely a useless son-in-law? What audacity! Clearly the scion of a wealthy family. Yet he had come here to feign poverty and experience society. Anxiety gripped Lei Tianjun's heart, primarily fear, as he had never anticipated Jiang Han's status to be so elevated. Seeing Lin Xiangtian and Jiang Han obstructing the path, and noticing Lin Long's displeasure, Du Tianming bellowed, "Get out of my brother Long's way, you bunch of fools." Smack! Just as his words echoed, a sharp sound rang out. Lin Long strode forward, delivering a resounding slap to Du Tianming, his face twisted with fury, as though he were ready to devour him whole. Jiang Han stood nearby, observing Du Tianming with a half-smile, half-mocking expression. Reeling from the slap, Du Tianming, bewildered, stammered, "Why did you hit me, Brother Long? I merely told these fools to let you pass." Lin Long was exasperated, lamenting how he could ever be associated with someone as foolish as Du Tianming. Enraged, he struck again. "You dare insult Jiangxing's richest man? My ability to openly establish a company and embark on entrepreneurship is entirely due to Lin Xiangtian's support, and you, a fool, dare to insult him." Disregarding Du Tianming entirely, Lin Long turned to Lin Xiangtian with utmost respect, inquiring, "Old Lin, are you satisfied with this?" His heart raced in anxiety, realizing that Du Tianming had provoked the very individual he should not have. "Brother Long, are you out of your mind? That poor wretch merely hired temporary actors." "What do you mean, Old Lin? And why did you strike me? I provide you with such a substantial share every year." "Shut your mouth. Do you even know who he is? You think you could give me shares? Do you realize that Jingli Jewelry is invested by Old Lin?" At that moment, Lin Long felt an overwhelming urge to tear Du Tianming apart. The revelation struck Du Tianming like a bolt of lightning. The principal investor in Jingli Jewelry was none other than the elderly gentleman before him. Although he was the owner of Jingli Jewelry, it had been transferred to him by Lin Long, a fact he had long forgotten. Suddenly, recollections flooded back. As he recalled a newspaper article he had once seen, Jiangxing's wealthiest individual averts crisis, rescues Qingxi liquor industry. The name of the wealthiest man in Jiang City is Lin Xiangtian, and the elderly figure before me is indeed he. No wonder the name Lin Xiangtian sounded so familiar. It was he all along. At that moment, I did not think much of it, as there are countless individuals sharing the same name in this world. Furthermore, who would suspect that a seemingly insignificant person like me could have summoned such a distinguished figure? At this instant, Du Tianming was utterly overwhelmed by the magnitude of the name and found himself collapsing to the ground, his legs weakened in fear. With a mournful expression, he crawled over and clutched Lin Xiangtian's leg tightly. "Old Lin, I was wrong. Please forgive me. It was my ignorance that led me to fail to recognize your greatness. I beg you, spare me." Lin Xiangtian let out a low grunt and promptly kicked him away, turning to Jiang Han. "If you wish to apologize, go and do so to my young master. If he forgives you, I shall do the same. Additionally, here is the contract for the transfer of assets. Sign it." Upon hearing it was a transfer contract, Du Tianming was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the exquisite Jingli Jewelry, which had long been by his side, was indeed slipping away from him. He hurried to Jiang Han, pleading for mercy. "Young master, I was in the wrong. I should not have looked down on others. Please, spare me this once. I promise to reform my ways and become a better person." In response, Jiang Han merely regarded him coldly. "And then what? Do you find it amusing to speak such words at this juncture? That jewelry was mine. You insisted on claiming it as belonging to Lei Tianjun. You sought to curry favor with him by snatching it from me. Did you think I could not afford it, or that I was easy to bully? To put it another way, if I were to make such a mistake today, without my current status, would you be so humble? Would you let me off the hook? I can only assume you would seize the jewelry from me and have someone come and beat me, correct?" Du Tianming felt his face flush with shame, for he indeed harbored such intentions. In this society, wealth and power reigned supreme. Yet, who could have foreseen that this seemingly ordinary, impoverished individual was, in fact, the heir of Jiang City's wealthiest man? Had he known, he would never have dared to act in such a manner. Enough. I am weary of listening to you. Sign the document. You have enjoyed your lavish lifestyle for long enough. These words, spoken with a hint of indifference, felt like a verdict sealing Du Tianming's fate, leaving no room for hesitation. At this moment, he signed a contract in despair. Did he dare to resist? He could not. It must be understood that his opponent was the wealthiest man in Jiang City. Even if he refused to sign, the other party could simply acquire the external shares and forcibly take over Jingli Jewelry. Not to mention that they were the primary investors here. In that case, he would emerge with nothing, perhaps even losing Jingli Jewelry altogether. It was far better to comply and sign, securing at least some monetary compensation. Du Tianming sat on the ground, feeling as though he had become a mere shell of a man, but Jiang Han paid him no mind, instead focusing on Lei Tianjun and Chu Yuyu. Having grasped the situation, Lin Long stood resolutely beside Lei Tianjun, ensuring that he would not escape. At present, Lei Tianjun dared not meet Jiang Han's gaze, fully aware that he had provoked a man he could no longer afford to challenge. Observing this, Jiang Han remarked with a hint of indifference, "What is the matter, Lei? Are you now too timid to look me in the eye? Wasn't it exhilarating to flaunt your bravado just moments ago? Whose jewelry do you claim this to be?" In response, Lei Tianjun offered an awkward smile, hastily surrendering the jewelry he held. "It's yours, Jiang Xiao. I apologize. I was in the wrong. Given our long-standing friendship, could you possibly spare me? I assisted during Xin's hospital stay, did I not?" Undoubtedly, he felt aggrieved, yet he found himself helpless. "What do you mean by this, Lei? He is merely a pauper. What difference does it make to summon these people? You simply apologize to him? He has just insulted us. He must apologize in return." Chu Yu questioned Lei Tianjun, appearing rather foolish in her indignation. Though Lei Tianjun was arrogant, he had not yet reached the audacity to behave insolently before Lin Xiangtian. Without hesitation, he struck Chu Yu, commanding silence. Quickly apologized to Jiang Xiao. Chapter 35. The true sentence struck by Lei Tianjun's actions. Coupled with the earlier scolding from Jiang Han, Chu Yu found herself in a state of indignation. How could Lei Tianjun dare to strike her? With disbelief etched across her face, she glared at him. At that moment, Lei Tianjun regretted bringing this woman along. Was he not aware of the precarious situation they were in? To provoke Jiang Han was akin to courting disaster. "Silence," he bellowed, before hastily turning to Jiang Han, a look of trepidation washing over him. "Young Master Jiang, I sincerely apologize. This matter is entirely my fault. Please show leniency." In response, Jiang Han merely chuckled, finding these individuals rather terrifying. When unaware of one's true identity, they exuded an air of arrogance. But upon learning the truth, they immediately began to grovel. Such is the nature of humanity. "Show you some consideration?" Jiang Han retorted, "Considering our past relationship and your kindness towards Xin in the hospital? How audacious of you to utter such words, Lei Tianjun. I, Jiang Han, have never sought your assistance. It was you who shamelessly approached my wife and sought to offer help. Have I ever accepted your offers? You used the guise of assistance to intrude upon my wife's life, all while dreaming of having a free daughter. Where do you find the audacity? Do you believe that your influence in Jiang City commands respect? That you are somehow superior? Your goddess is my wife, and you currently possess not a fraction of my wealth. If we were to discuss status, allow me to remind you that mine surpasses yours. I have never intended to target you, for you have never even registered on my radar. You claim to have treated Xin well in the hospital? Forgive me, but while I'm not a saint, I am quite clear on right and wrong. When have you ever shown kindness to her?" Jiang Han's gaze bore into Lei Tianjun, his words devoid of vulgarity, yet striking with precision, leaving Lei Tianjun feeling increasingly diminished. Noticing Lei Tianjun's silence, Jiang Han continued, "You have always mocked me as a failure, flaunting your wealth before my wife. The contract regarding my wife was resolved through my own efforts, yet you took credit for the fruits of my labor. Even now, she mistakenly believes you aided her. Have I ever complained? At Bibauge, you publicly humiliated my wife to ridicule me. Did I ever retaliate? And now you plead for my magnanimity? Lei Tianjun, are you a fool summoned by a monkey? Remember this. Those who engage in wrongful deeds shall ultimately face their own demise. Jiang Han regarded Lei Tianjun with a smile, who remained silent. For Jiang Han's words struck true. In his eyes, Jiang Han had always been a man whose dignity was trampled underfoot, bearing the weight of scorn with quiet resolve. It has only now come to my attention that Jiang Han is not incapable of resistance. Rather, he perceives it as unnecessary. This man appears exceedingly ordinary. Yet unbeknownst to many, his true identity is utterly unexpected. Old Lin, I believe the Lei group no longer warrants existence. Let's teach young Master Lei a lesson. His statement was exceedingly straightforward, devoid of ambiguity. Today we shall resolve this matter together. Lest Lei Tianjun continues to covet his wife. To be candid, Jiang Han harbored no desire to act in such a manner. Had he not encountered this incident today, he would not have revealed his identity before Lei Tianjun. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Lei Tianjun collapsed to the ground, utterly incredulous of the reality before him. He never anticipated that the Lei group would vanish from the public eye in such a manner. Lin Xiangtian merely placed a call, and within 10 minutes, the Lei group had impeccably declared bankruptcy. Lei Tianjun understood that his days of comfort had come to an abrupt end. However, he was unwilling to accept this fate. Yet, in the presence of Jiang Han, he felt diminutive and powerless. Chu Yu too was taken aback. It was astonishing how effortlessly the boss and Lei Tianjun had been dealt with. Was this truly the so-called useless man that Lei Tianjun had spoken of? With a muffled grunt, she attempted to leave. However, she was intercepted by Lin Long. What? Do you intend to inflict violence upon me? Humph. Do you believe I won't report you? Witnessing her defiance, Jiang Han merely smiled calmly, astonished that she still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Lin Long furrowed his brow. Having arrived here, he could not allow anyone to insult the young master, as it would be a blow to his own reputation. Should this rumor spread, where would he, Lin Long, find his dignity? Miss, mind your language. Do not presume that your gender will spare you from consequences. At young Master John's command, I could effortlessly escort you to my territory, where no one would notice, allowing you to witness the true nature of underground power. His words dripped with menace, and coupled with his imposing physique, they caused Chu Yu to instinctively retreat several steps. Jiang Han cast a glance in her direction. You may leave. This matter is not your fault. You were merely seeking to curry favor with Lei Tianjun. However, I hope my identity remains confidential. Should it leak, I possess the means to locate you wherever you might flee, and it will not be as simple then as it is today. Although his tone was calm, it bore an intimidating weight that instilled fear in Chu Yu. She nodded instinctively before departing, looking at Du Tianming and Lei Tianjun, who sat helplessly on the ground. Jiang Han shook his head. You two are no different. If my identity is disclosed, neither of you will escape. Lei Tianjun nodded. This man had caused their group to crumble with a mere utterance. The notification of their bank accounts being frozen had already reached his phone, and the pain and fear he felt were undeniable. Du Tianming gazed at Lin Xiangtian in a state of bewilderment, inquiring, Old Lin, may I have the funds to purchase this exquisite Jingli jewelry? Upon hearing this, Lei Tianjun gasped in astonishment, thinking to himself that this was a reckless endeavor. Lin Xiangtian erupted in hearty laughter, as though he had just heard a delightful jest. This Jingli jewelry is, in fact, a venture we have invested in. Originally belonging to Lin Long, it was entrusted to you for management. Surely, you do not believe that your title as chairman grants you true ownership? He remarked. Am I to pay for my own enterprise? Even if I were to offer payment, would you dare to accept? At these words, Du Tianming was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had unwittingly set himself up for a situation where he would lose both his wealth and his standing. Would he dare? No, he would not. Chapter 36. One wave subsides, another rises at this moment. Liang Qing was taken aback, astonished to discover that this seemingly impoverished young man was, in fact, the scion of Jiangqing's wealthiest family. She found herself at a loss on how to confront Jiang Han and Lin Xiangtian. The disparity in their social standings was glaringly evident. Just moments ago, she had scrolled through Weibo, where the trending news reported the abrupt collapse of the Lei Group in Jiangcheng within a mere 5 minutes. The thought of this young man possessing such formidable power was daunting. With a single utterance, he had precipitated the downfall of a major corporation. She felt fortunate not to be one who ingratiated herself with the powerful. Otherwise, she might have found herself ensnared in dire circumstances. Jiang Han cast a glance at her and inquired, "What is your name?" "Young master, my name is Liang Qing," she stammered. "Liang Qing?" He replied with a smile. "From now on, you shall take over as the owner of Jingli Jewelry. Moreover, managing this place alone must be exhausting. Consider hiring some staff. I will have Lin Long reach out to facilitate the transition of duties. Additionally, thank you for speaking up on my behalf today." At his words, Liang Qing felt a surge of panic, unsure of how to respond. She had merely advocated for someone else out of her conscience, and now she had unexpectedly transformed into the proprietor of one of Jiangxing's premier jewelry stores. Was this not a reward reserved for those who had saved the galaxy in a past life? Overwhelmed with excitement, Liang Qing bowed deeply to Jiang Han, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master. I will manage this place diligently, and I am grateful for your confidence in me." Jiang Han merely nodded. He valued Liang Qing's kindness. With due Tianming dismissed, there was no one to manage the store, thus allowing Liang Qing to step into the role. After all, those who are kind-hearted ultimately receive their just rewards. Meanwhile, the Lei Group had been a pillar among small to medium enterprises in Jiangcheng, and its sudden bankruptcy had ignited a fervor of speculation among the populace. Qi Shengli, who aspired to bolster his own business, had received the news, having kept a close watch on the developments in Jiangcheng since his return. Otherwise, he would struggle to establish himself. Everyone in that circle was momentarily stunned, pondering who could wield such influence to bring about the Lei Group's demise so quietly. Whispers circulated, suggesting that a significant player had emerged in Jiangxing. Jiang Han instructed Lin Xiangtian to completely suppress the news. He preferred to remain an outsider in this matter. "Young master, I am Lin Long. I am well acquainted with the underground forces in Jiangxing. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to command me." Underground forces? Jiang Han nodded, recognizing that, at times, such entities could prove useful, especially with Lin Long being a trusted subordinate of Lin Lao. "Young master, the chairman of the Woodpecker Building Materials Company from neighboring Nanjing wishes to invite you to dinner and host a soiree. Shall I arrange for your transport?" "A soiree?" Jiang Han frowned slightly. "I shall not attend." "Young master, he has brought with him a distinguished expert in leukemia treatment, eager to offer his services to you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han couldn't help but feel a flicker of hope. An expert in leukemia? Indeed, such expertise would be invaluable, especially since Jiang Ranxin is still at the hospital. Although her surgery was successful, the possibility of a second operation cannot be ruled out. Rather than risk that, it would be prudent to have this expert examine XIN. After all, it wouldn't cause any harm. "Very well, come to fetch me then." No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang, revealing a call from his uncle by marriage. Jiang Han suddenly realized he had been out for quite some time. "Jiang Han, where on earth have you been? Are you not aware that we urgently need those items? Hurry back with them, or you will face the consequences." As soon as he answered the call, he was met with a barrage of scolding from Jiao Shengli. "All right, I was delayed on the way, but I am returning shortly with the items. Hurry up, what a useless person, taking so long for something so simple." With that, the call ended abruptly. Jiang Han grabbed the set of jewelry he had just received, eager to return. Lin Long, not one to miss an opportunity, immediately suggested, "Young Master Jiang, allow me to drive you. It will certainly expedite your journey." After a moment's consideration, Jiang Han agreed, recognizing that making the trip alone would indeed be a time-consuming endeavor. He could already envision the scolding he would receive from his uncle and relatives upon his return. Once in the car, Lin Long drove swiftly in a Passat towards Jiang Han's destination. However, before they even reached the entrance of the villa community, Jiang Han opted to exit the vehicle. The crowd today was overwhelming. Should he be seen, it would lead to an insurmountable amount of trouble. Lin Long and the others remained outside, watching Jiang Han enter. Lin Long pondered the disparity. This young man, the heir of the Lin family, held such a lofty status, yet appeared so remarkably unassuming. He was capable of commanding the city of Jiang with a mere wave of his hand. Yet he maintained such a low profile, devoid of any airs. Could this truly be the demeanor of a wealthy heir? No, that couldn't be right. The young gentlemen he had encountered before were nothing like this. Lin Xiangtian seemed to sense Lin Long's confusion and explained, "The young master has no desire to inherit the family business. He simply wishes to grow based on his own merits. If it weren't for the harsh realities pressing down upon him, he would not have returned home to inherit a fortune." Goodness, how astonishing! Lin Long was taken aback. Everyone else would cherish the prospect of having wealth in their family, yet young Master Jiang showed no interest in inheriting billions. Was he even human? Now, he began to comprehend why Jiang Han, despite being a young master, remained so unpretentious, even in the face of adversity and scorn from others. After that, Lin Xiangtian took his leave, instructing Lin Long to assist Jiang Han, and thus had no further business there. Upon returning to the villa courtyard, Jiang Han was met by his uncle, Jiao Shengli, who appeared anxious and furious. Seeing Jiang Han was akin to encountering a sworn enemy. He strode over and snatched the set of jewels from Jiang Han's grasp. After confirming their authenticity, he shot Jiang Han a glare and exclaimed, "Why are you so slow, even in retrieving a simple item? Why don't you just perish on that road? Truly a worthless fool." Without caring for Jiang Han's expression, he turned back, donning a smile, and proceeded deeper inside with the precious jewels. Jiang Han, unfazed by the scorn of this relative, instead directed his gaze towards a certain spot, his countenance gradually darkening as a wave of fury began to swell within him. Chapter 37. The visit of Lin Long at this moment, Li Shui was being chastised in turns by several of her friends. It was evident from the expression on her face that she harbored a sense of resentment, undoubtedly stemming from the earlier incident involving Jiang Han. "How is it, Li Shui? You've chosen a worthless husband, and you still expect us to remain silent? Look around you. Among these friends, whose boyfriend isn't wealthy, you settled for a useless man and even dare to strike me? You think a mere apology will suffice for my forgiveness? Are you foolish? I, Jiang Han, have never been struck by anyone in my life. How dare this good-for-nothing lay a hand on me? I tell you, Li Shui, not only will I punish him, but I will also deal with you. You have truly embarrassed our family." With that, Jiang Han raised her hand to strike Li Shui. Just as her palm was about to descend, a large hand suddenly clasped around her wrist, leaving Jiang Han momentarily stunned. Turning to see the grim-faced Jiang Han, her initial confusion swiftly transformed into fury. "Let go of me, you worthless man! How dare you touch my hand?" Jiang Han seethed with anger. Earlier, she had been slapped by Jiang Han and was on her way to confront him, only to find him elusive. Unable to locate Jiang Han, she sought to vent her frustrations on Li Shui. Just as she was about to strike, Jiang Han resurfaced, further complicating matters. Li Shui was equally taken aback. Where had Jiang Han been moments before? Jiang Han did not release his grip, coolly regarding Jiang Han. "She is my wife. Do you truly believe I would permit you to harm her?" At his words, Jiang Han let out a derisive laugh, considering his declaration utterly ludicrous. "You think you can protect her? You should be more concerned with safeguarding yourself." With that, she began to struggle, attempting to free her wrist from his grasp. However, as a pampered woman, her strength was no match for Jiang Han's, and her efforts were in vain, resulting in her wrist reddening from the pressure. Realizing she could not escape, she flushed with embarrassment and frustration, glaring at Jiang Han. "Will you let go or not?" Jiao Haiyan and others stepped forward to confront Jiang Han, demanding, "Jiang Han, what are you trying to do? Do you intend to strike Yalan? We are all here today. Test your strength if you dare. Don't think just because you're a man, you can bully us. Yalan is right. You are merely a coward who preys on women. I cannot fathom why Li Shui would marry someone like you. You have brought shame to our family." Jiang Yalan chimed in mockingly indeed. "Sharing a surname with you makes me feel embarrassed." Seeing her friends rallying against him, Li Shui hurriedly intervened. "Jiang Han, let go. Stop this nonsense." Her earlier composure had been shaken, although she had not been particularly affected by the words of her friends. Jiang Yalan's escalating provocations had pushed her to the brink. Jiang Han promptly released her hand and pulled Li Shui closer, stating calmly, "Shui is my wife, and you are her cousin. I acknowledge that my actions were inappropriate, and I am aware that I may not hold your esteem. However, should you show any disrespect toward Shui, do not blame me for being ungracious. That slap was merely a lesson for your disrespect toward her." With that, he firmly grasped Li Shui and exited the premises. Jiao Han and the others were utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how this perceived weakling could exhibit such assertiveness. Jiang Han, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. In her agitation, she contemplated pursuing him to retaliate, but Jiao Han immediately restrained her. Having noticed a fleet of luxury cars parked outside, all of which were Maseratis. "What are you doing? Don't hold me back," Jiang Han exclaimed. "Calm down, Yan. Take a look outside." At her words, Jiang Han paused, glancing outside and feeling a wave of confusion wash over her. To her knowledge, their family was not acquainted with anyone possessing such an array of luxury vehicles. At the same time, Jiao Shengli was equally astonished, pondering the identities of these individuals. However, being well acquainted with the world, he quickly donned a welcoming smile and approached, noting that all those descending from the luxurious cars were clad in suits and ties, exuding an impressive presence. Each individual carried a gift box, and at the forefront was Lin Long, the very person he had dispatched. Each of these individuals was a notable figure in the business realm of Jiang City. Of course, their presence was not solely attributed to Lin Long. They were also there for Lin Xiangtian's sake, as Lin Long had long been associated with him. The reason for their visit remained unclear. After all, Jiao Shengli alone was not captivating enough to draw their collective attention. Isn't it just a future son-in-law returning? Traveling abroad is hardly a monumental feat, and it certainly shouldn't warrant such widespread attention. If it weren't for Lin Long's influence, none would have come. "Who is Jiao Shengli?" A voice called out as he emerged, greeted with smiles. "I am he. Please, everyone, come in." Although he was unfamiliar with the leader of the group, he recognized many familiar faces among the gathering, prominent figures in Jiang City's business community, stirring a sense of excitement within him. Lin Long smiled slightly. "There's no need for formalities, Jiao. I am Lin Long, here to offer congratulations. Your future son-in-law has returned, and it is also his engagement day. We are here to show our support. We hope to receive your backing in future business endeavors." Upon hearing this, Jiao Shengli was taken aback, realizing that the leader was none other than Lin Long. He was well aware of Lin Long's reputation as the underground monarch of Jiang City. Even though he had since transitioned into legitimate business, his influence and prestige remained unscathed. Hearing Lin Long's remarks, Jiao Shengli felt a swell of pride. He never anticipated that the underground king would extend such courtesy and express a desire for future collaboration in business. A truly fortuitous development. On the side, Jiang Han and Lin Shui also noticed the unfolding scene. Lin Shui felt a twinge of confusion, as she could not recall her distant uncle being acquainted with these individuals. Meanwhile, Jiang Han pondered, how could Lin Long have brought people here? Hadn't he just mentioned the importance of discretion? Upon entering, Lin Long, with a smile, proclaimed, "These are all gifts we have brought. I hope Mr. Jiao will graciously accept them." Following his words, the executives behind him stepped forward, each presenting their respective offerings: an authentic painting by Qi Baishe, a piece of Tang Dynasty pottery, a complete set of purple gold jewelry. As he listened to the litany of gifts, Jiao Shengli's smile gradually stiffened, not from displeasure, but rather from overwhelming joy that rendered him momentarily speechless. Could this truly be real? Chapter 38: The Arrival of Gu Yinji. Although these gifts are not related to business, they are all ancient treasures. The genuine works of Qi Baishe are priceless, with a single painting easily worth several million. The ceramics from the Tang Dynasty hold similar value. If the purple gold jewelry were to be presented to my daughter, Jiao Han, it would undoubtedly elevate our standing immensely. At this moment, Jiao Shengli felt somewhat incredulous. He had no prior connection with these esteemed individuals, and their unexpected visit alone brought him great joy. To think they also brought such extravagant gifts left him in a state of bewilderment. "Brother Long, isn't this a bit inappropriate? I have little interaction with you all. Such lavish gifts are beyond my means. If there is anything you require my assistance with, please feel free to express it. He presumed that Lin Long and the others had come seeking his help, thus presenting such expensive gifts. Lin Long responded with a faint smile, "There is no agenda. I merely came to pay respects on behalf of my young master Jiang, and to bring some gifts in support." Young Master Jiang? Jiao Shengli's mind raced as he searched for notable wealthy families with the surname Jiang in Jiangsheng, yet he could not recall any. He inquired, "May I ask which young Master Jiang you speak of? Could you facilitate an introduction? I would like to express my gratitude in person." "That won't be necessary. Young Master Jiang prefers to remain low-key. He graciously allowed us to visit today, so please continue as you were. Just arrange a meal for us." Upon hearing this, Jiao Shengli felt somewhat awkward. It was evident that they prefer to keep their identities concealed. However, he did not press the matter further. After all, it was clear that the young master who could summon the underground King Lin Long was of exceptional standing, and it was wise to cultivate such connections. Meanwhile, Li Shui instinctively glanced at Jiang Han when she heard the name Young Master Jiang. Jiang Han shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "It's not me. There are many people with the surname Jiang in this world. Do I look like a young master?" Hearing Jiang Han's words, Li Shui sighed. It was indeed true. He did not fit the mold of a young master. Young masters typically donned suits and ties, exuding an aura of confidence, untroubled by life's pressures, whereas Jiang Han could not be compared to them. Why is there such a disparity among those who share the same surname? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing it might wound Jiang Han's pride. Once Lin Long and the others were seated, Lin Long began surveying the room, searching for Jiang Han's presence. He finally spotted him in a corner and nodded. He had been somewhat reluctant to come today, but he remembered that Jiang Han would likely face exclusion due to the jewelry incident, prompting him to come and lend his support. Of course, this action had also been tacitly approved by Lin Xiangtian. Otherwise, he would not have made the effort to attend. He would not be foolish enough to seek out Jiang Han for a conversation, as doing so would inevitably expose Jiang Han's true identity. Zhao Haiyan and others, having heard of this matter, were also intrigued by the elusive young Master Jiang and naturally thought of Jiang Han. However, they quickly dismissed the notion. Him, with his impoverished appearance, a young master? It would be remarkable if he were not rummaging through trash on the streets. A young master indeed. Honestly, Jiang Han cannot even be considered a man. Which man is so spineless? Not only is he a live-in son-in-law, but he also seems utterly indifferent to others' opinions of him, epitomizing the notion of living off a woman. Alas, this has truly subverted my understanding of what it means to be worthless. This group of women is now chattering away, criticizing Jiang Han. In search of peace, Jiang Han refrained from allowing Li Shui to rejoin the gathering of these women, fearing that she might become a target for their frustrations later on. When Jiao Shengli arrived and spotted Jiang Han, he instinctively let out a disgruntled grunt and cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Han. "You share the same surname as Jiang, yet how can you be so pathetic? Oomph. You are truly a disgrace to my reputation." Jiang Han was somewhat bewildered, having stood silently without uttering a word or taking any action. He found himself on the receiving end of an insult. Was this some sort of madness? This scene did not escape the notice of Lin Long, who had been observing Jiang Han. He began to realize that this young master, due to his low profile, was being looked down upon by others. Jiao Shengli was not alone in his disdain. Many others were mocking Jiang Han as well, with some individuals in the distance pointing and gossiping about him, their words falling upon Lin Long's ears. Oomph. If only this young master would adopt a more ostentatious demeanor, you would all understand what true affluence entails. Before long, another luxury vehicle came to a halt nearby. The occupant who emerged was not a businessman, but rather a young man clad in a formal suit, exuding an air of confidence and charm. Wow, he is so handsome. Yes, he is incredibly handsome. Hey, stop it. Don't be silly. He is Sister Haiyan's future husband. You ought to address him as brother-in-law. TCH, can I even look? Upon hearing this, the crowd understood that this was indeed Zhao Haiyan's future spouse, the prospective son-in-law of Jiao Shengli, and he possessed remarkable poise, truly a returee from abroad. Upon hearing that Gu Yinji had arrived, Zhao Haiyan greeted him with a smile, followed closely by Jiang Yalin and others. "Haiyan, Yinji, you've come? Oh, how utterly envious. Jiao Haiyan exclaimed. I'm here indeed. Jiang Han, now devoid of her earlier gloom, teased Jiao Haiyan, prompting an eye roll from her. Despite her playful banter, Jiao Haiyan instinctively linked her arm with Gu Yinji's, appearing quite affectionate. Her cheeks flushed with a lovely hue. Jiang Han cast a glance at the individual before him, shaking his head in disbelief. The man's demeanor suggested he was no virtuous character, but rather a wolf in sheep's clothing. Remember, this is your future brother-in-law, so you must not bully him, he exclaimed. TSK, Sister Haiyan, and here you are, not even married yet, already diverting your affections elsewhere, and forbidding any bullying. Yet your heart seems to have already made its way to another's bed. In response to Jiang Yalin's teasing, Jiao Haiyan lowered her head and retorted, Stop it, Yalin, what nonsense are you spouting? Just then, she noticed Li Shui standing a short distance away, seemingly displeased, and called out, Xiao Shui, why are you just standing there? Come over and greet your brother-in-law. Li Shui hesitated, her reluctance stemming from a fear of discord with her sisters, prompting her to remain at a distance. However, with the invitation out in the open, she approached Jiang Han, smiling as she greeted brother-in-law, Hello. She playfully nudged Jiang Han, who graciously responded, Hello, sister-in-law. Gu Yinji nodded, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, And who might these two be? He was well acquainted with Jiang Yalin and her companions, yet the figure of Li Shui was unfamiliar to him. This is my sister, Li Shui, Jiao Haiyan introduced. Li Shui. Gu Yinji mused, surprised to discover that Jiao Haiyan had a sister of such striking appearance and figure. It seemed quite delightful to entertain the thought of getting to know her better. Unbeknownst to Jiao Haiyan, who continued speaking, Gu Yinji's thoughts wandered. This is my sister's husband, the son-in-law, Jiang Han. She emphasized the term son-in-law, causing Li Shui to blush slightly. Gu Yinji regarded Jiang Han with a bemused expression. Oh, so, you are the Jiang Han that she often mentions? Chapter 39. A decayed tree cannot be carved. Everyone was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Jiao Haiyan to have mentioned Jiang Han to Gu Yinji. Jiang Han understood that Jiao Haiyan must have regarded him and Li Shui as mere gossip fodder. Li Shui felt a bit awkward, but chose not to elaborate, as her relationship with Jiang Han was already common knowledge. One more person knowing made little difference. Indeed, it was he, now merely a delivery man whose daughter was hospitalized and in need of funds. How pitiful. Yet, despite the words spoken, there was no hint of sympathy on Jiao Haiyan's face. Rather, it was adorned with a mocking smirk, as if her words were deliberately crafted to expose his embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Gu Yinji let out a derisive chuckle, adopting a condescending demeanor as he regarded Jiang Han, seemingly mocking him. I suppose I ought to address you as brother-in-law. With that, he turned to Li Shui, his gaze invasive, imbued with a desire to possess. Although others failed to perceive it, Jiang Han noticed and couldn't help but frown. Greetings, I am Gu Yinji. I have often heard Haiyan speak of you. Meeting you in person, I find that you are even more remarkable than I had imagined, he complimented. Taken aback by such praise, Li Shui smiled and thanked him. She held a favorable impression of this brother-in-law, as he was a well-educated returnee, and he treated Jiao Haiyan with great kindness, devoid of any pretentiousness. Jiao Haiyan, brimming with happiness, took Gu Yinji's hand and said, Let us proceed inside. My father is already waiting. She could not allow her father to greet Gu Yinji, as one was to be the future father-in-law and the other merely the prospective son-in-law. Naturally, it was the son-in-law who should pay his respects to the father-in-law. Upon entering, they found Jiao Shengli seated at the main table, his face radiating joy as he looked at Gu Yinji, beaming with delight. Uncle, I have returned. Ah, splendid. It is wonderful that you are back. Haiyan thinks of you every day. Jiao Haiyan blushed, exclaiming, Dad, what are you saying? You're embarrassing me. Jiang Han and the others stood to the side, aware that this was not their scene, and it was entirely unrelated to them. Ha! Well then, Haiyan, this is a gift from your father. I spent a considerable amount on it. See if you like it. Jiao Haiyan accepted the beautifully wrapped gift box, and upon opening it, her excitement moved her to tears of joy as she exclaimed, Thank you, Daddy. I absolutely love it. It was now Gu Yinji's turn to perform. He produced a small box from his pocket, and anyone could surmise that it contained a ring or something similar. He knelt on one knee, opening the box as he spoke earnestly. Han, I have returned after my studies. Thank you for waiting for me all this time. This time, I wish to marry you. And before your father, I declare my love for you. Will you marry me? As soon as the words fell, Jiao Han once again covered her face with tears. She had envisioned this scene, yet dared not to think of it, for both had their own affairs to attend to. Gu Yinji had always been abroad. Although she was 2, she felt no urgency. It resembled an online romance. Now, having finally returned to her homeland, she felt immense joy. And their union was something everyone had longed to witness. Accepting the ring, Jiao Han continuously nodded, joyfully affirming, "All right, I love you too." However, to Jiang Han, this scene appeared utterly kitsch. This man clearly seemed to be of questionable character, claiming to be studying abroad. Who knew what he was truly up to? Look at how romantic they are, and then look at you, Li Shui remarked, her envy evident. Jiang Han found himself bewildered. What did this have to do with him? It was merely a proposal, and such envy seemed unwarranted. After all, his own proposal had also been quite romantic. Though he lacked the funds for a diamond ring, he had at least purchased a ring and arranged candles in a heart shape. How romantic was that? Jiao Shengli was thoroughly pleased with his future son-in-law, nodding frequently in approval. Afterward, everyone began to engage in merriment, chatting, and drinking. The group of sisters gathered around, creating a lively atmosphere. Li Shui did not escape this time, as he was indeed her future brother-in-law, and she needed to show support for Jiao Han. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yinji's gaze lingered on her, as if he wished to devour her. However, with so many people present, he strategically shifted his focus to Jiang Han, who appeared ordinary in attire, identity, and status, truly a disappointing sight. To Gu Yinji, a man living in such a manner embodied the archetype of a loser. Of course, he could not express this directly. Instead, he engaged in conversation, subtly showcasing his own exceptionalism. Brother-in-law, I wonder how much you earn delivering packages at that courier company. It must be quite exhausting. Isn't such work meant for those at the bottom of society? Jiang Han's expression remained largely unchanged. It's about 3,000 or 4,000. It's not much and not too tiring. Upon hearing this, Gu Yinji smiled meaningfully. In that case, how about I help you find a job? I'm planning to start a company soon and am in need of cleaners and security personnel. Although it might be a bit tiring, I can offer you 8,000. You could choose any of those positions. What do you think? Jiao Han immediately chimed in. Yes, Jiang Han, you see, you have no money. So why not let your brother-in-law find you a job? 8,000 for cleaning is certainly better than delivering packages. Jiang Yalan scoffed sarcastically, as if he would even be worthy of that 8,000. He is only fit for delivering packages, just a worthless person, hoping to climb the social ladder to become a phoenix? These words left Li Shui somewhat displeased. Her cousin was notoriously superficial, often taking delight in mocking Jiang Han. Yet, even as a cleaner, one could earn 8,000 yuan, which, although somewhat embarrassing in front of this group of sisters, was certainly preferable to the mere 3,000 or 4,000 a month earned by a courier. Moreover, it was indeed a time when they were in dire need of money. In her heart, she hoped fervently that Jiang Han would acquiesce to the proposition, yet she refrained from voicing her reminder, merely gazing at him in anticipation of his affirmative response. In contrast, Jiang Han simply shook his head. No need. I find delivering packages quite satisfactory. Without couriers, the items you purchase would never reach your hands. Upon hearing this, Li Shui cast a disappointed glare at Jiang Han. Truly, he was an uncarvable piece of wood. Chapter 40. I invested 2 billion upon hearing Jiang Han's words. Jiao Han was somewhat astonished. How could such an excellent opportunity be turned down? Although in their eyes, a cleaner was no different from a delivery person, perhaps even seen as inferior. The salary was undeniably attractive. Moreover, the outright rejection in front of them was rather embarrassing, prompting her to cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, however, chose not to elaborate further. He was well aware of their intentions. They merely sought to belittle him through this opportunity, only to later use it as fodder for ridicule directed at him and Li Shui. Furthermore, he perceived no shame in being a delivery person. In fact, he regarded such work as immensely significant. In this age of digital commerce, where everyone purchases goods online. The absence of couriers would render those products inaccessible to consumers. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, Li Shui promptly pulled Jiang Han aside and whispered, "Jiang Han, what are you doing? Why would you refuse such a wonderful job opportunity? 8,000 yuan a month could alleviate many of our troubles. Don't you understand? I realize it may seem like a loss of face, but this is not the time for pride. Please consider my situation and XINS. We are in dire need of funds." Jiang Han was taken aback. Was he truly at fault here? As the esteemed CEO of Jifeng Express and the wealthiest individual in Jiang City, why should he stoop to being a cleaner? He had inherited wealth, receiving billions effortlessly each day. What merit was there in a mere 8,000 yuan a month? Of course, he wasn't merely lounging about. Maintaining such a facade was exhausting. With Lin Long and the others present, it seemed more fitting to be candid. "Xiao Shui, the truth is what truth?" Li Shui interjected, her disappointment palpable. "I had a favorable impression of you before, but now I feel utterly let down. Do you truly wish to declare what you are? Look at my cousins. They all deem you a failure. Surely, you cannot claim to be a failure, can you? Jiang Han, I sincerely hope you strive for improvement and refrain from embarrassing me in such situations, all right?" With that, Li Shui shook her head in disappointment and departed. She could no longer bear to hear Jiang Han's words. She had endured enough and felt exhausted. Jiang Han sighed. "Xiao Shui, why must you be so anxious? I understand our financial predicament, yet I can't provide you with a conducive living environment. Still, I prefer to keep my identity a secret. I find this simplicity rather delightful." He turned and left, realizing that his presence was no longer required there. It would be more prudent to visit the hospital and check on XIN. Seeing Jiang Han's departure, Lin Long sought an excuse to leave with the others. With the young master gone, there was little purpose in their presence, as they had merely come to please Jiang Han. He hurried after him, asking, "Young master, where are you headed?" "I'm going to the hospital to see my daughter. Is there something you need?" Thus, Lin Long felt a bit embarrassed and, accompanied by the prominent figures behind him, said with a sheepish smile, "Everyone wishes to invite you, young master, for a meal. Old Lin has asked me to consult your opinion on this matter. What do you think?" Jiang Han pondered for a moment. Having found himself bored in that place, he considered visiting the hospital since Jiang Ranxin had yet to awaken. Since this group wished to treat him to a meal, he thought it would be a pleasant diversion. "Let us go." Upon hearing Jiang Han's affirmative response, Lin Long was somewhat taken aback. He exchanged glances with the prominent figures behind him, and they promptly made their way to the Shangri-La Hotel. Jiang Han and this group of influential individuals gathered around a table. He did not engage in much conversation, yet they eagerly sought to converse with him. "Young Master Jiang, here is my business card. I am from Greenland Construction Company. My surname is Jiang," said Jiang Tianxin with a smile. "Young Master, I am Liu from Huanqing Film Industry." The group continued to present their business cards to Jiang Han, who accepted them one by one, nodding in appreciation. "Thank you all for holding me in such high regard. If the opportunity arises, I shall visit each of your companies." The news of Jiang Han's intention to visit their companies filled them with excitement. After all, establishing a good rapport with Jiang Han could lead to fruitful business interactions. "Wonderful. Welcome, young Master Jiang." This time, they did not go to Baibauge, but chose the Shangri-La instead. After all, securing a premium private room at Baibauge required diamond membership, a luxury they could not afford, especially not for a single meal costing $1 million. Though some entertained the idea of spending such an amount to curry favor with Jiang Han, Lin Long had specifically instructed them to maintain a low profile, hence their choice to forego Baibauge. "Young Master, these individuals are titans of the business world. Old Lin specifically advised me to introduce you to them, as it may prove beneficial for you." "Beneficial?" Jiang Han replied, slightly taken aback. "What kind of assistance do you require?" At that moment, Jiang Tianxin, the CEO of Greenland Construction Company, approached Jiang Han and raised a glass. "Young Master Jiang, I toast to you, hoping for your future support for our company. Additionally, I do have a matter for which I would appreciate your assistance." Lin Long felt displeased. After all, the purpose of this gathering was merely to introduce the young master. How could one request help at their very first meeting? Jiang Han, however, remained unperturbed and stood to reciprocate the toast. Speak freely. Hearing Jiang Han's lack of refusal, Jiang Tianxin was immensely excited and hastened to explain, "Young master, my company is currently on the brink of a financial shortfall. I am in the process of planning a school district housing project that requires around 1 billion in funding. You understand that for our company, mobilizing such a sum would sever all financial ties. I would like to request your investment, and rest assured, the profits from this school district project will be divided 37 to 63, with only 30% for myself. What do you think, 1 billion? Jiang Tianxin's assertion held a grain of truth. These enterprises are primarily driven by the necessity for operational capital. Should their operations falter due to a lack of funds, any additional projects requiring financial support would undoubtedly face insurmountable challenges, leading the company into a state of stagnation. A significant predicament indeed. Observing Jiang Han's furrowed brow, Jiang Tianxin swallowed hard, acutely aware that he could not guarantee Jiang Han's agreement, considering the magnitude of the transaction, which amounted to a staggering 10 billion. To his astonishment, Jiang Han merely offered a calm smile and said, "Lin Long, inform old Lin to inject 20 billion. What? 20 billion? Chapter 41 Encounter. What does 20 billion represent? It is a sum of wealth that many may toil for an entire lifetime, if not several. Such an amount is indeed substantial." Hearing Jiang Han agree so effortlessly, Jiang Tianxin was both astonished and exhilarated. He initially had the audacity to request an investment of 10 billion, yet Jiang Han casually waved his hand, offering double that amount, 20 billion. Observing Jiang Tianxin at a loss for words, with a pallid expression, Jiang Han felt perplexed. Is it insufficient? How much does the school district property cost in total? Just inform Lin Long directly. No, young Master Jiang, it is more than enough. Thank you, young Master Jiang. His regard for Jiang Han had transformed immensely. At first, he had perceived him merely as a privileged heir, likely aloof and difficult to engage. However, the encounter revealed a young man devoid of any pretentiousness, exhibiting the acumen of a shrewd individual. Jiang Han, noticing the eager expressions of those around, offered a gentle smile. If anyone has suggestions or business propositions, feel free to approach Lin Long. This statement ignited a spark of hope among the group, with each individual eager to establish a business connection with Lin Xiangtian, a true mogul. During the meal, Jiang Han absorbed the discussions regarding the future plans of his company, gaining considerable insight. The most striking impression was made by Lin Long. He had initially thought this underground monarch merely grasped superficial matters, yet Lin Long's business acumen proved to be remarkably astute and agile. After the meal, Jiang Han exited the Shangri-La, opting not to linger for further conversation with Lin Long and the others. The hour was late, approaching dusk, and though Li Shui had not contacted him, he paid it no mind, as today marked a significant occasion for her family. Upon reaching the ground floor and preparing to leave the hotel, he encountered a figure at the entrance, prompting him to furrow his brow. There stood the tall, slender Gu Yanji, a playful smile adorning his face as he wrapped an arm around the waist of an exquisite beauty, planting a kiss on her cheek while they engaged in light-hearted banter. Jiang Han was taken aback. Was this not his so-called brother-in-law? What business did Gu Yanji have bringing such a stunning companion to the Shangri-La? One could easily surmise what was about to transpire. A cold laugh escaped his lips. It appeared this so-called brother-in-law was indeed a seasoned player in the realm of romance. However, this matter was of no concern to him, and he resolved to continue on his way. Yet at that moment the two collided. Upon seeing Jiang Han, Gu Yanji was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. "Stop!" Responding to this, Jiang Han halted, turning to face Gu Yanji. "Brother-in-law, is there something you need?" Gu Yan's countenance was shrouded in gloom. On his first date since returning to the country, he was unexpectedly confronted by Jiang Han. If Jiang Han were to divulge this encounter to Jiao Haiyan, it would spell disaster. Worse still, should Li Shui learn of it, for in his heart, he was determined to possess this woman, even if she had already been claimed by another. He yearned to savor the taste of her affection, regardless of her marital status. Shouldn't I be asking you this question? Brother-in-law, today marks the momentous occasion of your engagement to my cousin. Why are you here at the hotel instead of with her? Is she aware of your whereabouts? This remark struck home, rendering Gu Yan's expression even more grim as it laid bare his infidelity. Previously, he had presented himself as the ideal suitor at Jiao Haiyan's home, winning the favor of Jiao Shengli. Upon returning, his intent was to leverage Jiao Shengli's influence to establish his own business. While Jiao Haiyan had become a source of disinterest. During his time abroad, he had become enamored with numerous beauties, even engaging in romantic liaisons. And he had grown weary of Jiao Haiyan, finding no joy in their union. To him, this marriage was merely a means to an end. As he prepared to extricate himself from this predicament, fate intervened, and he stumbled upon Jiang Han. He released the beauty beside him and withdrew 2,000 yuan from his bag, tossing the money at Jiang Han with a warning. Consider this your salary for half a month. You will pretend you did not see anything. If word gets out, I assure you, you will regret it. Jiang Han couldn't suppress a laugh. Did he truly need money? The audacity of attempting to bribe him was laughable. However, given that Jiao Haiyan was his wife's cousin, he found himself hesitating. Should he inform Jiao Haiyan of this affair? Not doing so left him worried that she might be deceived by Gu Yan, yet revealing the truth might not guarantee her belief in his words. I do not require your money. You should take care of yourself. With that, Jiang Han turned to leave, feeling no obligation to converse with someone of such low character. Yet, Gu Yan was unwilling to let him depart, seizing his arm with a dark scowl. Jiang Han, do not overstep your bounds. You are but a worthless fool. Mind your own business, do you understand? In response, Jiang Han turned back, an amused smile playing on his lips. I am uncertain if I should address you as brother-in-law. If you have chosen to be with Jiao Haiyan, why betray her? Have you considered how devastated she would be if she learned of your actions today? Or do you entirely disregard her feelings, remaining with her merely for the sake of appearances? Rather than instructing me to mind my own words, perhaps you ought to manage your own affairs. If you wish to keep your secrets, you must first refrain from wrongdoing. Do you comprehend? As Jiang Han's words hung in the air, Gu Yan clenched his teeth in frustration, never anticipating that not only would he be caught by Jiang Han, but he would also endure a lecture from him. As the favored son of heaven, he was seething with indignation. Humph! How dare you, a mere fool, presume to lecture me? Jiang Han, you truly embody the spirit of defiance, refusing to accept the cup of goodwill while opting for the bitter draught of punishment. We shall see. Are we to witness this unfold? Jiang Han merely smiled, finding the entire situation rather amusing. This individual, having erred gravely, dares to blame others for not preserving his secrets. Without further ado, he turned and departed. Ultimately, this matter was of little concern to him. Moreover, he had no intention of returning to inform Jiao Haiyan, uncertain whether she would appreciate his efforts. After Jiang Han's exit, Gu Yanji could not suppress a low grunt of frustration, while the enchanting woman beside him planted a kiss on his cheek. Jerry, pay him no mind. He lacks the courage to voice his thoughts. Let's proceed. Tonight, I am eager to cater to your every desire. Initially incensed by Jiang Han's provocations, Gu Yanji found himself smiling at the words of the captivating beauty beside him, anticipating the exhilarating scene that lay ahead. Indeed, tonight, he shall unleash the pent-up fury within. Chapter 42. Directly to Jiang City upon departing from Shangri-La, Jiang Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was well aware that the individuals brought by Lin Long were merely eager to curry favor with him. However, he had no desire to engage in excessive interactions with them, reserving his business dealings for more meaningful encounters. He hailed a cab and made his way to the hospital, where he was delighted to learn that Jiang Ranxin had awakened. He promptly informed Li Shui of the good news. At that moment, Li Shui had just finished attending to matters at her relative's home, where her sisters had been incessantly demanding her assistance, treating her as a free laborer, a common practice that everyone relishes. Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Shui beamed with joy. Xian, you're finally awake. Mommy missed you so much. Are you still in pain? The two sat by the bedside, their eyes filled with affection as they gazed at Jiang Ranxin, who appeared remarkably well, with the color returning to her face. Mommy, I'm fine. I'm doing great, so don't worry. That's wonderful, my darling. Once you're fully recovered, Daddy will take you to the amusement park. Yay, but Daddy mustn't lie to me. You have to take me to the amusement park. I want to see dinosaurs. Of course, at that moment, the family of three seemed to have an abundance of words to share, as if they had finally triumphed over the grip of illness. The joy they felt was irreplaceable. Just then, the attending physician entered the room. "Excuse me, but visiting hours are over. It's best for her to rest now. And you needn't worry excessively. There are a few matters I would like to discuss with you, if that is convenient." Upon hearing this, Li Shui tucked Jiang Han in, urging her to sleep before stepping outside with Jiang Han. They suspected the doctor wished to address the matter of the hospital expenses, which was not a conversation they wanted to have in front of the child. Once outside, the doctor appeared somewhat awkward, his demeanor tense, hesitating for a considerable time before finally speaking. Jiang Han noticed the physician's reluctance and inquired, "Doctor, I will find a way to settle the hospital fees. I will pay them tomorrow. I've been quite busy these past few days and forgot. I hope you can be understanding." Li Shui recognized this as merely Jiang Han's excuse. His claim of being busy was simply a cover for his lack of funds, as he likely had not gathered the money in these last couple of days. However, the doctor merely shook his head. "That is not the issue at hand. We can temporarily set aside the matter of the hospital fees, although prompt payment is still necessary. I have come to discuss another matter, one that may be somewhat difficult to accept, but I kindly ask you to listen to me fully." With these words, both became serious, knowing that the conversation would pertain to Jiang Han's condition. Jiang Han embraced Li Su, gently petting her shoulder to reassure her, signaling her to remain calm so that the doctor could continue. Currently, the patient's condition does present some risks. Following the surgery, we discovered that after the bone marrow transplant, her white blood cell count has indeed been gradually rising, although it has yet to reach normal levels. This is still a positive development. However, during our routine examination today, we discovered with great concern that the patient's white blood cell count had unfortunately declined once again. This is a perilous situation and may necessitate a second surgery, contingent upon your willingness, as it will undoubtedly incur a substantial cost. Before the doctor could elaborate further, Li Shui was overwhelmed with emotion and tears welled up in her eyes, exclaiming, "Yes, we must proceed with the treatment. Money is not an issue. Doctor, you focus solely on the surgery. We will find a way to manage the expenses. You must save Xian. No amount is too great. I implore you." As she spoke, Li Shui attempted to kneel in front of the doctor, but Jiang Han supported her, feeling a deep ache in his heart at witnessing his wife's distress. "Doctor, rest assured, finances are not a concern as long as we can achieve a cure." The doctor sighed, responding, "Very well, I shall exert every effort in the surgery, and you need not worry excessively. The probability of success is quite high. You both should return home to rest for now. Feel free to visit the patient in the coming days to lift her spirits." With that, the doctor departed, leaving the couple in silence for an extended period. Jiang Han held Li Shui close, fearing that her anxiety might lead to her own physical decline, offering her a shoulder to lean on. "Let us return home. Do not worry. I will find a solution for Xian's situation." "All right," Li Shui responded, unusually compliant, refraining from any disputes with Jiang Han regarding money. She understood that her words would be futile. It was better to remain silent and collaboratively seek solutions. Upon returning home, Jiang Han encouraged Li Shui to wash up and rest, while he contemplated strategies over the phone. Li Shui did not protest, as the day had been exhausting, compounded by the recent troubling news, leaving her utterly drained. Yet lying in bed, sleep eluded her as her thoughts were consumed with how to procure funds for Jiang Han's treatment. She resolved to personally visit her parents in a few days to appeal for their financial assistance, believing that as Chen Meifu's biological daughter, they would not refuse her request. Meanwhile, Jiang Han, mindful of not disturbing Li Shui's rest, opted to send a text message to Lin Xiangtian. "Old Lin, please arrange for that medical expert to come as soon as possible. My daughter's condition has suddenly worsened." Upon receiving this message, Lin Xiangtian was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of how crucial Jiang Xian was to Jiang Han. The reason Jiang Han returned to inherit the family fortune was precisely because Jiang Xian required a significant sum for her surgery. Otherwise, he would not have been in a position to inherit. He promptly began making calls to orchestrate everything, ensuring no detail was overlooked. Hello. The medical expert you mentioned must be here by tomorrow. At the People S Hospital, the patient is Jiang Han Xin. If the treatment fails, you might as well vanish. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the line instantly panicked. All right. Lin Lao, don't worry. I will ensure this matter is handled properly. After all, this medical expert is a seasoned specialist in leukemia. You can trust me. As for the rationale behind treating the patient, that is your concern. Do not utter a word of my master, or you may as well leave. With that, Lin Xiantian terminated the call, leaving Wu Gang, who clutched the phone with a look of despair. It was no small feat for him to secure the involvement of a medical expert, and should the treatment fail, he would bear the blame. Finding a pretext to navigate this situation required his assistance, which felt overwhelmingly burdensome. However, on a brighter note, if this endeavor could foster a rapport with Jiang Han, it would be most worthwhile, for his ultimate aim was to cultivate a friendship with Jiang Han. Although he was a notable figure from a neighboring city, in Lin Xiantian's eyes, he was hardly impressive. After all, Jiang Han had connections that spanned the entire nation, a fact Lin had only stumbled upon by chance, thus prompting his desire to forge a relationship. Finally, an opportunity had presented itself. Hello, Lao Ma, prepare yourself quickly. We must arrive in Jiang City by tomorrow morning. Also, do you truly have confidence in the treatment? Do not mislead me. If I am compromised, you shall not escape unscathed. Worry not. Why do you fret so? It is merely a minor case of leukemia, and given the patient's youth, the cellular integration will occur swiftly, resulting in a high cure rate. Upon hearing Ma Xianwen's assurance, Wu Gang exhaled a sigh of relief, promptly hanging up to purchase a ticket and pack his belongings, hastening to the airport to collect Ma Xianwen. Damn it, Lao Wu, you are moving far too quickly. I have barely closed my eyes, and here you are dragging me along. Do you not care for my dignity? What dignity? If we do not act swiftly and fail to heal Master Zhang's daughter, we are both doomed. Thus, we must leave promptly to make a favorable impression. Moreover, devise a suitable justification for treating Master Zhang's daughter. That is your responsibility, not mine. What? Are you not blatantly setting me up for failure? Do you wish to cultivate a relationship with Master Zhang or not? With that single remark, Ma Xianwen fell silent and boarded the plane, where he promptly succumbed to slumber. Jiang City, here we come. Chapter 43. The visit of Mr. Ma Xianwen on the following morning. The news broadcast commenced promptly. The esteemed leukemia specialist, Mr. Ma Xianwen, has arrived in Jiangsheng with the noble intention of disseminating knowledge on how to combat leukemia, particularly aimed at enlightening our youth about preventive measures. In addition, he plans to visit various hospitals to assess whether there are leukemia patients in Jiangsheng, offering treatment to a select few, but only 3 slots are available. Which 3 patients will Mr. Ma choose to heal? Let us await the outcome with anticipation. Presently, Mr. Ma is en route to the Jiangsheng People's Hospital. Jiang Han switched off the television, a smug smile gracing his lips. This old Lin operates with remarkable efficiency. Yet, I ponder why such a capable figure as Mr. Ma would only offer 3 slots. Though he initially felt perplexed, clarity soon dawned upon him. After all, Mr. Ma is a nationally renowned expert. If he were to linger here, what would become of those in need elsewhere? Surely, he would leave behind some effective methods for curing leukemia. If all else fails, a mere word from him would suffice. Upon rising, Li Xuan noticed Jiang Han seated on the sofa, her displeasure evident. What was he doing at home? Xin was about to undergo a second surgery, and instead of preparing the necessary funds, he was idly sitting there, as if waiting for her condition to worsen. Although Jiang Han had prepared breakfast, his thoughts were consumed by Jiang Han Xin, leaving little room for food. Having been married for years, Jiang Han could easily discern Li Shui's thoughts and feigned enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Hurry, Xiao Shui, have some breakfast. We are heading to the hospital. Xin has a chance for recovery." "What did you say?" Li Shui responded, momentarily stunned. The nation's leading leukemia specialist has arrived in Jiangsheng and is currently on his way to the People's Hospital. He is offering free treatment, albeit limited to 3 patients. But we still have a chance. We must hurry. Upon hearing this, Li Shui was taken aback for a moment, but quickly filled with joy. Without hesitation, she devoured a few bites of breakfast and rushed out the door. This was indeed a momentous occasion, and although she had initially intended to skip breakfast, Jiang Han's watchful gaze reminded her that foregoing it was not an option. At the People's Hospital, the halls were bustling with people, including the director and heads of various departments, all eagerly awaiting the arrival of Mr. Ma Xianwen. Such a renowned medical expert gracing their hospital necessitated a grand reception, as it would greatly benefit their institution and offer them the opportunity to bask in Mr. Ma's esteemed reputation. As Mr. Ma exited the vehicle alongside Wu Gang and entered the hospital, he was met with warm smiles from the director and staff. Mr. Ma, on behalf of our entire hospital, I extend a heartfelt welcome to you. Your presence indeed brings great honor to our institution. Your kind words are too generous, Mr. Ma replied modestly. I am but a humble servant of society. If one possesses skills yet fails to apply them, what use are they? Please, lead the way. By the way, may I ask who this is? Dean Zhu Fu glanced at Wu Gang with a hint of confusion, as he had never encountered such a figure in the medical field. Wu Gang smiled and nodded, introducing himself. I am Wu Gang, the chairman of the Woodpecker Building Materials Company in Nanjing City. I'm also a close friend of Professor Ma. I came to Jiangsheng this time for a minor matter, hence my presence here. Upon learning that a prominent figure from a neighboring city was in attendance, the dean was taken aback and immediately extended his hand for a handshake, exclaiming, "Hello, welcome. I did not expect Chairman Wu to accompany us. Please, let us converse in my office." At that moment, Jiang Han and Li Shui hurriedly arrived at the hospital. Noticing the crowd in the lobby, Jiang Han realized that Professor Ma had arrived. He deliberately pulled Li Shui to a conspicuous spot and feigned surprise, approaching with a question. Are you Professor Ma Xianwen? Taken aback, Ma Xianwen wondered who this young man was. I am. May I ask who you are? After confirming his identity, Jiang Han adopted a demeanor of desperate appeal. Professor Ma, I implore you, please save my daughter. My name is Jiang Han, and I am a loss. My daughter is suffering from leukemia and has yet to receive proper treatment. I beg you for your assistance. Given the large gathering, it was imperative for him to present himself in this manner. He could not approach directly and declare, I am young Master Jiang, treat my daughter. Moreover, with Li Shui present, he felt compelled to employ this strategy to avoid raising suspicions. Li Shui was also taken aback. This was a stark contrast to the Jiang Han she was accustomed to. Previously, he would never easily plead for help, and seeing him so humble and beseeching in front of a crowd was surprising. She felt a sense of pride in him. At least he was willing to lower himself for Jiang Ranxin's sake. However, Professor Ma's reaction was quite different. Young Master Jiang, Jiang Han. He could hardly believe it. Initially uncertain, he glanced at Wu Gang, who nodded in affirmation, confirming his identity. A wave of nervousness washed over him. He was finally in the presence of the legendary young Master Jiang. Yet, he found it peculiar that young Master Jiang appeared so unassuming and was pleading so humbly. But it was understandable. This young master preferred to remain low-key, and those around him likely did not recognize his true identity. Had they known, the situation would not have unfolded in this manner. The dean, observing the exchange, felt displeased and admonished. Family member, please conduct yourself with dignity. Mr. Ma is not someone who could be easily summoned. I am aware of your daughter's condition, and the attending physician will clarify the follow-up steps shortly. For now, I kindly ask that you refrain from obstructing Mr. Ma and his companions from proceeding to my office for a brief respite. Damn, what an insufferable dean. Ma Xianwen inwardly cursed, but he dared not publicly disclose Jiang Han's identity. Instead, he smiled and replied, No need for concern. I do not require rest. I came here to assist patients. And since someone has come to seek my help, it would be a disgrace to the medical community if I were to turn them away. His words were a veiled reproach, causing the dean's face to fluctuate between shades of green and red. May I inquire about the age of this gentleman's daughter? She is 4 years old this year, Professor, and I kindly ask for your assistance. Ma Xianwen nodded. The likelihood is quite significant. Let us proceed to take a look. He had to inquire as such, otherwise, he would be left in the dark. Merely stating that the cure rate is high would be utterly nonsensical. The nurse, understanding the situation, promptly led the way under the director's gaze, guiding Ma Xianwen to the ward. Wu Gang was still in a state of delight, as he had finally encountered young Master Jiang. At long last, Chapter 44. The fraudulent Dr. Jiang Han couldn't help but marvel at Ma Xianwen's cleverness. He not only devised a way to assist him, but also refrained from exposing him. Wu Gang, despite his smiling facade, could not conceal the air of authority that surrounded him. Li Shui hastily approached Jiang Han, whispering, "Jiang Han, is this reliable? This is no joking matter." Coincidentally, Ma Xianwen overheard her words and nearly lost his balance. How dare they question his capabilities? After all, he was a renowned expert in leukemia. Throughout his life, he had been most vexed by people doubting his abilities. Yet, given that this was the young master's wife, he dared not voice his discontent. "Rest assured, I may lack in other areas, but I possess considerable expertise in leukemia. The patients I have treated are predominantly on the path to recovery." Upon hearing this, Li Shui felt as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, sighing with relief. Upon entering the hospital room, she noticed the nurse entertaining Jiang Ranxin, surrounded by several Barbie dolls. Li Shui approached and gently set the dolls aside. "Xian, be good. This esteemed doctor has come from afar to examine you. It won't hurt, all right?" Upon learning that the doctor had come to treat her, Jiang Ranxin reverted to a remarkably obedient demeanor. Her innocent and adorable expression, complemented by the rare blush on her cheeks, made her all the more endearing. "Uncle?" Ma Xianwen felt a twinge of discomfort. He was only 50 years old. How could he be referred to as uncle? Never mind that. Now is not the time for such trivialities. It was indeed pitiable for someone so young to be afflicted with leukemia. "Let me take a look." At his words, everyone promptly made way. Though one individual's gaze flickered, clearly reluctant to remain in the vicinity, yet no one noticed this subtle unease. Ma Xianwen proceeded with a few preliminary examinations before requesting the attending physician to provide him with all pertinent details regarding Jiang Ranxin's condition. In less than 3 minutes, he had thoroughly reviewed everything, and his brow furrowed. This seems to present some issues." As soon as the words left his lips, Jiang Han paused in surprise. "Issues?" Li Shui, filled with concern, immediately inquired, "Professor Ma, is there a problem? Has Xian's condition worsened? Can she still be treated? Please, I implore you. You must save her. Money is no object. Do not be agitated. My visit was initially intended for promotional purposes, so financial matters are unnecessary. When I mention there's an issue, it does not refer to your daughter's condition worsening, but rather to the treatment itself." Treatment issues? The atmosphere grew tense as all present exchanged glances. To suggest that there were problems with the treatment was tantamount to slapping their hospital in the face. The director, somewhat perplexed, hastily interjected, "Mr. Ma, one must not speak so carelessly. In terms of patient treatment, we have always dedicated ourselves wholeheartedly, leaving no stone unturned. Even when family members failed to make timely payments, we never uttered a word of complaint. To suggest that there are issues with the treatment implies a fault within our hospital, does it not?" Noticing the director's agitation, Ma Xianwen chuckled softly. "Director, there is no need for such fervor. The assertion of treatment issues does not inherently reflect poorly on your hospital." He continued, "The treatment of leukemia necessitates a sterile environment, devoid of any radiation exposure. Furthermore, during the procedure of bone marrow transplantation, many critical factors must be meticulously attended to. Generally, once a bone marrow transplant is successful, the patient's white blood cell count should steadily increase rather than exhibit a sudden decline. Yet, curiously, the patient's white blood cell count has inexplicably dropped, which raises concerns. Given the patient's otherwise favorable condition, the issue must lie with the attending physician." With that, Ma Xianwen cast a knowing glance at the attending physician, as if attempting to penetrate the veil of his demeanor. Under the sudden scrutiny of those present, the physician felt a wave of unease wash over him, yet he forced himself to regain composure. "What do you mean by that, Mr. Ma? I have been wholly dedicated to the patient's treatment, without a hint of negligence. Are you suggesting that I am failing in my duties? If so, do enlighten me about the shortcomings you perceive in my approach." Jiang Han's expression darkened. He was taken aback by the attending physician's audacity. If such words had come from another's lips, he might have doubted their veracity, but from Ma Xianwen, he was compelled to believe. After all, this was a man recommended by Lin Xiangtian, whose judgment he trusted implicitly. "Doctor, I implore you for an explanation. Should your negligence lead to any missteps in my daughter's treatment, I assure you, you shall regret it for the rest of your life. Li Shui, upon witnessing Jiang Han's grave demeanor, was startled. She had never seen him so serious before. The director, equally puzzled, regarded the attending physician with suspicion. Could it be that there was indeed a problem here? Ma Xianwen's credibility was undeniable, as he was a renowned expert. To speak falsely would jeopardize his esteemed reputation. Director, why do you regard me thus? I have consistently devoted myself to the patient's care, without a single misstep. Do you not trust me? The attending physician's voice trembled slightly as he defended himself. Professor Ma, if you truly have identified a fault in my practice, I implore you to articulate it clearly, so that I may understand where I have erred. At this, Ma Xianwen could not suppress a smile. It seemed the attending physician would not shed tears until faced with the coffin. He waved the patient's medical records lightly, responding with calm assurance. As I have previously stated, a successful bone marrow transplant typically does not result in a sudden drop in white blood cell counts, especially given the favorable match between the patient and the donor. If I am not mistaken, it seems that during the surgery, the bone marrow was not completely transplanted. To put another way, only half of it was transplanted. Not only did you fail to disclose this half measure, but I suspect you also took advantage of the absence of the family members to disseminate radiation within this ward, thereby annihilating the newly generated white blood cells within the patient's body, which would explain the sudden decline in their count. Your ulterior motive for such actions was merely to deceive the family into believing that a second surgery was necessary. And what you sought was the monetary compensation for that subsequent procedure. I surmise that you began pocketing illicit funds from the very first operation. Did I err in my assessment? As these words fell, Li Shui was taken aback, realizing the depths of the attending physician's corruption. It was no wonder that when they had gone to settle the surgical fees, they discovered the hospitalization costs exceeded 30,000 yuan. Even with her utmost composure, she found it increasingly difficult to restrain herself. After all, this was a matter of life and death. The audacity to employ such despicable tactics for financial gain, especially when it concerned a mere 4-year-old child, was unconscionable. Any complications could indeed result in a tragic loss of life. Ma Xianwen's statements had rendered the attending physician pale, his demeanor growing increasingly frantic. Jiang Han regarded him with an expression of indifference. Is what Professor Ma stated the truth? I warn you, you are slandering me. Can you not hear my question? Is what Professor Ma said true? Jiang Han raised his voice, his countenance darkening. The attending physician trembled, his gaze darting about, and he hastily shoved aside those behind him, making a desperate escape. The truth was out, and remaining here would be his undoing. He needed to leave this place and purchase a ticket at once. Observing his departure, the director contemplated sending someone after him, but Jiang Han intervened. Professor Ma, please first assess how my daughter can be treated. As for him, let us disregard him for now. Understood. Jiang Han had resolved within himself, his gaze sharpening. While he could overlook the deceit for monetary gain, the fact that the physician had targeted his daughter, putting her life at stake, was intolerable. Should any harm befall his daughter, he would ensure that no one escaped retribution. Chapter 45. Li Shui did not ignore Jiang Han's expression. She simply felt that his anger was futile and that it would be more beneficial to focus on how to cure Xin's illness. However, Jiang Han harbored no worries regarding this matter, especially since Ma Xianwen had arrived, which suggested that there was little cause for concern. Indeed, Ma Xianwen merely glanced at the medical records before smiling and stating, I can treat this little girl. There's nothing too serious. It may require the family's cooperation for another surgery, but after this procedure, she will undoubtedly recover. Upon hearing this, Li Shui sighed in relief. As long as a cure was possible, that was sufficient. Yet, she cast a glance at Jiang Han, realizing that he had never endured the agony of a bone marrow transplant. But undoubtedly, it was not an easy ordeal. Jiang Han, let me handle this time, Li Shui suddenly declared, catching Jiang Han off guard. He had not anticipated her assertiveness, and there was a hint of tenderness in her gaze. Seeing her determination, Jiang Han shook his head gently. No, I shall do it. You need to take care of Xin afterward. Ma Xianwen felt slightly awkward, but promptly interjected, "Gentlemen, I believe it is best for this gentleman to proceed, as the bone marrow for the first transplant is his. A sudden change in donors would not be advisable." This was indeed a valid point. Each individual's bone marrow possesses unique characteristics, and if one person's marrow could be utilized, why resort to a second? With Ma Xianwen's assertion, Li Shui reluctantly agreed. The group wasted no time and directly entered the operating room. After the earlier incident, the hospital director dared not utter a word, fully aware that such matters should not occur in his establishment. Ma Xianwen had lost all respect for him. How could he offend young Master Jiang and expect to escape unscathed? Wu Gang could only silently lament the fate of the attending physician. What a challenge. "Sir, I will extract the bone marrow as swiftly as possible. During this time, you must take good care of your health, as this will significantly impact your body." "Ma Xianwen informed Jiang Han." Jiang Han merely nodded, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to deal with the attending doctor. As anticipated, once the anesthetic was administered, Jiang Han began to feel drowsy. Ma Xianwen was cautious not to use too high a dosage. After all, it would not do to have Jiang Han asleep for 2 days and nights. Shortly thereafter, Ma Xianwen skillfully extracted the bone marrow and completed the surgery. Upon regaining consciousness, Jiang Han smiled upon seeing Xin peacefully asleep. At last, he had resolved one matter. If Xin's condition remained untreated, it would surely jeopardize both his and Li Shui's lives. Now that the surgery had concluded, it was time for him to attend to other matters. "Shui, please watch over Xin. I need to step out for a while." "Step out? Where do you intend to go? You have just awakened, and your body is still affected. You should rest properly and not venture out," she urged. Li Shui felt a wave of concern. Why was Jiang Han being so reckless? Was he not demeaning his own body? Ma Xianwen was also taken aback. What exactly was young Master Jiang intending to do? However, Jiang Han merely shook his head, asserting, "I'm fine, really. You should focus on taking care of Xin. I need to return to the company. Otherwise, my bonus for this month will be entirely deducted. The boss has asked me to deliver packages, and given our financial situation, it would not be wise to take leave." "Deliver packages? Are you serious?" Ma Xianwen and Wu Gang were utterly astonished. Had young Master Jiang become so low-key that he needed to resort to delivering parcels to make ends meet? Hearing Jiang Han's words, Li Shui felt a twinge of guilt. She had been urging him to earn money and strive for success, but in his current state, how could he possibly endure such strain? Yet, without money, Xin's illness could not be treated. Someone had to remain here. With a sigh, she nodded, silently apologizing to Jiang Han, contemplating preparing a hearty meal for him upon his return. After exiting the hospital, Jiang Han immediately made a call. "Old Lin, I need you to investigate a person, the leukemia doctor at the People's Hospital, Kong Shunji. I require his information within 3 minutes. Additionally, drive to Fugaway Road to pick me up. You must locate him within 5 minutes." Upon receiving this call, Lin Xiangtian was momentarily stunned. Investigating someone within 3 minutes was feasible, but finding their location in 5 minutes would be quite a challenge. "Young master, this..." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Han interrupted, "If you cannot accomplish this, I would rather go to prison than return home to inherit the family fortune." The audacity to threaten him with such a statement was astonishing. Lin Xiangtian had no choice but to mobilize his subordinates to commence the investigation. Yet, he pondered what could have provoked the young master to act this way. The doctor seemed to be in perfectly good standing at the hospital. This sudden urgency could only imply that the doctor was indeed dubious, likely harboring malicious intent. Having navigated the business world for years, he was well acquainted with such matters and quickly deduced the situation. After 7 or 8 minutes, a Maserati came to a halt before Jiang Han. Once inside, he impatiently inquired, "Have you found him? If so, let us hurry. We cannot allow him to escape." "Understood." Lin Xiangtian spoke into the intercom, and soon after, Lin Long's voice emerged. "All right, old Lin, I have arranged all personnel, and we have located the target. I am waiting for you at the intersection ahead." In less than 2 minutes, they arrived at the intersection, and Jiang Han was taken aback by the sight. A pair of vans were waiting. There is no doubt that these vehicles belonged to the underworld forces Lin Long had summoned. far too low-key for respectable company. The vehicles sped along, and within 10 minutes, they reached the exterior of a modest residential community. Within this modest abode, two individuals were frantically engaged in packing their belongings. The woman, still somewhat perplexed, vented her frustrations. "Old Kong, why are you in such a tizzy? Even if they discover us, so what? Don't you know Brother Jia? What is there to fear? Spare me your nonsense. Hurry up and gather your things to leave this place. You understand nothing. That scoundrel Ma Xianwen is out there. If he utters a single word, the entire medical community will descend upon me to apprehend me. We must depart swiftly while there is still time. The money we have accumulated over the years is more than sufficient. Let us catch a flight abroad." No sooner had the words left his lips than the door was violently kicked open, revealing a low, menacing voice. "You wish to leave for abroad? Have I granted you permission?" Chapter 46. And upon hearing the words, Kong Shunji was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in a furious tirade. "Who the hell is trying to play tricks on me? Show yourself." His wife, Feng Fong, was equally startled by this sudden turn of events. Leading the group was Lin Long, followed closely by Lin Xiangtian, and finally, at the rear stood Jiang Han. The expression on Jiang Han's face was devoid of any mirth. Rather, it bore an ominous gloom that deepened upon noticing Kong Shunji. Initially, Kong Shunji had only perceived Lin Long at the forefront, which incited his wrath. "Who are you? What business do you have intruding into my home? Do you realize this is a violation of private property?" Violation of private property? Jiang Han could barely suppress a laugh. "I must warn you, I am affiliated with Brother Jia." At the mention of Brother Jia, Lin Long raised an eyebrow. In Jiang City, he was the underground king, but he was not the sole power in the shadowy underworld. Brother Jia was the second in command of the underground forces in Jiang City, yet even as the second in command, he would never dare confront Lin Long directly. "I am Lin Long. You may summon your Brother Jia to meet me and see what he dares to say." Lin Long. Kong Shunji was momentarily stunned. The figure before him was indeed Lin Long, the underground king? Surely, this must be a fabrication. Do not pretend to be Lin Long before me. I warn you, if Brother Jia truly arrives, you will all regret it. Step aside and do not obstruct my path. Seeing this, Lin Long genuinely believed these individuals to be fools. Lin Xiangtian struck his cane against the ground, letting out a low grunt. "Kong Shunji, during your tenure at the People's Hospital, you embezzled a staggering 3 million. Hundreds of innocent citizens have suffered under your oppression. And now, you dare to bully the young master of my family. Do you still wish to argue?" Taken aback, Kong Shunji immediately protested. "I know not of what you speak. You are defaming me. Do you believe I will not report you for this slander?" Observing Kong Shunji's reaction, Lin Xiangtian could not help but smile faintly. Realizing that Kong Shunji was indeed one who would not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Without hesitation, he took a document from one of the bodyguards behind him, revealing several lists within. He let out a cold laugh. Kong Shunji, aged 51, serving as the head of hematology at the People's Hospital. On January 20th of the year before last, you treated a leukemia patient, defrauding them of 200,000. During the surgery, you took compromising photographs to threaten them. And because the victim was a young girl, the matter was swept under the rug. Furthermore, on May 11th of the same year, you treated a female patient with thalassemia, employing the same despicable tactics, leading to a loss of 300,000. There is more. As these revelations unfolded, Kong Shunji was rendered speechless, his heart racing with panic. He had believed he had meticulously covered his tracks, leaving no trace behind. How could this old man possibly know of his misdeeds? He not only took photographs of the fruits, but also, during the time of the surgery, engaged in relations with those two female patients. In the end, it was all suppressed, leaving no one aware of the situation. This old man appears to be quite formidable. Silence. You are slandering me. I have never engaged in such behavior. Although Kong Shunji still stubbornly denied it, there was a hint of insecurity in his demeanor. Lin Xiangtian folded the document without uttering a word, merely casting a half-smile at Kong Shunji as if observing a jester. It was as if he were conveying to Kong Shunji that every move he made was under Lin Xiangtian's control. Lin Long could hardly believe that such a person was still a doctor, committing so many vile acts while remaining free within the hospital. Such a person truly deserves a harsh fate. Veins were already bulging on his arms, and he was on the verge of confronting Kang Shunji. He had taken several steps forward, nearly ready to strike, while Kang Shunji, sensing the impending threat, swallowed hard and retreated several steps in fear. What do you want? Don't come any closer. This is a violation of my human rights. I can sue you. Lin Long grunted. Do you still think you have human rights? Although I, Lin Long, am involved in underground activities, I have never committed such a morally reprehensible act. Do you realize how displeased you make me? I do not care about the past, but now you dare to provoke my young master. Do you believe that I, Lin Long, can make you vanish from this world today? Enough. Jiang Han, who had been standing in the background, stepped forward with a wry smile, halting Lin Long's actions. After all, to strike such a person seemed far too trivial. He desired that Kang Shunji be unable to roam freely for the rest of his life. Upon seeing Jiang Han, Kang Shunji froze momentarily, stumbling back several steps. Is this the relative of that little girl? What is happening? Did he summon these people? Lin Xiangtian cheerfully called out, Young master, we have found the individual. How shall we proceed? Jiang Han shook his head, merely observing Kang Shunji's incredulous expression, rooted to the spot, as if questioning how this had come to pass. However, upon seeing Jiang Han, Kang Shunji felt a wave of relief. It was common knowledge that this impoverished individual was struggling in the hospital. What could this boy possibly achieve? The people he summoned were merely pretending to be Lin Long. How laughable! He could not fathom what audacity had allowed him to momentarily forget the panic of being exposed, straightening his back to face Jiang Han. I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be you, this pauper. What if I deceived you out of your money? What can you do about it? Damn it, you even brought people to intimidate me. I do not know how you learned about those matters. They are all mere illusions. Let me tell you, if you dare waste my time today, I will have Brother Jia come deal with you. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Han let out a cold chuckle. Kang Shunji, oh Kang Shunji, do you not realize that the one thing I detest most in this life is the bullying of my daughter? Yet, you have chosen to set your sights upon her. You claim to be acquainted with Jia Gu in this city of Jiangcheng. What of it? Open your eyes and behold the person before you. This is the underground monarch of Jiangcheng, Long Lin. Whether you choose to believe it or not is of little consequence now. But I must inform you, even if you are familiar with Jia Gu, what does that matter? Do you truly think he can safeguard you? Chapter 47. Seeking a scapegoat, as Jiang Han spoke, he exuded an air of authority, his demeanor imposing enough to dissolve the fleeting courage that had just surged within Kang Shunji. What do you intend to do? He stammered. I can always return the money. Return the money? I assure you, I have never lacked such trivial sums. What I wish to convey is that while man acts, heaven observes, and one day, justice will be served upon you. I, myself, am that justice. Lao Lin, escort him to his cell. Let him spend the rest of his days confined within. Upon hearing the mention of imprisonment, Kang Shunji was gripped by genuine fear. The thought of incarceration sent him scrambling to escape. Why should he be imprisoned? He had merely deceived a few for monetary gain, without ever harming anyone through his medical practice. What crime was that? You lie. You cannot condemn me. I have never harmed a soul. Before he could continue his futile protest, Lin Long delivered a powerful punch to his face, sending him sprawling to the ground, whereupon several police officers promptly apprehended him. Never harmed anyone, Jiang Han replied with a serene smile. You possess medical skills, yet fail to apply them in the hospital. Instead, deliberately exacerbating patients' conditions to extort money from them. As a healer, this is an egregious error. A true physician possesses the heart of a parent. Why deceive the masses so cruelly? Today, it is he who will finally find vindication. But what are the other victims you have wronged? Must they simply swallow their grievances in silence? Having resolved the matter at hand, Jiang Han turned to Lin Long and coldly declared, from this day forth, I desire that you alone command the underground forces of Jiang City. By any lawful means necessary, consolidate all subterranean power under your dominion, and ensure that the so-called Brother Jia also find his way behind bars. With that, he departed, feeling increasingly unwell, his frailty exacerbated by the recent surge of anger. It was only due to Jiang Ranxin's support that he had managed to endure thus far. Lin Long, bewildered by Jiang Han's words, was struck by the audacity of his intent to dismantle the entire underground network of Jiang City, effectively transforming it into his own. Although Jiang Han had not articulated this explicitly, Lin Long grasped the underlying implication. Naturally, he dared not voice any objections. This plan was already set in motion by Jiang Han, and with Lin Xiangtian's backing, he felt empowered to pursue such ambitions. Lin Xiangtian escorted Jiang Han to the Swiftwind Express Company, where Jiang Han entrusted the management of all affairs to Su Qingqing. Since their last encounter, Su Qingqing had missed Jiang Han immensely, yet she understood he was married and thus refrained from expressing her feelings. Although she harbored affection for him, she was not inclined to intrude upon another's family. However, when she learned that Jiang Han had placed her in charge of the express company, she was taken aback by his unwavering trust. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Han regarded this venture as nothing of great consequence. Upon arriving near the hospital, Jiang Han alighted from the vehicle. Lin Xiangtian, with a tone of caution, remarked, "Young master, there seems to be an issue with your father-in-law's law firm. Would you like to take a look?" "Father-in-law? Liaojie? What concern is that of mine?" When I sought financial assistance from him and Chen Meifu, they were utterly unyielding. Why should Jiang Han now intervene in his law firm? He pondered it for a moment. Yet, he did not entirely dismiss the idea, for he would undoubtedly encounter Li Shui eventually. It would be prudent to address it then. Upon returning to the hospital, he observed Li Shui stepping out to take a call, her expression decidedly grim. Jiang Han surmised that something unfortunate had transpired. Indeed, the in-laws had already reached out to Li Shui. Their response was remarkably swift. Just moments ago, Lin Xiangtian had informed him, and now this call had come through. However, he chose to ignore it and instead entered the ward to check on Jiang Wanxin. It must be said that Ma Xianwen and Wu Gang were quite commendable, having remained vigilantly by the sleeping Jiang Wanxin's side. The two acknowledged Jiang Han with a nod and a smile, with Ma Xianwen stepping forward to address him. "Young Master Jiang. Mr. Jiang, your daughter's condition is stable. She merely needs to be observed here in the hospital. Here is my business card. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I've already spoken with the director, so there's nothing to worry about." He initially intended to address him as young master, but upon encountering Jiang Han's sudden gaze, he instinctively altered his address. Keeping it low-key, Jiang Han expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Professor Ma. I am truly appreciative." He recognized that the two had come specifically to cultivate goodwill with him, and given their sincerity, it would not be right to refuse their kindness. It seemed he would need to devise a means to repay this favor in due course. At that moment, Li Shui entered, glanced at the sleeping Jiang Wanxin, and felt a wave of relief. She thanked Ma Xianwen, and they all exited together, for the sterile environment of the ward necessitated their departure. Once outside, Li Shui appeared somewhat troubled and said, "Jiang Han, there has been an issue with my parents. Shall we go back and check on them?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Han agreed. He too was curious about what mischief his troublesome in-laws might have conjured. Li Shui, now overtaken by her thoughts, hastily apologized to Ma Xianwen and the others before pulling Jiang Han away. Watching their departing figures, Ma Xianwen sighed. Indeed, the younger generation is always pushing the older aside. "Old Wu, what do you think of young Master Jiang's demeanor? Such restraint and modesty. Is it a blessing or a curse?" "You talk too much. What does it matter if it's a blessing or a curse? In any case, young Master Jiang will come to no harm. Now, hurry back to the hotel. I need to sleep. I haven't had a proper rest. A nice bath and a massage are in order." "Ah, Old Wu, not to criticize, but I have some knowledge of traditional medicine. You should refrain from constantly seeking out those massage girls. Your health is quite fragile. Fragile, your mother, despite their advancing years." The two individuals exhibited no trace of age when it came to playful banter. Within the confines of the Silver Beach Villa community, Chen Meifu and Liaojie found themselves in a state of agitation, akin to ants on a hot pan, utterly devoid of solutions, their hands fidgeting with nervous energy. "Dad, Mom, we're here," Li Shui announced as she knocked on the door. Chen Meifu promptly opened it, and upon seeing Jiang Han, rather than the usual indifference, she greeted him with a forced smile that lacked authenticity. "Hurry, come in, Xiaoxue, Jiang Han, take a seat. Your father and I have been waiting for you." Waiting for them? Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, suspecting that what they truly awaited was assistance in shouldering the blame. Chapter 48. Frantic despair. Li Shui found herself somewhat unaccustomed to the overwhelming warmth displayed by her parents, especially since they had maintained a cold demeanor towards her and Jiang Han for the past 2 years. Had it not been for the recent incident, it was unlikely they would have even crossed their minds. Though she felt a twinge of discomfort, they were ultimately still her parents, and she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Jiang Han, on the other hand, exhibited no reservations. Invited to sit, he did so readily, but Li Shui, noticing his casualness, felt compelled to remind him, Jiang Han, what are you doing? Let mom and dad sit first. Her implication was clear. It seemed inappropriate for him to take a seat while her parents stood. This remark left Chen Meifu and Li Yaojie feeling somewhat awkward. It felt like a slap in the face. Chen Meifu forced a smile and said, Shui, why are you being so formal? You and Jiang Han are home, not elsewhere. Why all this fuss? Jiang Han, ignore her, just sit. After all, there's nothing pressing to attend to. In response, Jiang Han merely nodded. It was indeed a rare sight to see his in-laws like this. So why not savor the moment? Li Shui understood the unusual behavior of her parents was due to the recent troubles they faced. Resolving the matter was of utmost importance. Dad, Mom, you mentioned something significant over the phone. What is going on? Isn't the law firm doing well? How did things suddenly take a turn? Upon hearing this, Chen Meifu began to sob, her face etched with sorrow, while Li Yaojie sighed deeply. Shui, this situation is indeed partly my fault. I took on a case that went awry. I failed to assist the client effectively, and now they're unhappy. They leveraged their power to freeze all my funds. After some inquiry, I discovered that the individual involved is the brother-in-law of the CEO of Atom Group. You know many people in the business world. Perhaps you can think of a solution. Atom Group? Li Shui's mind immediately conjured an image of this powerful conglomerate, which wielded considerable influence in Jiang City. Yet, despite her father having made connections with numerous business magnates after opening his law firm, she wondered why he hadn't sought their assistance. Dad, don't you also know many influential figures? Why not ask them for help? At this, Chen Meifu grew even more irate. Shui, your father is utterly useless. I've long maintained that those so-called CEOs are unreliable, merely relying on your father to win their cases. It's all about mutual benefit. The moment they hear it's the Atom Group, they refuse to assist. Oh, it infuriates me. I warned him this case would be troublesome. I told him not to take it, but now look. The case remains unresolved, and he has created a mountain of trouble for himself. Truly, it's as if the heavens have turned a blind eye. Her lamentations and outbursts only served to frustrate Li Yaojie further. Enough. Be quiet. The situation is already unfolded. What do you expect me to do now? Do not assume that I am unaware of your daily escapades, spending money at mahjong tables. Just last week, you lost 20,000 yuan. You even deceived me by claiming to have purchased insurance. I chose to turn a blind eye. Yet you seem to think I am oblivious. Upon being scolded by Li Yaojie, Chen Meifu fell silent. This matter was indeed true, as it had been explicitly communicated to her that she was forbidden from playing mahjong. She was a quintessential example of someone lacking skill yet indulging in the game, resulting in continuous losses. To her astonishment, her clandestine gambling was discovered by Li Yaojie. Father, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. I am merely a general manager, and the Atom Group operates on a completely different level. I'm unable to aid you in this matter. Furthermore, couldn't you clarify the situation yourself? Li Shui felt somewhat helpless, as there was little she could do. Should she negotiate with the Atom Group on his behalf, they would hardly take her seriously. Upon hearing Li Shui's remarks, Chen Meifu began to wail even more. Li Yaojie exhibited clear irritation, yet remained silent. They had summoned Li Shui in hopes of finding a solution, but now one was deemed useless, while the other claimed to be unable to help, extinguishing any sense of anticipation. Oh dear, Xiao Shui, if you were to marry someone else, would such a situation arise? Look at Jiang Han. He is utterly incompetent. Your father, and I can only rely on you. Yet here you are, powerless to assist. This is driving us to despair. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han cast her a glance and unexpectedly retorted, what are you looking at? You are the true waste. It seems we were blind to allow Xiao Shui to marry you. Jiang Han remained silent, feeling no turbulence within, even suppressing a hint of amusement at the unpredictable nature of his mother-in-law. One moment she warmly welcomed them, and the next, she turned hostile. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Xiaoxua, why don't you hastily divorce this good-for-nothing and marry Uncle's son instead? That would resolve everything. Look at Uncle Lu's family. They are wealthy and surely could handle it." Upon hearing the suggestion, Li Shui was instantly enraged. Her mother was truly being absurd. She was already married and had a daughter, yet her mother wanted her to divorce, exploiting her to marry someone else and extract wealth from affluent individuals to resolve their issues. Not to mention, even if she were not married, she could never stoop to such depths. Mother, what kind of words are those? I am, after all, your biological daughter. What do you mean by such statements? Do you consider your daughter to be less than human? I cannot believe you would utter such things. Li Shui's reproach rendered her mother somewhat embarrassed, causing her to lower her head in silence. Jiang Han was equally taken aback, astonished by the sheer madness of his mother-in-law. Li Yaojie, too, was incredulous at Chun Meifu's outrageousness, shooting her a glare and saying, "Ignore her." Li Shui took several deep breaths to calm herself before inquiring, "Father, how would you like me to assist you?" Upon hearing Li Shui express her willingness to assist, Li Yaojie's eyes brightened instantly. He promptly remarked, "Shui, you are well connected in the business world, and now, as the general manager, could you perhaps pay a visit to Adam Group and plead on behalf of my father? Plead on behalf. If it were truly that simple, how delightful it would be. Unfortunately, it is improbable that the opposing party would easily acquiesce. A corporation of such magnitude would undoubtedly consider the lawsuit critically significant. They would not simply relent due to a single utterance from her. Yet, on the other hand, this involves her father and her family. She cannot simply turn a blind eye. With a resigned sigh, she stated, "I will give it a try, though my hopes are not high, so do not harbor excessive expectations." Despite her words, Li Yaojie and Chun Meifu felt a sense of relief, hopeful that this approach might bear fruit. Meanwhile, Jiang Han, who had remained silent until now, scratched his head and said, "Well, I have a friend who has some connections with them. Should I inquire?" Chun Meifu immediately interjected, her voice laced with disdain. "What did you say? You know such a friend? Jiang Han, you voteless fool. If you truly had connections like that, would we be enduring this misery? Is it necessary for Shui to suffer like this? Even now, you still boast. You are truly a useless person." Li Yaojie, concerned that Jiang Han's outburst might jeopardize the situation, hurriedly interjected, "Jiang Han, do not act recklessly. This matter is of utmost importance to me." Chapter 49. Men are all boorish. This matter pertains to whether Li Yaojie can unfreeze those funds and manage his current assets. If Jiang Han continues to meddle recklessly and jeopardizes his affairs, the consequences could become exceedingly troublesome. Consequently, he raised his voice at Jiang Han. Observing this, Jiang Han chose to remain silent. Given his current state, no amount of explanation would convince Li Yaojie or Chun Meifu. It was perhaps wiser to refrain from speaking altogether. Li Shui, too, dismissed the situation, for she understood that Jiang Han could not possibly have such acquaintances. His remarks were likely an attempt to alleviate her stress and reassure her parents. "Xiaoxue, I entrust this matter to you. You must assist your father, otherwise, all my years of hard work could come to naught. I will do my best. I'll head back now to see what I can do," Li Shui replied, eager to leave. She knew that staying would only subject her to another lengthy lecture from her mother about Jiang Han's shortcomings. Jiang Han rose and accompanied Li Shui out of Yintan. "Jiang Han, you should return home. Xinxin likely has no pressing matters now. Take some time to rest. You've had a tiring day. I will check in at the company to see if I can meet with Adam's associates and persuade them." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han did not refuse. He nodded and took a taxi back to the company while simultaneously sending a text message. "Old Lin, please handle matters with the law firm." Though he had previously wished to avoid involvement, that was in relation to his in-laws. Having now thrust such a troublesome situation onto Li Shui, he felt compelled to intervene. The recipient was slow to respond, likely occupied. Jiang Han paid it no mind, entrusting the issue to Old Lin would surely yield no complications. Li Shui arrived at the Atom Group building in a taxi. She had just called to make an appointment, as a meeting without prior arrangement would be impossible. Unbeknownst to her, within the office sat a middle-aged man with a mocking smile, gazing at a photograph on his computer screen, lost in thought. The person in the photograph was Li Shui. Upon receiving the call, he had already instructed his secretary to investigate her. To his surprise, Li Shui was a figure of significant stature, holding the position of general manager and considered a beauty within the company. The only unfortunate detail was her marital status, though he was not deterred. After all, a married woman possesses a certain charm. He was well aware of the reason Li Shui was contacting him, and while the matter was certainly negotiable, it depended on what Li Shui could offer in return. In the business world, such unspoken rules were commonplace, and this woman was undeniably captivating. Within 5 minutes, Li Shui was ushered into the office by his secretary after ascending in the elevator. She knocked on the office door. "Come in." As Li Shui entered, her high heels clicking against the floor, Yang Lifeng could not help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty. Particularly captivating were the long legs beneath that professional skirt, accentuated by the high heels, which were to his liking. "Mr. Yang, I have brought Manager Li," she announced. "Very well, you may leave. Without my express command, no one is permitted to interrupt my discussion with Manager Li." Within the confines of the office, only the two remained. Li Shui felt a twinge of discomfort as Yang Lifeng's gaze bore down on her, akin to that of a predatory wolf, seemingly attempting to see through her very essence. Under such scrutiny, she felt distinctly uneasy. "Hello, Mr. Yang. My name is Li Shui. I am aware, Manager Li. It is quite impressive that someone of such youth has ascended to the role of general manager. I wonder what brings you here to see me." Yang Lifeng, a seasoned manipulator, feigned ignorance, keen to let her speak first, knowing that she sought something from him. With a polite smile, Li Shui ventured, "Mr. Yang, I wish to discuss a personal matter with you. I understand that you are a person of great magnanimity. My father runs a law firm, and your family had entrusted him with a case that unfortunately did not conclude favorably. I feel compelled to apologize on behalf of my father." At this, Yang Lifeng feigned realization. "Ah, so Manager Li is here regarding that matter. Indeed, it is quite a perplexing issue." Li Shui had anticipated this response, understanding that given the circumstances, a visit was inevitable. Thus, she was not caught off guard by his demeanor. "Mr. Yang, I have indeed come to address this issue. I wish to extend my apologies on behalf of my father and hope that you might exercise your generosity in overlooking his missteps. The case's failure carries a burden of responsibility that he must bear, and I am here to plead for leniency on his behalf. I am aware that someone of your stature may not regard an employee from a small firm highly, and I do not presume to offer any form of collaboration to win your favor. I merely seek your understanding." Her forthrightness drew a nod of acknowledgement from Yang Lifeng, who toyed with a laser pointer, responding nonchalantly, "Manager Li's candor is refreshing. While I typically do not hold small enterprises in high regard, your personal appeal does warrant my attention. As for your father, the fault lies with him. I have repeatedly cautioned him that this case could not afford to be lost, yet he still failed. Thus, I consider this a minor reprimand for him. However, it is not beyond resolution. Some actions on your part may be required." At his words, Li Shui's brow furrowed slightly. "What is it that Mr. Yang wishes for me to do in order to absolve my father's firm from this predicament?" As soon as the question escaped her lips, the laser pointer in Yang Lifeng's hand illuminated, casting a red dot upon Li Shui's chest, the implication unmistakable. "Manager Li is an astute individual. I trust you comprehend my meaning. I believe this matter would be best resolved through such a means. Would you not agree, Manager Li?" Upon witnessing the situation, Li Shui quickly discerned the thoughts swirling in Yang Lifeng's mind. From the outset, she had anticipated that this endeavor would be anything but straightforward, and indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. In the eyes of these magnates, only the unspoken rules prevailed, although she yearned to assist Li Yaojia in resolving this matter. At this juncture, she found herself unwilling to acquiesce. "Mr. Yang, is there truly no alternative?" Yang Lifeng, exuding an air of assuredness, replied, "Oh, there is indeed a solution. Your father must compensate 5 million. I had initially provided a deposit of 1 million. and it was agreed that if this case could not be resolved, he would owe me 5 times the deposit. Upon seeing that 1 million, his eyes gleamed with greed, and he readily consented. Manager Li, you cannot fault me. While I too desire compensation, I believe you are worth that 5 million. Li Shui furrowed her brow, rising to depart. Mr. Yang, I apologize, but we will strive to compensate the 5 million as swiftly as possible. Please allow us some time. Farewell. With that, she exited, only to hear a faint voice behind her. Manager Li, should you reconsider, do inform me. I shall be at the Shangri-La tonight. Of course, if you prefer not to come, we can explore alternative methods of discussion. Such a blatant threat stirred unease within Li Shui. Yet, 5 million was an astronomical sum. They hardly possessed even 1 million at present, with Li Yaojie's funds frozen. Where would the money for compensation come from? Must she truly resort to such measures? Chapter 50. A glimmer of hope. As soon as Li Shui departed, a phone call immediately came through. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number, Yang Lifeng was momentarily taken aback. Who could possibly be calling him? Hello, who is this? Yang Lifeng, it's me, Lin Xiangtian. Lin Xiangtian? That name sounds so familiar. Oh my, Lin, the wealthiest man in Jiangchen. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm unsure why you're calling me. Would you like to meet and discuss this matter? He was undoubtedly eager to cultivate a connection with Lin Xiangtian, the richest individual in Jiangchen. Although his Atom Group was an esteemed enterprise, it paled in comparison to Lin Xiangtian's stature. Lin Xiangtian spoke in a grave tone. Have you recently employed some tactics against a law firm? Upon hearing Lin Xiangtian's words, Yang Lifeng was utterly stunned. How could he possibly know about this? Was the purpose of the call related to this very issue? The thought sent a wave of unease through him. He had conducted his own investigation and found that the law firm had no significant backers, nor any connection to Lin Xiangtian. Mr. Lin, indeed, they botched a case of mine, so I taught them a lesson. Are you perhaps connected to them in some way? He asked, his voice trembling, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. I offer you 2 choices. First, immediately unfreeze all funds pertaining to Li Yaojie. Second, the Atom Group will be acquired by me. It is up to you to decide. You have 5 minutes to resolve this matter. My secretary is already en route to your company. What? Oh my, so soon? Was he being coerced? Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Lifeng replied, Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will call someone to handle this matter immediately. I truly appreciate your assistance, and I apologize for the inconvenience to your secretary. This is my oversight, after all. No law firm can guarantee success in every case. Please be assured, I will resolve this. Might I request that you reconsider acquiring my modest company? For you, Mr. Lin, it is but a trifling matter, is it not? He certainly did not wish for his years of hard work to be taken over so easily. Moreover, should Lin Xiangtian be intent on acquiring Atom, he would have no means of resistance, forced to watch as his endeavor fell into another's hands. His only recourse now was to comply with Lin Xiangtian's demands. We shall see how you handle this. Also, do not disclose to anyone that I called you. Otherwise, you and Atom shall vanish together. With that, Lin Xiangtian hung up. He had just concluded a board meeting and had not noticed the message from Jiang Han until after it had ended, at which point his anger flared. He was aware of Yang Lifeng's dealings with the law firm, yet had refrained from intervening as Jiang Han had not spoken up. Now that Jiang Han had made his voice heard, action was certainly warranted. He hurriedly made a phone call to Jiang Han. Young master, it's all settled. What do you think? Should we proceed with the acquisition directly? Damn, Jiang Han couldn't help but exclaim. How could it be that for Lin Xiangtian, a mere disagreement leads to an acquisition? Was a company so insignificant in his eyes? Indeed, for him in the present moment, it held little value. No need for that. Let him learn a lesson. Understood, young master. Meanwhile, Li Shui exited the Atom Group building, her face etched with worry. Just as she intended to leave, a security guard stopped her. Excuse me, are you Manager Li or Miss Li? Li Shui paused slightly. Yes, that's me. Is there something you need? The security guard wiped the sweat from his brow. Manager Li, our general manager Yang requests your presence. He wishes to discuss your father's law firm once more. This is his exact wording. Please. Upon hearing this, Li Shui was taken aback. Hadn't she already declined? Why was she being summoned back? Could it be that he had changed his mind? Although she believed Yang Lifeng was unlikely to alter his stance, and that this invitation was merely a continuation of the previous unspoken rules, she knew she could not leave. She had to return. After all, if she truly walked away, there would be no opportunity for negotiation. She donned her high heels and took the elevator back to the top floor office. General Manager Yang, you called for me? At that moment, having received Lin Xiangtian's warning, Yang Lifeng seemed like a different person altogether. He quickly said, Manager Li, please take a seat. Someone, hurry and prepare coffee for Manager Li. Seeing Yang Lifeng's sudden change in demeanor, Li Shui was somewhat puzzled, yet she remained polite. There's no need for such formality. General Manager, it's quite unnecessary. Let us simply discuss the matter at hand. Oh, Manager Li, you shouldn't say that. Since you come to my company, it would be disrespectful not to host you properly, wouldn't it? Please, it's my duty. By the way, Manager Li, you came to discuss your father's law firm, correct? Li Shui nodded, looking at Yang Lifeng, who sat across from her desk. Indeed, General Manager Yang, I am here regarding that matter. I kindly ask for your leniency. My father did not act with malice. However, your terms are somewhat harsh. As for compensation, I hope you can grant us some time to consider. Upon hearing this, Yang Lifeng's expression changed, and he said earnestly, Manager Li, you needn't say such things. Now that you are here, if I were to continue holding it against you, it would be rather petty of me. This matter is settled. I've already instructed my secretary to lift all freezes on your father's assets. Moreover, I must extend my apologies to you and your father. It was my hasty actions that led to this situation. Please do not take it to heart. If time allows, I shall personally visit you one day. Additionally, to express my regret, I have this recent collaboration project I desire to propose. Please take it with you and consider it when you have the chance. I hope we can work together. Upon hearing this, Li Shui was taken aback, astonished that Yang Lifeng would utter such words. Not only did he effortlessly agree to resolve the matter, but he even offered a collaboration project. This felt utterly surreal. Noticing Li Shui's prolonged silence, Yang Lifeng began to feel anxious and quickly added, Manager Li, do you think I lack sincerity? How about this? Why don't you come work at my company? I will make you the general manager, and your salary will be twice what you currently earn. What do you say? Twice? Twice the salary? Li Shui was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but inquire Yang. Mr. Yang, are you serious? Of course I am serious. If you don't believe me, feel free to call and confirm. Your father's funding has been completely resolved. I, Yang, have always been a man of my word. Furthermore, I sincerely apologize for my earlier casual remarks, and I hope you will consider joining us with a salary that is double. At this moment, Li Shui began to regain her composure and process the information. She smiled and replied, Thank you, Mr. Yang, for your generous offer. I appreciate your consideration. If the opportunity arises, I will be delighted to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. However, I must discuss this potential move with my husband. Would that be all right? Absolutely. Here is my business card. Feel free to call me anytime. I warmly welcome you, Manager Li. After resolving the matter, Li Shui left with a heart full of joy. It was only after she departed that Yang Lifeng felt a sense of relief, hoping he could meet President Lin's expectations. Chapter 51 Opportunity. After Li Shui departed, she found herself engulfed in confusion. This was rather unusual. Had the matter truly been resolved so effortlessly? Upon initially hearing Yang Lifeng's demands, she had resolutely decided to borrow money if necessary, intending to make direct compensation. Yet, she was taken aback by how swiftly Yang Lifeng had changed his stance. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, reminiscent of what Jiang Han had mentioned earlier. Could it be that Jiang Han genuinely knew someone within Adam's circle and had made a phone call to resolve the issue? However, this notion was swiftly extinguished by Li Shui. After all, she had known Jiang Han for many years and was well aware of his character. There was no way he could be acquainted with such individuals. If he truly had such connections, why had he not secured a respectable job, subsisting on a meager monthly income? She dismissed the thought and was about to head to the hospital to care for Jiang Ruanxin when she received a call from Liao Jia. Dad, what's the matter? On the other end, an uncontainable joy radiated through the line as he exclaimed, Xiao Shui, hurry home. I asked your mother to buy several delectable dishes for a proper feast. If it weren't for you, I truly would have been at a loss. The bank just informed me that all my funds have been unfrozen. Xiao Shui, I owe you my heartfelt gratitude. Hearing her father's exuberance, Li Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although she was uncertain about why Yang Lifeng had suddenly changed his mind, it was undoubtedly a positive development. With this in mind, she decided to return home. Otherwise, her parents would likely be displeased. All right, I understand. I'll bring Jiang Han along. Great. I'll be waiting for you both at home. With that, Li Yaojie cheerfully ended the call, his heart brimming with joy. After all, this was a matter of millions. Quickly, go buy some fine ingredients, exquisite delicacies, and perhaps a bottle of red wine. Today, I am elated, and we shall indulge in a splendid meal. Li Yaojie instructed Chen Meifu, who smiled in response. It seemed they were once again affluent. However, upon hearing that Jiang Han would be joining them, she felt a twinge of annoyance. This good-for-nothing had never been of any assistance, and now sought to partake in their feast. Nevertheless, she decided to let it slide for the sake of the joyous occasion. Li Shui promptly called Jiang Han to invite him over. Upon learning that he was at the hospital, she felt somewhat comforted. Meanwhile, Yang Lifeng was in a state of panic, akin to a frightened child, as he hastily contacted Lin Xiangtian to explain the situation. Hello, President Lin. I have managed to resolve the issue. I hope you can forgive my previous misstep. I assure you, I will no longer make things difficult for them. Lin Xiangtian grunted in response. There's no need for your assurances. It's clear you lack the courage for that. Very well, I shall leave Adam to you, but a lesson must be imparted. I will terminate your collaborations with several other companies. For now, focus on your efforts. What? Lin Xiangtian's abrupt disconnection left Yang Lifeng on the brink of tears. Who could have known that Lin Xiangtian had ties to this family? Had he been aware, he would certainly have acted differently. Now, he found himself in a state of despair, feeling utterly hopeless. The termination of their collaboration meant that his liquidity would falter, potentially leading to financial losses, a quintessential example of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Jiang Han and Li Shui returned to Yintan, and upon entering, they were greeted by Li Yaojie's beaming smile. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed such joy on Li Yaojie's face, and it involuntarily brought a smile to his own. The allure of wealth was indeed potent. Xiao Shui, come in and sit. Your mother has gone to buy groceries and will be back later. He refrained from addressing Jiang Han, choosing to simply relish the moment. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Han inquired, Dad, has that matter been resolved? They didn't say anything, did they? The mention of the issue elicited great delight from Li Yaojie. Of course, it's all thanks to Xiao Shui. Had she not gone to Adam Group to persuade them, I fear the situation would have been far more complicated. Xiao Shui has truly grown up and is quite capable. He then cast a glance at Jiang Han. Unlike you, who seems rather ineffective. If you found a more respectable job, life would certainly be much easier. He continued, you mentioned knowing someone at Adam and wanted to make a call. Thank goodness I didn't let you, for if Xiao Shui had already resolved the matter and you had disrupted it, it would have driven me to despair. Jiang Han merely smiled in response, choosing not to contest Li Yaojie's belief that it was all due to Li Shui's efforts. After all, she was his wife, and it mattered little. Yet, Li Shui felt a twinge of awkwardness, especially when recalling Yang Lifeng's intentions. She preferred to keep that incident to herself, fearing it might lead Jiang Han to overthink. Xiao Shui, tell your dad what the people at Adam Group said. I never imagined my daughter was so capable. Even the people at Adam Group must show you respect. Li Yaojie chuckled heartily, proud of his daughter's accomplishments. Li Shui awkwardly smiled, unsure how to address the situation, still perplexed about Yang Lifeng's sudden change of heart. It's nothing, Dad. I just explained the situation and apologized. Mr. Yang is a rather decent person, so he decided to let it go. He also suggested I consider joining his company as a general manager. What? The news that Mr. Yang from Adam Group wanted Li Shui to join as a general manager stunned Li Yaojie momentarily, but then he burst into laughter, overjoyed. This was indeed a remarkable turn of events. Not only had his daughter resolved his issue, but she had also garnered the favor of the company as president, being offered a position as general manager at Adam Group, which surely surpassed her current employment. Xiao Shui, what did you say? Adam is a major corporation. If you go there, you're bound to thrive. Li Shui glanced at Jiang Han, noticing that his expression remained largely unchanged. I said I would think it over and discuss it later. What do you think, Jiang Han? Upon hearing this, Li Yaojia shot a glare at Jiang Han. Xiaoxue, you cannot miss such a golden opportunity. Why do you even need to ask him? Your father will make the decision for you. Just go to Adam tomorrow. It would be wonderful to be there. His words were undoubtedly laced with his own ulterior motives. After all, it was the Adam Group. If they could establish a good relationship, his law firm would surely be the first to be considered for any future cases. How splendid that would be. Li Shui felt somewhat conflicted as she looked at Jiang Han, who seemed to understand that she was seeking his opinion. He nodded, saying, I believe going to the Adam Group is a good idea. Didn't Dad say that their group is thriving? If you go, it would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Seeing Jiang Han's agreement, Li Shui pondered for a moment and resolved, all right. Jiang Han couldn't help but smile inwardly, surprised that Yang Lifeng would make such a choice merely to curry favor with Lin Xiangtian. For an average person, gaining entry to the Adam Group would likely be an impossible feat. However, this development could serve as a form of compensation for Li Shui. Chapter 52. Grandmother's birthday banquet. Li Yaojia wore a rather displeased expression, unable to fathom why his daughter felt the need to solicit the opinion of the worthless Jiang Han. It was infuriating to think that his words no longer held sway. Before long, Chun Meifu returned, laden with an abundance of exquisite delicacies, truly a feast fit for royalty, without a hint of frugality. Old Li, come quickly and lend a hand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han, understanding the situation, approached to assist. Chun Meifu was momentarily taken aback by his gesture, but soon nodded in approval, appreciating his thoughtfulness. She quickly immersed herself in the kitchen, while Jiang Han settled onto the sofa, listening to the conversation between Li Yaojia and Li Shui. Soon, they gathered around the dining table, and as Li Shui surveyed the lavish spread, she found it somewhat extravagant. 4 individuals, and yet a table laden with over a dozen dishes. How could they possibly consume all that? Xiaoxue, your parents have something to share with you. Chun Meifu said, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. Noticing her mother's hesitance, Li Shui inquired, Mom, what is it? Seeing her mother struggle to articulate her thoughts, Li Yaojia interjected with a smile, tomorrow is your grandmother's birthday, so make sure to arrive early. Don't forget, your mother might be hesitant to mention it. Perhaps because she knows you've been quite exhausted lately. Jiang Han observed his in-laws, pondering the notion that Li Shui was fatigued. It seemed more likely that she felt embarrassed to reveal that she would be bringing him along. Li Shui was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Oh, I remember now. It is indeed Grandma's birthday. I'll make sure Jiang Han and I go early tomorrow. You needn't worry. Upon hearing her prompt agreement, Chun Meifu felt a mixture of joy and concern. She was delighted that her daughter would attend, but troubled by the fact that her daughter was married to such a useless man. Surely, Jiang Han would become the target of scrutiny, and they would be embarrassed as a result. After much contemplation, Li Yaojia, with a heavy heart, produced a bank card, presenting it to Li Shui. Xiaoxue, my funds have been unfrozen. This card contains 1 million. Make sure to purchase some respectable gifts for tomorrow. We must not allow others to look down upon us. Chun Meifu was taken aback, astonished by Li Yaojia's willingness to part with such a sum. 1 million. Li Shui accepted the card, promptly passing it to Jiang Han. Keep this safe. As the bank card landed in Jiang Han's hands, Chun Meifu and Li Yaojia found themselves at a loss for words, their hearts unsettled, suspecting that Jiang Han might squander the money within. However, in light of the pleasant mood, they refrained from voicing their discontent. After the meal, Jiang Han and Li Shui returned home. The matter had been settled. But tomorrow's event was of utmost importance. Grandmother's birthday, and any negligence would be unacceptable. Early the next morning, Li Shui began to sort through her clothes, contemplating which outfit would be most suitable, while urging Jiang Han to procure gifts, as this task had traditionally fallen to him. Jiang Han found himself in a predicament. His grandmother was not only overly particular, but also rather difficult to please. If the gift he presented was even slightly unsatisfactory in her eyes, she would not hesitate to show her displeasure. Thus, this task proved to be quite challenging. After contemplating, he recalled that his grandmother enjoyed tea. Li Yaojia had won his grandmother's favor through his dedication to the art of tea, which made Jiang Han realize he would need to enlist Lin Xiangtian's assistance in procuring some tea leaves. He messaged Lin Xiangtian, requesting the finest tea leaves within a budget of 1 million, and also suggested including some ginseng and other items. Before long, Lin Xiangtian delivered the items to Jiang Han. Young master, Wu Gang has invited us to dinner tomorrow. Last time was quite hurried, so we didn't have a chance to gather. Will you be attending? Jiang Han nodded in agreement. Certainly, I will go. He held Wu Gang in high regard, as it was he who had helped cure Jiang Ranxin and expose the crimes of Kong Shunji, preventing Jiang Han from remaining in ignorance. Upon learning that Jiang Han would attend, Lin Xiangtian felt a sense of relief. The young master was increasingly embodying the essence of authority, albeit in a rather understated manner. Upon returning home, Li Shui had adorned herself with exquisite makeup, radiating beauty akin to that of a celestial being. Have you secured the gift? Jiang Han smiled knowingly. Rest assured, it is taken care of. Grandmother will undoubtedly appreciate it. Excellent. Hearing Jiang Han's assurance filled her with confidence. As they stepped outside, they received a call from Chun Meifu and Li Yaojia, who were already waiting and urging them to hurry as the birthday celebration was about to commence. Mother, you look splendid. Truly, you seem to grow younger with each passing year. At that moment, Chun Meifu offered her congratulations to her mother, Su Shufang. Su Shufang merely smiled and nodded. She said little, as she had 7 children in total. Despite Chun Meifu being married to a wealthy man, her daughter was rather ineffectual, which caused Su Shufang to hold a certain indifference toward her, particularly due to her connection with Li Shui. At this juncture, Chun Meiyin, the mother of Zhu Xiaoyan, seized the opportunity to inquire, "Sixth sister, why are only you and brother-in-law here? Where is Xiao Xue?" Surely she would not miss such an important occasion as mother's birthday. It would be quite embarrassing for her. Su Shufang nodded and replied in a sarcastic tone, "Meiyin, please refrain from making such remarks. She is busy. Here I am, an old woman nearing the grave. I wouldn't dare trouble her." Chun Meifu was acutely aware of her mother's indifference toward her due to the matter involving Li Shui, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward and increasing her irritation towards Jiang Han. "Mother, what you say is not quite fair. She is your granddaughter, after all. She is preparing a gift for you and will be here shortly, so do not be upset." Chun Meiyin retorted with derision. "Is that so, sixth sister? With the way Xiao Xue and her friends are, do you really think they are preparing a gift for mother? Your words have piqued my curiosity. I wonder what kind of gifts one could possibly bring, considering that mother is rather selective." Upon hearing this, Su Shufang let out a soft grunt, expressing her desire to see what gifts might be presented. After all, it is rather inconsiderate for a birthday celebration to be delayed. Li Yaojia and Chun Meifu exchanged awkward smiles, yet in their hearts, they had already scolded Jiang Han countless times, for it was undoubtedly his fault. It is well known that Li Shui has always been punctual. How could one not blame Jiang Han for this tardiness? Just as they contemplated calling to inquire, they caught sight of their figures appearing at the door. Chun Meifu, noticing the gift box in Jiang Han's hands, felt a sense of relief. At least there was a gift, sparing them from embarrassment. "Oh dear, Xiao Xue and the others are here. I shall go fetch them," she said. "All right," came the reply. Chun Meifu hurriedly stepped outside, casting a stern glance at Jiang Han. "Where have you been? Why did you arrive so late?" Chapter 53. He is an imposter. Upon witnessing Chun Meifu's fury, Li Shui was equally perplexed. "Mom, what are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Jiang Han has been preparing a gift for Grandma's birthday since early morning. You know how important it is to present a worthy gift. Otherwise, Grandma would surely be displeased. He has put in considerable effort." Hearing this, Chun Meifu's anger subsided somewhat, though she still shot Jiang Han a glare. "All right, hurry inside. The celebration is about to commence, and you mustn't embarrass me. Your grandmother just had a fit, and your aunt has been making snide remarks about me, leaving me utterly humiliated." "Aunt?" Li Shui was taken aback. This Aunt Chun Meiyin was the mother of Zhu Xiaoyan, who, reportedly, had been pursuing her career in another province and had rarely returned home. To her surprise, she had returned this time, only to cast aspersions on Chun Meifu. How rude. She tugged at Jiang Han, placing her trust in him. "Come on, let's go. Grandma must be quite upset about our tardiness." Jiang Han was well aware of the situation. His grandmother was no different from Empress Dowager Cixi. Both were notoriously difficult to please. Approaching Su Shufang, Jiang Han and Li Shui bowed respectfully. Grandma, may you enjoy blessings as vast as the eastern sea and live as long as the southern mountain. These words of congratulations brought a brief smile to Su Shufang's face. Good, good. It's wonderful that you've come. I thought you had forgotten about me. Xiao Xue, come here so I can see you. Li Shui stepped forward, allowing Su Shufang to gently caress her face with her weathered hands. This scene elicited envy from Zhu Xiaoyan and the others. In truth, Su Shufang had always favored Li Shui above her other grandchildren, for she was not only intelligent, but also remarkably considerate. However, since Li Shui married Jiang Han, whom she deemed a useless man, and believed that Li Shui was suffering alongside him, Su Shufang had been indifferent toward her in recent years. Has this rascal been mistreating you, Xiao Xue? If he has, you must tell Grandma. It's not that I oppose him entirely. I simply wish for him to strive harder so that you may endure less hardship. Jiang Han, did you hear that? I do not want Xiao Xue to suffer alongside you. Jiang Han smiled and replied, Grandma, I understand. I will work diligently to bring happiness to Xiao Xue. As soon as he finished speaking, laughter erupted among the attendees, for they found Jiang Han's statement to be quite comical. A useless man making such claims was indeed a source of amusement. Yet, Jiang Han remained unfazed. Given his current status and wealth, the truth of his circumstances would likely astonish this crowd. Enough. You all stand in line. The birthday celebration is about to begin. I am quite curious to see what gifts you have prepared after all this time. Li Shui guided Jiang Han to stand beside her, while Su Shufang settled herself in her chair, awaiting the offerings from her grandchildren. Chun Jianbin presented a set of exquisite pearl jewelry. Chun Jianbin is Li Shui's elder cousin, and upon seeing the gift, Su Shufang offered a symbolic smile. At her advanced age, celebrating her 80th birthday this year, although she appeared well, she questioned the utility of such offerings. Her second cousin, Chan Shanghai, stepped forward to present his gift, which was a box of exquisite bird's nest, and so it continued. Su Shiyu gifted a ragdoll cat, Gu Qinqin presented a jade bracelet, and Liang Qianfeng offered an authentic piece by Wang Angxi. As the moment approached for Li Shui to present her gift, she felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, uncertain of what Jiang Han had prepared, fearing her grandmother might not appreciate it. However, she was astonished by the ragdoll cat from her third cousin, although it was merely worth around 10,000 yuan. Her grandmother adored it, having a fondness for cats and dogs. Li Shui initially deemed such a gift too trivial to purchase, but it seemed effective after all. What gift you have, Li Shui? It needs to be open for me to comment, inquired her uncle, Chun Pingtian, who was presiding over the occasion. With a cheerful smile, Li Shui replied, Uncle, this is something Jiang Han bought, and I hope Grandma will like it. By saying this, she aimed to attribute the success of the gift to Jiang Han, hoping her grandmother would be favorably impressed by him. Chun Pingtian looked at Jiang Han and urged, Jiang Han, please open it. Jiang Han stepped forward and unveiled the contents of the gift box, revealing a delightful surprise to everyone, especially Chun Pingtian. Inside was a sizable, high-quality aged pu'er tea cake, a box of premium Longjing tea leaves, and alongside it lay a century-old wild ginseng. This level of thoughtfulness astonished the crowd, who had not anticipated Jiang Han would present such a gift. Su Shufang was equally taken aback, her smile becoming more pronounced. Among all the gifts, her attention was drawn to this one and the ragdoll cat. She couldn't help but marvel at the fact that although she considered Jiang Han a waste, he had such meticulous thoughtfulness, knowing precisely what she liked and catering to her preferences. Jiang Han, you're quite thoughtful, she remarked. Grandma, this is a small gesture from both me and Xiao Xue, and we hope you will enjoy it. At that moment, Li Yaojia, upon seeing the fine aged pu'er tea cake, was also surprised, feeling a twinge of longing. How wonderful it would be if he possessed such a splendid tea cake. Li Shui, too, was taken aback that Jiang Han had chosen such gifts, perfectly aligning with her grandmother's tastes. This realization brought her a sense of relief, hoping her grandmother would refrain from criticisms. However, as the gift was about to be placed on the table, a disdainful voice interrupted. Grandma, do you truly believe in the worth of this rubbish he has brought? Just think, if it were quality aged pu'er tea, it would cost at least 500,000 yuan. How could he possibly afford such an expense? Moreover, The exquisite Longjing tea is indeed hard to come by, and the century-old wild ginseng is even rarer. Grandmother, you must not be deceived by him. In my opinion, he has undoubtedly purchased some inferior goods from a street vendor, intending to bamboozle you. The speaker was none other than Su Shufang's third grandson, Feng Yucai. At that moment, he wore a look of utter disdain as he regarded Jiang Han, utterly unconvinced that the item in Jiang Han's possession was genuine. Su Shufang was taken aback, pondering the implications of his words. Was this item a counterfeit? She cast a questioning glance at Jiang Han, hoping for an explanation. Jiang Han, too, was puzzled, wondering what Feng Yucai was up to. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Yucai continued, producing his own gift box, which he opened to reveal an exquisite aged pu'er tea cake. In that instant, Jiang Han comprehended the situation. Feng Yucai's disparaging remarks stemmed from the fact that he had prepared a tea cake as well. Chapter 54. The embarrassing Jiang Han, what an impressive play indeed. Although he had also gifted a tea cake, upon seeing Jiang Han's present, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. His intent in saying this was to undermine Jiang Han's offering, emphasizing that his own gift was the most genuine. Su Shufang was momentarily taken aback, but a warm smile graced her face. She had not anticipated that her youngest grandson would be so considerate, knowing her preferences and preparing a tea cake for her. Yukai, you've put in great effort, she remarked. Feng Yucai replied with a smile. Grandma, it's no trouble at all. As long as you enjoy it, I would go to any lengths to prepare it for you. Besides, since you love tea, I'm merely catered to your tastes. It's hardly a grand gift. These words brought immense joy to Su Shufang. Every phrase was music to her ears. Jiang Han couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Feng Yucai was indeed a master of words, his tongue as sweet as honey, endearing him to many. Seizing the moment of Su Shufang's delight, Feng Yucai continued, Grandma, you must indeed trust Jiang Han. Just look at him. Can he truly afford such a splendid gift? Look at Xiaoxua. Ever since she's been with him, what has she become? This gift might very well be a sham, thinking that you, dear grandmother, are of an age that could be easily deceived. At this, Li Shui furrowed her brows and retorted, Feng Yucai, what do you mean by that? Do you imply we cannot purchase such gifts? Today is Grandma's birthday. Everyone is joyfully presenting gifts. So what is the purpose of your remarks? Li Yaojie promptly interjected, Mom. This is indeed a gift prepared by Jiang Han. There's nothing fake about it. He hesitated to mention that the money was from him, fearing that Su Shufang would look down upon their family even more, leading to greater embarrassment. Initially, he had been quite pleased with the gift he prepared, hoping it would bring joy to Su Shufang, but Feng Yucai's disruption dampened his spirits. Meanwhile, Feng Yucai maintained an air of disdain, gazing at Jiang Han, who calmly replied, Grandma, these are all items I meticulously selected. In matters of tea ceremony, surely no one here understands better than you. You may assess for yourself which tea cake is superior. This ginseng is indeed a century-old wild mountain ginseng, which I sought for quite some time. Of course, he had not actually searched for it. These were all prepared by Lin Xiangtian. To Su Shufang and the others, the century-old wild mountain ginseng appeared truly precious. Yet in Lin Xiangtian's eyes, it was merely a side dish. Yes, Grandma, why not let us see? Perhaps someone is attempting to pass off a counterfeit. Su Shufang nodded in agreement. She appreciated both gifts immensely, yet Feng Yucai's words held some weight, leaving her curious about Jiang Han's ability to afford such an extravagant present. The tea cake he presented was indeed larger than Feng Yucai's, and the premium Longjing tea came in a box, while the century-old wild mountain ginseng was something she had rarely encountered. How could Jiang Han possibly procure such treasures? All right, bring them forward. Let me have a look. The two individuals approached with remarkable obedience, prompting Su Shufang to either observe or take in the aroma. After examining Feng Yucai's offering, her expression shifted markedly, revealing a hint of displeasure as she cast a fleeting glance at him. At that moment, Feng Yucai regarded Jiang Han with scorn, entirely oblivious to Su Shufang's gaze. Subsequently, her attention turned to Jiang Han. Upon scrutinizing his offering, her countenance transformed again, this time to one of astonishment, her face awash with disbelief. Jiang Han, perceptive to the subtlety of her emotions, discerned that Su Shufang recognized the authenticity and superior quality of his tea cake. Judging by the disdainful glances she cast at Feng Yucai, it was evident that the tea cake he provided was of inferior quality. Otherwise, the old woman would have been beaming with delight rather than suppressing her disappointment. Li Yaojia and the others were filled with anticipation, as this moment held the potential to alter their family's fortunes. Li Shui also felt a flicker of hope. If Jiang Han proved himself worthy, perhaps Su Shufang would no longer regard him with such contempt. Even Jiang Han bore a faint smile while awaiting Su Shufang's verdict. For the items prepared by Lin Xiangtian were undoubtedly exquisite gifts. However, as the crowd awaited the outcome with eager curiosity, Su Shufang emitted a muffled grunt. Her visage contorted with rage as she glared at Jiang Han. "You, Jiang Han, today is a momentous occasion for me, and while your tardiness is one matter, you have the audacity to present me with such lowly trinkets. How could I place my trust in you only to be deceived in this manner? This is utterly unacceptable. I am profoundly disappointed in you. Truly, a waste is simply a waste, like mud that cannot adhere to the wall. And you, Li Yaojia, how dare you bring this imbecile to embarrass us? Leave at once." It was evident that Su Shufang was genuinely infuriated. The assembly was taken aback. Though most had anticipated such a reaction, they now regarded Jiang Han with even greater disdain, perceiving him as a mere source of ridicule. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. He had indeed brought a fine tea cake, rare and precious. Had it not been for Lin Xiangtian, he would hardly have procured it. A quick glance at Feng Yucai's offering revealed a far paler hue, clearly not the aged pu'er of superior quality. Su Shufang could not possibly be oblivious to this. Upon hearing her words, Li Yaojia initially reacted with surprise, but within moments, he and Madame Chen erupted in fury, hurling accusations. "You, Jiang Han, I provided you with funds to procure a respectable gift, and you dare to present me with mere trinkets? Have you pocketed the remaining money? This is utterly shameful. I will address this when we return." Madame Chen nearly thrust her finger into Jiang Han's face in her ire. "You are a disgrace. You have made me look foolish today. How dare you deceive my mother? Get out." Faced with this onslaught, Jiang Han yearned to clarify the misunderstanding. Yet he felt it futile. Even if he spoke, no one would believe him, rendering any explanation unnecessary. The individuals present could not contain their laughter. I had foretold it. How could he possibly present such an extravagant gift? That century-old wild ginseng is not easily acquired. Just moments ago, it was mentioned that it was purchased with money provided by Xiaoshua's father. Jiang Han is truly amusing. He has apparently pocketed the funds to procure some trivial trinket to deceive his grandmother. Oh well, he has been a failure for several years now. Did anyone expect him to suddenly transform today? The collective voices grew louder, causing Li Shui's ears to flush red as she seized Jiang Han and stormed out. "Jiang Han, what on earth is going on? Did you not claim that the gift you prepared was exceptional? That would surely bring joy to Grandma. Look at the current situation. Is she happy? Do you have any idea of the immense expectations my parents have placed on you? And yet, you managed to create such a debacle. What did you even do with that 1 million? That was 1 million, not merely 10,000. How could you possibly think to present such a trinket to Grandma? Jiang Han, my parents are utterly humiliated, and I too am left embarrassed because of you. Do you believe that as long as you avoid disgrace for a single day, life becomes bearable? You have truly disappointed me. I shan't waste more words with you now. We will discuss this further upon our return. Honestly, you should return by yourself. Do not linger here, lest you incur further embarrassment." With that, her face a mask of discontent, she departed. Jiang Han was left to awkwardly remain, wanting to speak yet receiving no opportunity from Li Shui. His gift, though genuine, could not withstand the harshness of social perception for being labeled a failure. No one would believe that he had indeed procured a fine present. Given the circumstances, it was perhaps best to vacate this place. Chapter 55. A chance encounter at the bar, he departed from that place with determination, casting aside the faux gift that had been deemed insincere by the masses. After all, even if he had desired to take it, Su Shufang would undoubtedly have prevented him from doing so. It was merely a charade, a performance of deception. So why take it to heart? Wandering aimlessly through the city, Jiang Han found himself lost in contemplation. He considered visiting the hospital, but Jiang Ranxin had yet to awaken. And before he realized it, evening had descended. After some reflection, he decided to venture into a bar, an establishment he had always avoided, believing it to be a den of iniquity. More importantly, his heart had belonged to Li Shui, and he had no desire to immerse himself in such chaotic surroundings. Yet now, his emotions were tumultuous, and he sought solace in a drink, a means to vent his feelings. "I would like a glass of whiskey, please," he requested. The bartender, familiar with the order, promptly poured a glass for Jiang Han. Seated at the bar, he cradled the glass, his thoughts drifting far away. "Hey there, you seem a bit out of place. Is this your first visit?" The bartender's comment snapped Jiang Han back to reality. He managed a faint smile. "Indeed. How did you perceive that?" Surprised by the bartender's keen observation, Jiang Han listened intently. "I've been working here for 2 years, and I can recognize most of the regulars. You, on the other hand, clearly don't frequent bars, and your unfamiliarity gave you away," the bartender explained. Intrigued by the bartender's perceptiveness, Jiang Han inquired further, "So, does that mean you have a knack for reading people?" "Not at all, but I have a bit of an intuition," the bartender replied modestly. "Then enlighten me." "I am quite curious," Jiang Han encouraged. With a spark of enthusiasm, the bartender pointed to a woman in the corner, impeccably dressed. "Look at her. She's been here for 2 consecutive days, always seated in that spot, consuming ample amounts of alcohol. Clearly heartbroken, but she is not easy to approach. She exudes an air of aloofness." He then gestured towards a young woman, dancing joyfully in the center of the dance floor. "Now, this one is a different story. Although she is quite young, she's more approachable. She revels in the nightlife. Just share a few drinks and engage her in conversation, and you might just have a chance. And with a figure like hers, she's definitely a head-turner." Following the bartender's gaze, Jiang Han indeed spotted a lively girl dancing energetically. Clad in a tank top and ultra-short shorts, her physique was undeniably alluring, drawing the attention of numerous men eager to seize the opportunity. Skeptical, he pondered whether someone could truly be so easily swayed by mere dance and revealing attire. However, his perspective was soon challenged as a young man approached her. Offering a drink, they clinked glasses and, in a moment of fervor, began to dance together before disappearing into the restroom. What transpired behind those closed doors remained a mystery. Jiang Han was taken aback, chuckling as he remarked, "My friend, you possess quite the skill." He surveyed the surroundings and noticed a young woman in the corner, distinctly out of place among the others. Dressed modestly in long pants and a short-sleeved top, her subtle makeup did little to disguise her identity. Was that Su Qingqing? What brought her to such a venue? "Brother, you are unaware that bars often host many women like her. The men here seek out those who appear more approachable, while some may even be professionals. If you're in search of pleasure, you must tread carefully to avoid being deceived, lest you find yourself in a predicament, extorted for money, or worse, falling victim to a setup." The bartender eagerly imparted his wisdom. Jiang Han smiled at the bartender's words and pointed towards Su Qingqing in the corner, asking, "My friend, you have a keen eye for people. What do you think of that girl? Share your thoughts." The bartender, noticing Su Qingqing's incongruity in the corner, frowned slightly. "Brother, you can't possibly be interested in this girl, can you? She may seem appealing, with a decent figure and a lovely face, but I must warn you, she is even more difficult to approach than the one I previously mentioned. Observe her anxious demeanor. It is clear she does not wish to be here, yet feels compelled to stay. Such girls are often coerced into these situations. They tend to be pure and reserved, making them hard to engage. I suggest you consider another option. That girl over there might be a better choice. She is not overly promiscuous, yet not too difficult to approach, a middle ground. If you find her appealing and can strike up a conversation, then perhaps fate will favor you." Despite the bartender's continued recommendations, Jiang Han paid little heed, his focus solely on Su Qingqing. What kind of threat could have brought her to this bar? Moreover, it was evident that the people surrounding her were acquaintances, casting her glances filled with disdain. What could be the story behind this? While Jiang Han was curious, he refrained from approaching her. Some matters are best observed from a distance. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing sat there, feeling utterly uncomfortable, the overwhelming scent of alcohol and the blaring music causing her distress. She had no desire to be in this place, surrounded by individuals exuding an unmistakable aura of flirtation. Ching, what on earth is going on with you? You finally make it to a bar, yet you dress so conservatively. Look around. Everyone else is in crop tops or tank tops, while we're in ultra-short shorts. And you, in jeans on such a hot night. Are you afraid some man might pounce on you? Come on now, don't say such things. Ching is just naive. Men prefer experienced women. With someone like Ching, she might scream if approached. Ha! Ching is just a coward. The young women conversing are all friends of Su Ching, albeit from time long past. Their sudden outreach to her, inviting her to gather, was met with reluctance on her part. However, given their previous camaraderie, she found it difficult to decline, especially with them awaiting her arrival at the entrance of the courier company. Reluctantly, they accompanied her home to change her attire, insisting she don a tank top and exceedingly short shorts, which Su Ching firmly rejected. Unsure of what to say, she merely inquired, "Why don't you all enjoy yourselves? I've never been to such a place, and won't be able to entertain you in any way. Perhaps I should take my leave and invite you all to dinner at a later date?" The recent mention of men approaching her made her hesitate. She was aware of the chaotic nature of bars, though she could not fathom its extent. Yet, how could these young women possibly allow her to escape? Their intent in summoning her was clear. They had prepared a trap for her to fall into. Lu Fangfang, grasping Su Ching's arm as she attempted to depart, cheerfully remarked, "Ching, it has been ages since we last gathered. Why the rush? Let's have some fun. This place is quite entertaining. Besides, shortly, there will be a wonderful person introduced to you." A wonderful person? Su Ching was taken aback. Was there truly a commendable individual in such a venue? Just as she pondered this, Lu Fangfang spotted a man entering, dressed simply, and exclaimed, "He is here. Ching, look, the person I wanted to introduce you to has arrived. He is a high achiever who has returned from studying abroad. You should cherish this opportunity." Turning to see, Su Ching's gaze met Jiang Han's, who, upon realizing her attention, also turned to look, momentarily taken aback. Is it him? Chapter 56. The Fallen Fruit. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Han furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated that Gu Yanji would arrive, and it appeared he was quite familiar with the bar. He strode directly towards Su Ching, which piqued Jiang Han's interest. Nonetheless, he remained silent, merely observing. Noticing Jiang Han's gaze fixed on Su Ching, the bartender let out a sigh. "Buddy, don't blame me for not being considerate. That girl, well, she is probably not interested in you. She certainly exudes an air of innocence, but I suspect she has someone in mind. That guy over there? I've heard he is a Ritterney, and his family is wealthy. He is a second-generation rich kid. I'll tell you, this girl was likely brought here by her friends to play matchmaker with him." Jiang Han was taken aback. Gu Yanji had only returned a few days prior, yet the bartender seemed to know a great deal. "Do you know him?" "Not exactly," the bartender replied. "But this guy's been coming to our bar for the past few days, fishing for girls with diverse tastes. Now that you mention it, 2 of the friends from the group you're watching left with him a couple of days ago. If that is the case, it seems this girl might be in for trouble today." Hearing the bartender's words, Jiang Han's brow tightened. If that were true, he could not remain passive. Su Ching was, after all, his employee. Although he harbored no romantic intentions, a man like Gu Yanji would surely not take responsibility. When he had encountered him at the Shangri-La, he had been with a heavily made-up, alluring woman, and now he was surrounded by a plethora of girls. Su Ching, upon catching sight of Gu Yanji, found herself momentarily entranced. She had not anticipated such striking handsomeness. Though clad in a simple shirt, he emanated enough charm to captivate her. At that moment, she also recalled another man, the one who had once saved her life at the company, Jiang Han. In comparison, she discerned that this man was not particularly devoted, and his intent gaze was unmistakably directed at her. "Hello, I am Gu Yanji," he said as he approached, flashing a seemingly gentlemanly smile, though his eyes had already roamed over Su Ching appreciatively. Despite her wearing long pants, he was quite taken with her figure. The way her pants accentuated her long, graceful legs added to her innocent allure. She must surely be a novice. Su Qingqing was momentarily taken aback and managed to nod in response to, "Hello, I am Su Qingqing." Seeing her bashfulness only heightened Gu Yanji's interest. He was curious to discover what such an innocent girl would be like in more intimate settings. "Gu Xiao, you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for so long." The speaker was Lu Fangfang, who shot a knowing look at Gu Yanji. She was quite fond of him, especially since they had already shared a liaison a few days prior. It was merely Gu Yanji who expressed a desire to find a girl with a unique style, prompting Lu Fangfang and her companions to think of Su Qingqing, renowned for her innocence. Under the allure of wealth, Lu Fangfang and the others inevitably set this trap. Meanwhile, Su Qingqing remained blissfully unaware. Due to some unforeseen circumstances on the road, I found myself delayed and arrived late, for which I shall impose a penalty upon myself with a drink. My sincere apologies to all. With that, Gu Yanji lifted a glass of whiskey from the table and took a hearty sip. "Well done, Gu Xiao." Lu Fangfang and the others chimed in, showering him with flattery. In hushed tones, they whispered to Su Qingqing, "Qingqing, Gu Xiao is quite wealthy and not to mention quite impressive. He came here today just for you. Make sure to seize this opportunity. If fortune smiles upon you, don't forget us sisters." Taken aback by their words, Su Qingqing felt at a loss for what to say, merely nodding awkwardly. In truth, she had never contemplated such matters, but observing Gu Xiao's forthright demeanor, she began to think he might not be a bad person, thus easing her guard somewhat. As the conversation flowed, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and Su Qingqing was gradually swept up by Gu Yanji's exuberance, engaging in dialogue and occasionally raising her glass to toast. Reluctantly, she sipped to accommodate the toasts, the sharpness of the whiskey causing her to cough slightly. Yet after several rounds, her inexperience with alcohol began to take its toll, and she leaned back against the sofa to rest for a moment. Lu Fangfang and the others intentionally obstructed Su Qingqing's line of sight. The bartender, observing the situation alongside Jiang Han, patted Jiang Han on the shoulder, saying, "Buddy, keep an eye on this. Trust me, that man is definitely carrying something illicit. Do you believe it? He will soon slip something into that girl's drink and whisk her away to a hotel." This is what they call the classic setup to ensnare acquaintances. Those women are preparing to sell her out. Your chances are slim. Having worked here for 2 years, he had witnessed such things far too often. Jiang Han's expression darkened. If this were indeed the case, he would have to intervene. True to the bartender's words, not long after, Gu Yanji initiated his nefarious actions, taking Su Qingqing's glass, retrieving a packet of powder from his bag, and adding a sprinkle into her drink before shaking it slightly and handing it back to her. "Liu Fangfang has the suk su ging ging wei, et lai min, ging ging, ging ging." Wake up. Gu Xiao is toasting to you. You've only had a sip. Why are you already feeling tipsy? Startled by Lu Fangfang's insistence, Su Qingqing regained her senses and politely declined. Gu Xiao, Fangfang, I really cannot drink anymore, I apologize." Seeing this, Gu Yanji smiled and reassured her there is no need to feel awkward. "Qingqing, just a small sip will suffice. After this, I shall take my leave and consider it my toast to everyone. If you truly cannot drink, just a tiny sip will do." A tiny sip? Hearing this, Su Qingqing felt a flicker of uncertainty. With such a proposition laid before her, and with Lu Fangfang persistently encouraging her, she reluctantly raised her glass. Just a sip, a mere taste will suffice. This was precisely what Su Qingqing thought as she clinked glasses with Gu Yanji, taking a small sip. Upon witnessing a slight movement in her throat, Gu Yanji flashed a confident smile. Success. However, within a mere 2 minutes, Su Qingqing began to feel exceedingly unwell. "Fangfang, I must take my leave. I feel rather uncomfortable. Perhaps I've had too much to drink." Lu Fangfang promptly nodded in agreement. "All right, it just so happens that young Master Gu is leaving as well. Let him escort you." Upon hearing this, Su Qingqing did not decline. She truly felt unwell, and having someone accompany her was no trouble. Moreover, after their recent conversation, she found Gu Yanji to be quite an admirable individual with sound values. Thus, she followed Gu Yanji outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Han also exited, having sent a text message prior to leaving, with the recipient being Lin Long. Chapter 57. His actions were undoubtedly motivated by a desire for assurance. Today, Gu Yinji felt compelled to teach this lesson properly. It was perplexing how his aunt's husband's family had come to regard such a man as commendable. Gu Xiao, please take me home. Thank you. I've had a bit too much to drink, and I'm feeling rather unwell, Su Qingqing said, tugging at her collar, which inadvertently revealed a glimpse of her fair skin, igniting a fire within him. He smirked. Very well. I shall indeed escort you home. After closing the car door for Su Qingqing, he was about to enter when Jiang Han appeared beside the vehicle, speaking with a casual tone. Cousin-in-law, what a coincidence. We met at Shangri-La last time, and now here at the bar. Does Haiyan know? Upon hearing that voice, Gu Yinji momentarily froze. The tension coursing through him quickly dissipating as he turned to face Jiang Han, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Ah, it's you again, Jiang Han. I must confess, I am quite intrigued by how I seem to encounter you wherever I go. Are you deliberately following me to report back to Haiyan? Jiang Han shook his head. I have no need to report on you. If I wish to do so, I would have done it last time. However, I wonder if this behavior of yours won't provoke Cousin Haiyan's ire. It appears you are indulging in both worlds quite well, but today, you cannot take this girl with you. You may do as you please outside, but I implore you to spare her. Spare her? How could that be? Gu Yinji scoffed at the absurdity of Jiang Han's request. He had finally found such an innocent girl, and he was very much interested, especially upon hearing she was still a virgin. Jiang Han's suggestion to let her go was nothing short of a fool's dream. With a hint of disbelief, Gu Yinji laughed. Jiang Han, let me tell you, do you really think you hold any influence here? Why should I heed the words of someone as insignificant as you? I assure you, letting her go is out of the question. Moreover, if you dare to speak of today's events as you did last time, beware. I will ensure you suffer a fate that leaves you crippled for life. Who knows what fortune you accrued in your past life, to end up with someone like Li Shui as your wife. After I break your legs, I shall claim your wife for myself and perform a live show right before your eyes. At this, Jiang Han furrowed his brow, realizing Gu Yinji harbored ulterior motives toward Li Shui. He was taken aback by Gu Yinji's audacity to utter such words in his presence. Gu Yinji continued his derisive laughter. Jiang Han, I am not at all afraid of you informing Haiyan. Do you truly believe she would take the word of someone as worthless as you? My standing in the Jiao family is beyond your comprehension. No one would ever suspect me of such behavior. If you think to threaten me with this, you have miscalculated. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jiang Han stepped forward and delivered a punch squarely to Gu Yinji's face, causing him to stagger backward several paces until he leaned against the car for support. Shocked, Gu Yinji glared at Jiang Han, his face contorted with fury. How dare you? You worthless piece of trash. After this outburst, he lunged forward, intent on retaliating against Jiang Han. However, before he could throw a punch, Jiang Han struck him again, leaving Gu Yinji utterly bewildered. What of it? A person like you, even in death, would surely deserve it, Jiang Han thought. This first blow is for your insolence towards my wife, and the second is for your crude intentions towards a girl in the car. Jiang Han followed up with several more punches, rendering Gu Yinji dazed and entirely incapable of mounting a defense, even if he had the inclination to retaliate. His lifestyle of frequenting nightclubs and hotels had left him physically weak. The women who accompanied him were merely drawn to the wealth he displayed. In stark contrast, Jiang Han had been a key player on his university's basketball team, maintaining his fitness through rigorous training and daily physical labor at a courier company. Thus, when he struck Gu Yinji, it was effortlessly overpowering, leaving Gu Yinji unable to fight back at all. 2 minutes later, Gu Yinji found himself kneeling on the ground, propping himself up with his hands, struggling to regain his senses. Jiang Han, however, refrained from further assault, curious to see what Gu Yinji might attempt next. Damn it! How dare you hit me so many times? You worthless fool! I will kill you! Gu Yinji roared, rising to his feet, his face twisted in rage, veins bulging visibly. Yet Jiang Han regarded him with indifference, his gaze cold and unwavering. Amidst the commotion outside the car, they had entirely forgotten about Su Qingqing. Under the influence of the drug, was enveloped in a wave of heat that spread from her abdomen throughout her body, igniting a sense of urgency within her. Once such thoughts took hold, they became increasingly difficult to suppress, and she began to move her arms slowly. Meanwhile, Gu Yinji took out his phone to make a call, a moment witnessed by Jiang Han through the car window, causing him to furrow his brow. Just as he intended to open the car door and carry Su Qingqing out, Gu Yinji approached him, pointing aggressively and shouting, "You worthless fool, just wait. I'm calling Brother Jia. He'll come and take care of you." Brother Jia? Again? Brother Jia? Jiang Han thought, recalling the previous encounter when Brother Jia had shielded Kong Shunji, hindering Jiang Ruanxin's recovery. Now, he was once more enabling Gu Yinji's vile actions. This was utterly unforgivable. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Han resolved to deal with Brother Jia directly. However, Su Qingqing was on the brink of losing consciousness, her state spiraling out of control, leaving him no time to waste on Gu Yinji's petty threats. With a swift kick, he sent Gu Yinji sprawling, and in the next moment, he opened the car door and took his place in the passenger seat. As he pressed the accelerator and released the handbrake, he drove away with a flourish. Now, he needed to devise a plan to bring Su Qingqing back to her senses. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Long's number. "Young master, I'm almost there. Rest assured, anyone who dares to challenge, you will find it impossible to remain in Jiangxing. Enough with the chatter. I've set off. I have matters to attend to, but the person is still at the location. I've called Jiagu over to help me deal with everything. Just ensure that I am not implicated. Find any excuse you can." After hanging up, he realized that Su Qingqing in the passenger seat was on the verge of losing her clothing. Damn, Jiang Han couldn't help but curse. It was indeed quite tempting. He hurriedly searched for a hotel along the roadside, quickly dressing Su Qingqing in a short-sleeved shirt before scooping her up and exiting the car, swiftly securing a room at the hotel. Naturally, the front desk staff regarded the situation with disdain, as such behavior was hardly deserving of forgiveness. Yet, they had the proper documentation. They couldn't refuse service. Jiang Han found himself in a predicament, having to rummage through Su Qingqing's bag for her ID. Fortunately, both of them had their identification on hand. Once inside the room, Jiang Han swiftly laid her down, just as she settled onto the bed. "Shu Qingqing's wrist ansnara Jiang Han's neck. I want. Her hazy consciousness flickered to life as she opened her eyes, finally recognizing the figure before her. Stunned for a moment, she then beamed with joy. "It's you, boss. It's really you. I want it. Will you give it to me?" Chapter 58. I must maintain control, damn it. At this moment, Jiang Han could only utter this phrase in his mind. What on earth is happening? Although he had previously fantasized about such scenarios, he never anticipated that it would manifest so vividly in his own life. Was this not a threat to his very existence? Stop messing around. With urgency, Jiang Han gently pushed her arm away, rushing to the bathroom where he filled the tub with cold water. By the time he had completed these preparations, Su Qingqing had already removed all her clothing. What on earth? What was he supposed to do now? Jiang Han was at a loss for words. The effects of the drug were indeed overwhelming. Reluctantly, he scooped Su Qingqing, now clad only in her undergarments, into his arms and unceremoniously placed her into the bathtub. With a sudden splash into the water, Su Qingqing involuntarily emitted a muffled sound, provoking a reaction from Jiang Han. He couldn't deny that Su Qingqing possessed an exquisite figure, embodying the essence of youthful purity. Before him lay such an alluring form, and he felt a stirring within him. Yet he was no longer the impetuous youth he once was. He was married now, a father, and had caused Li Shui much suffering. To act upon such temptations now would only deepen his betrayal of her. Moreover, Su Qingqing had been drugged and was a subordinate. Taking advantage of her vulnerability would not only be morally reprehensible, but could also tarnish her reputation within the company. As the cold water enveloped her, the flush on Su Qingqing's skin began to fade, yet her eyes remained dazed and captivating. She seemed to yearn to climb onto Jiang Han, but under the influence of the drug, she had lost all strength. Sighing deeply, Jiang Han recognized the gravity of the situation. This was the only course of action he could take. If Su Qingqing were to fall into Gu Yinji's hands, the consequences would undoubtedly be far more severe. Yes, Gu Yinji. He had yet to call and inquire about the situation. Just as he sat on the edge of the bed, preparing to contact Lin Long, a call came in from the other side. "Lin Long, how is everything progressing?" Lin Long, initially berating those around him with disdain, immediately adopted a respectful tone upon hearing Jiang Han's voice. "Young master, everything has been taken care of. I have dealt with that goof fellow. I had someone teach him a lesson. As for Wang Jia, I have resolved that issue as well. His territory has been seized, and I have gathered evidence of his embezzlement. How would you like to proceed with him?" Evidence of embezzlement? Yaman smirked coldly. It was no wonder Wang Jia had been so audacious, surrounded by such unscrupulous individuals. Clearly, he was in the pocket of corrupt officials. Let us proceed. I no longer wish to see his shadow in Jiang City. Furthermore, take care of all his subordinates. Ensure that today's events remain confidential. You may use your own pretext for subduing the underground forces in Jiang City, while I shall assist you from the shadows. And what of Gu Yanji? Where is he now? He remained particularly concerned about Gu Yanji, while Lin Long was somewhat measured regarding Wang Jia. Young master, he has already been sent to the hospital by my men. Rest assured, I did not allow my subordinates to use excessive force. They exercised restraint, and I believe a mere application of ointment will suffice. That is for the best. Very well, it is settled. Clear the scene. Additionally, there are several girls in the bar. I do not know their names, but they are acquainted with Su Qingqing. Find a way to identify them and administer some punishment. Lin Long hesitated, unsure of Jiang Han's intentions, yet he dared not inquire further and promptly agreed. Administer punishment? How? They are merely a group of women, and this is not the old society. Everything is now bound by legalities. I cannot afford to go too far. After Jiang Han ended the call, he noticed his phone indicating low battery and promptly shut down. Just as he attempted to send a message to Li Shui, the device powered off completely, refusing to turn back on. In a rush, he rummaged through Su Qingqing's bag and glanced at her phone, only to find it devoid of power as well. How incredibly coincidental. No charger either. This group truly left without a trace of preparation. As time ticked by, Jiang Han heard a muffled sound from the bathroom where Su Qingqing was. He stepped inside to check, finding that the flush on her skin had mostly faded. But the effects of medicine were still potent. She had fallen into a deep slumber, unresponsive to his calls. He had no choice but to gently lift Su Qingqing from the tub, dry her off with a towel, and tuck her in. Damn it, how incredibly tempting. Jiang Han swallowed hard, contemplating whether to leave or stay. Staying felt awkward, especially since he had come in Gu Yanji's car. If he departed, Gu Yanji might send someone to retrieve the vehicle, thereby discovering Su Qingqing's whereabouts. Su Qingqing, Ohat Su Qingqing. For you, Jiang Han has truly squandered an inordinate amount of time. After much contemplation, he resolved to remain, as it offered a semblance of security. It was best to lay on the bed, fully clothed, without turning to glance at her. With this thought, Jiang Han lay down, maintaining a distance from Su Qingqing, gradually relaxing and attempting to clear his mind. However, he still could not sleep. Jiang Han felt exceedingly restless, his mind plagued by the alluring image of Su Qingqing in the bathtub, unable to calm himself. In desperation, he opted for a cold shower, dressed himself, and returned to bed. The night passed in tranquility. Su Qingqing slept soundly while Jiang Han struggled to find rest, eventually succumbing to sleep after a considerable time. On the other side, Gu Yanji was also at the hospital, tending to his wounds. His head was tightly bandaged, and he raged against the heavens and the earth. The encounter with Jiang Han had already left him feeling distressed, and now he had been assaulted by a sudden group of individuals, which was utterly unbearable. The most disheartening part was that even Jia Ji's arrival proved futile. He too had been knocked to the ground by this unexpected mob and was unable to rise. This was simply absurd. He had never witnessed Jia Ge being overpowered before. The abruptness of the incident was overwhelming, and he silently vowed that once he recovered, he would reach out to Jia Ge and track down this group of assailants, seeking to exact his vengeance and release the pent-up frustration in his heart. The following morning, Jiang Han was jolted awake, sitting up in a daze. A piercing scream had abruptly pulled him from the realm of dreams. Chapter 59. A turn of events. What happened? What happened? Jiang Han was equally startled and hurriedly inquired about the situation. Su Qingqing sat up against the pillow, pulling the blanket over herself. Upon waking in this unfamiliar environment, she was astonished to discover a man sleeping beside her. Most alarmingly, she found herself clad only in a form-fitting outfit, devoid of any outer garments, while she shared a blanket with Jiang Han. What transpired last night was evident even to a muddled mind. Yet, why was there no ache in her lower body or waist? Did not the novels she perused on her phone assert that the first time was invariably painful? Even if she had been oblivious last night, she ought to have felt some discomfort upon awakening. However, she felt not a trace of pain. Could it be that Jiang Han was so swift that it rendered her unaware? If Jiang Han were to learn of such a thought, he would likely be infuriated. Jiang Han finally realized when he had covered himself with the blanket. Although Su Qingqing had drawn it over herself, only a small portion remained on him. It was clear he had not intentionally wrapped himself up. Surely, it must have been due to last night's chill that he had pulled the blanket over. You're awake? Su Qingqing, caught off guard by Jiang Han's question, felt her mind momentarily blank. Regret mingled with excitement filled her. She lamented the lack of conscious awareness as Jiang Han claimed her, and she mused that his actions had been far too swift, leaving her devoid of any sensation of pain. So, last night, was it just once? Boss, I know you're married, but what do we do now? What do we do? What does that mean? Wait a moment. What on earth? In an instant, Jiang Han comprehended that Su Qingqing believed they had been intimate the previous night. Did she imply it was merely once? For heaven's sake, there hadn't even been a single occurrence. Su Qingqing had caused him considerable distress last night, and now she uttered such words. Had he known, he would have risen to the challenge without hesitation, yet he was still concerned about the implications. With exasperation, Jiang Han recounted the events of the previous night, omitting the less savory details regarding the man named Gu Yanji. Su Qingqing took quite some time to process the information. So, she had been drugged. Jiang Han had rescued her, brought her to a hotel, and attempted to revive her with cold water, only to have her fall asleep again. Fearing further danger, he had stayed, yet had not touched her. No wonder she felt no pain in her waist or lower body upon waking and sensed a slight chill, perhaps even a cold. It was all becoming clear as the realization washed over her. A wave of regret and embarrassment surged within. If only she could have been intimate with Jiang Han. But reflecting on the situation, she resigned herself to accept the outcome. Get up quickly. You slept soundly last night. Completely oblivious to the situation, which left me feeling rather uncomfortable. Rise and return to your own homes. Put on your clothes, and I shall wait for you in the restroom. Su Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed. She had anticipated such a scenario, yet Jiang Han managed to endure it. Half an hour later, the two exited the hotel. Su Qingqing swiftly organized everything and hurried back to the express delivery company to continue her work, while Jiang Han assured her that this matter would remain a secret, as it was quite significant for a girl. Upon returning home, Jiang Han was surprised to find Li Shui absent. He quickly charged his phone, eager to inquire about her whereabouts. Upon unlocking his device, he discovered over 30 missed calls, all from Li Shui. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily returned her call, but the tone of her voice was far from pleasant. Jiang Han, what's going on? You ignored all my calls last night, and you didn't come home. I'm at my Aunt S' house. You need to come here immediately. My Aunt S' husband mentioned you went to a bar and rented a room with a girl. Is that true? Did you even speak to him? You must come here and clarify everything, especially regarding the hotel room. With that, Li Shui hung up in a huff. Jiang Han felt utterly disoriented. This was a serious predicament. He never anticipated that Gu Yanji would turn the tables and accuse him falsely. If this misunderstanding wasn't clarified, he would undoubtedly be in deep trouble. Without delay, Jiang Han quickly tidied up and headed out, anxious to reach Jiao Shungli's home. Although he believed that the truth would eventually come to light, he knew that Li Shui would likely overthink the situation. After all, in Gu Yanji's words, the truth could easily be twisted into a lie. Upon arriving at Jiao Shungli's residence, he found it already packed with people. Jiao Shungli, Jiao Haiyan, Gu Yanji, and Li Shui were all present, along with Chen Meifu and Li Yaojie. Jiang Han rubbed his nose, sensing that this would be a challenging situation. As soon as he entered, Chen Meifu leapt up, pointing an accusing finger at him. You, Jiang Han, after all the dedication our little Shui has shown you, you dare to seek out other women at a bar. You've truly blinded us. Do you not realize how many wealthy suitors are vying for Shui as affection? Yet she chose to marry you and remain loyal. You have committed a grievous mistake, divorce. You must divorce. Li Shuai looked at Jiang Han, her expression void of emotion. He understood that she was indeed upset. Although she trusted him and recognized his character, she surely expected a reasonable explanation for this misunderstanding. Despite his head being bandaged, Gu Yinji could not conceal his disdainful expression, seemingly reveling in his perceived victory, as if to say, "Let us see how you explain yourself." In response, Jiang Han merely shook his head and said, "Dad, Mom, Xiaoxiu, I did go to the bar, but I did not seek out another woman. I understand that no matter how I explain this, you will not believe me. However, I believe it would be enlightening to inquire about the circumstances of my cousin-in-law's injury. Perhaps that will clarify matters. Was it not he who sought another woman and was caught in the act by me?" Jiao Shengli slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "You, Jiang Han, are still distorting the truth at this point. I do not concern myself with your personal affairs of seeking other women. That is your own matter. However, how do you account for the incident involving Yinji? To then turn the tables and slander Yinji is utterly preposterous. How could the Oldley family produce such a worthless individual as you?" Faced with such a feeble explanation, Li Shuai also shook her head, questioning why he still refused to speak the truth and resorted to defaming her cousin-in-law. After all, he was already engaged to her cousin, Jiao Haiyan. Would he truly engage in such disgraceful behavior? Seeing that no one believed him, Jiang Han felt a pang of sorrow and turned to Li Shuai, asking Xiaoxiu, "Do you believe me?" Upon hearing this, Li Shuai sighed and replied, "Jiang Han, it is not that I do not trust you, but rather, what can you offer to make me believe?" Chapter 60. Betrayal and Isolation. Li Shuai's disappointment in Jiang Han deepened, for the rationale he provided was utterly unconvincing. How could one find solace in such justifications? Setting aside Jiang Han's somewhat evasive responses, even if he had been straightforward, his words lacked the credibility necessary to earn her trust. Gu Yinji, a returnee from abroad, was not the sort to engage in such behavior. Was Jiang Han not merely spouting nonsense? Jiang Han, feeling helpless, acknowledged the harsh reality. These individuals simply refused to believe him. What could he do? Since they chose to trust him, he found no need for further explanations. "Xiaoxiu," he implored, "the situation is not as you perceive. My phone died last night, and I was unable to notify you. Moreover, I assure you that nothing improper occurred. Even in my lowest moments, I would never betray your trust." No sooner had he spoken than Shan Meifu pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Han, exclaiming, "Your words are smoother than a song. Yet how are we to believe you? I tell you, Jiang Han, you are digging your own grave. After committing such a beastly act, you still expect our forgiveness? You have gone too far." Gu Yinji sighed dramatically, adding fuel to the fire. "Jiang Han, it's not just me speaking. You sought to book a room with someone else, and when I tried to dissuade you, you struck me. Do you not see the disdain you show towards me as your brother-in-law? Now you twist the narrative, accusing me of wrongdoing. Can you truly face your conscience? Can you face Xiaoxiu?" Faced with the collective accusations, Jiang Han merely sighed, stifling a laugh. "Gu Yinji, while some of your words resonate, can you truly face your conscience? What of Sister Haiyan? Do you not wield your status as a returning scholar to belittle others? Beyond that, what do you possess?" With that, Jiang Han turned to leave, feeling no need for further explanations. These individuals were resolute in their disbelief, likely having summoned him merely to witness his humiliation. Yet, how could Li Yaojie allow him to depart? "Stop right there." The furious shout halted Jiang Han in his tracks as Li Yaojie strode menacingly towards him. "Jiang Han, do you hold us in such low regard? After committing such an outrageous act, you refuse to apologize or acknowledge your fault, insisting you are in the right while blaming Yinji. Do you think us fools, easily deceived?" He anticipated that Jiang Han would bow his head, admitting his fault, but instead, Jiang Han merely responded with a calm smile. "I must ask, do you even regard me? Though I have faced failure and bankruptcy, I am still your son-in-law. I have never wronged you, yet now it seems your eyes are solely fixed on Gu Yinji. Regardless of what I say, you will not believe me and will even turn the tables against me. So why should I bother to explain?" His words were imbued with unwavering confidence, catching Li Yaojie completely off guard. He had not anticipated that Jiang Han would exhibit such fortitude, showing him not an ounce of deference. At that moment, Li Yaojia felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chun Meifu, infuriated, exclaimed, "You ungrateful wretch! After we have extended our support to you, a worthless being, you dare to bite back? Truly, you are a white-eyed wolf. I shall ensure that Xiaoxua divorces you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han merely shook his head and glanced at Li Shui, who was now adorned with a myriad of perplexities on her face. She understood that Jiang Han was not of such a character. Yet could such a feeble explanation truly hold any weight? As Jiang Han noted Li Shui's silence, devoid of any affirmations of trust, he sighed deeply and turned away, disregarding the vitriol hurled at him as he departed. "Li Shui, why can you not believe in me?" At this moment, Jiang Han felt a sense of helplessness. Her lack of faith left him at a loss for words. Perhaps maintaining composure was the most prudent course of action. He had contemplated revealing the entire truth regarding Gu Yinji, but what good would it do? No one would believe him. The expressions of Chun Meifu and Li Yaojia were as if they wished to devour him whole, while Jiao Shengli appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Yuan reprochait Jiang Han for allegedly slandering Gu Yonsi. He left. How utterly absurd. We have yet to clarify matters. And he dares to walk away. Xiaoxua, I shall not tolerate this. We must go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce. Mother, what are you saying? Jiang Han's words may not be false. Li Shui attempted to persuade Chen Meifu. However, her words reached the ears of Jiao Shengli and Jiao Haiyan, who were certainly unwilling to entertain such notions. Xiaoxua, what nonsense are you spouting? Are you siding with your brother-in-law? Is he truly that sort of person? Have you considered the character of the man you have chosen? Not only is he morally deficient, but he has also committed such acts. Were I in your position, I would have long since sought a wall to dash myself against. Jiao Haiyan's sarcastic retorts struck Li Shui sharply, causing her to huff in frustration before turning to leave. Jiang Han was not one to indulge in deceit. His statements were surely grounded in some truth. Deep down, Li Shui still believed in Jiang Han, but with him remaining vague, she found herself at a loss for words. In fact, prior to Jiang Han's arrival, she had already attempted to explain. But no one had listened. That was why she had called for him to clarify. Last night, she had tried to reach him, but he did not answer, his phone seemingly off. Though she had pondered the implications, upon seeing Jiang Han that morning, she was convinced he had done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, after leaving, Jiang Han sought out Lin Xiangtian, as Wu Gang and the others awaited him for a meal. This matter could not be delayed further. The last encounter with Ma Xianwen had proven troublesome, and he had yet to express his gratitude in person. "Young master, please get in the car. Wu Gang and the others are already waiting at Baibao Pavilion." Once inside, Lin Xiangtian handed Jiang Han a document stating, "Young master, this pertains to the collaboration with Wu Gang. Would you like to review it? Furthermore, there is another matter at hand. Gu Yinji has extended an invitation to the magnates of the Jiangcheng business community, claiming to establish a new company. What do you propose we do about it?" Lin Xiangtian is well aware of Gu Yinji's circumstances, as they are somewhat intertwined with Jiang Han. Thus, he cannot afford to be careless, especially considering the enmity between the two. Gu Yinji? Establishing a company? Indeed, my initial suspicions were entirely correct. Gu Yinji intends to leverage marriage to constrain the Jiao family, ensuring their support when he launches his enterprise. However, given the current situation, how could I allow Gu Yinji to smoothly establish his company? He may proceed with the company formation, but as for the invitation event, he shall not attend. On the very first day of his company's inception, I shall execute an immediate acquisition. Chapter 61. Are you here to cause trouble? Regarding Gu Yinji, upon arriving at the Baibao Pavilion, he found Wu Gang and Ma Xianwen already seated in a private room. In a bid to leave a remarkable impression on Jiang Han, Wu Gang unhesitatingly opted to spend 1 million to enjoy a lavish meal, thus attaining diamond membership status. Jiang Han was taken aback by this extravagant gesture. It was indeed a substantial investment. If he desired access to the diamond suite, he could have simply approached Jiang Han directly. "Young Master Jiang, greetings. I am Wu Gang from Woodpecker Building Materials Company. We met previously," Wu Gang said, slightly embarrassed, fearing that Jiang Han might have forgotten him. In response, Jiang Han nodded. "I recall. Thank you for not revealing my identity during my visit to the hospital." Naturally, would he dare to expose the truth? Lin Xiangtian had previously advised him that young Master Jiang preferred to remain low-key, so he was somewhat self-aware. Nevertheless, hearing that Jiang Han remembered him stirred a sense of excitement within Wu Gang. Young Master Jiang, I am Ma Xianwen. Rest assured, your daughter's illness will surely improve. Ma Xianwen added. Jiang Han smiled and replied, Professor Ma, I appreciate your assistance. Had it not been for your intervention, I would still be oblivious to the true nature of my daughter's condition. I am grateful for your help, and I will ensure you receive due acknowledgement. The prospect of receiving Jiang Han's gratitude exhilarated Ma Xianwen, who then cast a challenging glance at Wu Gang, as if to flaunt his fortune. Lin Xiangtian, clearly displeased, interjected, Are you two going to let the young master sit down? Or do you have more to say? At his words, both men fell silent, promptly gesturing for Jiang Han to take a seat. Their excitement at Jiang Han's presence momentarily overshadowed their previous decorum. Once seated, Jiang Han signaled for Lin Xiangtian to present the documents. This is your contract for our collaboration. Additionally, I will be investing in your company as a token of appreciation for your assistance in locating Professor Ma. He then produced another document, handing it to Ma Xianwen. I hope you can assist me with certain tasks. Of course, you will have complete freedom each day. I only require your presence when needed. Though the job appeared deceptively simple, Ma Xianwen was eager to accept it, signing without hesitation, entirely unconcerned about any potential deceit from Jiang Han. Lin Xiangtian observed the exchange, realizing that Jiang Han had come primarily to express his gratitude towards the two of them. The meal was delightful, and the four engaged in discussions about business matters, with Ma Xianwen sharing important insights regarding Jiang Ranxin's health. After the meal, Jiang Han chose to leave Baibao Pavilion, intending to head home, yet reluctant to do so. Instead, he decided to visit a courier company. Upon arriving at the Jifeng Express Company, he was greeted by the sight of over 20 young men outside. Their hair dyed in vibrant shades of green and red, reminiscent of a rebellious youth culture. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. Upon entering, he noticed that the employees inside wore expressions of sheer terror, while Su Qingqing appeared particularly anxious and frightened. However, upon recognizing the individual beside her, realization dawned upon him. This was Zhao Xiaotian, the former boyfriend of Zhu Xiaoyan, who had previously assaulted him at the hospital. Now that he had come to confront him, it was undoubtedly for revenge. Seeing Jiang Han's arrival, Zhao Xiaotian exuded confidence, casting a derisive glance in his direction. Ah, the useless one has returned. I thought you had received a warning and were too afraid to show up for work. Did you believe that when I left that night, the matter was settled? Did you think I wouldn't track down your workplace? Now that I am here, you seem so frightened that you cannot utter a word. Damn it, how dare that Zhu Xiaoyan treat me this way? If I cannot find her, I can certainly find you. You are her brother-in-law. Today, I will make an example of you, a fitting outlet for my pent-up fury. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaotian kicked a nearby empty box with ferocity, exuding an air of menace. Su Qingqing, having been traumatized by such violence in the past, felt a wave of fear wash over her once more and hurriedly tugged at Jiang Han's sleeve. What should we do, boss? Boss. Hearing Su Qingqing refer to Jiang Han as boss, Zhao Xiaotian nearly burst into laughter, pointing at Jiang Han with disdain. You actually call him boss? Are you blind? Just a moment ago, I asked you to come with me. And now, with this useless fellow showing up, you suddenly call him boss? You're not having an affair with him, are you? At this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Su Qingqing's face, her cheeks flushing as she recalled the events of the previous night. Zhao Xiaotian, seasoned in the nightlife, quickly picked up on her shyness and seized upon the emotions he had just uncovered. Who would have thought? You actually have a side affair. Didn't Zhu Xiaoyan say you were married? What a bold move. But let me tell you, the one thing I despise most in life is infidelity. His words left Su Qingqing in shock. Wasn't it typical for someone like him, who thrived in such a chaotic world, to be the type to change girlfriends like one changes clothes? Could he truly be so sincere? Jiang Han found amusement in the absurdity of the situation, but restrained his laughter, asking, So, what do you want? You come here to cause a ruckus and bring all these people along to seek vengeance on me? Of course. Or else why would I come here to deliver a package? Brothers, attack. If you injure him, it's on me. Damn it. Brother Qi said today, we must eliminate this waste. Brother Qi? Jiang Han was taken aback once again. Why did another figure, Brother Qi, suddenly emerge? Was the underground force in Jiangsheng so extensive? First, there was Brother Jia, and now Brother Qi. Nevertheless, since he had already drawn the ire of these individuals, he might as well resolve the matter altogether. He reached for his phone, preparing to make a call, but Zhao Xiaotian, noticing his action, quickly called for a halt, eager to see whom Jiang Han could summon. Upon receiving the news, Lin Long arrived at the scene within 3 minutes. The two men from the vans bore large tattoos on their muscular arms, exuding an aura of individuals entrenched in the underworld. Upon witnessing their formidable presence, Zhao Xiaotian was taken aback. These were not ordinary thugs. Their demeanor clearly indicated that they belonged to a higher echelon of society's miscreants. The individuals he had summoned were merely petty delinquents, and he would not have mustered such a formidable display were it not for the backing of Brother Qi. At this moment, Zhao Xiaotian felt a twinge of anxiety. Could these be the people summoned by Jiang Han? Jiang Han regarded Zhao Xiaotian with a half-smile, curious to observe his next move. As Lin Long stormed in, he bellowed, "Get the hell out of my way, you bunch of little punks. Be careful, or I might just end you." The moment his words echoed, the petty thugs sensed the shift in atmosphere and quickly parted ways. At the end of the line stood Zhao Xiaotian, who had just been flaunting his bravado. Upon seeing Lin Long, he instinctively swallowed hard. It seemed that Zhao Xiaotian was merely a fade of strength, brimming with pretense yet devoid of true courage. Did he truly wish to stir up trouble here? Chapter 62. Li Shui's abduction faced with Lin Long's fierce interrogation. Zhao Xiaotian swallowed hard, forcing himself to muster courage as he retorted, "And if it is me? Do you believe I could have seventh brother eliminate you? I am indeed one of his followers." Seventh brother? Which seventh brother are you referring to? Lin Long suddenly recalled a former subordinate of his named Chen Qi, who had managed to rise in the ranks. He was astonished to learn that Chen Qi had taken on apprentices and was now being called seventh brother. Damn it, why are there so many fools this year? Even Wang Jia has turned his back, and yet Chen Qi dares to act so arrogantly? Kid, do you even know who I am? I am Lin Long, and the seventh brother you speak of was once my subordinate. Are you really asking me to summon him? Upon hearing Lin Long's name, Zhao Xiaotian immediately knelt in fear. He had no doubt about Lin Long's reputation. After all, he had heard that Lin Long was the only individual in the entire underground community of Jiangsheng to bear a dragon tattoo across his shoulder. The sight of the dragon tattoo on Lin Long's arm was more than enough proof. Without further ado, Zhao Xiaotian dropped to his knees and shamelessly called out to Jiang Han, "Daddy, please spare me. It was my mistake. I foolishly listened to Zhu Xiaoyan's nonsense and insulted you as a worthless person. That was utterly wrong. Please, don't hold it against me. I am but a child." At this, Jiang Han could not contain his laughter, and even Su Qingqing, who had been tense moments before, joined in the mirth. Is this some sort of absurdity? He has actually knelt down and called someone daddy. Lin Long was utterly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He had merely stated his name, and it had frightened Zhao Xiaotian into submission. "Very well, you may leave. I will not hold this against you, but should you return here to cause trouble in the future, it will not be so simple. Also, I am not a boss. I am merely an employee here, if you catch my drift. And do not seek trouble with Zhu Xiaoyan." Surprised by Jiang Han's leniency, Zhao Xiaotian hurriedly fled the scene, terrified. The other small-time thugs quickly followed suit. However, Lin Long did not depart. Instead, he anxiously turned to Jiang Han. Noting that Lin Long had something to say, Jiang Han stepped out to inquire, "What is it? You look rather pale. Has something happened?" Lin Long nodded somberly. "Indeed, young master. Within the underground circles of Jiangsheng, I cannot speak for others, but I have always had the final say. However, a person from Kyoto has recently arrived. He is the underground king of Kyoto. You are aware that Jiangsheng cannot compare to Kyoto. In the past, he and I have competed, but it was never a significant matter. This time, however, I am attempting to consolidate all underground forces in Jiangsheng, which includes some of his associates. This has caught his attention, and he has come to meddle, causing some trouble. Moreover, it seems his men have set their sights on your sister-in-law." Upon hearing this last statement, Jiang Han's expression darkened significantly. How audacious could this person from Kyoto be? Rest assured, I shall ensure that the powers of Jiangcheng and Kyoto are entrusted to you. This individual, I will handle. You need only focus on your own affairs. No sooner had he finished speaking than his phone rang. Upon seeing it was Li Shui calling, he hesitated for a moment before pressing the answer button. Jiang Han, save me. A mere 4 words sent Jiang Han's nerves into a frenzy as he quickly inquired, Xiao Shui, what's wrong? Tell me immediately. Where are you? I will come right away. I'm at. Before she could finish, the call was abruptly terminated, and when Jiang Han attempted to call back, he was met with a notification indicating the phone was powered off. Damn it. Just as they had begun discussing this matter, it had indeed transpired. While on the phone, he had heard the voices of several men nearby, heightening his anxiety and concern. Young master, quickly summon people to find her. It is imperative that we locate her. I will grant you 10 minutes. Hurry. Lin Long was taken aback by Jiang Han's furious demeanor and swiftly began to issue commands, rallying his subordinates to scour Jiangcheng for any trace of Li Shui. Jiang Han, in a fit of urgency, called Lin Xiangtian, Old Lin, quickly traced the IP address of this phone number and retrieve all information on the underground emperor of Kyoto. I want him to regret this for a lifetime. This time, Lin Xiangtian wasted no time, unhesitatingly leveraging his connections to initiate the search. Within 2 minutes, he had located the IP address. Young master, I found it. The call originated from the western outskirts, and it is likely that they are all there. I will mobilize personnel immediately. Do not worry. Jiang Han, overwhelmed with anxiety, could scarcely find his voice and promptly acknowledged. Lin Long drove them swiftly to the western outskirts, prioritizing the rescue, while his men followed closely behind, a legion in tow. At the same time, Lin Xiangtian mobilized the bodyguards, each equipped with standard gear, including batons and electric sticks. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Long and Jiang Han arrived at the western outskirts, rushing inside as their subordinates trailed behind. Upon entering, they indeed encountered a multitude of individuals, each adorned with a scorpion tattoo on their arms, a quintessential emblem of the underworld. To Jiang Han's relief, Li Shui appeared to be unharmed, seated on the ground with her mouth taped shut. At the center stood the underground emperor of Kyoto, Shun Lang, whose demeanor was as ruthless and decisive as his name suggested. Otherwise, he would not have achieved such standing. Ah, Lin Long, you have indeed come, Shun Lang remarked, his tone dripping with mockery. I heard from my men that you have been associating with this lad. Considering your relationship, I devised this strategy to abduct his wife, fearing you might not show up. To my surprise, you have indeed arrived. Lin Long furrowed his brow and replied in a grave tone, Shun Lang, I advise you to release her at once, or you shall regret it for the rest of your days. As Jiang Han approached to rescue her, Li Shui was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face, especially upon witnessing the concern etched on Jiang Han's features. All her previous doubts dissipated without a trace. Ha ha ha. Lin Long, you have an inflated sense of self-importance. This mere Jiang city is nothing grand. Do you truly believe you are the underground king? I refuse to bow to you and intend to take you down. So what? You wish to compete with me? Surely, you do not mean to imply that you are relying on this boy. I have investigated him thoroughly. He is merely a son-in-law of the Li family, a good-for-nothing, ignored by all. I wouldn't even spare him a glance. My purpose in bringing you here today is to deal with you. I've always been quite amiable, but you dare to harm my people. Therefore, I, Shun Lang, cannot tolerate this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's expression darkened. His primary concern was now Li Shui's safety, completely overshadowing his own identity. Shun Lang, do you realize you are playing with fire? Shun Lang scoffed at Jiang Han. Playing with fire? Shen Long? I've been toying with flames for years. Today, I shall extinguish you. Brothers, eliminate Lin Long. Let him understand the consequences of crossing those who belong to us. No sooner had he spoken than Shun Lang's underlings surged forth from the surrounding wasteland, racing to confront Lin Long. Chapter 63. Identity exposed? Lin Long let out a muffled grunt. Once a practitioner of Muay Thai, he had been able to fend off his assailants with ease, delivering a punch to each of them. However, As the number of attackers swelled, he found himself overwhelmed and ultimately surrounded. Soon he was pinned to the ground, enduring a relentless barrage of blows that left his face marred, yet his spirit remained unyielding. Shenlang approached with a mocking tone, "TSK, TSK. Who would have thought that the underground king of Jiangsheng would be so pathetic? Tell me, Lin Long, when you assaulted my men last time, did you ever contemplate the outcome of this encounter?" As his words hung in the air, a commotion erupted outside. Turning to look, Lin Long's subordinates arrived in droves. Upon seeing their leader on the ground, they were consumed by rage, disregarding the identities of their foes and charging in with reckless abandon. Chaos ensued, as several of Lin Long's companions, who had initially entered with him, found themselves subdued on the ground. "Get up, brothers! How dare they lay a hand on Brother Long?" Though these men displayed commendable loyalty, they were outnumbered by Shenlang's forces, who soon overpowered them, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Yet, Shenlang's men did not emerge unscathed. Many of them also found themselves on the floor, having taken their share of punishment. Shenlang stepped before Lin Long, placing a foot on his chest with disdain. "Lin Long, did you ever think you would meet such a fate? I assure you, today marks your end." In the next moment, his gaze shifted to Jiang Han, whose expression darkened, yet fear was absent from his demeanor. "What are you staring at? Do you know why I haven't struck you? Because you are utterly worthless. Engaging with you would tarnish my hands. Yet, you are indeed fortunate to have married such a stunning beauty." Jiang Han let out a cold laugh. "Do you believe you will escape here unscathed? What began as a mere debt between us has now doubled." Hearing Jiang Han's words, Shenlang burst into laughter. "Are you a fool summoned by a monkey? Your wife is in my grasp, and even your ally Lin Long is beneath my foot. Who else do you have to rely on?" However, in the next instant, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed from outside. Shenlang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was Lin Xiangtian leading a contingent of men. His face, unable to conceal his fury, pointed at Shenlang and commanded his men, "Eliminate him. Take him alive." The bodyguards behind him were predominantly mercenaries who, for the sake of discretion, could not reveal their true identities and instead operated under the guise of bodyguards. Lin Xiangtian's late arrival was due to his efforts in mobilizing reinforcements. Confronted with such a formidable force, Shenlang did not expect an ambush. Yet he remained unfazed. After all, his own ranks numbered in the hundreds, each a seasoned fighter. Why should he fear a mere 20 opponents? He found Lin Xiangtian somewhat familiar. Yet Lin Xiangtian wore a hat that obscured half of his face, leaving Shenlang uncertain about his identity. This was precisely Lin Xiangtian's intention. After all, Li Shui was present. If he were discovered, it would be quite problematic. I refuse to believe that 20 of you can overpower 100 of us. Attack! The ensuing melee appeared chaotic, as Shenlang's side was vastly outnumbered, quickly enveloping the people Lin Xiangtian had brought along. However, the situation lasted only 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, Lin Xiangtian's followers effortlessly sent Shenlang's men flying with a single punch each, resulting in a brutal scene. What could gold medal fighters do against mercenaries? In a matter of moments, the 100 men were subdued, lying on the ground with broken limbs and dislocated joints, which could be easily reset. Now, only Shenlang remained, and he was beginning to panic. After all, his 20 men had sustained no injuries, yet they had been taken down so swiftly. "This is outrageous. I will remember this day, and I shall return with men to annihilate you." Jiang Han smirked coldly. "Do you truly believe you still have a chance?" In an instant, 2 bodyguards dashed forward, seizing one of Shenlang's arms and completely dislocating his joint, causing him to scream in agony, utterly incapable of retaliation. As the bodyguards escorted him away, Lin Xiangtian nodded to Jiang Han and departed, leaving one bodyguard behind to handle the cleanup. Jiang Han hurried over to Li Shui, expressing concern. "Li Shui, are you all right? Did they hurt you?" At this moment, Jiang Han was a far cry from the sullen figure he had been earlier. "Li Qi embrace Yang Han tightly. I am Fina, Yang Han, Tang Yu." She had come to understand the situation. Shenlang had sought to cause trouble for Lin Long, but was unwilling to confront him openly, resorting instead to this tactic to lure Lin Long out. This indicated that there was a spy among Lin Long's circle, as who else would divulge the close relationship between Jiang Han and Lin Long. Additionally, it was part of Shenlang's plan to have Li Shui call for help. However, upon seeing that Li Shui was unharmed, Jiang Han felt a wave of relief. At that moment, Lin Long also managed to rise to his feet. The earlier beating had left him feeling as though his bones were nearly shattered, far from the simple scuffles of children. Lin Long, thank you. Jiang Han sincerely expressed his gratitude. Li Shui quickly joined in, her gaze tinged with guilt. Thank you. Thank you for coming with Jiang Han to rescue me, and I'm sorry for involving you. Perhaps we should go to the hospital? I'll cover the expenses. There is no need to worry about money. Although she had heard the Underground King's words, she believed that anyone willing to assist in times of peril was undoubtedly a good friend, deserving of her heartfelt gratitude. However, Lin Long could not bear such treatment. He hastily declined and insisted he should leave. Li Shui felt a pang of embarrassment, yet immediately inquired with curiosity, Jiang Han, are all these individuals summoned by you? I just heard that this person is the Underground King of Jiangsheng. When did you come to know such a figure? Moreover, I feel that the old man we just encountered looks somewhat familiar. I believe I have seen him somewhere before. In that instant, Jiang Han was taken aback. Could it be that Li Shui had uncovered something? Lin Xiangtian was indeed a public figure, and there were certainly those who had seen his photographs. Although precautions had been taken earlier, he still bore a striking resemblance. As someone aspiring to become a powerful woman in the business world, it was only natural for Li Shui to look up to someone like Lin Xiangtian as a role model. Had she truly recognized him? Goodness, if that were the case, wouldn't his true identity be at risk of being exposed? Chapter 64. Divorce. However, Li Shui did not catch a glimpse of Lin Xiangtian's true appearance. She merely sighed and shook her head, convinced she had mistaken someone for him. Although she felt that the figure bore a slight resemblance to Lin Xiangtian. How could Jiang Han possibly have summoned such a prominent individual? Even managing to bring Lin Long here had been quite a challenge. It's all right. Perhaps I simply misidentified the person. But how do you know Lin Long? Upon hearing that Li Shui was no longer suspicious, Jiang Han breathed a sigh of relief. I once saved him and lent him a hand, which is how I became acquainted with him. I asked him to come and assist us this time. But do not overthink it. I have not acted in any inappropriate manner. By the way, Xiao Xue, I wish to apologize for last night's events. However, I truly did not do anything. Li Shui chuckled softly. I believe you. I have never doubted you. It's just that you know how my parents can be. They are bound to overthink things. The sense of relief after the ordeal was immensely comforting, allowing Li Shui to exhale with ease. At that moment, the remaining individual brought by Lin Xiangtian stepped forward and said, "Good day, sir. We are from the police station, and we will investigate this matter thoroughly. So you need not worry. We shall restore justice to you." As he spoke, he kept his gaze fixed on Jiang Han, seeking his approval. Jiang Han, not being foolish, immediately understood that this was Lin Xiangtian's suggestion. It made sense. He glanced at Li Shui, who exhibited no further suspicion. Thus, this matter could be considered to have reached a simple conclusion. However, he took note of Shenlang. If he did not face some consequences, he might remain oblivious to why the flowers bloom so brightly. He swiftly took Li Shui to the hospital for a checkup. Although Li Shui insisted she was unharmed, Jiang Han remained somewhat anxious. After the examination yielded no issues, Chen Meifu called, urging Li Shui to return home with an irritable tone. Li Shui understood that her parents would not let this matter rest easily. Jiang Han, will you come back with me? My parents are genuinely upset this time, and if you do not clarify things, it might become quite troublesome. I will accompany you back. At the Yintan villa, even before Jiang Han and Li Shui entered, they could hear the voice of an unfamiliar man within. Both paused, wondering if they were summoned home to entertain guests. Upon entering, Chen Meifu let out a grunt, not sparing Jiang Han a glance, and immediately sensed a stifling atmosphere enveloping the house. Mom and Dad, who is this? Chen Meifu gazed at the man as if he were a treasure. Xiao Xue, allow me to introduce you. This is the son of your uncle Lu Wenbo, who has just returned from Jinling. He is not only successful in his career, but also a distinguished graduate of Harvard. Xiao Xue, why don't you greet him? He has long wished to meet you. This situation seemed entirely disconnected from Jiang Han, as no one cast him a second glance. Li Shui felt a sudden wave of embarrassment wash over her, for she recognized Lu Wenbo, the son of Lu Tianfa, a close friend of Li Yaojia. Lu Wenbo had studied abroad since childhood and, after graduating from university, had taken on the responsibility of reviving his family's nearly bankrupt business, proving himself to be an impressive businessman. However, Li Shui held him in disdain, viewing him as a hypocrite. She had heard that Lu Wenbo often frequented the university town, flirting with girls, and once he had his fun, he would simply throw down a wad of cash. Chen Meifu and Li Yaojia were, of course, oblivious to these matters. Even if they knew, they would find it hard to believe that someone of Lu Wenbo's stature could engage in such behavior, much like Gu Yanji, who, due to his elevated status, was often perceived as being above reproach. "Hello, Xiao Xue," he greeted warmly. "I've heard so much about you from your parents, but we've never met until now. Today, I see you truly embody the beauty of a fallen fish or startled swan. I regret not having visited you sooner. I feel quite ashamed." Li Shui merely nodded in acknowledgement. "It's quite all right, young Master Lu. But I must ask, why have you come to our home today? It's rare for you to visit." Her words struck a nerve with Lu Wenbo, leaving him a loss for words. He was acutely aware that Chen Meifu had summoned him under the pretext of a meeting, implying a matchmaking arrangement. While he was indeed drawn to Li Shui's beauty, the prospect of marriage held little significance for him at that moment. Yet, he felt compelled to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor in front of Chen Meifu and the others. Finding himself in a rather awkward position, Chen Meifu quickly interjected, "Xiao Xue, how can you speak to young Master Wenbo in such a manner? Just look at him. He came to visit us, and even brought gifts, valuable ones at that, worth hundreds of thousands. Unlike certain individuals who resort to purchasing cheap trinkets to deceive your grandmother and pocket the money. Speaking of which, I hope that certain individuals will return the money. Otherwise, I might have to consider legal action. ISNT that right, Lowly?" At this, Li Yaojia nodded in agreement. He had previously harbored some favorable thoughts about Jiang Han, but the embarrassment he suffered at Su Shufang's birthday banquet due to Zhang's choice of gifts, despite having paid for them, was a blow to his pride. Zhang's actions not only resulted in a loss of face, but also revealed his infidelity, as he was seen courting girls at bars. To add insult to injury, he had the audacity to claim that Jiao Shunli's future son-in-law was not the one to blame, leaving Li Yaojia utterly disillusioned with Jiang Han, whom he now deemed a worthless failure, someone who could only bring shame and accomplish nothing. "Mother, what do you mean by that? Even I, an outsider, can see that Jiang Han's gifts were genuine. Why can't you believe it?" He protested. "Father, after all these years of studying the art of tea, can't you discern the truth?" At this, Li Yaojia's face flushed crimson. He had indeed recognized the authenticity of the gifts Jiang Han had presented. The tea cake was real, and the high-quality Longjing tea was also genuine. Yet what did that matter? What does it matter?" he retorted. "I am utterly embarrassed. Your grandmother's sentiments reflect my own. If she deems it false, then it must indeed be false." A few individuals began to argue, completely oblivious to the fact that Lu Wenbo was still present. It was Chen Meifu who quickly regained her composure and intervened, saying, Enough. Let's cease this chatter. Lu is still among us, and we wouldn't want to make him the subject of ridicule, would we? Wenbo, please do not take offense. After all, our family has its share of individuals lacking in wisdom, who only seem to bring us shame. We find it rather vexing, so I hope you can understand." Lu Wenbo smiled gracefully and replied, "Auntie, please do not speak like that. I certainly do not mind. If there is any way I can assist, please let me know, and I will do my utmost to help." Upon hearing Lu Wenbo's words, Chen Meifu felt a wave of comfort wash over her. "Very well. Since we are all gathered here today, I shall make my intentions clear. Xiao Xue, hasten to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Jiang Han and finalize the divorce." "Huh? A divorce?" Chapter 65. A falling out. Upon hearing those words, Li Shui was infuriated. She never anticipated that Chen Meifu would demand her divorce. Moreover, the matter did not end there. After uttering this declaration, Chen Meifu turned to Lu Wenbo, expressing her sentiments with palpable embarrassment. "Wenbo dear, I know this situation is quite unfair to you. However, I have always held you in high regard and wished for you two to unite. This good-for-nothing does not deserve to be the son-in-law of the Li family. Now that we have reached this point, I understand that you harbor feelings for Xiao Shui, but it must be somewhat of a burden for you. You see, Chun Meifu was a shrewd woman. At such a moment, it was wise to take control of the conversation. Indeed, upon hearing Chun Meifu's conciliatory tone, Lu Wenbo refrained from further comment, merely responding with a smile. Auntie, you exaggerate. My affection lies with Xiao Shui as a person. I am aware that her marriage was not of her choosing, and I do not hold it against her. That is splendid. That is splendid indeed. What was happening? Both Li Shui and Jiang Han were utterly baffled. The two principal parties had yet to voice their opinions. Yet Chun Meifu had unilaterally dictated the course of their marriage. Can you trust me just this once? Jiang Han could not contain his frustration and uttered these words. However, he was met with Chun Meifu's caustic retort. Well, who might this be? Such an esteemed guest at our home. It is none other than Jiang Han. Do you have any right to speak here? You are but a worthless individual. The last time you embarrassed me, I have yet to settle the score with you. And now you wish to say more? Trust you? How can we trust you? Look at Wenbo. He possesses everything one could desire. Xiao Shui's association with him is a blessing for our family. Being with you is merely a burden, a harbinger of misfortune. It seems you have embodied the label of worthless quite well. Enough chatter. You are to file for divorce this afternoon. Jiang Han, stung by her words, furrowed his brow, at a loss for words. Observing this, Lu Wenbo turned to Jiang Han and inquired, May I ask where you are currently employed? At Express Delivery Company. Is there something you need? Jiang Han replied, maintaining his composure, refusing to yield. Delivery company? Huh. Xiao Shui is now a general manager, while you remain a mere courier. The burden at home is immense, and you're a living off her. Such behavior is akin to a parasite. A day as a worthless individual translates to a lifetime of worthlessness. Can you provide Xiao Shui the life she desires? With matters having escalated to such a level, Lu Wenbo decided to forego further dialogue and simply leverage his status and wealth to overshadow Jiang Han. After all, he was aware of the struggles Li Shui had faced over the years, tirelessly laboring for her daughter's health, which bore no resemblance to the life anyone would wish for. Jiang Han smiled coolly, and then, what do you wish to convey? What do I wish to convey? I wish to say you should hasten to divorce Xiao Shui. Only I can provide her with the life she yearns for. Rest assured, I will cover her medical expenses. If treatment is ineffective domestically, we shall seek it abroad, for she will ultimately become my daughter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han felt that Lu Wenbo was truly deranged. Not only was he coercing a couple to divorce in front of him, but he also fancied himself a prospective father, hoping to claim a daughter for free. What utter foolishness! Are you truly that foolish? Without hesitation, Jiang Han retorted sharply, causing Lu Wenbo's expression to shift immediately. Humph! Low quality indeed reflects low quality. Your vulgarity is appalling. How could Xiao Shui ever marry a man like you? Li Yaojia then slammed his hand on the coffee table. Jiang Han, mind your words. Wenbo is the son of my closest friend, and you dare to insult him in my presence? Do you not hold me in any regard? I foresee that your days together are numbered. Perhaps you should end it now. Divorce. Seeing that his in-laws were so aligned with Lu Wenbo, Jiang Han merely shook his head. At this moment, Li Shui was also visibly upset. Mom and Dad, what on earth are you talking about? I will never divorce Jiang Han, nor will I ever marry a man like him. You speak of the life I desire, but who truly knows what kind of life I want? I believe that being with Jiang Han is wonderful. If this is all you have to say, then there is no need for further discussion. Having said that, Li Shui attempted to take Jiang Han and leave. But Chun Meifu was determined to force the couple into divorce, refusing to relent until her goal was achieved. No, you must go to the Civil Affairs Bureau today and get divorced. Otherwise, you do not recognize me as your mother. Chun Meifu intended to coerce Li Shui into choosing between her and Jiang Han, which made Li Shui pause. Mom, do you even realize what you are saying? I already have a daughter. I am no longer the young girl I once was. Marriage is not a trivial matter. He had committed to Jiang Han, and he is my choice. If you insist on this, then I can only apologize to you and Dad. With that, she took Jiang Han's hand and left the room. This was a place rife with conflict. She initially thought that Chen Meifu and Li Yaojie were upset over other issues, only to discover it was all about this. Hearing Li Shue's words, Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of comfort in her declaration. He had not anticipated that she would confront Chen Meifu over him in such a manner. Xiao Xue, actually don't say anything, Jiang Han. I will not divorce you. Although you may lack ambition and financial stability, I must admit that I still hold feelings for you. Furthermore, we have Xin now, and I do not wish for her to grow up in an incomplete family. Jiang Han was somewhat bewildered. He had not intended to say this, but rather to reveal his true identity to Li Shue. However, she interrupted him. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to let it go. Perhaps it was for the best. By the way, I have a meeting at the company today, and I may have to travel for a few days. Please take good care of Xin in the hospital. If my parents come looking for you, just ignore them and avoid any conflict, understood? Li Shue was thoroughly exasperated. Today had presented her with a myriad of challenges, leaving her in a rather poor mood. To add to her discontent, the company had mandated her to embark on a business trip, a duty she could not evade, and thus it was arranged. Business trip? Jiang Han did not dwell on it too much, considering she was now the general manager. Such obligations were understandable, especially as she was heading to the Atom Group, which was rather commendable. All right, I understand. The company personnel will escort me to the airport, and they're nearly here. You should return to the hospital. Xian's condition is also of paramount importance. If anything arises, do inform me immediately, and I shall return at once. After briefing Jiang Han, Li Shue took her leave. Upon her return to the hospital, she noticed two individuals seated in the ward, Lin Xiangtian and Lin Long. What brings you here? Young master, did I not mention before? Gu Yanji has commenced fundraising to establish a company, albeit in Beizhou, inviting numerous business magnates. Moreover, your esteemed wife is among those invited. What do you mean? Jiang Han was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't she supposed to be on a business trip? Lin Xiangtian replied respectfully. He has invited representatives from Atom, and they have directly sent your wife to attend. I came to inquire if you wish to accompany her. Damn, why was this not mentioned sooner? It turns out she is attending an invitation event. It was likely that Li Shue herself was unaware that this was indeed an invitation assembly. Gu Yanji, being Li Shue's brother-in-law, had not extended a direct invitation to her, but rather to Atom, cleverly exploiting the chairman's absence. Clearly, there was a hidden agenda at play. Go. She must attend. Chapter 66. Consent and circumstance in this matter. Jiang Han's presence was imperative. Gu Yanji's invitation to the chairman of Atom Group, Yang Lifeng, was undoubtedly declined, and it was clear that he was aware of Li Shue's dispatch to Gu Yanji. Gu Yanji had harbored inappropriate intentions towards Li Shue previously, and this latest maneuver only served to highlight his motives. If Jiang Han were to abstain from involvement, and his wife were to suffer indignities, he would remain blissfully unaware. He needed to arrange for someone to care for his daughter while they promptly departed for Beizhou. The Jiang family's tradition of decisiveness was well known. Jiang Han's reluctance to inherit family wealth stemmed from the familial habit of avoiding unnecessary discourse, regardless of right or wrong. Should he inherit the family fortune, he would inevitably adopt this very disposition. And given the current circumstances, it was time he embodied some traits characteristic of the Jiang lineage. Lin Xiangtian had long suspected that Jiang Han would acquiesce to the request, and thus he had preemptively arranged the logistics, heading straight to the airport. Fortunately, Jiang Han and Li Shue were not on the same flight. Although his family owned a private jet, it would be overly conspicuous, and he refrained from utilizing it. In Beizhou, at the Zifeng building, a young man stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the scene below with a confident smile. Is everything in order? Have the arrangements been finalized? He inquired. His companion affirmed that all was indeed set. This young man was none other than Gu Yanji, the founder of the new company, and he had acquired the Zifeng building as a foundation for his enterprise. Despite the faint scars adorning his forehead, they did little to diminish his attractiveness. After the last encounter with those enigmatic adversaries, he had lost contact with Wang Jia, but that did not signify a relinquishment of his thirst for vengeance. The upcoming invitation event would attract moguls from all sectors, and he could not afford to continue presenting himself with a bandaged head. The most crucial aspect of this gathering was that Li Shue was to attend, while Jiao Han would be absent, leaving only Jiao Shengli to represent their interests. Jiao Han was constrained by family business in Jiang City, which was fortuitous news for Gu Yanji, a favorable development in his pursuit of Li Shui. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Han had already surmised his intentions. Yang Lifeng was likely unaware of the situation and had reluctantly sent Li Shui in his stead. Each dignitary arriving in Beizhou was hosted by Gu Yanji at the Hilton Hotel, where they indulged in five-star comforts. As evening descended, luxury vehicles gathered at the base of the Zifeng building, their occupants, nobility and dignitaries alike, dressed in tailored suits and ties, exuding commanding presence. While they exchanged polite nods, none were willing to yield to the other. Yet, one figure stood out conspicuously, drawing the attention of numerous esteemed guests: Lin Xiangtian. The attendees had not received prior notice of his presence, leaving them astonished. "Mr. Lin, has young Master Gu extended an invitation to you? As far as I know, that young man hardly possesses the clout to summon you." Lin Xiangtian smiled lightly, expressing his nonchalance. "I had nothing particular to do, so I came to take a look. I heard that a talented young individual from Jiangsheng is planning to establish a company, which piqued my curiosity." Those present sensed an underlying tone of mockery in his words, interpreting Lin Xiangtian's demeanor as somewhat disdainful. Once everyone had entered the venue, Gu Yanji began to welcome the guests. "Congratulations. Mr. Gu is truly capable. Best wishes for your venture. May your endeavors sail smoothly." Gu Yanji found these remarks quite pleasant, yet he responded with graciousness. "Oh, I must thank all of you for your support. I hope you will take care of me in the future. I've only just returned from my studies and am still quite inexperienced." To the observers, this came across as audacious. How could one embark on a business venture without sufficient knowledge? "Mr. Gu is being modest," they murmured. No, please do have a seat." It was only upon noticing the commanding presence of Lin Xiangtian, reminiscent of the aura of a gambling god from a film, that Gu Yanji's expression shifted. He had not extended an invitation to Lin Xiangtian. During the invitation preparations, he meticulously reviewed profiles of the prominent figures in Jiangsheng, and he certainly did not consider himself worthy of inviting Lin Xiangtian. Yet here he was. This individual must be treated with utmost respect. "Mr. Lin, please. I was unaware of your attendance and have not made adequate preparations. I hope you will forgive me." "Oh, you were unaware of my coming? Perhaps you deem me unworthy of an invitation," Lin Xiangtian retorted. "If I hadn't overheard the gossip, I might still be oblivious to the fact that our distinguished young talent, Mr. Gu, is starting a business." Gu Yanji discerned the sarcasm in his tone, but dared not respond further. "Mr. Lin, you exaggerate. As a junior, I recognize my lack of stature to extend an invitation to you. Please accept my apologies." Lin Xiangtian was too disinterested to engage further, knowing the unfolding events would reveal much. At that moment, Li Shui hurriedly arrived at the Hilton Hotel, still bewildered by the situation. She wondered what kind of business required discussions in a hotel setting and felt relieved that Jiang Han was unaware, or else misunderstandings would surely arise. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the sight of influential figures from various industries, including her idol Lin Xiangtian and her brother-in-law Gu Yanji. Upon noticing Li Shui's arrival, Gu Yanji's lips curled into a subtly concealed smile. "Shui, you've arrived. Please have a seat." "Brother-in-law? Wait, isn't this a business trip? Am I in a wrong place?" "No, your company arranged for you to be on a business trip because I founded a company. We organized an invitation event to meet with the seniors." "Shui, don't mind it. Just relax and enjoy yourself." At that moment, Li Shui realized that this business trip was merely an excuse for a meal. Thankfully, she had been reading negotiation books during her flight, yet after Jiang Han's earlier remarks, she had begun to pay more attention to her brother-in-law. After a considerable time, everyone had gathered, and Gu Yanji stood on the stage to deliver his speech. "Hello, everyone. I am Gu Yanji. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for attending this invitation event I organized. Your support means the world to me. The establishment of my company has required considerable effort from you all, and I am deeply apologetic for the inconvenience of your journey here for this gathering. Therefore, I assure you that today, everyone shall eat, drink, and enjoy to their heart's content, and I will take full responsibility for it. Furthermore, the name of my new company is Haiyan Group. As many of you are aware, my fiancée's name is Haiyan, and this naming reflects my affection for her. Thank you, everyone. In a corner, Jiang Han observed Gu Yanji as he spoke and could not help but let out a cold chuckle. Haiyan Group? Perhaps he hopes to curry favor with the Jiao family through this. Indeed, Jiao Shengli, seated in the audience, was grinning from ear to ear upon hearing this. Gu Yanji continued, simultaneously, I must express my gratitude for everyone's agreement and support, which allowed me to establish Haiyan Group. I believe, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by another voice. Oh, everyone's agreement? I wonder if you sought my consent before founding this company? Chapter 67. Thunderous measures. The owner of that voice instantaneously became the focal point of the entire hotel, drawing the attention of numerous prominent figures, all of whom turned to inquire about the identity of the individual bold enough to challenge the status quo in such a setting. However, upon turning to look, none dared to utter another word. Silence enveloped the room, permeated by an overwhelming sense of trepidation. The speaker was none other than Lin Xiangtian, who stood calmly, gazing at Gu Yanji. Li Shui was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Why would her cousin's husband face obstruction from Lin Xiangtian in his pursuit of establishing a company? Did they harbor animosity towards one another? Yet, that seemed implausible. After all, Gu Yanji had just returned from studying abroad, and this venture was funded through collective investment. Though she had not received prior information, it appeared that Gu Yanji had not committed any egregious act. Initially, Gu Yanji felt a surge of anger, ready to admonish the speaker, but upon recognizing Lin Xiangtian, he could only lower his head, silenced by the weight of the moment. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Mr. Lin, I must sincerely apologize for my oversight in failing to report this matter to you. I presumed, as a mere minor figure, that it might not pique your interest, and for that, I am truly sorry. Lin Xiangtian scoffed. Gu Yanji, scion of the Gu family, who ventured abroad years ago to study finance and has now returned, which is indeed commendable. However, do you not realize that your actions imply a blatant disregard for my authority? Admittedly, your small enterprise holds little significance in my eyes, yet, unfortunately, I find myself disinclined to regard you favorably. What will you do about it? Gasp. His words sent a shockwave through the crowd, swiftly followed by an eerie silence. As the collective intake of breath echoed in the room, no one had anticipated Lin Xiangtian's utter lack of deference, leaving Gu Yanji utterly humiliated. After all, he was the legitimate representative and CEO of Haiyan Group, and to face such public derision at his own invitation was undeniably mortifying. The very notion that Lin Xiangtian could dismiss him with a mere statement, I find you disagreeable. What can you do about it? Left the onlookers in a state of helplessness. Gu Yanji's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He felt utterly belittled. Yet, he recognized that he could not contend with Lin Xiangtian, despite his intelligence. His adversary was the wealthiest individual in Jiangxing. To have ascended to such heights, one must possess considerable acumen. Mr. Lin, may I inquire what I might do to alleviate your concerns and gain your approval for the establishment of this company? Furthermore, if I may be so bold, this is not Jiangxing. In Beizhou, your influence seems to extend no further than the borders of the city, does it not? Li Shui shook her head, bewildered by her cousin's sudden audacity. While Lin Xiangtian was indeed the wealthiest man in Jiangxing, his reach surpassed mere local dominance. Gu Yanji's boldness stemmed from a place of frustration. After all, he had painstakingly gathered funds and endeavored to win the favor of the Jiao family for investment. The unexpected emergence of a formidable opponent at this critical juncture left him understandably anxious. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangtian ascended the stage slowly and remarked with an air of indifference, You need not concern yourself with any actions. I simply find you displeasing. It is true I, Lin Xiangtian, am merely the wealthiest individual in Jiangxing. This is Beizhou, beyond my jurisdiction. However, should I desire, no matter your location, a mere word from me can dictate your commercial fate. If you truly wish to appease me, it is quite simple. You need not continue this company. Rather, embrace the role of an honest man, which might bring me some comfort. His words were unequivocal. As long as Lin Xiangtian was unsettled, Gu Yanji's enterprise could not prosper. Furthermore, this statement plainly indicated that Gu Yinji's company was utterly doomed to fail, for Lin Xiangtian would undoubtedly intervene. Gu Yinji's countenance darkened at this declaration. What of it? Lin Xiangtian? Does your name grant you such extensive reach? If I choose to persist in operating this company, what will you do? The world is vast. Surely you cannot oversee it all. Lin Xiangtian tapped his cane against the floor dismissively, retorting, "You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. Those who know me understand that when I say no, it is a universal truth, regardless of your location. Gu Yinji, should you refuse to comply, I shall be compelled to employ my influence to acquire your Haiyan Group. The investment in Haiyan Group stands at 300 million. I shall offer 500 million. I intend to purchase every share in your possession. I am aware that you hold 46 of the shares, but upon acquisition, I shall possess 48. Legally, I will be the chief executive officer of Haiyan Group. What then can you do? What?" The shareholders present were momentarily taken aback. This was an exorbitant display of wealth. They had each invested merely tens of millions. And now Lin Xiangtian was willing to spend 500 million to buy out their stakes, implying they could earn tens of millions, even hundreds of millions. How could one possibly refuse such an opportunity? Initially, they had agreed to invest due to the favorable terms offered by Gu Yinji. Otherwise, who would part with tens of millions for investment? They were not nouveau riche. "Lin, I will sell you my shares." "Me too. I possess 12. And I will sell it all to you, Lin." The shareholders clamored, leaving Gu Yinji in a state of shock, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events and the audacity of Lin Xiangtian. Lin Xiangtian sneered at Gu Yinji, saying, "Do you see? With a mere 500 million, I've already acquired your company. I am now the chief executive officer of Haiyan Group. Do you have anything further to say?" Gu Yinji staggered back several paces, his expression one of disbelief. "Impossible. This cannot be. You have not signed any contracts. This is not valid. I can file an appeal." As soon as the words were uttered, several bodyguards promptly handed the prepared documents to the shareholders, who eagerly affixed their signatures. "Do you see? They have executed the equity transfer agreement. These assets no longer belong to you. Furthermore, I am willing to offer an additional 500 million to purchase the shares in your possession." A staggering 500 million. Gu Yinji was utterly bewildered. To offer 500 million for his shares meant that he would, in essence, gain an unexpected fortune of 500 million. If that were indeed the case, then why not? At the very least, it would provide him with a substantial sum to make a comeback. He was no fool, and after a feigned moment of hesitation, he acquiesced. "Very well. It appears I have reached my limits, and since Mr. Lin of Haiyan Group is to take the reins, it is indeed for the best. At least it will enable the company to ascend to new heights. I am grateful for your guidance, Mr. Lin." With that, he immediately signed the transfer agreement and extended his hand to receive the check that Lin Xiangtian was preparing. However, Lin Xiangtian let out a low grunt, saying, "What? Did you truly believe you could possess this 500 million? Huh? What does that mean?" Chapter 68, The Decline of Gu Yinji. The audience was left in utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, Lin Xiangtian had declared his intention to invest 5 billion in acquiring all of Gu Yinji's shares. Now that the transfer contract had been signed, why was the payment withheld? Was there some underlying relationship at play? Gu Yinji furrowed his brow, revealing his growing anxiety. Was this not a blatant act of intimidation? "Mr. Lin, although you may be the wealthiest individual in Jiangsheng and possess considerable influence in the business realm, your actions seem excessively unreasonable. Are you attempting to exploit our inexperience and assert your seniority over us?" At this juncture, Jiao Shengli rose to advocate for Gu Yinji. "Mr. Lin, Gu Yinji is my son-in-law. I understand that the Jiao family may be insignificant in your eyes, but does that justify your excessive behavior? The contract is already executed, and now you refuse to pay? Even as the wealthiest man in Jiangsheng, I can still bring you to court. Let the world witness the true character of this so-called tycoon." Li Shui wished to interject, but words eluded her. In her recollection, Lin Xiangtian was not the type to act in such a manner. Although 5 billion was a staggering sum for most, it was merely a trivial target for him. Other prominent figures chimed in. "Mr. Lin, this seems rather unorthodox, does it not?" "Indeed, Mr. Lin, the contract is binding and your own words cannot be taken lightly. However, their support for Gu Yanji was less about solidarity and more about self-preservation, as they feared Lin Xiangtian might retract his offer of 5 billion for their shares. Lin Xiangtian merely scoffed, shaking his head as he regarded Jiao Shengli, who stood in defiance. Jiao Shengli, your standing in Jiangcheng is not insignificant, and you're acquainted with many business figures. I once believed you possessed discernment, yet here you are, foolishly defending Gu Yanji. Do you think I harbor grievances against anyone? Gu Yanji is duplicitous. He appears subservient before you while indulging in debauchery and leveraging underground forces to seize power. 3 months prior, Gu Yanji returned from abroad and made contact with Zhou Kairue of Jiangchang Samuel Materials Company. You're likely familiar with him. He illegally solicited funds, deceiving ordinary citizens under the guise of investment through shell companies, amassing assets totaling 10 million. I too have invested in Sanhua Materials, which has engaged in smuggling, resulting in a 30 million loss for me. Though, of course, 30 million is inconsequential to me. As these words spilled from his lips, the crowd gasped in shock, their eyes riveted on Gu Yanji. Yet Lin Xiangtian was not finished. 2 months ago, Gu Yanji exploited underground forces to deceive 2 female university students, leaving them mentally disturbed and afflicted with depression. It was during that time that Gu Yanji re-established contact with a new cultural enterprise company in Beizhou. Coincidentally, the new cultural enterprise company is one of my ventures, and he exploited the sale of inferior books to profit once more, causing me further losses. Although these companies are not under my direct management, I am fully aware of all that transpires within them. Furthermore, in the establishment of the Haiyan Group, Gu Yanji resorted to illegal fundraising. What you do not know, dear colleagues, is that Gu Yanji has tampered with your share contracts. The official seal of the Haiyan Group has yet to be issued, yet your contracts bear a seal. As for the specifics, I shall refrain from elaborating. Thus, I intend to reclaim this so-called Haiyan Group. Do you believe I need to compensate him? I merely need to have my lawyer report this. And the compensation you owe me will likely exceed 500 million, don't you think? Gu Yanji was taken aback by Lin Xiangtian's words. He had actually uncovered all these matters. Indeed, these were his actions, minor tricks in the business realm, ensnaring all the so-called shareholders. Once he declares their share contracts as fraudulent, he could demand further compensation. This was his cunning scheme. Jiao Shengli was now furious, utterly unprepared for Gu Yanji's treachery. This was blatant commercial fraud, and a prison sentence could last decades, with compensation being exorbitant. As Lin Xiangtian finished speaking, a bodyguard stepped forward, presenting several photographs to Jiao Shengli, all depicting Gu Yanji on dates with various women, including many intimate shots. The sight nearly caused Jiao Shengli to faint from anger. How could he have considered such a person as a son-in-law? If these matters were to reach Jiao Haiyan, would she not be devastated? Jiao Shengli, I am truly ashamed for you. At your age, how could your judgment be so woefully inadequate? No wonder your business has seen little improvement. Do you still have anything to say? Lin Xiangtian's words jolted Jiao Shengli back to reality. Defeated, he shook his head, appearing significantly older in an instant, and sighed. General Manager Lin, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I never imagined that I, Jiao Shengli, would consider such a person. Gu Yanji, you need not contact Haiyan any longer. You are no longer my daughter's fiancé. As for the wealth taken from the Jiao family, it must all be returned. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanji panicked. He had taken over 10 million from the Jiao family. How could he return it? With the company gone and his crimes exposed, how could he repay? The former shareholders now loathed Gu Yanji, relieved to have encountered Lin Xiangtian. Had it not been for Lin Xiangtian's intervention today, they too might have fallen victim to his deceit. Stripped of all support, Gu Yanji's visage twisted into a snarl, and he laughed maniacally. Lin Xiangtian, so what? I'm bound for prison anyway. Before I go, I might as well take you down with me. Upon finishing his words, he unexpectedly found a fruit knife in his hand and rushed forward with the intent to stab Lin Xiangtian in the abdomen. However, just as he was about to approach Lin Xiangtian, the seemingly frail man, typically relying on a cane, soared into the air and executed a sweeping kick, sending Gu Yanji flying. Is that all you've got? I neglected to mention that I, Lin Xiangtian, am also a world martial arts champion. I merely ventured into the business realm, which is why this identity remains unknown. Guards, take him away. Once captured by Lin Xiangtian, the outcome was all but certain. At this moment, the original shareholders began to feel uneasy. They too had invested in the Haiyan Group and exchanged uneasy glances with Lin Xiangtian, too intimidated to speak. What? Do you also desire that 500 million? And no, not at all. President Lin, you jest. It's merely a shell company. How could we possibly seek money? They certainly dared not pursue it, for Gu Yinji's enterprise was a facade, and their involvement would constitute a crime, leading to imprisonment. Given Lin Xiangtian's prowess, incarceration was undoubtedly within reach. Money? Life is far more precious. Chapter 69. My God, I'm stuck. Lin Xiangtian's formidable tactics left everyone astonished. Was there any point in remaining at this invitation event? The protagonist had been reduced to such a state. What was the purpose of attending this farcical gathering? Fear gripped the crowd, for it was evident that Lin Xiangtian had deftly orchestrated a masterful deception. However, the reality was quite different. These strategies had long been meticulously prepared by him, even before he informed Jiang Han of his intentions to attend. Lin understood Jiang well, and this time, Gu Yinji had also intended to target Li Shui, albeit without presenting the evidence, fearing it might cast a shadow of doubt over Li and her companions. In a secluded corner, Jiang Han could not help but smile knowingly. Truly, Lin Xiangtian was as swift and ruthless as ever. For him, such matters were trivial. He always ensured that he gathered all necessary evidence before addressing a situation, leaving no room for counterattack. Once the matter was resolved, Lin Xiangtian calmly declared, I shall take over the Haiyan Group and develop it into a comprehensive conglomerate. I will also consider everyone's investments. If there are no further issues, you may disperse. The crowd, which had previously lost all hope, suddenly felt a spark of optimism upon hearing his words. To collaborate with Lin Xiangtian was akin to soaring to new heights. After speaking, Lin Xiangtian departed, leaving Jiao Shengli utterly disheartened. Approaching Li Shui, he offered a sincere apology. Xiao Shui, it was my fault. I wronged Jiang Han. I allowed this vile creature to perpetrate so many injustices against Haiyan and cause strife within your family. I am truly remorseful. Li Shui was elated to witness Jiao Shengli's willingness to apologize and rectify his misunderstanding of Jiang Han. Most notably, she was relieved to know that Jiang Han had not lied to her. It's all right, Uncle Jiao. This incident may have been a significant blow to Sister Haiyan as well. I trust Jiang Han, and there is no need for you to apologize. Very well, I shall take my leave. Jiao Shengli felt he had lost all faith staying there. He had found such a son-in-law, bringing shame upon himself and his family. As Li Shui tidied up, preparing to return home, she reflected on the dramatic events she had just witnessed since arriving from Jiang City. Perhaps this was what they meant by life imitating art. To her surprise, upon exiting the hotel, she spotted Jiang Han standing at the entrance. Jiang Han, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at the hospital? She exclaimed, a hint of reproach in her voice. After all, if Jiang Zhanxin suddenly awoke, who would care for her? Jiang Han touched his nose and replied, don't worry. I've arranged for someone to look after Xian. I was concerned about you, so I came to check in. By the way, how did it go? Was the business deal successful? I saw so many people exiting. Feigning ignorance, he inquired further. Li Shui sighed and recounted the recent events as they walked together. Although Jiang Han was already well aware of the details, he listened patiently until she finished. Afterward, he resignedly remarked, it's all right. Consider it a lesson learned from encountering a scoundrel. Li Shui suddenly looked at Jiang Han with utmost seriousness and said earnestly, Jiang Han, I am truly sorry. I should not have doubted you. Can you ever forgive me? This unexpected apology left Jiang Han momentarily taken aback, but he quickly embraced Li Shui tightly. Do not feel guilty. I am your husband, and there is no need for further explanation. Now that we have finally come to Beizhou, let us enjoy ourselves. Once Xian is better, we can bring her along to have fun. With that, he took Li Shui's hand and strolled down the bustling street, surrounded by the cacophony of traffic and throngs of people. The couple wished to indulge in hot pot, for since their marriage, they had not truly enjoyed a meal together. Their time was often consumed by social obligations or confined to home-cooked meals. It had been ages since they felt such freedom. They arrived at the Daba Mountain Hot Pot restaurant. As they settled at their table, the server promptly approached to take their order. However, upon seeing Jiang Han's modest appearance, the server regarded him with a hint of disdain. "What would you two like to eat?" Jiang Han glanced at the menu. A single pot base cost nearly 200 yuan, while the prices for the dishes hovered around 100. He ordered several of Li Shui's favorite items and encouraged her to select a few more. Yet, upon seeing the prices, Li Shui was taken aback and hesitantly suggested, "Jiang Han, perhaps we should order fewer dishes. This is rather expensive." Her frugality stemmed from their current financial strain and the considerable debts they owed. Although a few hundred yuan might not seem significant, every little bit counted. Hearing her words, the server couldn't help but smirk. It confirmed his suspicions that Jiang Han was indeed impoverished. Bringing a date to dine, yet uttering such remarks, wasn't that the epitome of being broke? Jiang Han shook his head. "It's fine. Let us order generously and enjoy our meal. This amount is inconsequential." Understanding Jiang Han's insistence, Li Shui realized that she could not hold back, so she inquired, "Do you have any dishes that are a bit more affordable?" The server disdainfully replied, "We do have baby bok choy and konjac noodles, which are cheaper. But the pot base is still 200. Can you two manage that?" This remark clearly implied their lack of funds, and Jiang Han bristled at the suggestion that they were unable to afford a meal. Determined to uphold his dignity in front of Li Shui, he declared, "No need for that. Please bring out your finest dishes and a bottle of the best red wine." The server chuckled lightly. "Sir, are you serious? Our specialties are the fresh shrimp, crispy pork, and pure, fresh ingredients, along with seafood. Are you certain you can afford it? A bottle of red wine costs 5,600. Perhaps you should reconsider?" Li Shui quickly interjected, "Jiang Han, what are you doing? Where will we find such money? It's all right. Just stick to the dishes we initially ordered." However, Jiang Han grasped her hand firmly, resolute in his vow to protect her from any disdain. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Did you not hear me? We shall have the finest dishes." The waiter hastily noted down the order, casting a disdainful glance at Jiang Han before turning to leave. He was intrigued to see how this impoverished individual could muster the audacity to order such extravagant dishes when he could not even afford a meal worth 100. Surely, if he were unable to pay, he would face the consequences. At that moment, Li Shui, feeling a surge of irritation, exclaimed, "Jiang Han, we are already short on funds. Why are you putting on such airs? I only have a little over 4,000 left. Fine, I'll call to borrow some money." Borrow money? For what? He had inherited a vast fortune, and such an amount was trivial to him. Contemplating this, he resolved to seize the opportunity of this meal to reveal his true identity to Li Shui. Thankfully, Lin Xiangtian had previously provided him with a bank card. Although it contained only 2 to 3 million, it should suffice for a meal. "Rest assured, eat well. I have the means," he declared. After saying this, Jiang Han reached into his bag to feel for the bank card, only to be struck dumb by the realization that it was completely empty. He rummaged through another bag, but it too was devoid of any funds. What on earth was happening? Where the hell was my bank card? Chapter 70. Swiping the ID? Jiang Han felt a surge of anxiety. Although financial matters were not a concern, he worried about how to explain the absence of a bank card to Li Shui when it came time to settle the bill. He discreetly rummaged through his pocket without looking, striving for a natural demeanor. Finally, he felt the reassuring presence of a card, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Jiang Han, where did you acquire such funds? The dishes you just ordered cost nearly 10,000. Although they had already covered Xion's hospital expenses, there were still debts to be repaid." Jiang Han understood Li Shui's apprehension, yet he believed that since they were here, they should indulge in a delightful meal, serving as a reward for Li Shui's hard work over the past months. "Rest assured, when you were on your business trip, the owner of the nightclub settled the bill for me. I encountered a wealthy gentleman who, without hesitation, handed me 30,000, requesting my company for drinks in the coming days. Is that truly possible?" Li Shui was taken aback. Such arrangements typically required prior bookings. However, seeing Jiang Han's unwavering confidence, she gradually relaxed, realizing it had been a long time since they had enjoyed a proper meal together. Before long, An array of delectable dishes, including fresh shrimp and octopus slices, arrived at their table. The waiter, with a smirk, poured red wine from a decanter, seemingly amused by the couple. Though they did not voice their thoughts, the waiter undoubtedly anticipated how they would settle the bill. The two savored their meal with unabashed delight, relishing the joyous experience of hot pot dining, which had been a long-forgotten pleasure. After 2 hours of feasting, they finally paused, feeling as though their bellies would burst from indulgence. "All right, I shall settle the bill," Jiang Han declared, rising to approach the front desk with the bill in hand. Upon glancing at the total, which amounted to over 16,000, he couldn't help but chuckle. Spending this sum to bring joy to Li Shui felt immensely worthwhile. After all, for him now, such an amount was hardly significant. "Hello, I would like to settle the bill," Jiang Han said as he presented the invoice. The cashier examined it before printing the final amount. "Sir, your total is 16,800. Would you like to pay in cash, through Alipay, WeChat, or with a card?" "With a card, please. Kindly present your bank card." Having anticipated this request, Jiang Han retrieved the card he had just located in his pocket. As he handed it over, he discreetly glanced at Li Shui, concerned she might catch sight of his actions and harbor suspicions. A fine smile agressa Jiang Han's lips. But as he turned back to the cashier, he noticed a flicker of irritation, or perhaps confusion, on her face. "Sir, we require a bank card, not an ID. Is this your identification card by mistake?" "Identification card?" Jiang Han exclaimed, horrified. "My sincerest apologies. It seems I may have grabbed the wrong one." In a flurry, he began to search through his bag, fervently hoping to avoid such a blunder. He was certain he had placed his bank card on his person. How could it have turned into an ID? The cashier continued to prompt Jiang Han to search, but now his gaze was laced with derision. Earlier, the waiter had informed them that Jiang Han was merely a pauper, and it seemed that this was indeed the case. Nevertheless, he continued to wait for Jiang Han to rummage through his belongings for a bank card, for one could never be certain. Perhaps he truly possessed one. However, after a considerable amount of time had elapsed, Jiang Han still failed to produce a bank card from his bag, which left the cashier somewhat irked. "Sir, what is the meaning of this? When you ordered, we served you exquisite dishes, all made from fresh ingredients. Now, you are unable to present a card for payment. Do you intend to dine and dash?" In the face of the cashier's inquiry, Jiang Han felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly apologized, intending to remove his outer garment to search more thoroughly, when it suddenly dawned on him that, damn it, he had mistaken his bank card for his identification and left it in the hotel room S drawer. He had left in such haste that he hadn't even thought to check. Scratching his head, he stammered, "I apologize. I left in such a rush that I seemed to have left my bank card at the hotel. Would it be possible for me to retrieve it? It won't take long." However, how could the cashier and the waitstaff possibly agree to such a request? "What? You came to eat without money? What do you think you were doing? You ordered such fine dishes. Are you attempting to dine and dash? Everyone look. This person has no money and still wishes to eat for free. This is utterly ridiculous. What kind of people are we encountering these days?" Meanwhile, Li Shui was somewhat puzzled as to why Jiang Han was taking so long to settle the bill. Just then, she overheard the commotion and turned to see which fool had come to a hot pot restaurant without any money, a sight that was laughable. However, upon turning around, she spotted Jiang Han surrounded by several waitstaff, apologizing profusely and pleading his case. In an instant, she comprehended the situation. It was indeed Jiang Han. Feeling a flush of heat on her cheeks, she recalled her initial skepticism about Jiang Han's ability to pay the bill. But now it was evident that he truly had no money. The cost of these dishes and the wine was approaching 10,000 yuan. Yet her own purse contained only 4,000. How could she pay? Seeing the waitstaff's menacing demeanor, poised to take action should Jiang Han fail to settle the bill, she hurried over. "I'm so sorry, everyone. We will pay. Please wait a moment." With that, she quickly pulled Jiang Han aside. The commotion had drawn the attention of many patrons in the hot pot restaurant. Their curious and mocking glances made Li Shui feel terribly embarrassed, leaving her reluctant to lift her gaze. The waitstaff couldn't help but jeer, "What a useless fellow. He brings a beautiful woman to dine, yet he has no money. Is this what they call freeloading? How amusing." What a quintessential gigolo. And he doesn't even fit the bill. If this is a gigolo, then I could be one too. At that moment, Li Shui was seething with anger. Jiang Han, what on earth are you doing? Why didn't you say you had no money sooner? You flaunt an extravagant array of dishes, leading me to believe you are genuinely affluent, only to discover that your words are mere pretenses. Now, everyone is aware of our financial predicament, and you have utterly embarrassed me. I had cherished the thought of us enjoying hot pot together after all these years, and your actions have left me utterly disheartened. Why must you feign grandeur? I understand your desire to share a splendid meal with me, yet you could have informed me in advance. If funds were lacking, I could have borrowed some. Now, this awkwardness is truly unbearable. Jiang Han is also aware that his actions were thoughtless, as he carelessly tossed his bank card onto the counter without a second glance, resulting in this embarrassing blunder. Xiao Xue, Li Shui shot him an irate glare. What do you mean by I? Silence yourself. It's infuriating. I always believed you to be a diligent individual, but I am sorely disappointed to see your immaturity in handling matters. With that, she began scrolling through her contacts, dialing the very number she had no desire to call. Chapter 71. Fortunate destiny, the recipient of her call was none other than Li Yaojia. She hesitated to reach out for financial assistance, fully aware that he would undoubtedly inquire about the circumstances and proceed to chide her. Yet, in her current predicament, she found herself with no other recourse. Should she seek aid from someone else? Family, perhaps, but surely they would not refuse her. Jiang Han, too, took out his phone to send a message. He recognized that words would be futile at this moment. He would simply have Lin Xiangtian come over to settle the bill, claiming it was related to a collaboration with the Atom Group. Upon answering the call, Li Shui greeted cheerfully, "Dad, what are you up to?" "Nothing much. Just tell me what you need," Xiao Xue. His response left Li Shui feeling somewhat awkward. It was indeed true that one does not visit the temple without a purpose. She rarely called Li Yaojia, and this sudden outreach surely signified something urgent. Dad, could you lend me 20,000 yuan? I'm in a bit of a hurry." There was a brief silence on the line before Li Yaojia erupted in the anger she had anticipated. What? Borrowing money again? What is the matter this time? 20,000. Li Shui could not disclose the details. It would undoubtedly tarnish their impression of Jiang Han, given the current uproar about her divorce from him. Sharing this would be tantamount to self-sabotage. "Nothing much, Dad. I'm on a business trip and have a pressing matter. Could you possibly lend it to me?" "Xiao Xue, I don't have the money, you know that. I have to go now. I have other matters to attend to." With that, the line went cold, leaving Li Shui feeling a chill in her heart, primarily fueled by anger. Jiang Han was utterly oblivious to the situation, preparing to call someone else for assistance. She noticed Jiang Han still engrossed in his phone. Li Shui's frustration reached new heights. "Jiang Han, can't you think of a solution? You're still playing with your phone. If it weren't for you, would things be this dire? I've said it before, I only needed something simple to eat. It wasn't tea about extravagance. Just a gesture would suffice. And now, we can't even pay, with so many onlookers. It's truly humiliating." Jiang Han remained silent. For Lin Xiangtian had just arrived. He had been in Beizhou nearby, and upon receiving Jiang Han's message, he hurried over. The other patrons had caught wind of the unfolding drama and began to murmur amongst themselves. "That guy is such a loser, taking people out to eat without any money. Not to mention, that girl is quite attractive. What a pity she's with such a fool. Should we go over and have a look?" Three young men, wearing smug expressions, approached their table, sneering as they spoke. "Hey, beautiful, what's going on? Your man can't even foot the bill for dinner? What business is it of yours?" Li Shui was already frazzled, and the arrival of these three men only served to exacerbate her irritation. "Oh, someone's got a bit of temper. We're just here to help you out. This guy clearly can't afford it. How about we three cover the meal? Would you care to join the three of us for a drink?" The blatant implication was unmistakable to Li Shui, whose gaze instantly filled with disdain. Jiang Han's expression darkened. How dare they flirt with his wife in his presence? Without hesitation, he rose and coldly addressed the trio. "The farther you are, the better. Do not expect me to show mercy." "Well, look at you, a spineless fellow with some ambition." One of them sneered. "Brother, if you're short on cash for courting women, why not let your friends help you out?" As Jiang Han prepared to strike, a voice interrupted. I will take care of the bill for that table. Curiosity swept through the crowd. Who could possibly be generous enough to settle the tab in this hot pot restaurant? Surely, it indicated the presence of a significant figure. When they realized it was Jiang Han's table, shock and silence enveloped them. The newcomer, dressed in a tailored suit and bearing a golden-laid cane, exuded an air of affluence. Yet, he was paying for this impoverished man's meal? How absurd! The three men suddenly appeared somewhat intimidated, recognizing the unmistakable aura of a business magnate. It was wise not to provoke him. Li Shui gazed at the newcomer in confusion, soon overwhelmed with excitement upon recognizing Lin Xiangtian, her idol, the wealthiest man in Jiangcheng. Today, at the invitation conference, he could effortlessly sway fortunes with a mere gesture, a figure who could alter destinies with a single word. Not daring to be casual, she promptly bowed and addressed him, Mr. Lin. There's no need for formality, Manager Li, Lin Xiangtian replied with a smile. This must be your husband. Mentioning Jiang Han made Li Shui feel awkward, her cheeks flushing. After all, Jiang Han was currently without accomplishments and would surely be viewed as insignificant in the eyes of such a powerful man, likely subject to ridicule. Yes, Mr. Lin, she managed to say, bracing herself for any mockery. However, Lin Xiangtian simply smiled and continued, well then, let this meal be my treat. I happened to pass by and saw you all. Additionally, I would like to discuss a potential collaboration with you and your husband in my vehicle. I have some matters regarding a partnership with the Atom Group that I wish to address, and it seems fortuitous to encounter you. What? A collaboration? Li Shui questioned her own ears in disbelief. The wealthiest man in Jiangcheng wanted to discuss partnership with her? It felt like a stroke of extraordinary luck. Absolutely. Thank you. Mr. Lin, she exclaimed, eagerly tugging Jiang Han along to follow Lin Xiangtian to his luxury vehicle. Lin Xiangtian, ever considerate, had arranged for the vehicle to be brought directly to them, demonstrating meticulous care for his young master. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Xiangtian casually remarked, I had the pleasure of meeting you briefly at the invitation conference earlier, Manager Li. However, I was preoccupied with dealing with that scammer, Gu Yinji, so I did not have the chance to greet you properly. I hope you can forgive my oversight. Wherever one may look, it seems that Mr. Lin has truly overestimated my capabilities. Li Shui dares not entertain such thoughts. She feels immensely fortunate merely to converse with Lin Xiangtian. As for Jiang Han, he gazes out of the window, utterly disinterested, and has nothing to say to Lin Xiangtian, especially in Li Shui's presence. The situation is thus. I wish to invest in the current industrial chain of the Atom Group. Of course, I require only 40% of the profits. Yet the Atom Group must grant me 5% of the shares. Upon hearing Lin Xiangtian's terms, Li Shui furrowed her brow. While investment posed no issue, the request for shares complicated matters, especially since she was uncertain whether Yang Lifeng would consent. In truth, Lin Xiangtian merely concocted this rationale to navigate the predicament. For the Atom Group was originally his investment, and he possessed a significant number of shares. Yet Li Shui remained oblivious to this fact. Noticing Li Shui's discomfort, Lin Xiangtian seized the moment. Let's defer this matter for now. I have other engagements. If you require assistance, Manager Li, please feel free to contact me. He handed her his business card, which she promptly accepted with both hands before alighting from the vehicle. However, she was not pleased. Instead, she cast a somewhat irate glance at Jiang Han, as if poised to unleash her frustrations. Chapter 72. An unexpected encounter with Wang Jiqiang Jiang Han. What do you mean? Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't this incident already passed? He had even called Lin Xiangtian to intervene, so why was Li Shui still upset? Shui, I didn't mean to. I genuinely forgot to bring money with me. I'm not referring to that. You have truly disappointed me. Do you have any idea who that person was just now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han was somewhat puzzled. Lin Xiangtian, what about him? Seeing Jiang Han's indifferent and unconcerned demeanor, Li Shui stamped her foot in frustration. You drive me mad. You know he is Lin Xiangtian. Yet you didn't even try to ingratiate yourself with him? Even if you didn't know to flatter him, surely you could have expressed gratitude. He lent a hand, and you didn't even utter a simple thank you. That's not all. You could have at least mentioned repaying him. Wouldn't that have fostered a connection? Who knows? He might have thought well of you and offered you a respectable job. And what did you do? You acted as if nothing was amiss, merely gazing outside. What was there to see? It's one thing to embarrass yourself in the hot pot restaurant, but to behave so arrogantly in front of Lin Xiangtian is simply infuriating. Jiang Han. So, she was angry because he failed to flatter Lin Xiangtian and didn't thank Li Shui. But what was there to thank him for? He was the one who had called Lin Xiangtian to the rescue in the first place. Besides, did he truly need to curry favor with Lin Xiangtian? Did he require Lin Xiangtian's assistance to secure a job? In all likelihood, it would be Lin Xiangtian who would eventually seek him out for resolving matters related to collaborations and investments. Of course, Li Shui was unaware of this, and Jiang Han had no intention of explaining. He had originally hoped to enjoy a nice meal and, in the process, reveal his true identity to Li Shui. But now that plan had been disrupted, and given the unexpected turn of events, no one would believe him anyway. All right, I understand I was wrong. Should I go back and plead with him? Li Shui rolled her eyes. You're truly going to drive me to my wit's end. Take me to the hotel you booked. Jiang Han fell silent, taking Li Shui's hand and strolling leisurely. He pondered when it would be appropriate to disclose his true identity to her, but for now, he could only take it one step at a time. Before they reached the hotel, they encountered familiar faces, Wang Jiqiang and Li Meiwan. Xiangzi Zhuanzi? What brings you here? Upon hearing the call, the two were momentarily startled, and upon turning around, they were equally surprised to see Jiang Han and Li Shui holding hands. Jiang Han and Shui? Ha ha ha, what a stroke of luck. To come here for a little fun and encounter both of you. A flicker of anxiety crossed Wang Jiqiang's eyes, but he quickly composed himself, smiling as he greeted them. However, Jiang Han noticed the subtle change in his expression. Xiangzi, what brings you here? This doesn't seem like your style. In response to Jiang Han's inquiry, Wang Jiqiang and Li Meiwan exchanged a glance instinctively and smiled. What do you mean? We're just here for vacation. We're preparing for our wedding when we return, but we haven't set a date yet, so we didn't invite you too. Li Shui admired the love shared between the two, primarily because Wang Jiqiang was willing to endure hardships and strive for success. Of course, she did not imply that Jiang Han lacked effort. It was just that, in comparison, Jiang Han had faltered once and found it difficult to regain his footing, which left her somewhat disheartened. All right, you're on the verge of marriage. You must invite us both. She insisted, and both she and Jiang Han affirmed their attendance. The two remained silent, merely sharing a smile. Li Shui felt a twinge of confusion. She could not discern any differences between them, especially since they had not been in touch for quite some time. Additionally, her own busy schedule offered little opportunity for communication. Jiang Han, however, shook his head and inquired, All right, speak up. What troubles have you encountered? You wouldn't come here without a reason. If you still consider us good friends, share it with us. Perhaps we could be of assistance. Recalling how Jiang Han had once repaid them a sum of 150,000, the couple hesitated to speak, as Jiang Ranxin was hospitalized and Jiang Han was in debt. Yet, after a considerable pause, they finally revealed their predicament. My parents have gotten involved in some investment scheme, claiming that year-end dividends would yield double the profit. Investing in one property would somehow result in two. We were unaware of this until recently. The last time you repaid us, my parents used the entire amount for these investments. Now, the owner of that investment company has vanished, leaving us empty-handed. We struggled to trace him down to Beizhou, which is why we rushed over. We didn't want to burden you with our troubles, especially since you wouldn't be able to help. And it seemed unfair to make you worry, Li Meiwan added honestly. Upon hearing this, Li Shui was taken aback. She had no idea Jiang Han had repaid them such a significant amount. However, she refrained from asking further questions, understanding the gravity of the situation. What mattered most now was to retrieve the money that Li Meiwan and her partner had lost. Jiqiang, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Now that the person has fled, you're only just revealing it. Jiang Han expressed a hint of reproach, making Wang Jiqiang and Li Meiwan feel somewhat embarrassed. All right, let us accompany you to investigate. We will do our utmost to locate him and recover that sum. After all, 150,000 is no small amount. Li Shui insisted, recognizing that Wang Jiqiang and his partner had limited savings, especially with their upcoming marriage and mortgage obligations. Let it be, Xiao Xue. You are both quite busy. And with your own matters to attend to, we can manage this ourselves. Li Meiwan felt uneasy about the situation and promptly declined the offer. Yet, Li Shui wished to say more, but Jiang Han gently tugged at her arm, signaling her to hold her tongue. He understood their personalities. When they said they did not want help, they truly meant it, not wanting to impose any further. Very well, you two proceed with your search. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call us. We will be in Beizhou for the next few days, they agreed. And so, the four parted ways. Li Shui and Jiang Han returned directly to their hotel. As soon as they entered and settled down, Li Shui curiously inquired, Jiang Han, when will you repay the 150,000? How come I was unaware of this matter? It seems we never borrowed such a substantial sum from Zhuangzi and her friends. Moreover, where did you acquire the 150,000 to repay? And let's not forget the 200,000 incurred during Xin's hospitalization, which totals 350,000. My heavens, this is no trifling amount. Do not tell me you resorted to selling a kidney. Jiang Han was somewhat at a loss for words. Why was it that the only possibility everyone could conceive was selling a kidney? What are you thinking? I have not engaged in such activities. I merely had the good fortune of winning a lottery, which provided me with a bit of money, and I promptly used it to settle the hospital bill. Subsequently, Jiang Han recounted the entire sequence of events regarding the 150,000 to Li Shui. He initially anticipated that Li Shui would inquire about the extraordinary lottery win. However, after listening, Li Shui nodded in approval, believing Jiang Han had acted wisely. Although she harbored some skepticism regarding his explanation, Jiang Han had enjoyed the habit of purchasing a lottery ticket weekly since university, claiming that good fortune would naturally come, so she refrained from probing further. After both had taken their showers and settled down with a cup of tea, Li Shui continued, I hope you will seek a better job. This time, fortune smiled upon you, allowing you to win and spend the money wisely. Yet, we cannot rely on such luck indefinitely. Also, if you win again, could you please inform me? It would brighten my day. I am exhausted from the daily grind. She added a few complaints along with her words. Yaman lid, gazing at the enchanting Li Shui, and playfully pulled her onto the bed, kissing her passionately. She offered no resistance, as they had not indulged in such intimacy for quite some time. However, just as they were about to delve into their romantic interlude, Jiang Han's phone rang unexpectedly. Despite his reluctance to answer, Li Shui suggested he take the call, in case it bore significant news. Upon seeing that the caller was Li Meiwan, Jiang Han picked up the phone without hesitation, assuming she was calling to share joyous tidings about the money. However, as soon as he connected, he was met with Li Meiwan's tearful and trembling voice. Jiang Han, you must come quickly. Xiangzi has been attacked. He is unconscious. You need to hurry. What did you say? Chapter 73. The arrogant Zhu Yu. When Jiang Han heard the news, his face grew solemn. It is worth noting that Wang Jiqiang had been a member of the university basketball team, although his physical strength did not match Jiang Han's. He was certainly not one to be trifled with, especially not by mere office workers. The fact that he had been rendered unconscious indicated that his assailants were either numerous or excessively brutal. Where's the location? In the financial center. Huri, Jiang Han. Come quickly. Jiang Han promptly hung up the phone, hastily grabbing his clothes as he prepared to leave. Li Shui, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly tidied herself up and followed him out. Xiao Shui, you should return home. I can handle this alone, Jiang Han urged, concerned that if the assailants were numerous, Li Shui might be ensnared in the conflict. Li Shui shook her head, reassuringly stating, enough of that. Zhuangzi and the others are not only your friends, but mine as well. I cannot simply stand by while they are in trouble. She had overheard the conversation Jiang Han had earlier, and her primary concern was for his safety. Seeing Li Shui's steadfast support, Jiang Han refrained from further protests. His mind was preoccupied with worries about Wang Jiqiang's condition and the severity of his injuries. Had Li Shui not been there, he might have summoned Lin Xiangtian and his men to storm the financial center, but given the current circumstances, it was wiser to assess the situation first. The taxi arrived promptly, and within 10 minutes, they reached the financial center. In the grand lobby of the building, numerous bodyguards surrounded the unconscious Wang Jiqiang, while Li Meiwan wept inconsolably beside him. She had not wished to contact Jiang Han, but in Beizhou, he was her only acquaintance, and their bond was strong. Thus, she had no choice but to seek his assistance. At that moment, Wang Jiqiang lay in a state of unconsciousness, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face bruised and battered, his clothing torn, a clear indication of a fierce struggle. Upon witnessing this sight, Jiang Han frowned and strode in with an air of indignation. Though he instinctively shielded Li Shui behind him, wary of any potential threats to her safety. How dare they come to Beizhou demanding money from me? Do they not know I am the little devil of Beizhou? Damn it, they invested a mere 150,000 and think they can threaten me. This is my territory. I call shots. The speaker was none other than Zhu Yu, the so-called CEO of the investment company, who regarded Wang Jiqiang with disdain, believing him to be deserving of his fate. Jiang Han forcefully pushed open the glass door, his expression a tempest of anger as he surveyed the room. Zhu Yu was momentarily taken aback. While he dealt with someone oblivious to their peril, another had dared to intrude. Who are you? Get out. There is no time for business talk. Don't disturb me while I attend to important matters. Meanwhile, Li Shui rushed over to assist Li Meiwan, casting a glance at Wang Jiqiang's injuries, which were indeed severe. She quickly retrieved some wet wipes from her bag and handed them to Li Meiwan, urging her to clean Wang Jiqiang's wounds. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han coldly regarded him, shielding the three behind him, and furiously declared, I am his friend. In broad daylight, you dare to disregard the law and have even injured my friend. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? Ha ha ha. An explanation? What of it? In this financial hub, I dictate the terms. Boy, do you even comprehend whom you are addressing? I, Zhu Yu, am renowned in this northern province. Have you not heard? The fact that I have not allowed him to be killed today is already quite generous. Jiang Han's anger intensified upon hearing this. And what of it? Do you believe your reputation in the northern province grants you any privilege? Just because you are well known, does that mean others must bow to you? You have committed wrongdoings and defrauded money. Should you not make amends? My friend seeks justice, yet you have harmed him. Are you not afraid of the law's retribution? Do you not fear imprisonment for your deceit? Zhu Yu flushed at Jiang Han's words, feeling somewhat cornered. Boy, do not attempt to play word games with me. Do you think that if it came to a lawsuit, you could prevail? How laughable. Yet, you have reminded me. I cannot allow you to leave today. This is my territory. In my view, might makes right. In this society, is it not all about status, power, and influence? With those, what else is there to fear? With nothing to your name, what do you have to contest? Oh, is that your insinuation? That whoever holds sway in this northern province is the ultimate authority? If my influence surpasses yours, must you then concede and compensate me? At this moment, Zhu Yu found Jiang Han's words utterly ludicrous, as if he had encountered the greatest joke in existence. Boy, you do not boast correctly. Your influence in the northern province cannot possibly exceed mine. Let me enlighten you. There are only two individuals whose power surpasses mine here, the King of Commerce in the southwest and the underground monarch of the northern province. You, a mere rustic, dare claim greater influence? How amusing! Jiang Han was not truly enraged. Yet the sight of Wang Jiqiang in such a state stirred within him a tempest of frustration. At that moment, Li Shui rose to denounce. Yet you cannot bully others just because of your power. You defrauded my friend's money and still believe you are justified? You are utterly outrageous. Upon noticing Li Shui standing, Zhu Yu scrutinized her, particularly captivated by her elegantly wrapped legs, swallowing hard. No. When they invested, I made the risks clear. Now that the risks have materialized, they have lost their investment. What? Do you expect me to refund? Or perhaps, if you accompany me for a night, I might consider it? Before he could finish, Jiang Han's powerful punch sent him staggering backward. Damn it! How dare you strike me? You harm my friend, and then dare to make advances towards my wife. I advise you to acknowledge your wrongdoing and compensate me now, or soon you may find yourself begging on your knees. Zhu Yu had truly become accustomed to arrogance in this northern state. He had never endured such humiliation before. Enraged, he shouted, "Bring it on! Strike him! Damn it!" An instant melee erupted, yet fortunately, Jiang Han possessed remarkable agility, swiftly evading the onslaught. Li Shui, witnessing the chaos, was greatly alarmed, particularly for Jiang Han's safety. She hurriedly retrieved her phone and dialed Lin Xiangtian's number, for he was her only hope at this moment. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Could you come to the financial center and assist us? We have encountered a bit of trouble. Jiang Han has been attacked." Initially perplexed by the unfamiliar call, Lin Xiangtian's demeanor transformed into a tempest of fury upon hearing that Jiang Han had been assaulted. "I'm on my way. How dare anyone lay a hand on the young master?" Chapter 74. I adore your defiance. Lin Xiangtian was eager to discover who possessed such audacity. "Wang Qian, I await you at the financial center." "Humph, you shall pay for this." At that moment, Wang Qian was luxuriating in the embrace of a tender affair, reluctant to answer the phone. However, upon seeing it was Lin Xiangtian calling, he unhesitatingly picked up. After all, it had been quite some time since Lin had reached out. This sudden communication surely bore significance. Before he could utter a word, the irate Lin Xiangtian had already severed the connection. Previously, someone had dared to kidnap Li Shui, recklessly challenging Jiang Han's wrath. Now, another dared to provoke the young master. Such audacity was tantamount to courting disaster. Lin Xiangtian retrieved an item from the cabinet. Securing it at his waist, and without a moment's hesitation, he led over 20 men into action. Meanwhile, Wang Qian, gripped by anxiety, hastily descended from the bed and began to dress. Despite his current discomfort and need for release, he found himself utterly powerless. "Ah, Brother Qian, you never used to be in such a rush. I haven't even ascended yet," the alluring woman in bed lamented. Wang Qian cursed, "Shut your mouth. If I don't go, my life will be at stake." With that, he dashed from the room, hopped into his flashy Porsche, and sped off. His destination unmistakably the financial center. Lin Xiangtian's convoy swiftly arrived at the financial center. Without hesitation, he exited the vehicle, a cane in hand, flanked by a throng of followers. He pushed through the glass doors of the center and advanced deeper, only to witness a fierce brawl unfolding, with Jiang Han being trampled beneath someone's foot. This sight ignited a furious blaze within Lin Xiangtian. "Charge!" he commanded, and his fully armed bodyguards surged forward, dispatching Zhu Yu's men with remarkable efficiency, leaving them sprawled on the floor. Upon seeing Jiang Han's injuries, Lin Xiangtian was consumed by rage, yearning to exact lethal retribution. Zhu Yu was momentarily taken aback by this sudden onslaught, yet the arrogance of his position as a local tyrant in Beizhou quickly returned. "Huh, if the young one is no match, an old man has come to meet his demise. What business do you have here?" Lin Xiangtian glared at him fiercely. "You should consider yourself fortunate. Had this been abroad, I would have already ordered your execution. Should anything happen to them, you would no longer have a place in this world." Zhu Yu laughed maniacally. "Huh, old man, your boasts exceed even mine. I am curious to see who in Beizhou can restrain me." At that moment, Wang Qian was racing toward the scene. Even before his car came to a halt, he spotted the long convoy surrounding the area, instantly filled with dread. Lin Xiangtian had arrived. Wait, the financial building? ISNT, this Zhu stronghold? How could Lin Xiangtian possibly be here? Could it be? He hurriedly dashed inside, and upon witnessing the tense standoff between Lin Xiangtian and Zhu Yujian, he instantly realized that this situation was far from easy to resolve. The moment Zhu Yu laid eyes on Wang Qian, his delight was palpable. He thought Wang Qian must have caught wind of his predicament and come to his aid. After all, it was only fitting given the millions in dividends he submitted each year. "Brother Qian, your timing is impeccable. These fools wish to stir trouble for us. If I deal with them, I can hand you this year's dividends as promised. I intended to seek you out, but instead I encountered this band of imbeciles." Wang Qian, however, paid him no heed. Upon seeing Lin Xiangtian's face, which was so grim it could almost drip with water, he felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly turned to deliver a resounding slap to Zhu Yu. "What the hell, you fool? Who are you insulting? Dare to utter that again, and let us see what happens. Do you realize who he is?" Caught off guard by the sudden blow, Zhu Yu was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Was he to be struck while merely discussing dividends? Was this how one was swindled out of them? "No, Brother Qian, what is going on? Why are you hitting me? Shouldn't we be dealing with them? They came here to cause a ruckus, demanding back those millions. What does he have to do with us? Can he possibly be more formidable than you? Damn it, Wang Can now felt as though he had raised a fool. He had previously warned Zhu Yu against such reckless behavior, foreseeing that it would eventually lead to trouble, and now it had all come crashing down on Lin Xiangtian. "Shut your mouth." He quickly turned to the grim-faced Lin Xiangtian, apologizing. "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your presence in Beizhou, nor did I know that my subordinates had offended you. Might you find it in your heart to forgive me this once? I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution." What was happening? Zhu Yu was utterly confounded. What did he just call this old man? Mr. Lin? And why was he so subservient? Who was this elder that commanded such respect, compelling the Southwest trade king of Beizhou to bow low? Wait, could this elder be the one who helped Wang Can rise from nothing to become the trade king? Mr. Lin, yes indeed. Zhu Yu gasped in astonishment, his heart tightening with anxiety as he realized that Wang Can's demeanor was genuine. Furthermore, he had heard that this elder had single-handedly elevated the underground king Yi Xiaodong in Beizhou. Both of these figures were his prot.gs. Lin Xiangtian glanced coldly at Wang Can. "You certainly have the audacity to associate with such individuals. Not only are they fraudulent, but they have also dared to offend my client. This matter cannot go unaddressed, Wang Can. Have you become too comfortable in Beizhou? Do you not realize what a single word from me could do to your status as the trade king?" Upon hearing Lin Xiangtian's words, Wang Can trembled in fear. If it came to that, a mere word from Lin Xiangtian could spell his ruin. He immediately knelt, and the sensible Zhu Yu hastily followed suit, apologizing. "Mr. Lin, I truly apologize. I had no idea these individuals were your clients. It is entirely my fault. My deepest regrets. I have returned the money. Might you consider sparing me?" As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Xiangtian slowly crouched down, locking eyes with Zhu Yu. From his waist, he retrieved a silver object, promptly chambering around and lightly tapping it against Zhu Yu's face. "Do you truly believe that I, Lin Xiangtian, am in need of a mere handful of coins? I recall your attitude was quite different just moments ago. Have you finally recognized your folly and now seek my mercy?" Upon seeing the weapon, Zhu Yu was instantly seized by terror, especially at the sound of the round being chambered, compounded by the fact that it was now aimed directly at his forehead. Overwhelmed by fear, he lost control of his physiological responses. A dampness forming in his trousers and a faint odor of urine began to permeate the air. Wang Can, brimming with fury, thought to himself that had Lin Xiangtian not been present, he would have certainly dealt with Zhu Yu for causing such a calamity and, subsequently, making a fool of himself. "Lin, I was wrong, utterly wrong. I implore you, do not pull the trigger. Spare me." As Zhu Yu submitted in such abject terror, revealing his physiological distress, Lin Xiangtian let out a cold chuckle. "I must admit, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor." Chapter 75. The mysterious gaze. Though it was said so, Zhu Yu felt utterly daunted. After all, this was someone even Wang Can would kneel and beg for mercy before. However, the fact that he had been frightened into a physiological reaction was profoundly embarrassing. "Mr. Lin, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." He could only yield, for even if he retained a shred of pride, it was utterly diminished beneath the weight of that silver object. A mere squeeze of the trigger could spell his demise. He had previously asserted that the mightiest would reign supreme, yet it was evident now that Lin Xiangtian was the true powerhouse. Lin Xiangtian paid no heed to the two kneeling in apology, but instead approached Jiang Han, his gaze heavy with scrutiny. Noticing Jiang Han was still conscious, he promptly inquired, "How are you? Is everything all right?" Jiang Han smiled reassuringly at Lin Xiangtian. "Rest assured, I am fine." At that moment, Li Shui also expressed concern for Jiang Han, neglecting to admonish him for his apparent lack of decorum. Instead, she showered Lin Xiangtian with gratitude, which he dismissed nonchalantly, though internally he felt considerable displeasure towards Zhu Yu for having harmed Jiang Han. "I shall demonstrate what it means to repay a wrong with a wrong. Bring him to me. I want him to experience the consequences firsthand. Furthermore, Wang Can, let me make this clear. I do not wish for such an incident to occur again. I can elevate you to great heights, but I can just as easily bring you crashing down. You would do well to consider your actions. I will hold you accountable for your clandestine dealings over the years when the time is right." With that, Lin Xiangtian smiled at Li Shui and handed her a bank card. Manager Li, this card contains 2 million. Please take your husband and friends to the hospital, ensuring that all is well. 2 million? Li Shui was momentarily stunned as she accepted the card. This was an extravagant sum. To simply provide 2 million for a medical checkup? Thank you, Mr. Lin. I assure you, I will repay this. Lin Xiangtian merely smiled and departed. Repay? If she were to discover that all these so-called assets belonged to her, how would she react? A mere 2 million was but a trifling matter. Once Lin Xiangtian left, Wang Qin wasted no time. Since Lin Xiangtian had afforded him this opportunity, it was clear he expected him to escort the injured to the hospital. Though uncertain of Lin Xiangtian's motives for assisting them, he believed there was a rationale behind it. My sincerest apologies, everyone. I will cover all medical expenses. This incident was my oversight. Additionally, I shall reimburse you threefold for any losses incurred. I kindly ask that you appeal to Mr. Lin for leniency. This was all he could do, hoping to exchange these words for Lin Xiangtian's forgiveness. Li Shui was somewhat bewildered. How could mere words suffice? They were addressing Lin Xiangtian. After all, how could he forgive or not forgive based on their statements alone? Jiang Han, however, said little, merely rising to assist Wang Jiqiang, carrying him on his back as they followed Wang Qin to the car. Beizhou Medical College Affiliated Hospital. This is considered the finest hospital in the northern province. Jiang Han and his companions hurriedly carried Wang Jiqiang inside, registering him for emergency care. Wang Qin even leveraged his connections to reach the vice president, ensuring that Wang Jiqiang would be examined without delay. What on earth happened? How could the injuries be so severe? If they had arrived, even a moment later, he could have gone into shock and possibly died. Upon hearing this, Wang Qin felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly inquired, "What is the situation? Can he be treated?" At that moment, his thoughts were consumed with a desire to confront Zhu Yu, the reckless individual who resorted to violent enforcement. "Don't worry, it's not too serious. Let us get him to the emergency room immediately. I'll take a closer look. First, we need to apply some alcohol for disinfection and then take an x-ray." The vice president responded with urgency, recognizing that the patient brought by Wang Qin was indeed exceptional. Meanwhile, an unnoticed doctor beside the vice president was fixated on Jiang Han and Li Shui, his gaze dark and foreboding. However, everyone else was engrossed in Wang Jiqiang's condition, oblivious to him. As the crowd waited outside, Wang Qin glanced at Jiang Han and caught his eye, which beckoned him. He hastily fabricated an excuse to discuss compensation matters with Jiang Han and led him outside. "Sir, may I ask why you call me out?" Wang Qin inquired, puzzled. Jiang Han, with a sly smile, replied, "Wang Qin, do you truly believe that Lin Xiangtian can be easily persuaded by just anyone, even as a client? He rarely intervenes personally." Wang Qin instantly grasped the implication of Jiang Han's words. Was this a subtle hint? His surprise was evident as he exclaimed, "That is indeed true. Are you suggesting that are you related to Lin Xiangtian?" "Well, I wouldn't say related, but he does refer to me as young master." Jiang Han responded casually. "What? Young master?" Wang Qin's demeanor shifted to one of panic. No wonder Lin Xiangtian was so frantic, insisting that he come at once. Although Lin Xiangtian was a client, he had never displayed such concern for any other client before. Yet today, Lin Xiangtian was terrifyingly intense, even bringing along something lethal. The very act of pulling the trigger could claim lives, and coincidentally, it was during the time Jiang Han was assaulted. To compound matters, Lin Xiangtian had handed 2 million to Li Shui, who happened to be Jiang Han's wife. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it all made sense. It was indeed all because of Jiang Han. Damn, this is truly a young master. Wang Qin thought, his heart racing. He had long heard whispers of Lin Xiangtian's mysterious family, a dynasty of immense wealth renowned worldwide. To think that this seemingly inconsequential youth before him was a young master. In a state of trepidation, he proclaimed, "Young master, I assure you I will provide an explanation for today's events. I sincerely apologize, and I will ensure your friend receives the best treatment possible." Jiang Han nodded slightly, expressing, "I do not blame you for this matter. I have encountered such situations countless times. I reveal my identity to you, which is to seek your assistance in treating my friend. Furthermore, I wish to advise you to manage your subordinates diligently. Such occurrences must not be allowed to repeat. As a businessman, you should be well aware of the peril posed by shell companies to individuals. Indeed, master, your admonition is well taken. I shall exercise utmost vigilance. He replied earnestly. Moreover, do not divulge my identity. Focus solely on your responsibilities. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. Ensure that all the money acquired through deceit is returned, Jiang Han commanded. Wang Can dared not to disobey, quickly nodding in agreement. For these were the words of a formidable figure. At that moment, a man clad in a white coat stood atop the hospital's upper floors, gazing down through the floor-to-ceiling windows at Jiang Han below. A cold smirk crept across his lips, as if Jiang Han had already become his prey. Chapter 76. The abduction of a couple in love. Who is Jiang Han? Merely a worthless individual. He has grown somewhat arrogant due to his acquaintance with Lin Long in Jiang City, which has emboldened him to venture into Beizhou. Although Lin Xiangtian assisted him in resolving a particular issue, it remains evident that such influence is not his own. This is the man's conviction. He must eliminate Jiang Han. There's no doubt about it. Unbeknownst to Jiang Han, he has become the target of scrutiny. At the behest of Wang Can, the vice president conducted a comprehensive examination for Wang Jiqiang, fearing any oversight. The results revealed that Wang Jiqiang had suffered 2 broken ribs and required hospitalization. Upon receiving this news, Li Meiwan was overcome with tears, never anticipating such severe repercussions. With their wedding imminent, this sudden turn of events was utterly disconcerting. More critically, the necessity of hospitalization posed a financial dilemma, as neither of them possessed any funds. Jiang Han and Li Shui offered their reassurances that Wang Jiqiang would recover, while Wang Can promptly asserted his commitment to ensure Wang Jiqiang's treatment. He then presented a bank card containing 1 million, which he deemed as compensation for Li Meiwan and Wang Jiqiang. As for the hospitalization fees, Wang Can merely instructed that all charges be attributed to him. Thank you, but we only need to reclaim our money. This is far too generous. Please take it back, Li Meiwan replied, a woman of strong principles. Although the deceitful individual was a subordinate of Wang Can, it did not implicate Wang Can himself. Moreover, Wang Can had already taken numerous steps to make amends, and accepting such a sum felt excessively burdensome to her. However, Wang Can was resolute in his decision. I apologize. This situation is partially my fault, so please do not hesitate to accept it. This amount should suffice for your stay here. Rest assured, should any issues arise, you can reach out to me at any time. In Beizhou, my word carries weight. Jiang Han encouraged Li Meiwan to accept the funds, noting that these individuals were not in need of money. With Wang Jiqiang in the hospital, financial resources were essential, and this million would facilitate many necessary arrangements. Once Wang Can had settled all matters, he took his leave. Li Meiwan, feeling embarrassed, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Jiang Han and Xiao Shui. Without your assistance, I truly would not know what to do. I'm immensely grateful. Do not mention it, Meiwan. Jiqiang is also my brother, and our bond has always been strong. This is nothing. Just be more cautious in the future. Jiqiang will be fine. The doctors will take care of him. Would you like to find a hotel to rest? It will be convenient for us to stay in the same accommodation. Hearing Jiang Han's words, Li Meiwan offered no objections. After the 3 individuals exited the hospital, the man in the white coat discarded his garments, donned a pair of sunglasses, and departed with a sinister grin. Hello, Dong Yi. I require a handful of personnel. Just 10 will suffice, preferably equipped with weapons. Were you plotting this time? All right, I understand. I have matters to attend to. You can find the leopard yourself. Yi Xiaodong ended the call, greatly displeased. Li Meiwan insisted on returning to the hospital, for Wang Jiqiang remained unconscious, with broken ribs that would render him incapacitated should he awaken. In this regard, Jiang Han and Li Shui did not attempt to dissuade her. The duo prepared to rest for a while in their room. However, a knock on the door interrupted their respite. Jiang Han, somewhat irked, nonetheless rose to answer it, only to find no one present upon opening the door. He stood momentarily bewildered. Yet, just as he began to close the door, the knocking resumed, much to the annoyance of both Li Shui and Jiang Han, who suspected it was a prank. They decided to venture outside to discern the culprit behind this daytime mischief. dismissing the notion of ghosts. However, upon stepping out, the door to their room was abruptly shut behind them. Turning to investigate, they unwittingly provided an opportunity for someone to strike them down and drag them away. A mysterious figure observed the scene from a distance through binoculars, a cold smirk gracing their lips as they witnessed the successful capture. When Jiang Han and Li Shui regained consciousness, they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment, permeated by a strong fishy odor. Not far from them sat a bespectacled man, regarding them with disdain. Without needing to inquire, Jiang Han deduced that this man was responsible for their sudden incapacitation. Bound by ropes, they found themselves unable to move. Awake now? No need to regard me with such bewildered expressions. I find such looks unappealing. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kanda. Gunda. Jiang Han searched his memory for any recollection of a name, but came up empty. Li Shui speculated that perhaps Jiang Han had offended someone outside, casting him a questioning glance. However, upon receiving his response, she too was left bewildered. We harbor no enmity towards you. Why have you captured us? Kanda erupted into laughter at Li Shui's inquiry, his smile devoid of warmth as he coldly replied, What is the matter? You don't know who I am? And what about Kong Shunji? Surely you recognize him. At this revelation, Jiang Han understood. It was indeed due to Kong Shunji's influence. Observing their dawning realization, Kanda rose slowly and stated, Now that you know who I am, do you still claim there is no animosity? Kong Shunji is my brother, though he resides in Jiangsheng while I am in Beizhou. Furthermore, I am an undocumented citizen, thus not listed under Kong Shunji as household registration. Naturally, you were unaware of my relation to him. I wonder, when you expelled him, did you ever contemplate the consequences? Li Shui was certainly unwilling and quickly exclaimed, What do you mean? Not only has he committed wrongdoings, but he also wishes to harm our daughter. It seems that justice is finally being served. Yet you place the blame upon us? As a physician, should he not be devoted to healing his patients? Instead, he seeks to profit and thus deserves to be apprehended. Upon hearing Li Shui's words, Kong Da's face contorted with rage. What did you say? What value does your daughter's life hold? You dare to suggest that my brother should be imprisoned, although you lack the capacity to influence this. I have received word that my brother was incarcerated precisely because he deceived you. Can you deny your role in this matter? I shall now seek justice for my brother. If you have caused his imprisonment, I shall ensure that you never see your daughter again. Behold, outside lies the vast ocean, and I have already secured the allegiance of countless fishermen and merchants. This matter shall remain concealed. What do you do to me? Rest assured, I will ensure your demise. As Kanda uttered these words, he began to move forward. Jiang Han and Li Shui realized that Kanda was indeed truthful. The expanse before them was a boundless sea, and they appeared to be in a rather secluded port where the pungent scent of fish pervaded the air, indicating that the local populace relied on fishing for their livelihood. Jiang Han busied his hands, subtly rubbing against the sharp edges of the container, hoping to create a means of escape, thus needing to buy time. Kanda, there are some truths I must convey to you. Your brother is imprisoned for his misdeeds. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps? Justice prevails, and if you continue down this path of wrongdoing, you too shall face retribution, will you not? Ha ha ha! Retribution? I have treated countless individuals without ever resorting to corruption. Is it not permissible to exchange a single act of wrongdoing for my good deeds? Spare me your talk of heaven. If there truly exists a higher power, it ought to annihilate scoundrels like you. Jiang Han was rendered speechless. It was evident that Kanda possessed a deeply twisted psyche. However, it mattered little to him. As the ropes binding his hands were on the verge of breaking, he merely needed to stall for a moment longer. Yet Kanda was not foolish. He sneered and advanced towards Li Shui. Jiang Han, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of panic. Li Shui was bound and utterly powerless to intervene. Stop. Chapter 77. A moment of terror. Jiang Han urgently intervened, halting Kanda's actions as Kanda brazenly reached out to caress Li Shui's face. Despite Li Shui's desperate struggles and vehement refusals, they proved utterly futile. Observing Jiang Han's agitation, Kanda erupted into hearty laughter, seemingly deriving great pleasure from Jiang Han's distress. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shui attempted to shift away, hoping to evade Canda's lecherous hand. However, her movements were no match for Canda's advances. Sensing this, Canda relentlessly provoked Jiang Han, refraining from overtly aggressive actions, merely extending his hand to brush against Li Shui's cheek, retracting it at the last moment. Jiang Han glared at Canda through gritted teeth, his patience wearing thin. This was Canda's typical behavior. While he claimed leniency, when it came to Li Shui, he would not hold back, especially not in this moment. I advise you not to provoke me, or you shall certainly pay the price. In response, Canda laughed dismissively. What can you possibly do to me? Do you think you're formidable? You merely know Lin Long. That Lin Long is currently preoccupied, and as for Lin Xiangtian, you both are now bound here, powerless to move. How could you possibly alert Lin Xiangtian? Furthermore, do you truly believe Lin Xiangtian would come to your aid? He is in no position to save himself. Canda had already gathered substantial information. Rumors circulated that Lin Xiangtian had indeed visited Kang Shunji's residence while in Jiangcheng, and Kang Shunji's imprisonment involved his complicity. Upon Jiang Han's arrival in Beizhou, Canda had been monitoring the situation closely. He was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Han's connection to Lin Long, and had conducted a thorough investigation, waiting for the opportune moment to act while Lin Long was otherwise occupied. Additionally, he was aware of the events at the financial center, which had transpired due to Li Shui's business dealings with Lin Xiangtian. It was Lin Xiangtian's assistance that had been rendered, although there were whispers of his involvement in Kang Shunji's affairs. Despite these rumors, Canda did not intend to overlook Lin Xiangtian. Thus, he sought assistance from Yi Xiaodong to ambush Lin Xiangtian, aiming to inflict significant harm, if not eliminate him altogether. Once these external threats were neutralized, Jiang Han and his companion could be dealt with, leaving Lin Xiangtian with no opportunity to assist them. As for Lin Long, he was an underground kingpin in Jiangcheng, but his influence would falter in Beizhou. Should Lin Long attempt to intervene, Canda could easily arrange for his demise, thereby emerging as the new underground sovereign of Jiangcheng, a truly advantageous outcome. Of course, his confidence in this plan was precisely what emboldened him to act so recklessly. Jiang Han, now seething with rage, accelerated his movements. Tell me, what fortuitous fate allowed a wastrel like you to marry such a stunning beauty? Alas, you failed to cherish her, rendering yourself a mere shadow in Jiangcheng. However, I might consider ending your life and subjecting your wife to torment, ultimately reuniting you in the afterlife. Now, that would satisfy my grievances. As the words fell, Canda attempted once more to touch Li Shui's face. At that moment, Jiang Han had just freed himself from the restraints of the ropes and, without hesitation, dashed forward, colliding forcefully into Canda's waist, sending him sprawling across the room. The waist, akin to a second heart, was struck with such sudden intensity that Canda found himself momentarily incapacitated by pain. Fortunately, being a doctor, he quickly managed to regain his composure and staggered to his feet. Yet, instead of displaying any anger, he wore a faint smile, as if this entire scenario had been part of his meticulous calculations. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Han swiftly untied Li Shui's ropes, bewildered by Canda's decision to leave them intact, thus granting him a chance for escape. Li Shui took refuge behind Jiang Han, who handed her his phone, urging her to call for help. Huh, do you truly believe you can escape? Canda taunted. I have long since installed a signal jammer here. Your phones are devoid of service. And do you think your escape from the ropes was mere coincidence? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han regarded Canda with a sense of dread, not due to sheer physical strength, but rather the sinister cunning that exuded from him, a meticulousness that was truly unsettling. If such a person were to embark on a life of crime, it could very well culminate in a flawlessly executed offense. What? Are those eyes meant to devour me? Canda sneered. Jiang Han, you are indeed a failure, unable to protect your own wife, dragging her into your misery. And now your daughter must pay the price for your incompetence. You are nothing but a coward. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Han lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on Canda's face. However, Canda appeared to have anticipated the move, effortlessly evading the blow and retaliating with a strike of his own. Although Canda was a doctor, his punches were surprisingly forceful, leaving Jiang Han momentarily rattled. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his footing, and the two became entangled in a flurry of punches and kicks. Meanwhile, Li Shui, clutching the phone, was truly at a loss, paralyzed by the high tension of the situation. With no signal, she felt utterly helpless, forced to merely observe the escalating brawl between the two men. Before long, Jiang Han's physical prowess began to tilt the scales in his favor, and he soon had Kanda on the defensive. Yet, Kanda remained unfazed. Just as Jiang Han's final punch was poised to land, Kanda swiftly drew an electric baton from a nearby container, pressing the button and thrusting it against Jiang Han's body. The sharp crackle of electricity filled the air as Jiang Han collapsed to the ground, his consciousness fading. Kanda let out a cold laugh, approaching the fallen Jiang Han with a condescending gaze. "If you die, do not blame me. This is all of your own making. Blame only yourself for endangering my brother." Jiang Han. Li Shui was startled, and without a moment's hesitation, she cried out. Just as the electric baton was about to make contact with Jiang Han, a plastic bottle suddenly flew through the air, striking Kang Da's hand with precision. The impact caused him to loosen his grip on the baton, which then clattered to the ground. Kang Da, taken aback, turned around and was equally startled by the sudden appearance of numerous figures. In a frenzy, he began to mutter to himself as he retreated in panic. "It's impossible. This cannot be. Why? Why is this happening? I had everything planned out. Why? He has no connection to you at all. Why would you help him?" Chapter 78. A timely assistance. Lin Xiangtian's face bore a chilling expression. Indeed, he had been momentarily delayed by the individuals summoned by Kang Da. However, given his formidable prowess, the bodyguards had remained hidden, and dealing with those assassins was merely a matter of time. He was no fool. The unwarranted aggression directed towards him could only serve to waste his precious time. After all, it was well known that Lin Xiangtian was not to be trifled with. Who would dare provoke him? Upon dispatching the so-called assassins, he had swiftly discerned that Jiang Han was in peril and had promptly notified Yi Xiaodong, who was now hastening to his side. Kang Da was astonished not only by Lin Xiangtian's arrival, but also by the unexpected presence of Lin Long, along with Wang, Can, and dozens of fully armed bodyguards. He marveled at Lin Xiangtian's remarkable speed, recognizing that he could not restrain him for long. He had assumed Lin Xiangtian would remain indifferent to the situation. Yet here he was, coming to Jiang Han's aid. Was this not somewhat peculiar? Curious to know? Wait until you've repented enough, and I shall enlighten you. Now, subdue him. The bodyguards, without a moment's hesitation, attempted to advance, only to be halted by Lin Long. "Mr. Lin, allow me to handle this. Let him taste some suffering." Lin Xiangtian remained silent, tacitly consenting to the course of action. Lin Long stepped forward and landed a punch on Kang Da, causing blood to gush from his nose. Before Kang Da could recover, another blow followed. The sudden arrival of Lin Xiangtian was akin to a divine intervention, and Li Shui was filled with elation. Yet, her foremost concern was for Jiang Han, who lay unconscious on the ground, having been incapacitated by the electric baton. "Mr. Lin, over here, please. Get Jiang Han to the hospital." Upon hearing Li Shui's desperate plea, Lin Xiangtian hurried over, casting a glance at the motionless Jiang Han, the shadows in his eyes deepening. "Quickly, take him to the hospital, and also see to Manager Li." Li Shui did not hesitate. She understood her presence here served little purpose, and that her time would be better spent at the hospital caring for Jiang Han. Thus, both Jiang Han and Wang Jiqiang were admitted to the same hospital, while Li Shui and Li Meiwan seamlessly transformed into devoted caregivers, attending to both men with unwavering diligence. Once they departed, Lin Xiangtian's fury erupted. He approached Kang Da and struck his leg with his cane. "Break his legs, then cast the remnants into the sea to feed the fish. Electrocute him repeatedly until he reaches his limit." Kang Da, filled with resentment, retorted, "Why? Why do you help him? What have you done to my brother? Why are you framing him?" "Lin Xiangtian, your unfairness will lead to your demise." "Stop," Lin Xiangtian urgently commanded. This Kang Da was truly courting death. "You dare to send someone to attack me. This is the first offense. My assistance to him is not rooted in any business dealings. From the outset, you miscalculated. I am his ally, and I shall naturally come to his aid. This is the second point. Thirdly, as a so-called healer, You lack any semblance of a healer's heart. It is only fitting that I send you to prison. Lin Long, take care of him. Additionally, has Yi Xiaodong arrived? If he has, let him enter on his knees. My goodness. Yi Xiaodong, who had just stepped out of the car at the entrance, was thoroughly startled by Lin Xiangtian's furious remark. He was well aware of the situation. Yet who would have guessed that this Kanda character was plotting against Lin Xiangtian? This was truly a predicament for him. Fearful of speaking up, Yi Xiaodong hastily knelt and slowly made his way inside. As soon as he entered, he was met with Lin Xiangtian's icy glare directed toward the door, causing his heart to race even faster. Finally reaching Lin Xiangtian, he stammered, Mr. Lin, what is it? Do you have anything else to say? Bring him in, break one of his legs, and throw him into the sea to feed the fish. From now on, Yi Xiaodong shall no longer exist in Beizhou, and Lin Long will ascend as the new underground monarch of the region. Upon hearing these words, despair and joy collided within the room. What a stark contrast between heaven and hell. Lin Long, of course, was elated, while Yi Xiaodong wore a mournful expression. He knew he had made a grave mistake, yet he was utterly denied the chance to explain himself. Kanda, oh Kanda, you have truly crossed the line. Mr. Lin, please forgive me. I had no idea that this scoundrel would dare to provoke you and incite your wrath. Such behavior deserves severe retribution, but I was merely fulfilling a promise to him. Yi Xiaodong quickly pleaded for mercy. Lin Xiangtian let out a disgruntled grunt and inquired, did you receive any payment? Be honest. Why, yes, I did receive payment. He bribed me, and you, Mr. Lin, are the epitome of righteousness. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Xiangtian struck him across the face with his cane, disdainfully retorting, receiving payment means you were acting on someone else's behalf. You claim it has nothing to do with you, yet you were oblivious? Yi Xiaodong, I elevated you to the position of underground monarch in Beizhou not for your enjoyment. How could you rush to assist without clarifying the matter, and dare to harm my client? Do you believe I should let you off the hook? Truly laughable. Lin Long could hardly contain his anticipation, eagerly awaiting Lin Xiangtian's command. With a steel pipe in hand, Lin Xiangtian struck down fiercely. A piercing scream shattered the air, sending shivers of exhilaration down Lin Long's spine. He had never experienced such a sensation before. It was utterly delightful. Yi Xiaodong, once the underground monarch of Beizhou, found himself in this humiliating position, his heart filled with bitter resentment. Yet it proved utterly futile. Kanda's fate was far more dire. The bodyguards suspended Kanda from a shipping container, relentlessly shocking him with electric batons. In a comical twist, someone had even caught 2 fish by the seaside to electrify alongside him, creating a perfect electric grilled fish. Lin Xiangtian let out a muffled grunt, yearning to depart from this place. The individuals present were deserving of their fates, and the bodyguards executed their duties with remarkable speed and professionalism. Kanda and Yi Xiaodong were left with no opportunity to resist, finding themselves sprawled on the ground, grimacing from the excruciating blows. As a video call rang, Lin Xiangtian promptly answered, Master, how may I assist you? A venerable voice resonated from the other end, its age not diminishing the vitality it carried. I'm on my way back. Tomorrow, arrange a press conference for me. It is time for Jiang Han to witness the world. Yes, master. Upon hanging up the call, Lin Xiangtian began to daydream, filled with excitement. Had this long-awaited day finally arrived? If so, it would indeed be splendid. On the airplane, Elder Jiang gazed at the vast landscapes outside and sneered softly, Jiang Han, I hope you do not disappoint my expectations and truly astonish me. Such were his thoughts, while, simultaneously, various newspapers erupted with sensational headlines regarding the change of power in the underground of Beizhou or the mysterious wealthy individual seeking revenge. Yet, Lin Xiangtian remained unfazed, for the statements were merely reflections of the truth. This day, I have awaited for far too long. Chapter 79. A narrow escape from exposure. Lin Xiangtian's greatest aspiration was to cultivate Jiang Han into the true heir of the Jiang family. Jiang Han had once declared that if he could not achieve success within 10 years, he would return to inherit the family fortune, and during that initial period, the family could not interfere with his entrepreneurial decisions. However, There was no denying that Jiang Han had already faced failure in his ventures. Although he had not yet reached the 10-year mark, it was inconceivable for Lin Xiangtian that Jiang Han could descend to such depths. This unfortunate turn of events presented an opportunity. They intended to elevate Jiang Han amidst his defeat, for what significance would inheriting the family wealth hold otherwise? Of course, Jiang Han remained oblivious to these machinations, as he was still in a state of unconsciousness, unaware of the unfolding circumstances. At the hospital, the vice president was taken aback to see Wang Can bringing in yet another injured individual. What on earth is happening? Why are there injuries occurring in succession? Lin Xiangtian cast a cold glance at him, stating, "Focus on your duties. These two cannot afford any errors. It is imperative that they receive prompt and effective treatment, utilizing the hospital's utmost resources." The vice president, momentarily stunned, dared not respond, for Wang Can appeared remarkably compliant in the presence of this man. Following Lin Xiangtian's instructions, Lin Long took charge of reclaiming all of Yi Xiaodong's former territories. Naturally, there were dissenters, but Lin Long managed to quell their resistance entirely. The one most vexed by the situation was Wang Can. Having been in Beizhou for quite some time, he believed that if Yi Xiaodong were to be ousted, he should be the one to ascend. Now, however, everything had been handed over to Lin Long, and this was difficult for him to accept. "Manager Li, rest assured, your husband will be fine. If all is well, I shall take my leave, as I have other matters to attend to," Li Shui said, feeling somewhat apologetic for continually troubling Lin Xiangtian. After expressing her gratitude, she allowed him to depart. Once Lin Xiangtian left, he promptly began to make arrangements. For the return of old Master Jiang was imminent, and the task entrusted to him was one that needed to be fulfilled. The thought of revealing Jiang Han's true lineage the following day stirred excitement within him. Time passed without notice until Jiang Han and Wang Jiqiang regained consciousness. Upon awakening, they discovered each other lying on adjacent beds, which elicited a shared smile. "Jiang Han, thank you," Wang Jiqiang expressed. Having heard from Li Meiwan about Jiang Han's intervention on his behalf and the unexpected addition of 1 million, his heart brimmed with gratitude towards Jiang Han. Li Shui recounted the events leading to Jiang Han's hospitalization, reflecting on their shared understanding. "Enough of this banter, Chong. Wang Can has compensated you with 1 million. I hope you'll plan wisely. I'm feeling much better now, having merely been unconscious for a while. I shall not linger here any longer," Jiang Han stated as he attempted to rise, though Li Shui intervened to no avail. "Shui, please stay here with Meiwan. I wish to take a walk alone," he insisted, prompting Li Shui to remain behind. Upon leaving the hospital, Jiang Han made his way to Lin Xiangtian's residence, intent on inquiring about the situation concerning Kangda. "However, what did you say? Old Lin, are you jesting with me?" Jiang Han was taken aback, finding the revelation within the confines of the RV utterly astounding. His grandfather, the venerable Jiang Pingtian, had unexpectedly returned and intended to hold a press conference to publicly disclose his identity. This, of course, was utterly unacceptable. Jiang Han had no desire to proceed in such a manner. "Indeed, young master, the master has returned and instructed me to make these arrangements. Therefore, you must prepare accordingly. If there are any specific arrangements you require, I shall ensure they are in place." "Arrangements? What nonsense!" He merely endured a shock from an electric baton. How has it escalated to this? Just when did this unforeseen development arise? If this were to be made public now, how could he possibly explain himself in front of Li Shui and the others? Even if it were to be disclosed, surely he ought to be granted some time to process it. "Old Lin, I vehemently oppose this. There is no need for a press conference. I find my current life quite agreeable, free of worries. You need not trouble yourself any further. Where's my father? Just tell him I am not ready yet." Upon receiving Jiang Han's response, Lin Xiangtian felt a palpable awkwardness. Delivering such a message to Jiang Pingtian would likely result in a severe reprimand. "Young master, perhaps you might convey this to the master yourself? You know that my words would certainly hold little weight. Spare me your idle chatter. I'm not inclined to hear any more of this. I am leaving now, and if he wishes for me to inherit the family fortune, then let it be so. Perhaps it will allow him to find some peace for a while." With that, Jiang Han strode out, unperturbed by Lin Xiangtian's evident discomfort. As fate would have it, he encountered Li Shui shortly after stepping out of the vehicle. Jiang Han quickly glanced back, relieved to see that Lin Xiangtian and the others had not followed. Xiao Shui, what brings you out here? I came to buy something for those two. You mentioned you needed some fresh air. What are you doing over here? Before Jiang Han could respond, Lin Xiangtian and his associates caught up from behind. Sir, our matters have yet to be finalized. Is it not rather impolite to leave so abruptly? He too noticed Li Shui's presence and refrained from speaking too openly. Yet Li Shui, being astute, sensed the term young master and grew curious. Manager Lin, why do you refer to him as young master? Could it be that he is indeed a young master? Instinctively, Li Shui uttered those two words, for if one were to consider it, it would likely be accurate. Upon hearing those words escape Li Shui's lips, both men immediately fell into a state of panic. Jiang Han hastily interjected, No, Xiao Shui, you know me well. I am no young master. Perhaps Manager Lin misspoke. He likely meant to refer to me as a chivalrous hero. A chivalrous hero? Are you jesting? Lin Xiangtian quickly replied with a smile. Indeed, that is the case. Manager Li, I must say, your husband is quite a commendable man. He has just rendered me significant assistance, and I was inclined to address him as young hero. However, upon noticing your presence, I deemed it more appropriate to refer to him as sir instead. Upon hearing this, Li Shui was utterly bewildered. Was this truly the Lin Xiangtian she had always admired? He spoke with a smile and even offered an explanation, intending to call Jiang Han young hero. Was this not rather absurd? She scrutinized Jiang Han and found he bore no semblance of a young master. Moreover, Jiang Han was entirely unconnected to Lin Xiangtian. Their acquaintance stemmed solely from her, making such a notion utterly preposterous. Then, Mr. Lin, please continue your discussion with him. I have matters to attend to and must return to deliver food to my friend. Very well. Li Shui left without a shred of doubt, allowing both Jiang Han and Lin Xiangtian to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, if Li Shui had grown suspicious, it would have been rather difficult to provide an explanation. Old Lin, what are your intentions? Young master, it is not a matter of my desire. It is the old master who wishes to see you. See him? Chapter 80. The farce of the father-in-law. This truly was a magnificent surprise. Jiang Han could scarcely fathom that his father wished to see him now. What a ridiculous notion. Did this not imply that he had acquiesced to Jiang Pingtian's demands? No, this meeting must not occur. If there are matters to discuss, he could simply call me. I have other engagements. Farewell. I shan't see you off. Lin Xiangtian was rendered speechless. He found himself embroiled in an increasingly arduous situation. Jiang Pingtian insisted on convening a reception, demanding Jiang Han's presence, yet Jiang Han was resolutely unwilling. As the intermediary, Lin Xiangtian was caught in an excruciating predicament. Jiang Han hastily extricated himself from the situation and returned to the hospital to confer with Li Shui. They promptly decided to return to Jiangsheng, as both had work to attend to, and moreover, they wished to ascertain Jiang Ranxin's condition. The couple swiftly purchased tickets back, equipped with the 2 million yuan card Lin Xiangtian had provided. Of course, Jiang Han had yet to reveal the card worth 20 million. Doing so would undoubtedly cause a significant stir. Upon their arrival in Jiangsheng, it was already nearing evening. They took a taxi directly to the hospital, anxious to confirm that Jiang Ranxin was unharmed. However, what awaited them at the hospital was perplexing. A middle-aged couple stood outside the ward, embroiled in a tug-of-war with 2 men clad in black. These men had been dispatched by Lin Xiangtian and had been instructed to maintain Jiang Han's anonymity. Will you let us through? That is my granddaughter. Am I not permitted even a glimpse? I'm afraid not. Entry is only allowed after Mr. Jiang returns. We appreciate your understanding. Chen Mei and Li Yaojie gritted their teeth in fury. This was their 3rd visit, yet these men remained obstinate, denying them access despite Jiang Ranxin having already regained consciousness. This is infuriating. Old Li, do you believe these two are out of their minds? We are merely trying to see our granddaughter. Li Yaojie cast a disdainful glance at the 2 men, his voice laced with irritation. This is an egregious violation of our rights, our familial rights. I run a law firm. Do you truly wish to face litigation? Yet, the men remained unmoved. After all, the task had been assigned to them by Lin Xiangtian, and their orders were clear. until Jiang Han himself arrived at the ward. No one but medical personnel was permitted entry. They dared not defy such instructions. Regrettably, no matter what you say, we cannot allow you inside. We hope for your understanding. Frustrated, Chen Mei stamped her foot. Upon seeing Li Yaojia and Chen Mei's arrival, Jiang Han and Li Shui exchanged glances. Since their last altercation, Jiang Han had not spoken to them, and Li Shui felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, Li Yaojia had refused to lend her even 20,000 yuan for a meal in Beizhou. Nevertheless, they were still her parents, and she felt compelled to greet them. Father, mother. Jiang Han nodded toward them. You may return home now. I have come back. Thank you. Upon seeing Jiang Han's return, the two individuals were filled with unexpected delight. Given the frequent visits of Li Yaojia and Chen Meifu, they were genuinely at their wits' end. As Jiang Han approached, Chen Meifu immediately launched into a scathing remark. You really think highly of yourself. Who do you believe you are? Even calling for security. Are you afraid that some thief will abduct your daughter? Oof. You dare to keep us outside. Li Shui felt a tinge of embarrassment at this comment. She understood Jiang Han's intentions were to protect Jiang Ranxin, but was taken aback by the arrival of her parents. Mom, how can you say such things? Why would they obstruct you? It's merely because we were not present, and they were following protocol after being paid, right? They wouldn't dare let anyone in without permission, so please don't be angry. Chen Meifu continued with her sarcastic tone. Oh, how amusing. They're indeed being paid for their services. Does that imply this good-for-nothing has money now? Affording security is quite a significant achievement. If that's the case, then return the money. Li Shui was momentarily bewildered. Return what money? I borrowed 20,000 yuan from Li Yaojia last time, but he never lent it to me. How could I owe them anything? She hastily signaled Jiang Han with her eyes, questioning whether he had borrowed money. Yet Jiang Han shook his head in response. Li Shui, unable to contain her frustration, exclaimed, Mom, what do you mean by that? You haven't lent us any money. If you had, we would certainly repay it. But your baseless claims about us borrowing money are unfounded. I called Dad that night asking for 2,000 yuan, but he didn't lend it. Her words caused Li Yaojia's face to flush with embarrassment, and he coughed awkwardly. You all came to the hospital at this late hour. Xin is resting. Is there something we can discuss when we return? Even if we did borrow money, we would certainly repay it, wouldn't we? Are you trying to use Xin to coerce us into repaying? Li Shui boldly stated, hitting the nail on the head, as Chen Meifu indeed harbored such intentions. However, her plan extended beyond mere repayment. She intended to use Jiang Ranxin as leverage to pressure the couple into divorce. Unfortunately, they encountered security at the hospital door. Specifically, the guards Jiang Han had arranged to watch over Jiang Ranxin, which was quite absurd. They had intended to storm in, only to be met with the couple's return. Though Chen Meifu was struck where it hurt, she huffed in response. Humph. Xiao Shui, what do you mean by that? Is this how you speak to your mother? I merely wish to see my granddaughter. How can you accuse me so? Seeing Chen Meifu raise her hand to strike Li Shui, Jiang Han quickly intervened, stepping in to take the slap himself, calmly gazing at Chen Meifu. Feeling embarrassed for hitting the wrong person, Chen Meifu lowered her head, avoiding Jiang Han's gaze. However, she soon reassured herself. After all, Jiang Han was merely a useless son-in-law of the Li family, and he was not beyond her reach. Was he? Oof. What are you staring at? Did I hit you by mistake? So what if I did? Jiang Han inquired directly. Mother, I have no objections to your hitting me. But I must ask, when have I ever owed you and father any money? Each time I sought financial assistance from you, you either deemed me a failure or disparaged Xiao Shui for marrying a worthless man, even claiming that Xin is not your granddaughter and that you do not recognize her. Now, you assert that we owe you money. I suspect your purpose in coming here is not merely to see Xin, but rather to threaten us with her if we fail to repay the alleged debt. We must clarify these matters, do we not? Upon hearing Jiang Han's audacity, Chen Meifu was instantly infuriated, pointing an accusatory finger at him. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You claim you owe us nothing? Then explain this. On my mother's birthday, Xiao Shui's father gave you 1 million to purchase a gift. Yet, you returned with mere trinkets worth only about 10,000. What became of the remaining 990,000? Have you the audacity to insist you owe us nothing? Is that 990,000 not money? At her words, both were taken aback, realizing the cause of their grievance. Jiang Han remained unfazed, even harboring a slight amusement, as he had not anticipated that Li Yaojia and Chen Meifu would be upset over this matter. The gifts were indeed real, yet no money had been spent, as they had been prepared by Lin Shangtian. However, the million remained untouched in the bank account he held. Disappointment welled within him at their actions. Father, mother, the gifts are genuine. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. If you wish to reclaim that 1 million, I shall return it. However, I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing Xin in the future. Beside him, Li Shui was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Han had indeed misappropriated the funds. Chapter 81. Severing ties. She had always believed that Jiang Han was not that kind of person and would never produce such a video. Yet now, he had audaciously mentioned the repayment. Was this not an implication that the 1 million was indeed in Jiang Han's possession? When Chen Meifu heard this, she could not suppress her laughter. Haha, Jiang Han, you have finally admitted to taking this money, haven't you? You worthless fool. How dare you embezzle our funds? I do not care. If this matter is not resolved, I will ensure your daughter suffers as well. She was resolute today. If she could not retrieve the money, she would undoubtedly take her vengeance on his daughter. She could not believe that Jiang Han would joke about his daughter's well-being. Li Shui was startled by this, soon realizing that Chen Meifu was indeed acting irrationally. Mom, what do you mean by this? Are you really here to threaten Jiang Han with XIN? At this point, Chen Meifu held nothing back and stated plainly, indeed, that is my intention. Xiao Xue, that is 1 million, not just 100. I would rather give it to a beggar on the street than to this good-for-nothing. It infuriates me. I will be straightforward. If you do not return my money, prepare to witness how I torment his daughter. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han could only think of the malice in a woman's heart. He was utterly shocked by Chen Meifu's cruelty, planning to use his daughter as leverage. Now, he harbored no goodwill towards either Chen Meifu or Li Yaojia. And with a frown, he took out the 1 million yuan bank card from his pocket. This is the card you gave me. I have not touched a single cent of the money. The gift is, of course, genuine. Father, after years of studying the art of tea, your insight surpasses even grandmother S. You know very well what is real and what is not. As for the origin of the gift, that is none of your concern. I merely wish to inform you that I had no intention of using this money. Please take it back, and furthermore, do not disturb XIN anymore. She cannot withstand the disruption from you two formidable figures. After saying this, Jiang Han attempted to enter and see Jiang Ranxin, but was seized by Chen Meifu. Stop right there. What do you mean by this? Clarify yourself. You have pocketed this 1 million and still utter such words. How ridiculous. And hurry up and divorce my daughter. You are wasting her happiness. Hearing this, Jiang Han let out a couple of dry laughs. I call you mother because Xiao Xue is my wife. Although I am the son-in-law of the Li family, I am not a dog. For the past year, you treated me like a servant. And after my entrepreneurial failure and bankruptcy, you further struck us down without offering any assistance. Do you truly believe you deserve to be called mom by me? I have always cared about your matters, even for grandmother's birthday. That gift was procured through considerable effort on my part. Yet upon mere contact, you dismissed my gift as counterfeit and expelled me. As for the authenticity of that gift, grandmother knows best, does she not? Today, I am returning this 1 million to you. Do not claim that I have consumed your 1 million. If we were to delve into it, the value of that gift likely exceeds this sum. I hope that you will refrain from disturbing XIN at the hospital in the future. Should you attempt to do so again, I may truly lose my temper. He broke free from Chen Meifu's grasp, his demeanor cold as he regarded Li Yaojia and Chen Meifu. Li Yaojia was visibly displeased. Jiang Han, how dare you speak to us like that? We are, after all, your parents. To utter such words is to threaten us, is it not? This is rather excessive. Indeed, Xiao Xue, just look at the kind of man you have married. How dare he criticize us? Will he soar to even greater heights of arrogance in the future? This is utterly detestable, Chen Meifu added, feigning indignation. Li Shui was taken aback by Jiang Han's audacity to openly confront Chen Meifu and Li Yaojia, but quickly regained her composure to admonish Jiang Han. Jiang Han, this is your fault. No matter what, they are still your parents and should not be spoken to in such a manner. Mother, you too. The money has been returned, and Jiang Han has not wronged you in any way. Let us put this matter to rest. Furthermore, if that gift were indeed a sham, how could Grandma have accepted it afterward, right? Her words held merit. After the birthday banquet concluded, several had suggested discarding Jiang Han's gift, deeming it counterfeit. However, Su Shufang intervened, asserting that it represented Jiang Han's heartfelt intention. They did not fully grasp the matriarch's perspective, thus refraining from further comment. Yet, Chen Meifu was not one to concede easily. Although she silently acknowledged the truth in those words, this was not the moment for such reflections. Jiang Han had dared to publicly accuse them. Did they not care for their dignity? I do not care. I have reclaimed this 1 million. Yet this good-for-nothing dares to pocket our money. We demand interest. At the very least, return additional 500,000, or do not blame me for being unkind. Upon hearing Chen Meifu's brazen demand, Li Shui felt a surge of anger. How could her mother be so shameless? She displayed utter disregard for their feelings. If they were genuinely concerned, how could they demand interest? Moreover, Jiang Han had not misappropriated any funds. If he had, he would not have been unable to pay for his meal during their hot pot outing. At this, Jiang Han furrowed his brow, while Li Yaojia looked at Chen Meifu in astonishment, surprised by her audacity. However, he did not oppose it. 500,000 could simply be viewed as compensation for their supposed emotional distress. And what if I refuse? Yan Anriatotiad. Chen Meifu scoffed. Refuse? If you do, I shall barge in and speak with your daughter, or I will publicly expose your misdeeds. At that point, countless individuals will come to demand retribution from you. Let's see if you still refuse. We married Xiao Xue to you, and you did not even provide a dowry. Is it so unreasonable for us to demand 500,000 now? The 500,000 has unveiled the true nature of humanity to Jiang Han. In Chen Meifu's mind, there exists nothing but the pursuit of wealth. Li Yaojia, remaining silent at her side, tacitly endorses this notion. Li Shui, profundi agitata, produced the 2 million yuan bank card bestowed upon her by Lin Xiangtian and presented it forward. This card holds 2 million, mother. I never imagined you could stoop to such depths. I will grant you the 1 million you desire, but the remaining 1 million must be returned to us. What? 2 million? Upon hearing this, Chen Meifu was momentarily taken aback. Was this some sort of jest? How could Li Shui and Jiang Han possibly possess 2 million? It was utterly ludicrous. Little Shui, do you take me for a fool? With you entangled with this good-for-nothing, how could there be any money? You must be joking. Li Yaojia promptly swiped the card and called the bank to inquire about its status. The response confirmed its normal functionality, along with a 2 million yuan limit without a PIN. Upon receiving this news, he felt a surge of disbelief. This was indeed true. But why did they have 2 million? Chen Meifu wished to contest further. Yet Li Yaojia seized the 1 million yuan card from her grasp and returned it. I have verified that this card is legitimate. Since you have stated your position so clearly, I shall return this 1 million to you, but the divorce is still on the table. In response to Li Yaojia's assertion, Li Shui offered a bittersweet smile, calmly declaring, now that this matter is resolved, let us discuss our own affairs. Father, mother, let us sever our ties. Sever ties. Chapter 82. Li Shui's determination. No one could have anticipated that Li Shui would utter such words. Their weight was staggering. Her statement revealed an overwhelming disappointment in both Li Yaojia and Chen Meifu. Enraged by her words, Chen Meifu struck Li Shui without hesitation. What did you say? You would sever ties with us for this good-for-nothing and that sickly daughter? Who brought you into this world? How could you be so ungrateful and still speak like this? You have truly disappointed me, Li Shui. You defied us all to marry this waste. What benefits have you reaped since then? Your father and I have scrimped and saved, and he comes to our home only to borrow money. Just look at his pitiful state. If we lend him money, can he even repay it? At that moment, she spoke with reckless abandon, completely disregarding the hospital setting. The nurses, hearing Chen Meifu's loud outburst, approached to intervene. Excuse me, family member, please lower your voice. There are other patients resting. Loud noises are prohibited, and if you do not heed this warning, we may have to call security to escort you out. Although she was unaware of the altercation between Chen Meifu and Li Shui, it was evident that a quarrel was underway. To prevent further escalation, she felt compelled to intervene. Notably, she recognized both Li Shui and Jiang Han, as they had become well-known figures in the hospital due to their continuous unpaid bills, which was quite unfortunate. Chen Meifu glared at the nurse but continued to speak at the same volume. "What business is it of yours? I am reprimanding my daughter, and you think you can intervene? Is this how your hospital operates?" In that moment, she bore no resemblance to a high school teacher, instead resembling a shrew berating in the streets. Li Yaojie quickly restrained her. "Enough. Have you said enough? This is a hospital. Do not cause a scene. Jiang Han, Li Shui, step outside. I have something to discuss with you." The two complied and followed him outside the hospital. Chen Meifu attempted to berate Li Shui further, but Li Yaojie stopped her. "Li Shui, do you understand what you're saying? Your parents want what's best for you. We urge you to divorce and marry someone wealthy. Then you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life. What good comes from staying with this good-for-nothing? It's already embarrassing enough, and now you wish to take my money? This is a serious matter. Do you comprehend? Lu Wenbao has a favorable impression of you, and doesn't he mind your past? Listen to me. File for divorce tomorrow. I will have my lawyer assist you in securing custody of Jiang Ranxin. Will that suffice? My patience has limits." Li Yaojie had begun to issue threats, knowing that a softer approach would be futile. However, Li Shui merely smiled gently. "No need, Dad. I appreciate your intentions. But do not forget that I am married to Jiang Han. I have stated that I will not divorce. If you insist on this course of action, then we shall have to sever our ties. My patience has its limits. The difficulties you have imposed upon us, particularly upon Jiang Han, are unbearable. When I faced adversity outside and sought your assistance for a mere 20,000 yuan, you refused. Have you ever regarded me as your own daughter? Previously, when Xin was in good health, whatever blessings I received were always shared with the family. Jiang Han has consistently been diligent and selfless. Yet, after Xin fell ill, not a single phone call of concern was made by you. This I could overlook, as we were indeed in dire straits. Regardless of whether I spoke up or Jiang Han humbly approached you for a loan, did you ever consent? We are burdened with debts amounting to hundreds of thousands. And have you ever inquired about our plight? Thus, I, Li Shui, cannot heed your words, nor can I carry this immense debt while pretending to be your daughter. Please, leave us be. The 1 million intended for gifts has already been returned. We will not be sending anything further." Having expressed these sentiments, Li Shui turned away in disappointment and returned to the hospital. She entered the ward, silent, tears streaming down her face. She had just suppressed all her vulnerabilities to speak, and she had truly endured far too much. Her suffering was not solely from Jiang Han, but also from Chen Meifu and Li Yaojie. Jiang Han, at least, had made some changes, which brought her a measure of solace. However, Li Yaojie and Chen Meifu showed no signs of transformation, firmly believing their actions were justified. There is a saying, those who do not share the same path cannot collaborate. Since you cannot embody the role of parents, why should she fulfill the obligations of a dutiful child? Seeing Li Shui depart, Li Yaojie was consumed with unprecedented rage, while Chen Meifu stomped her feet in anger, repeatedly pointing at the direction in which Li Shui had left, exclaiming, "Look, look!" Without hesitation, Li Yaojie attempted to drag Li Shui out of the ward forcefully. However, Jiang Han had anticipated this reaction and swiftly intervened, grasping Li Yaojie's arm and calmly stating, "If Xiao Shui has expressed herself this way, then do not pressure her further. If your actions were indeed right, she would not feel this way, would she, father?" Confronted by Jiang Han's intervention, Li Yaojie's fury intensified, yet he found himself powerless against Jiang Han as restraint. "Let go. What do you want? Are you planning to strike us? Do not forget, we are Xiao Shui's parents. Since you acknowledge your role as her parents, grant her a moment of peace. You may call me a waste as much as you like. I have no objections. I am aware that I do not meet your standards. I merely hope you do not wound Xiao Shui's heart." With that, Jiang Han released his grip on Li Yaojie's arm and turned to leave, adding, "One last thing. I hope you will refrain from laying any plans against Xin. Otherwise, Xiao Shui will never forgive you, nor will I. The consequences of inciting my anger are severe." His departure, characterized by a certain nonchalance, left Li Yaojie coughing in frustration. Neither had anticipated that today Li Shui and Jiang Han would exhibit such fortitude. Upon seeing the 2 million yuan bank card in his hand, Li Yaojie and Chen Meifu merely grunted in discontent before departing in silence. This Jiang Han truly disregarded them. They must find an opportunity to teach this good-for-nothing a lesson. And as for Li Shui, the audacity to sever ties. It is utterly despicable. As Jiang Han returned to the hospital room, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Wanxin, her large eyes blinking innocently, alongside Li Shui, who sat at the head of the bed, her head bowed and weeping incessantly. A pang of sorrow struck his heart as he stepped forward and gently rested Li Shui's head against his chest. Xiao Shui, I am truly sorry. Chapter 83. What kind of woman? Upon hearing Jiang Han's apology, Li Shui's sobs intensified as she had endured an arduous journey filled with sorrow over the past few days, silently bearing her burdens without uttering a word. Now, facing the mistreatment from Li Yaojie and Chen Meifu, she could no longer withstand the emotional strain and felt on the verge of collapse. Jiang Han's apology lifted the weight of her exhaustion. Although he lacked significant prowess and had previously exhibited questionable conduct, she had recently observed a transformation in him. This man, whom she was willing to commit her life to, provided her with a sense of security. It's nothing, I'm just so tired, she murmured. Jiang Han nodded, gently brushing his fingers against Li Shui's forehead, and calmly reassured her. Rest assured, your efforts will not be in vain. I, too, will strive to ensure that you and your family become figures of admiration in this city, and that everyone envies your life. Trust me. For reasons unknown, Li Shui felt that Jiang Han's words possessed a comforting magic, and she was inclined to believe him, even if he was merely offering her solace in that moment. She did not harbor expectations for him to achieve anything grand. A modest effort would suffice. On the bed, Jiang Zhanxin remained undisturbed, quietly observing Li Shui. Understanding that Li Shui cried when distressed, she opted for silence. Mom, please don't cry. Xin feels really good right now. Upon hearing her sweet voice, Li Shui could not help but chuckle softly. All right, Mommy won't cry. I just had some wind in my eyes. Be good. Xin, lie down and sleep well. Both Mommy and Daddy are here with you. I don't want to sleep. I've slept for so long already. Mommy, tell me a story. A story? Li Shui paused for a moment, glancing at Jiang Han, before smiling. Okay, let Daddy tell you a story. Jiang Han settled down and began to narrate tales of all kinds, while Jiang Zhanxin listened with unyielding enthusiasm. And Jiang Han spoke with great delight. As time passed, it was unclear when Jiang Zhanxin finally drifted into a deep slumber. Jiang Han and Li Shui then rested on the adjacent hospital bed for a while. The next morning, upon awakening, Jiang Han had already procured breakfast for both Li Shui and Jiang Zhanxin. Life must go on, and Li Shui needed to return to work. Jiang Han, in her eyes, also required to fulfill his work obligations, so they arranged for a nurse to accompany Jiang Zhanxin in the ward, firmly instructing that no one else should be allowed to visit her. Adam Group. This was Li Shui's first official visit to the company's conference room for a meeting. Observing the executives seated around her, she felt the weight of their scrutiny. Although she was the general manager, there lingered a hint of discontent among them regarding her position. They have been working here for several years, holding positions such as finance and human resources managers, while Li Shui ascended directly to the role of general manager. More significantly, it is rumored that Yang Lifeng dismissed the previous general manager to facilitate Li Shui's arrival, an unprecedented move. Upon seeing Li Shui take her seat, the others regarded her with disdain, casting her fleeting, derisive glances. Li Shui observed this scene keenly. In these times, it seems anyone can attain the title of general manager, with questionable means employed. I have heard that nowadays, many women resort to seduction. Xiaoyang, what are you insinuating? Am I not a woman? Although I did spend a night in such company, I only managed to secure a position as the sales department manager. Unlike others who leap straight to general manager. What dedication that must require. Within Adam Group, it is common knowledge that the sales manager, Xiao Tsuan, attained her position by enticing Yang Lifeng, making such comments hardly surprising. While Yang Lifeng was absent, the surrounding individuals exchanged whispers, insinuating that Li Shui had compromised herself to attract Yang Lifeng, thereby securing her position as general manager. She understood that no matter what she said, it would be futile. They would certainly resent her, as anyone who has worked long enough would be discontented with a newcomer in a superior role. She refrained from halting their gossip, merely smiling as she remarked, "Everyone, it would be better to voice your concerns in front of General Yang. Since he is not here, whatever you say will remain unknown to him, correct?" Li Shui felt no fear. She was innocent. It was Yang Lifeng who had brought her here, and while she was uncertain how he might react to these disparaging remarks, she was confident in her integrity. Upon her mention of Yang Lifeng's name, the others could only scoff in silence, their displeasure palpable, convinced that Li Shui was merely relying on Yang Lifeng's support. They believed that when he grew tired of her, she would be cast aside, much like Xiao Sulan, who had risen to sales manager after a night with Yang Lifeng, only to find herself disregarded after some time. In less than 2 minutes, Yang Lifeng entered, appearing somewhat anxious. As he settled, he immediately stated, "The focal point of this meeting is our collaboration with the Mali Group in this city. I need a capable individual to assist me in negotiations. This matter is of utmost importance. If we fail to resolve it, it could lead to significant losses for the company." The previous incident involving the seizure of Li Shui's father's office had taught Lin Xiangtian a lesson, resulting in considerable losses for him. Now, he is determined to recover those losses and is feeling quite overwhelmed. Upon hearing Yang Lifeng's assignment, the crowd began to engage in animated discussions, deliberating on who would be the most suitable candidate. Xiao Sulan, with a sarcastic tone, remarked, "Mr. Yang, if you ask me, it would be better to let Manager Li take on this task. She has just been appointed as the general manager. It will be beneficial for her to gain some experience. Who knows, perhaps a simple dinner and a movie could lead to a successful negotiation upon her return." Isn't this precisely within Manager Li's expertise? Her words were blunt, clearly criticizing Li Shui, which undoubtedly displeased Yang Lifeng. After all, this was a person whom Lin Xiangtian had personally vouched for. While the nature of their relationship remained unclear, the implications of such gossip could be disastrous. It seems you are the one who truly excels in such matters. Do you really think Manager Li is akin to someone like you? This statement left Xiao Sulan momentarily stunned. What was happening? Yang Lifeng was actually defending Li Shui against the remarks. Chapter 84. The embarrassment of Yao Yingjie. Xiao Sulan was undeniably indignant. During their intimate moments, Yang Lifeng had not exhibited such behavior. The mere thought ignited a surge of anger within her, prompting a desire to leave immediately. However, Yang Lifeng emitted a low grunt, questioning her intentions, asserting that it was meeting time and challenging anyone to dare leave early. He warned that if she wished to depart, she might as well forfeit her position altogether. Faced with Yang Lifeng's threat, Xiao Sulan felt a profound sense of humiliation. In the past, no matter her actions, Yang Lifeng had turned a blind eye. This leniency was not solely due to their previous liaison, but also because she possessed incriminating evidence, a video of their encounter, that could be used to coerce him. Now, with Yang Lifeng speaking ill of her for Li Shui's sake, she found it utterly intolerable. Yang Lifeng glanced at Xiao Sulan, aware of her inner turmoil. Even if she were to inform his wife, he felt powerless. In his view, Lin Xiangtian was far more formidable than his spouse. Observing Yang Lifeng's unwavering support for Li Shui, the others refrained from voicing their opinions, recognizing that he was indeed the true chairman. "Enough," he declared. "I have my own plans for this matter. Let Manager Li handle it. After all, her negotiation skills are commendable. This will be her first formal negotiation on behalf of our company. I expect you all to suppress any base thoughts. Should I hear anyone speaking ill of Manager Li, beware for your jobs." With that, he concluded the meeting, requesting the finance team to present this month's financial reports. Although the meeting's agenda was minimal, he convened it to bolster Li Shui's standing, ensuring everyone recognized her as an individual not to be trifled with. However, he understood that such measures would not silence the gossiping tongues entirely. Thus, he decided to delegate the negotiation of the collaboration to Li Shui, believing that a successful outcome would enhance her credibility. Li Shui was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating that Yang Lifeng would entrust her with this project. She approached him in the office, voicing her concerns. "Yang, is it appropriate for me to take on this task? I have only recently joined and am not very familiar with the company." I fear that if I falter, it could adversely affect the organization. Adversely affect? Falter? Yang Lifeng responded, somewhat incredulous. Anyone capable of being protected by Lin Xiantian must possess considerable business acumen. Manager Li, you need not worry. I have full confidence in your abilities. You should also believe in yourself. You are the ideal candidate for this negotiation, given your prior experience. Do not shy away from this opportunity. With Yang Lifeng's encouragement, Li Shui felt compelled to accept the responsibility. Meanwhile, Xiao Zuolan, returning to the office floor with her colleagues, remained disgruntled, incessantly muttering, I fail to comprehend what makes Li Shui so special. Why does Yang defend her so fiercely? I wonder what kind of hold she has over him. Surely, it must be her prowess in the bedroom that earns her such favoritism. It's infuriating. A voice from beside remarked, Oh, Sister Lan, don't take it too seriously. Perhaps President Yang is merely seeking novelty. In time, it will fade. Besides, if she wishes to attend this matter, let her be. If it goes awry, wouldn't that be even better? Hearing such words from her subordinate, Xiao Zuolan felt a wave of relief and responded, Indeed, let that little minx handle the negotiations. The other party will undoubtedly have her do something. And I do have some connections with the Mali group. When the time comes, I shall have a word or two to ensure that Li Shui faces some difficulties. Her insinuations were quite clear. She intended for Li Shui to compromise herself. Xiao Zuolan continued to criticize and belittle Li Shui, indulging in various slanders, yet unbeknownst to her. Li Shui had just entered quietly, standing behind her. The sudden appearance startled Xiao Zuolan's subordinate, leaving his face pale and speechless. Nevertheless, Xiao Zuolan displayed no sign of awareness and continued, Honestly, can you believe it? Li Shui is already married, yet behaves so openly. Surely, President Yang wouldn't appreciate such behavior. It's utterly disgraceful. Noticing her subordinate's sudden silence, Xiao Zuolan paused. Have you lost your tongue? I'm speaking to you. What does your silence imply? At that moment, Li Shui spoke up. What do you expect her to say? That I have an affair with President Yang? Manager Xiao, this is working hours. Kindly focus on your responsibilities. If you continue to slander others, it will not end there. Imagine if I were to lodge a complaint before President Yang. What would you do then? Furthermore, I am acquainted with several renowned lawyers in the legal field. Should you persist in this manner, I wouldn't hesitate to take this to court. And what are you all staring at? Don't you realize it's working hours? Or have you all completed your tasks? Upon hearing Li Shui's voice, Xiao Zuolan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. How had Li Shui suddenly appeared behind her? Yet, regardless, she remained obstinate and unyielding. This is my domain. What I do is none of Manager Li's concern, is it? Li Shui smiled. My apologies, but I am the general manager. Do you truly believe I lack authority here? With that, Li Shui turned and left, feeling that dealing with such individuals was sufficient. To clarify, anything would only serve to muddle the situation further. The innocent shall remain untainted, as it should be. Meanwhile, Jiang Han found himself at a loss for tasks. He had no obligations to fulfill if he desired work. He could easily find something to occupy himself. However, in an effort to present a fulfilling life to Li Shui, he found himself at a standstill. Thus, he decided to venture to the film city. Upon arrival at the film city, Jiang Han was halted by a voice calling out to him. Young Master Jiang. Turning to the sound, he discovered a stranger approaching him, who seemed to recognize him and eagerly extended a hand for a shake. Pardon me, but who are you? Yao Yingjie exhibited not an ounce of embarrassment, but rather an overwhelming enthusiasm. Young Master Jiang, you probably don't remember me. I was also present at the dinner arranged by General Manager Lin last time, but I didn't get the chance to converse with you much before you departed. So my impression may not be vivid. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han indeed recalled a fragment of that evening. There had been someone eager to engage him in conversation. He had been preoccupied and had to excuse himself. To his surprise, it turned out to be the very Yao Yingjie standing before him, which rendered the situation somewhat awkward. I apologize. At that time, I was rather preoccupied and left in haste, he replied. Young Master Jiang, you need not say such things. At that moment, two young women passed by and were taken aback upon seeing Yao Yingjie. Dad, what are you doing here? Exclaimed Yao Shuang, Yao Yingjie's daughter, accompanied by Zhu Xiaoyan. Dad, who are you referring to as young Master Jiang? As they approached, they finally laid eyes on Jiang Han. Zhu Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Yao Yingjie was addressing this good-for-nothing as young master? Upon seeing Zhu Xiaoyan, Jiang Han felt a surge of panic. He could not allow his true identity to be revealed. Sir, I merely assisted you with a small favor. You may call me Jiang Han. I am not a young master, he hastily clarified, gesturing toward Yao Yingjie regarding the misunderstanding. Yao Yingjie quickly grasped the situation. Yes, Jiang Han. I instinctively refer to you that way, and I sincerely apologize. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Zhu Xiaoyan chuckled. Uncle Yao, you startled me. I thought, how could this good-for-nothing possibly be a young master? Good-for-nothing. Chapter 85. The mischievous Zhu Xiaoyan. Upon hearing Zhu Xiaoyan's words, Yao Yingjie was momentarily taken aback. This was the esteemed young master spoken of by Lin Shangtian. How could he possibly be a worthless individual? Moreover, Jiang Han's discreet demeanor, choosing to keep his background concealed, added an air of mystery. Could this be the crux of the matter? Goodness, if that were the case, it would be utterly kitsch. Noticing the lack of any emotional reaction on Jiang Han's face, Yao Yingjie too was momentarily stunned and followed suit, asking, Xiaoyan, who is this person to you? Why do you label him as worthless? Glancing at her brother-in-law and recalling past events, Zhu Xiaoyan erupted into laughter, mockingly declaring, Uncle Yao, you are unaware that this worthless individual is my cousin's husband, a son-in-law who has moved in. You have no idea. He spends his days living off others. His own daughter was hospitalized, yet he could not afford the medical expenses. On my grandmother's last birthday, he even brought a pile of counterfeit gifts to fool her. We all call him worthless. And look, he shows no reaction, thus seemingly accepting this title. As she laughed, Yao Shuang looked on in astonishment before joining in the ridicule. Xiaoyan, is this true or false? The useless son-in-law you previously mentioned cannot possibly be him, right? Indeed, this man possesses no integrity. TSK, I cannot fathom what my cousin sees in him. Hey, Jiang Han, what brings you here? To Zhu Xiaoyan's antics, Jiang Han could only sigh, having already attempted to distance himself from her. He was unsure of her current state. I can't watch a movie. Upon hearing Jiang Han mention he was there to watch a film, Zhu Xiaoyan burst into laughter, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Jiang Han, do you even have money to watch a movie? Has your daughter recovered? I hope you aren't sending my cousin out to socialize. My cousin is naturally beautiful. I wonder what could happen to her. Zhu Xiaoyan's remarks only deepened Yao Shuang's disdain for Jiang Han. Originally indifferent to the notion of a son-in-law, the idea that he might send his wife out for social engagements further fueled her dissatisfaction. Disgust written all over her face, she exclaimed, Dad, you must be mistaken. What could this person possibly do to help you? Xiaoyan is right. He is indeed worthless. This statement left Yao Yingjie in a quandary. It would be inappropriate to agree. Yet denying it would be even worse. He hastily sought an excuse. It's nothing. I merely found my wallet. What? You found your wallet? Uncle Yao, you should take a good look. This worthless man once took $1 million from my uncle, claiming it was for my grandmother's gift. Yet the present was a sham, and he pocketed the money. You must check carefully to see if he has stolen from you. Zhu Xiaoyan's behavior was a classic case of stirring the pot. Yao Shuang, upon hearing this, was naturally incensed. Dad, hurry and check if any money is missing, along with your bank card and ID. She then turned her gaze towards Jiang Han. You worthless individual. Hurry up and show me your phone. Jiang Han was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his phone. What kind of game was this? Finding a wallet was utterly inconceivable. Why was she suddenly taking things so seriously? Why should I return it to you? Yao Yingjie, surprised by the turn of events, quickly interjected, Shuang, what are you doing? Someone has returned my wallet, and instead of expressing gratitude, you are casting doubt upon their intentions. How have I raised you? Yao Shuang pouted in frustration, Dad. I'm merely looking out for you. I've heard stories of many individuals who return lost wallets, especially those belonging to affluent people like you. While they may return the wallet, they often take photos of the documents inside to use as leverage later. Jiang Han finally grasped the implication of her words and couldn't help but chuckle. He had never considered such possibilities. Upon hearing this, Yao Yingjie nearly stumbled in disbelief. Take photos of documents to threaten him? How absurd. In reality, Jiang Han was the true magnate, and to him, Yao Yingjia's status was insignificant, hardly worthy of any threat. If Jiang Han so desired, with a mere word, all of Yao Yingjia's assets could be compelled to surrender, regardless of his unwillingness. Zhu Xiaoyan, however, felt the situation lacked gravitas and boldly seized Jiang Han's phone from his bag, reveling in her triumph as she admired the device in her hands. This action irked Jiang Han. He detested others meddling with his belongings without permission, especially from someone he hardly knew. "Return my phone," he demanded. Seeing the shift in Jiang Han's demeanor, Zhu Xiaoyan felt a surge of delight, thinking to herself, "Is he anxious? Why should he be? We intend no harm. We merely wish to take a look and will return it afterward. Could it be that he has something to hide?" Her taunts only served to provoke Yao Shuang further, who snatched the phone away and began frantically attempting to unlock it. However, the phone was secured with a password, leaving her exasperated as she pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Han. "Hurry up and unlock it. If I find out you've secretly photographed any of my father's documents, I will see you in court." Yao Yingjie began to panic, realizing they were challenging Jiang Han's boundaries, especially upon seeing Jiang Han's increasingly grim expression. He quickly intervened. Shuang, what are you doing? Return the phone immediately, or you will face consequences when we get home." "Dad, why are you defending him? He is nothing but a good-for-nothing. Just look at his guilty demeanor. He clearly has something to hide." "I'm doing this for your own good." Jiang Han spoke calmly. "I have not taken any photographs. Return my phone, or you will regret it." Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Yao Yingjie was the first to feel a wave of dread. What was he implying? Was he deliberately trying to provoke Jiang Han? In a hurry, he stepped forward to reclaim the phone, his face flushed with anger as he aimed to scold Yao Shuang. However, Zhu Xiaoyan seized the opportunity and snatched Jiang Han's phone from his grasp. "Uncle Yao, is it merely a matter of looking at a phone? What significance does it hold? This good-for-nothing, even if he does not get it back, what of it?" Upon sensing the precariousness of the situation, Yao Yingjie turned to snatch the phone. With a resounding crash, the fate of the device was sealed. Zhu Xiaoyan forcefully hurled it to the ground, feigning an air of accidental clumsiness. "Oh dear, how careless of me to let it slip. Brother-in-law, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Observing her brazen demeanor, Yao Yingjie inwardly lamented the turn of events. Chapter 86. A dismissive glance. Isn't this merely inviting trouble for Jiang Han? Upon witnessing his phone being shattered on the ground by Zhu Xiaoyan, Jiang Han rarely furrowed his brow, casting a cold gaze towards her. At that moment, Yao Yingjie could no longer concern himself with Zhu Xiaoyan's background. He was overtaken by fury. "Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Didn't I say it clearly? He has taken my money." However, Zhu Xiaoyan held an entirely different perspective. She maintained a feigned innocence, saying, "Uncle Yao, that is not quite right. I only seized this useless person's phone for your sake. If you must assign blame, shouldn't it be directed at your own carelessness for losing your wallet?" Zhu Xiaoyan's lack of consideration further irked Yao Yingjie. Yet more pressing than his anger was the need to pacify Jiang Han. "Dad, why are you blaming Xiaoyan? Isn't this better? The phone is destroyed. Even if he had captured something incriminating, wouldn't that be entirely obliterated? Forget it. I'm done arguing. I want to be going home tonight. I'm heading out with Xiaoyan and the others to dance." With that, Yao Shuang attempted to depart, feeling there was nothing left to accomplish here now that the phone was ruined. As for Zhu Xiaoyan, her intent was to humiliate Jiang Han, and with her objective achieved, she felt it was time to conclude the encounter. Yet, Jiang Han's cold voice interrupted. "Stop." Surprised that Jiang Han dared to resist, Zhu Xiaoyan turned back, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, brother-in-law, what's the matter? You're upset about your phone? You wouldn't actually hold this against me, would you? Are you expecting me to compensate you for it?" Upon hearing this, Yao Shuang found Jiang Han even more repugnant. Not only was he living off others, but he even expected his sister to make amends for a mere phone. In her eyes, a man ought to endure all hardships and cherish women, regardless of whether they were his girlfriend or family. To her, Jiang Han was not only a failure, but also a coward. "Hey, we don't have all day. Let us get to the point." Yao Shuang expressed her dissatisfaction, as she was eager to meet a wealthy, handsome heir soon. Yao Yingjie, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, swallowed hard, unsure of how to proceed. Nonetheless, Jiang Han had no intention of escalating the situation. He calmly stated, "I want to hold the destruction of my phone against you, but you must compensate me for it. This is simply a matter of principle. Xiaoyan, how your family indulges you is beyond my concern. If you wish to label me as worthless, I have no objection. However, remember this, your background is not a badge of honor for you to flaunt." As his words fell, Zhu Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Han in astonishment before bursting into laughter. "Jiang Han, are you some fool brought in by a monkey? I thought you had something to say when you told me to stop. I knew it was just about a phone." TSK, Jiang Han, it seems your capabilities are rather limited. By the way, I haven't forgotten the good deed you performed at the hospital last time. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be compensating me as well? If you were my brother-in-law, I would have had someone deal with you already. Yao Yingjie is truly exasperated by Zhu Xiaoyan's antics. Having pushed matters to such an extreme, Jiang Han's assertions are entirely valid. If lineage were the measure, few could rival Jiang Han in this world. However, his words often go unheard, and now, it seems, frustration has reached its zenith. "Both of you silence," he admonishes. "Xiaoyan, I presumed your parents instilled in you the virtues of respect. Yet it appears the Chun family lacks decorum. And you, Shuang, how have I raised you? To treat others with such disdain? What do you mean by that, Uncle Yao? He is my worthless brother-in-law. Am I not entitled to voice my opinion?" "Indeed, Dad. Xiaoyan has labeled him a good-for-nothing. Look, he even needs to compensate for a mere phone. Is he even a man?" Their defiance was palpable. Yao Yingjie let out a subdued grunt. "Enough. Cease your bickering. Regardless of who he is, your attitude is unacceptable. Shuang, you must return home tonight. I have matters to discuss with you. Hurry along and stop causing a scene." He sought to dismiss them, yet Zhu Xiaoyan was resolute in her refusal to leave. Yao Yingjie's remarks had ignited her jealousy and competitive spirit, prompting her to extract 3,000 yuan from her bag and hurl it at Jiang Han. "I was prepared to leave, but your words have dissuaded me. I refuse to depart now. It's merely a phone. I'll pay for it. You're such a waste of space, and remember this. I've taken note of every slight. One day I will repay you." Jiang Han accepted the money with a cold smile, gazing steadily at Zhu Xiaoyan. "This 3,000 yuan is not a favor. It is what you owe me." Zhu Xiaoyan was infuriated by his retort, letting out a frustrated huff as she stormed away. Seeing her anger, Yao Shuang, who had a close bond with her, stomped her foot and hurried after her, bewildered by her father's unexpected decision to side with the stranger. Once the two had departed, Yao Yingjie began to tremble slightly, nearly overwhelmed by fear. His earlier outburst had been forced, driven by the apprehension of Jiang Han's potential wrath. "Young Master Jiang, I sincerely apologize." Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Jiang Han." Realizing Jiang Han showed no signs of anger, Yao Yingjie swallowed nervously. Managing to compose himself, "Jiang Han, I owe him true sorry. It is my fault for indulging my daughter to the extent that she has shown you disrespect. I hope you can forgive both her and me. Rest assured, I will compensate for the phone immediately and ensure it is the finest available on the market." Hearing this, Jiang Han smiled faintly. "I am not angry. Let this matter rest. Now, please state why you sought me. I have other obligations to attend to." With Jiang Han's words, Yao Yingjie felt a wave of relief, though a sense of tension lingered. "There is nothing of particular significance. I merely wish to converse with you, as our previous encounter did not allow for a proper introduction. By the way, you mentioned wanting to watch a film. The cinema is under my ownership, so feel free to enjoy a screening, and I assure you that the service will be impeccable." "Well, I understand now, and there's no need for further discussion. We have essentially conversed already. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Jiang Han paid little heed to what Yao Yingjie might wish to say next. It was merely a self-recommendation, boasting about his own ventures, companies, and investments. However, Jiang Han had no desire to engage in such trivialities. If he were to entertain every individual seeking his attention in this manner, he would find himself occupied until next year. Moreover, having briefly assessed Yao Yingjie's character, it was evident that he was not of high moral standing. The manner in which he raised such a domineering daughter, remaining silent as she displayed her arrogance, suggested that he, too, was not a commendable individual. Thus, Jiang Han purchased a ticket for the latest blockbuster, a film titled Better Days. Chapter 87. The young couple at the cinema seated beside Jiang Han was a pair of youthful souls, seemingly university students. As Jiang Han himself had once been at that tender age, the young man held the girl's hand tightly, incessantly whispering sweet nothings, leaving Jiang Han somewhat exasperated. Here he was, attempting to enjoy a film, yet he found himself inundated with a wave of romantic sentiment. What made it even more cringeworthy was the fact that the young man so effortlessly expressed such saccharine phrases. Of course, such displays of affection are commonplace. After all, this is the nature of love. However, Jiang Han noticed something rather unsettling. While one of the young man's hands clasped the girl's, the other stealthily slipped a pill into her orange juice. Again, Jiang Han sighed inwardly, bemused by the frequency with which he encountered such individuals, either drugging or coercing others. Yet, he chose to remain vigilant without alarming them. Before long, as the young man sensed the opportune moment, he uttered a few more endearing words and then offered the drink to the girl. "Xiaowan, have some orange juice. It will soothe your throat." "All right." Just as she lifted the glass, an unexpected force sent it tumbling to the floor, spilling its contents. Jiang Han offered an awkward smile. "My apologies. I didn't notice and accidentally knocked it over. Truly sorry. How about this? I'll buy you another drink after we leave." The young man, however, was far from pleased. He had painstakingly acquired a single pill through various channels, rumored to be quite potent and exorbitantly priced, having spent a month's allowance to procure it. The girl beside him, known as Sun Wan and regarded as the belle of their department, was someone he had finally won over. Naturally, he wished to seize the moment, lest someone else take her away. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such desperate measures. Now, with Jiang Han's simple apology ruining his plans, the young man's heart simmered with resentment and rage, though he was restrained by Sun Wan's intervention. "Jianjun, let it go. It's just a glass of orange juice. We can buy another later. I'm sorry. He might be a bit irritable. Please don't hold it against him." Observing Sun Wan's demeanor, Jiang Han discerned that she was a kind-hearted individual, demonstrating good upbringing, as evident in her mannerisms and speech. "It's nothing," he replied. Wang Jianjun could only grunt in frustration, settling back down, but Sun Wan continued to engage him in conversation, making it difficult for him to refuse her. They chatted for an indeterminate amount of time, laughter mingling softly in the air. Though their voices were hushed, Jiang Han could still hear them. Gradually, their conversation shifted toward bolder topics, much to Sun Wan's embarrassment. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to respond, not out of disapproval of Wang Jianjun, but rather due to the discomfort of the subject matter. "Xiaowan, after the movie, let's go shopping and then have dinner. Later, we can sing karaoke. Didn't you mention that you've been feeling stressed lately? It would be a nice way to unwind. What do you think? Karaoke in the evening?" As a conservative individual, Sun Wan, despite her inner reluctance, ultimately acquiesced to the request. Currently, she and Wang Jianjun are in a romantic relationship, and regardless of the circumstances, she believes that his intentions are rooted in care for her. This sentiment alone, she feels, warrants acceptance. Moreover, singing would not extend too late into the night. They could always return home early. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han could not help but reflect on the folly of women in love, perceiving them as lacking in discernment. He suspected that Wang Jianjun's motivations were not purely for relaxation, but rather self-serving. Jiang Han thought Sun Wan was quite admirable and quietly reminded her to maintain some reserve, for the intentions behind actions often lie beyond their surface. He preferred to remain uninvolved, yet witnessing such a good girl being deceived seemed inappropriate, prompting him to voice a gentle caution. When Sun Wan heard his words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, though the dim lights of the cinema concealed her reaction. Wang Jianjun, however, was far from pleased. Not only had she just spilled his drink, but now she appeared to be complicating matters further, which understandably irritated him. "Who do you think you are? This is a conversation between my girlfriend and me. What gives you the right to interject? And who are you calling self-serving?" One may indulge in a meal, but not in idle gossip. Your words are slanderous. Do you realize that? Sun Quan was taken aback by Wang Jianjun's intense reaction and quickly tugged at his arm, mindful that they were in a cinema and not alone. Jiang Han remained silent, merely casting a knowing glance at Wang Jianjun before returning his attention to the screen. It was truly disheartening to encounter such negativity on an outing. Don't mind him, Xianwan. P.S. likely just being irrational. I arranged this trip to help you unwind because you mentioned feeling stressed. You wouldn't think ill of me for wanting to assist you, would you? Wang Jianjun feigned anger as he spoke. In response, Sun Quan assured him, No, Jianjun, please don't overthink it. He was merely expressing a thought, and it doesn't pertain to you. I understand your intentions and know you wish for me to relax. It's perfectly fine. We can return early. Her words were a tacit agreement, and upon hearing them, Wang Jianjun felt a surge of joy, though his expression remained stoic. Casting another mock glare at Jiang Han. Jiang Han, feeling a mix of resignation and disbelief, thought it naive that Sun Quan trusted Wang Jianjun so readily. If they ventured out tonight, despite her promises of an early return, he suspected that excuses would soon follow. Time passed swiftly, and as the film neared its conclusion, the couple continued their sweet exchanges. Wang Jianjun longed to kiss Sun Quan, but her shyness deterred her from doing so in such a setting. Ultimately, under his playful yet strategic advances, she agreed to stay out for the night. Observing this unfolding scenario, Jiang Han couldn't help but smile, realizing that a few flattering words and a clever ploy had ensnared her heart. However, since she had willingly consented, his opinions on the matter held little weight. As the film concluded, Jiang Han intended to leave the premises. However, he was suddenly met with a cacophony from outside. Make way for me. You think this cinema is doing quite well, don't you? Let me tell you, do not obstruct me. Today, I am here solely for Wang Jianjun. Your boss must give me some face. Do you dare stop me? Anyone who dares to impede my path will find my brothers ready to deal with them. The voice clearly belonged to a ruffian, while outside, several well-dressed ticket inspectors in uniforms, intimidated by the threat, dared not utter a word. As for the security personnel, their whereabouts were anyone's guess. Upon hearing that voice, Wang Jianjun was instantly struck with fear, desperately seeking a place to hide. However, the confines of the cinema were limited, and without an emergency, the exits remained closed, leaving him with nowhere to flee. The owner of the threatening voice swiftly entered, shouting, Wang Jianjun, come out. Have you not repaid the money you owe me? Don't think I'm unaware of your presence here. If I catch you, I'll break your legs. Terrified by this threat, Wang Jianjun trembled and instinctively crouched behind Sun Quan. Soon, 5 or 6 individuals entered, 2 stationed at the entrance while the others were individually identified and subsequently allowed to leave, one by one. Ultimately, only Jiang Sun Quan, and the trembling Wang Jianjun remained. Sun Quan, perplexed by the unfolding situation, was taken aback, yet the gravity of the moment left her no room to inquire further. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and get out, or you might get hurt. The leader declared impatiently, directing his gaze at Jiang Han. With a bemused smile, Jiang Han replied, Allow them to leave first. What? They leave first? Wang Jianjun's heart sank in despair. He had intended to slip out unnoticed when Jiang Han departed, yet now, it seemed a different game was afoot. Chapter 88. The naive university student at this moment. Wang Jianjun truly yearned to pin Jiang Han to the ground in frustration. Previously, Jiang had persistently interfered with his attempts to woo women, and now he dared to obstruct his escape. That was utterly outrageous. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. They never anticipated the presence of such a fool. While others were eager to flee, this simpleton insisted on allowing others to depart first. Was that not a jest? The leader of the ruffians was somewhat displeased as well. He had already instructed Jiang Han to leave, and this refusal felt like a blatant disregard for their authority. Damn it, I told you to leave, and you want to get lost? Huh? Jiang Han was equally astonished. He had not expected that the ruffians would become irate at the suggestion of letting others go first. However, his surprise morphed into suspicion, for the ruffian's gaze remained fixated on the young woman, Sun Quan. Thus, he pondered further, shaking his head in contemplation. I'm fine. Your objective is merely to collect a debt. You wouldn't harm anyone, would you? His words inadvertently revealed Wang Jianjun, who stood behind Sun Wan. Both he and Sun Wan feeling perturbed and inclined to rebuke Jiang Han. Yet upon hearing Jiang's remark, the ruffian leader, Wu Dahai, initially faltered, appearing somewhat flustered. Before feigning anger, "Damn it! Wang Jianjun, you're actually here. Come out this instant. Are you going to avoid your debts? Where are you hiding? Behind this woman, perhaps?" In truth, everything had been orchestrated in advance. These ruffians were merely petty thugs. Wang Jianjun had incurred considerable gambling debts, leaving him in a rather compromising position. Wu Dahai, who was well acquainted with several influential ruffians, had ensnared Wang Jianjun in a trap, compelling him to incur debts. Even if Wang Jianjun later realized the scheme, it was too late. The terms were explicitly laid out in black and white, binding him to repay the money owed. However, Wu Dahai and his crew were aware that Wang Jianjun had secured a relationship with the University S-Bell, harboring ulterior motives. They intended for Wang Jianjun to devise a way to coax Sun Wan out, planning to take advantage of the situation later that night. This elaborate ruse was designed to instill in Sun Wan a sense of protection and sympathy for Wang Jianjun, a calculated move indeed. Jiang Han, having discerned the subtle intricacies at play, hesitated to step forward. With so many men present, he recognized that the situation posed a threat to the young woman. Though he was not naturally inclined to assist others, he felt compelled to act as a decent person. Now, faced with Jiang Han's intervention, Wang Jianjun could no longer remain hidden and reluctantly feigned a submissive demeanor as he stepped forward, trembling in fear as he cast anxious glances at Wu Dahai and his associates. "Brother Dahai, I truly have no money. Could you possibly grant me a few more days? I swear I won't deceive you this time." Wang Jianjun instinctively reacted, his performance rooted in the genuine fear born from previous encounters with these debt collectors. Although Wu Dahai was somewhat bewildered by Jiang Han's sudden appearance and disruption, he quickly regained his composure and, with a displeased expression, exclaimed, "What are you blabbering about? How many times have you uttered that phrase? I couldn't care less. You must repay the debt this time. Otherwise, I will ensure your demise right here." Faced with Wu Dahai's aggressive outburst, Wang Jianjun seemed paralyzed, unsure whether his fear was genuine or feigned. Collapsing onto the ground like someone who had long been oppressed and was now instinctively frightened. Seeing this, Sun Wan was startled and hurried to help Wang Jianjun to his feet, who took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her slender waist. "Jianjun, don't be afraid. They wouldn't dare to do anything. I'll call the police." Wu Dahai, upon hearing her intention to alert the authorities, was taken aback and swiftly approached to snatch Sun Wan's phone from her. "Damn it, you actually want to call the police? Wang Jianjun, it seems you're determined to tread the path to hell when heaven is open to you." With that, he made a move as if to strike. But Sun Wan quickly interjected. "How much does he owe you? I will help him repay." Jiang Han, observing from the sidelines, shook his head in disbelief. This girl was indeed naive, unable to see through such an obvious scam. You want to repay for him? He owes us 120,000. Can you afford that?" "What? 120,000? Upon hearing that figure, Sun Wan was utterly stunned, unable to comprehend how Wang Jianjun had amassed such a substantial debt. Moreover, she lacked the means to repay it. Her current funds barely amounted to 10,000 yuan, including her living expenses and part-time wages. How could she possibly repay such a sum? Despite this, Sun Wan produced her bank card, stating, "There's 10,000 yuan in here, and the password is, I'll give you this amount first. Could you perhaps extend the deadline a few days? We'll find a way." Initially, Wu Dahai entertained the notion that this young girl might be from a wealthy background. He feared she might indeed repay the debt, which would thwart their plans, and if they succeeded in extorting money, they wouldn't escape unscathed afterward. However, it soon became evident that such concerns were unfounded. Wu Dahai accepted the bank card with a cold smirk. "Haha, that 1 suffice. You must repay today. However, I find you quite appealing. If you would accompany me for a meal, engage in some pleasant conversation, and perhaps stroll around in the evening, I might just consider waiving the 120,000. His mention of the debt was merely theatrical, a ruse devoid of substance. Sun Wan trembled at his words. feeling a surge of revulsion towards the man before her. Nevertheless, her feelings for Wang Jianjun made it difficult for her to abandon him. Noticing her silence, Wu Dahai pressed on, "Well, little sister, have you made up your mind?" Wang Jianjun urgently protested, "Don't listen to him. Sun Wan, don't agree. I can repay it. We can't give in to him." "Shut up. Who asked for your input? Just let me have my way." Upon hearing the commotion, the individuals behind swiftly advanced, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Wang Jianjun. Although their strikes lacked considerable force, to the onlookers, particularly Sun Wan, it appeared undeniably genuine. The sudden altercation startled Sun Wan profoundly. "Please stop. Brother Dahu, could you possibly grant us a mere 2 days' grace? Just 2 days, I implore you. It is utterly impossible for Jianjun to procure such a substantial sum on short notice. I beg you, allow us a little more time." This scene unfolded before Jiang Han's eyes, who could only remark, "What a truly naive and innocent university student." Chapter 89. The naive love, however. Wu Dezai's true objective has never been monetary. From the very beginning, it has always been for Sun Wan. Thus, he would certainly refuse now. There's no need to elaborate. Let us beat him to pulp. Brothers, if we lack money, we shall pay with our lives. Upon uttering these words, they unleashed a barrage of blows upon Wang Jianjun, while Sun Wan stood by, on the verge of tears. Jiang Han, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, chuckled and said, "Perhaps you should cease this violence. Even if you were to kill him, you would still face imprisonment. You have unlawfully trespassed into the film studio, and there is no escaping the law. Moreover, with your feeble skills, you likely couldn't kill him even if you tried. Would you like me to demonstrate how it's done?" At this, Wu Dezai was rendered utterly perplexed. What on earth does this mean? Even more bewildered was Sun Wan. Who is this person? Not only does he refuse to assist in calling the police, but he also dares to assert that they cannot kill him. Can he not see the ferocity of their assault? Is he blind? "Please refrain from speaking if you do not understand," she instinctively shouted, causing Jiang Han to merely sigh in response. Jiang Han's intervention further incensed Wu Dezai. This was a plan meticulously crafted, and now this kid has barged in unexpectedly. "Kid, did I tell you to leave only to have you lose your way? Are you leaving or not? If you don't, be careful. I might just kill you and toss your body into the sea to feed the fish." Upon hearing this, Jiang Han could not suppress a laugh. "Well, Brother Dezai, if you truly possessed such courage, you would have already acted rather than merely striking him. Besides, looking at you, do you even have 12,000 to lend?" These words struck at the heart of Wu Dezai's predicament. He did not possess such a sum. In truth, he had borrowed merely over 10,000, and the figure of 12,000 was nothing but a pretense. Wu Dezai, having mingled in society long enough, showcased a certain thuggish demeanor. "Damn it, are you saying that I, Wu Dezai, lack the means to lend money? And what did you mean by your previous remarks? Are you implying that I am cowardly? Do you dare to provoke me? Do I need your guidance to fight?" When confronted by these ruffians, Jiang Han had little to say. He simply smiled indifferently. "Very well, then, you may proceed as you wish. I am in no rush. I merely wish to observe how Brother Dezai collects debts." Sun Wan felt an overwhelming disdain for the man before her, grappling with the notion that such individuals exist in the world. Not only does he refuse to help, but he also stands by as a mere spectator, making sarcastic comments. If it weren't for the pressing matters at hand, she would have long condemned Jiang Han. "Please, I implore you, call them off. We will repay the money promptly. Spare Jianjun." "I have already stated that it's impossible. Either you settle the debt today, or you shall spend the night with me. The choice is yours. After all, it's merely 12,000. I am not lacking in that regard." With that, the pretense had to be maintained. Wang Jianjun continued to plead, "Shaun Wan, please leave quickly. Just let them beat me to death." Jiang Han shook his head, finding the farce utterly meaningless. Surely, this girl would not acquiesce to such an absurd demand, trading her own body to settle a debt, and a non-existent one at that, amounting to 120,000. Even if she had fallen in love, she should possess at least a modicum of common sense. However, the very next moment, what transpired completely upended Jiang Han's worldview. Such things indeed occurred. He saw Sun Wan weeping, tears cascading down her cheeks as she sobbed. "All right, I agree. If I spend one night with you, will you waive the debt of 120,000? Will all your debts be forgiven? Wu Dahai paused momentarily, only to burst into joy. Splendid. That's exactly it. I knew it. Those who know how to navigate the currents are the true heroes. Not only will I erase the debt, but I'll also return the 10,000 you just gave me. 130,000 for one night. What a deal. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianjun felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. He never imagined Sun Wan would agree so easily. If this plan succeeded, not only would the over 10,000 he owed Wu Dahai be wiped clean, but Wu would also hand him an additional 10,000. Wu Dahai was notorious for gambling, a so-called hustler. Otherwise, he wouldn't set such traps for others. Yet, the stakes were not high. Everyone played with a few hundred or 1,000 at most. Even so, Wang Jianjun hoarsely shouted, "No, Xiaowan, don't do this. Don't agree to them. I will find a way to repay the money. If necessary, I'll sell a kidney or even my blood. I don't want you to do this for me." Sun Wan, still sobbing, replied, "Jianjun, there is no need for you to say anything. You can't possibly repay 120,000. This is the only way now, or they will kill you. As long as you don't despise me in the end, that is all that matters." She was not from a wealthy family. She simply excelled academically and possessed a pleasing appearance, yet harbored deep-seated insecurities. Wang Jianjun had gradually instilled confidence in her, which was why she harbored feelings for him. Unbeknownst to her, he had deceived her all along. Wu Dahai rubbed his hands together. "All right, let him go. Stop the beating. Since we've reached an agreement, shall we go out for a bite to eat first?" He reached out to grasp Sun Wan's hand. She resisted slightly, but ultimately sobbed and allowed him to hold her. As events unfolded to this point, Jiang Han could only smile helplessly. Wu Dahai had dismissed him entirely, perceiving him as no threat whatsoever. "Is it acceptable for you to leave just like that? You haven't even pursued the debt. However, I must say, your performance here is truly pathetic. You can only deceive the unsuspecting." Jiang Han sat on a chair by the corridor, observing the scene. Seeing Jiang Han's demeanor, Wang Jianjun bit his lip. This person had previously obstructed him and now seemed poised to intervene again. But what did his words signify? Could he have discerned something? Impossible. Their scheme was flawless. How could he possibly see through it? Wu Dahai grunted, "Kid, do you even know what you're saying? Who are you calling an actor? Do not presume that I lack the courage to confront you. While I may struggle to articulate my thoughts in your presence, should you provoke me further, I shall assuredly bring you to your knees." At this moment, the paramount concern is resolving the issue concerning Sun Wan, and it is imperative to swiftly retreat into a state of tranquility. Engaging in conflict is not my desire. Moreover, if the security personnel were to arrive, it would spell my downfall. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Sun Wan was momentarily taken aback. What does he mean by acting? She felt a flicker of doubt, instinctively questioning whether this was a ruse. However, observing Wang Jianjun's genuine expression, coupled with his current tension and regret, it was evident that his emotions were authentic. Chapter 90. You are unworthy for Jiang Han. This particular scheme was rather rudimentary. With a sardonic smile, he regarded Wu Dahai and said, "Brother Dahai, if I may, though I have never personally encountered such a ruse, I must admit that during my university days, I witnessed my fair share of similar antics. As fate would have it, a friend of mine fell victim to a scheme of this nature. Had I not been astute enough to discern the deception at that moment, he might have truly suffered a loss. Your performance here is even more farcical than what I experienced back in college. At least then, the perpetrators were aware of the necessity of genuine physicality. Yet, this man bears not a single mark of injury, despite the supposed intensity of the altercation. One would expect him to appear exhausted, given that he must feign a struggle without inflicting real harm. Furthermore, observe your attire. If you were indeed capable of lending out 120,000, you would hardly be devoid of even a golden chain. You claim that this sum means nothing to you, yet your actions suggest otherwise. From the outset, your objective was to ensnare this female classmate, was it not? With the introduction of pills into that orange juice, followed by sweet-talking her into spending the night, only to suddenly appear demanding repayment. Such coincidences are too contrived to be believable. He calmly dismantled the entire scheme. Although he had no desire to intervene, He felt compelled to assist an innocent party. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Wu Dahai and his associates were momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbing to awkwardness. This man had completely unraveled their intentions. Sun Wan was equally shocked and seized the opportunity to examine Wang Jianjun's body and head. She distinctly recalled that these thugs had struck him on the head, and though she was reluctant to accept the truth, it was undeniable. Wang Jianjun appeared to be unscathed. This revelation suggested that Jiang Han's assertions were indeed accurate. They were merely enacting a charade to ensnare her. A chill ran down Sun Wan's spine as the realization dawned upon her. She had never anticipated such a scenario, and she noticed a flicker of regret and fury on Wang Jianjun's face. Not the anger of witnessing her being taken away by another man, but rather the indignation of having his deception exposed. Sun Wan grasped the situation, instantly shaking off Wu Dahai's grip. She comprehended why Jiang Han had been so quick to intervene from the very beginning, why he had engaged in those seemingly intentional yet casual actions. He had seen through their tactics long before. However, a sense of sorrow lingered in Sun Wan's heart. She had never imagined that the man she so cherished, willing to sacrifice her own well-being for his safety, would treat her in such a manner. Although she had begun to feel more self-assured, the weight of her inferiority complex now brought her tears. She rushed to Jiang Han's side, as if he alone could provide her with a sense of security. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned, but soon smiled at Wang Jianjun and the others. Wang Jianjun, having had his scheme exposed, was understandably displeased. I advise you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you, lest you find yourself regretting it soon. Wu Dahai retorted, filled with indignation. Damn it. You're courting death. How dare you disrupt my plans? Aren't you afraid I'll make you pay? To this, Jiang Han merely shook his head. Would you allow me to make a phone call? Rest assured, I shall not alert the authorities. We will resolve this matter privately. Upon hearing these words, Wu Dahai hesitated momentarily, yet he straightened his back. After all, he was accustomed to navigating the complexities of society, aware that engaging in gambling without a formidable ally could be perilous. His ally, of course, was the notorious Xiang Gu of Boland Street. Very well, I am eager to see who dares to confront me. Today, I shall ensure your demise for daring to thwart my plans. The prospects I had in hand have now slipped away, akin to a cooked duck taking flight. How could he not feel enraged? How could he not be furious? He yearned to eliminate Jiang Han, yet he acquiesced to the call Jiang Han had made, for he believed such a person would hardly attract any significant support. However, a mere phone call, consisting of only a few simple words, summoned Lin Long, who arrived in less than 8 minutes. As the sound of numerous footsteps approached, Wu Dahai felt a twinge of panic. He feared that perhaps the outside world had summoned security or the police. Although they had Xiang Ji's protection, and Yao Yingjie would extend some deference to him, he still felt apprehensive. He could not fathom that Jiang Han could summon such a multitude, as the footfalls suggested nearly 20 individuals. Yet, when these individuals entered, Wu Dahai realized his misjudgment. Leading them was none other than Lin Long. Who is Lin Long? Even Xiang Gu would show him utmost respect, addressing him as Brother Long recently. Lin Long had made quite a name for himself in Jiang City, subduing numerous underground factions with his formidable presence. But how could he suddenly appear here? Was it due to this brat? No, that was simply implausible. Wu Dahai could not accept the notion that this boy could summon Lin Long. It was preposterous. Nevertheless, Lin Long did not spare him a glance. Walking directly to Jiang Han, the individuals behind him swiftly blocked the door, and Lin Long smiled at Jiang Han, exhibiting a remarkably amiable demeanor. Though he refrained from addressing him as young master, as per Jiang Han's instructions to omit such formalities in the presence of outsiders. Brother Long, Wu Dahai, after contemplating, called out with a tremor in his voice. Lin Long had yet to speak to Jiang Han, leaving Wu Dahai clinging to the hope that Lin Long was merely attending to other matters and not here to intervene in this situation. Upon hearing Wu Dahai call him, Lin Long furrowed his brow and turned. What is it? Do you require assistance? Noting that Lin Long had not inquired about the matter at hand, Wu Dahai felt a surge of relief and replied with a smile. No, Brother Long, I merely wish to extend greetings from Xiang Gu. He instructed me to inquire about your well-being upon encountering you. Lin Long regarded Wu Dehai with disdain. Xiangge? Which Xiangge? This was indeed an awkward predicament. Having invoked a name, it appeared Lin Long was unfamiliar with it. The little tyrant of Bolan Street, Xiangge. You even shared tea together last time, Wu Dehai explained, somewhat sheepishly. Indeed, Lin Long was well aware, merely feigning ignorance. It became evident that Wu Dehai and his associates had provoked Jiang Han. Oh, did you not hear from Bolan Street's infamous Xiang? After our last tea gathering, he cautioned you not to stir trouble, lest you find yourselves in dire straits. For he would be unable to shield you. Indeed, Brother Long speaks the truth. Xiang also conveyed this to us. It seemed Lin Long had been awaiting this acknowledgement. Wu Dehai wished to utter more, but Lin Long interjected. Enough. Now that this matter has been addressed, let us turn to another issue. Another issue? Wu Dehai swallowed hard, incredulous that Lin Long might truly be here to assist this young man. Lin Long furrowed his brow, gazing at him with a frosty demeanor. Now, speak of your transgressions against him. You have two choices. Either kneel and confess your wrongdoings, repenting for today's events, or adhere to my regulations. I suggest you opt for the latter. It is comparatively easier and will prevent future missteps. In Jiang City, Lin Long, the underground sovereign, had an unspoken rule. Any subordinate who erred would face mutilation, a direct form of punishment, albeit contingent upon Lin Long's discretion. Since his ascension, he had refrained from such extremes, but today, provoked beyond measure, he found these fools insufferable for daring to provoke the young master. If he did not assert his authority now, what purpose would his rules serve? At the mention of regulations, Wu Dehai trembled, though he had not personally experienced such consequences. His time with the notorious Yang had afforded him some knowledge of the consequences. Wang Jianjun was utterly baffled. With the matter nearing resolution, there could be no room for deceit. Brother Dehai, we had an agreement. If I brought the person to you as promised, you would absolve me of my debts and grant me 15,000 yuan. Now that the individual has acquiesced, I shall not concern myself with subsequent matters. Hand over the money. I must take my leave. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. Retreat was imperative. Wu Dehai nearly lost his composure, contemplating whether to strike Wang Jianjun. At such a critical juncture, he was still clamoring for money. Their safe return was already in jeopardy. Jiang Han, with a smile, remarked, "What troubles you, Brother Dehai? You were quite formidable just moments ago. And you, do you wish to depart? If so, let us clarify matters. A man ought not to deceive a woman who loves him so dearly. A man who inflicts such harm upon the heart of his beloved is unworthy of the title. Do you truly believe you can leave?" With that, Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 91. My struggles upon seeing Jiang Han wave his hand. Lin Long's subordinates promptly seized Wang Jianjun. He cast a cold glance at Wu Dehai, remarking, "You two, resorting to such despicable tactics to deceive a young lady. Let's teach them a lesson together, and also deal with that wretched mask." He turned to Lin Long, adding, "Instruct your men to maintain decorum. I have expressed my disdain for such chaos." Jiang Han's words carried a weight akin to an imperial decree, startling Lin Long, particularly in light of Jiang Han's evident displeasure. He dared not offer any resistance. Indeed, Wu Dehai now comprehended the gravity of his predicament. Under Lin Long's direction, both he and Wang Jianjun were escorted away by Lin Long's men, primarily to instill in them an understanding of proper conduct, and to make it clear that inciting Lin Long would yield dire consequences. The tense atmosphere shifted dramatically, leaving Sun Wan astonished and, more significantly, bewildered. Her emotions were tumultuous, a blend of sorrow and joy. The sorrow stemmed from her unwavering kindness towards Wang Jianjun. She was acutely aware of his previous intentions to spend the night outside, and she had not rebuffed him, for she genuinely harbored feelings for him. Yet, his actions left her disheartened, casting doubt on her belief in love. It was a painful betrayal. Conversely, her joy arose from Jiang Han's timely intervention, saving her from a fate where she might have been oblivious to being sold for money. Jiang Han exuded a sense of security she found comforting, particularly in light of his recent words, which endeared him to her further. Though it was not to be taken for granted, A man who speaks and acts with such conviction embodies responsibility. After all, beauty has always been drawn to heroes. Thank you, Sun Wan stammered, feeling a mix of embarrassment and shyness. She found herself at a loss for how to face Jiang Han, who had already pointed out her foolishness, yet she still harbored resentment, viewing him as meddlesome. What if Jiang Han took this matter to heart? That was her concern. However, Jiang Han merely turned to glance at her, smiling as he said, "Do not be so foolish in the future. Love, as it stands, is not worth such sacrifices. I could assist you this time, but it may not be so in the future." With that, he prepared to depart, having already spent considerable time in this place. Sun Wan hurriedly called out to him, May I ask your name? Could I invite you to dinner? I wish to express my gratitude properly." Jiang Han shook his head in refusal. "Just call me Jiang Han. I hope you can keep today's events confidential. As for dinner, I apologize, but I am married." With that, he gestured to Lin Long, and the two exited. As they stepped outside, Lin Long wore a broad smile, remarking, "Young master, I never imagined you would have such charm with the opposite sex. It seems you have attracted a blossom of affection." In response, Jiang Han shot him a disapproving glance. "Have you forgotten your mistakes simply because I chose not to reprimand you? Be more restrained. If you continue to create disturbances, you will ultimately bear the consequences. Furthermore, do not joke so lightly." Observing that Jiang Han was not jesting, Lin Long promptly subdued his previous levity and regarded Jiang Han with utmost seriousness, replying, "Yes, young master." Although the matter had been resolved, Jiang Han still harbored concerns for the female student. She epitomized the naive and innocent type. Since he had already gone this far, he might as well assist her completely. By the way, keep an eye on this female student and investigate her background discreetly. If possible, have her report to Lin Xiangtian so that old Lin can make arrangements. Lin Long was taken aback, realizing that Jiang Han's words meant he would protect her in the future. It felt as though this girl had saved the galaxy in a past life, earning such fortune. Meanwhile, Sun Wan, having been so bluntly rejected, sighed. Was it truly her inadequacy? Even her offer to treat someone to a meal had been declined. However, when Lin Long's subordinates returned to escort Sun Wan, she understood that Jiang Han still worried about her, allowing her to depart with a buoyant spirit. To avoid drawing attention, Jiang Han parted ways with Lin Long, only to coincidentally encounter Jiao Haiyan alone in the film city. He was reluctant to greet her, yet he had no choice. After all, she was Li Shue's cousin. Ignoring her would only lead to idle gossip that might embarrass Li Shue. "Sister Haiyan." His call snapped Jiao Haiyan back to reality. She looked up, and Jiang Han noted her haggard appearance. Even with makeup, the dark circles under her eyes were prominent, and her lackluster gaze made her seem considerably aged. He understood that this was likely the result of Gu Yanji's situation. A person she had loved for so long had suddenly been exposed for numerous scandals, leading to the dissolution of their marriage and imprisonment due to various heinous crimes. How could she not be distressed? Upon recognizing Jiang Han, Jiao Haiyan hastily shielded her face with her hat, expressing her displeasure. "Why are you here, you useless fool? Why do I keep running into you? My luck has been terrible lately." She loathed Jiang Han immensely, viewing him as a pathetic failure, and in her current state, she felt even more wretched. Wishing to avoid him entirely, Jiang Han was taken aback. Why was he being scorned for merely greeting her? Noticing his silence, Jiao Haiyan grew more irritated. "What do you want? If you have something to say, just say it. Encountering you is such a disappointment." Scratching his head, Jiang Han replied, "It's nothing, Sister Haiyan. I merely wanted to greet you. Also, please do not overthink things. There are better people waiting for you, so..." Upon hearing this, Jiao Haiyan's anger flared. "Shut up. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I, Jiao Haiyan, deserve to be dumped? Or that I deserve to face such misfortune? Are you mocking me, you useless fool?" She was already quite agitated, and Jiang Han's words felt like a taunt. Without hesitation, she erupted in anger. Jiang Han furrowed his brows. Had she truly ignited a powder keg? He had merely offered a greeting, yet her reaction was explosive. Who would dare to converse with her after such a display? Contemplating this, Jiang Han shook his head and attempted to depart, but Jiao Haiyan was certainly unwilling to let him go. Encountering such a useless person at the threshold, only to be mocked by them, was a slight she could not endure. Stop right there. Do you think I, Jiao Han, am someone to be trifled with? Speak. Were you mocking me? Her outburst drew the attention of onlookers, for the film set was already bustling with people, and her loud commotion only served to attract more spectators. Jiang Han felt utterly helpless. Whether he greeted her or remained silent, he was bound to be criticized. How difficult this was. Chapter 92. The sister's performance. Jiao Han felt an immense displeasure towards Jiang Han, intensified by the revelation from Jiao Shengli upon his return. That Li Shui had been present at that time, amplifying her sense of humiliation. As a child of a merchant family, she was acutely aware that the multitude of individuals Jiao Shengli associated with would inevitably cast a stain upon her, subjecting her to ridicule. Yet, the thought that the one mocking her was Jiang Han, a person deemed worthless by many, ignited an uncontrollable fury within her. With a sigh, Jiang Han addressed her, Sister Han, I harbor no intentions of mocking you. I merely wish to greet you. If my presence is an inconvenience, I shall take my leave. However, I believe there is no need for such melancholy. I had previously mentioned his character, but you all chose not to believe me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiao Han erupted in anger, disregarding the number of onlookers, and shouted, Silence. Your concerns are unwelcome. How dare you, a worthless individual, even bring this up? Do you find it amusing that I, Jiao Han, am faced with such circumstances? Is it a joke that I failed to heed your warnings regarding his true nature? At that moment, Jiang Han felt as if he could only utter two words. It's over. Jiao Han appeared to be entranced by her fury, completely impervious to any words of reason. His intentions were never malicious. He merely sought to offer her some comfort. Perhaps the emotional toll from this incident had left her in a state of turmoil for far too long. The crowd around them grew larger, though no one dared to intervene. They merely gathered behind Jiang Han, speculating on the unfolding drama. Provoked by the situation, Jiao Han could no longer restrain herself and struck Jiang Han with a sudden slap. This unexpected assault left Jiang Han momentarily stunned, yet his gaze sharpened. Fixed coldly upon her, Jiao Han attempted to deliver a second blow, but Jiang Han swiftly seized her arm. What now? Do you wish to strike me again? We haven't yet sought retribution for your previous attack on Yalan, and now you wish to assault me? It appears you believe yourself to be quite formidable, do you not? With a decisive motion, Jiang Han released her arm, causing her to stagger back several paces. In the chaos, her hand inadvertently knocked off her hat, revealing her true countenance. The sudden exposure sent Jiao Han into a panic. The onlookers, recognizing her and knowing of Jiao Shengli, began to murmur amongst themselves, the gossip spreading like wildfire and compounding her embarrassment. She directed her ire solely at Jiang Han, convinced that his unexpected presence was the catalyst for her anger. Had it not been for his sudden appearance, her hat would not have fallen, nor would she have been subjected to the whispers of the crowd, leaving her thoroughly humiliated. Although Jiang Han understood the gravity of the situation, he felt powerless. He had not intentionally caused her hat to fall. Jiang Han, you wretched individual, mark my words. Even though I, Jiao Han, have fallen into misfortune and been deceived, I am not to be compared with someone of your ilk. Jiang Han found himself at a loss for words. Sister Han, I have held no malice towards you from the very beginning. I have not spoken ill of you. I merely wish to greet you. However, you seem overly concerned, thinking I am mocking you. Whether you choose to scold me or express your anger, I simply want to convey this. If you cannot confront reality, you shall never find your way out. Furthermore, my patience is not limitless. At that moment, two young women nearby, drawn by the commotion, approached, and upon recognizing Jiao Han, Zhu Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, especially upon seeing Jiang Han in attendance. What on earth is happening? Jiao Han wore a face of anger and sadness, her eyes brimming with tears, which she struggled to hold back. Yao Shuang paused, puzzled. Xiaoyan, what has transpired? It seemed fine when we passed by just moments ago. Hearing this, Zhu Xiaoyan glanced at the composed Jiang Han, her anger welling up within her. It was clear he had provoked Sister Han, yet here he was, feigning innocence. Shuang, this is my sister, Han. With that, Zhu Xiaoyan rushed to support Jiao Han, urging her to calm down. Sister Han, do not fear. What is the matter? Has this wretch been bullying you? What? Yao Shuangshuang's mind was spinning. This so-called wretch was Zhu Xiaoyan's brother-in-law, and now this woman was her sister. Could it be that they were a couple? And this wretch had laid hands on Xiaoyan's sister? How audacious! She had never heard of a son-in-law being so brazen as to bully a woman. Without hesitation, Yao Shuangshuang moved closer to Zhao Haiyan. Sister Haiyan, do not worry. If this wretch dares to harm you, he must be unaware of his status as a son-in-law. Sister Haiyan, divorce him, and we shall find someone to deal with him. Both the angered Zhao Haiyan and Zhu Xiaoyan found the situation peculiar. Why suggest a divorce from Jiang Han? Did they perceive her to be a couple with him? Zhu Xiaoyan quickly interjected, Shuang, do not speak carelessly. My sister Haiyan would never fancy such a wretch. He must have said something to upset her. Just wait and see how we'll deal with him. She hesitated to divulge the details to Yao Shuang, considering the crowd and the serious warning Zhao Haiyan had given about discussing the matter further. You wretched individual. Bullying Sister Haiyan. Do you believe I won't report this to Uncle Zhao? You will find yourself in deep trouble. Zhu Xiaoyan invoked the name of Jiao Shengli. However, Jiang Han could only manage a wry smile. What? You think I am the one bullying her? We have exchanged barely a few words, and I simply greeted her, after which she became irate. Is a simple greeting enough to provoke such anger? Jia Xiaoyan was somewhat bewildered, based on her understanding of Zhao Haiyan. Such behavior was entirely out of character. She was not one to display such temper, nor would she become irate over a mere greeting. What on earth was happening? Do not heed his words. Xiaoyan, this wretch dares to mock me and has summoned a crowd to join in the derision. They are laughing at me. If that is the case, then it shall be easy to address. Yao Shuang, with one hand on her hip and the other pointed accusingly at Jiang Han, exclaimed, I never imagined you could be so despicable. First, you covertly photographed my father's credentials, and now you have the audacity to ridicule Xiaoyan's sister. How could a man like you exist? It is utterly revolting. You must apologize today. Should you choose not to, do not blame me for my lack of civility. Chapter 93. Playing the fool to catch the tiger before Yao Shuang. Jiang Han perceived her as merely foolish. Had she possessed any intelligence, she would have discerned the truth with her own eyes. Under such circumstances, Zhu Xiaoyan was equally displeased. Yes, apologize to Sister Haiyan at once. Otherwise, prepare for me to inform my uncle, and then we shall see how they deal with you. Earlier, outside the movie city, Zhu Xiaoyan had been irked by Jiang Han, who had audaciously demanded that she compensate him for a phone. Utterly ridiculous. Now, witnessing him bully Sister Haiyan, she vowed to report him to her uncle and parents, knowing they would not let him off lightly. Jiang Han raised his hands in surrender. I merely greeted Sister Haiyan, and she reacted this way, accusing me of mocking her and blaming me without cause. I haven't uttered a single word of insult, and demanding an apology must be based on some justification. No, he was not averse to apologizing, but he required a compelling reason to do so. I couldn't care less about your excuses. Sister Haiyan is in tears, and it's your doing. I won't tolerate this. You must apologize. You pathetic fool. How dare you refuse? Zhu Xiaoyan was determined to extract an apology from Jiang Han, not solely for Zhao Haiyan, but for her own grievances, as she harbored considerable resentment towards him. In response, Jiang Han let out a brief laugh. Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. He had no desire to linger with Zhao Haiyan and the others, as this affair was not his concern. A simple greeting should not have escalated to such absurdity. Yao Shuang promptly caught hold of Jiang Han, leaving him astonished. You are not leaving today. If we do not receive an explanation, I will have my father come and take you away. It will be far more than a mere apology then. Her father? Yao Yingjie? Jiang Han found it amusing, pondering how Yao Yingjie would react to such a spectacle. Others nearby could not bear to witness the unfolding drama and stepped forward to intervene. You two have misunderstood this young man. He merely offered greeting, even addressing her as sister. Yet, this lady has reacted so disproportionately, perhaps she is unwell. You should take her to the hospital, lest her condition worsen. Jiang Han felt genuine gratitude towards those who defended him. He had not anticipated support from anyone. However, Zhu Xiaoyan and Yao Shuangshuang were unlikely to heed such counsel. Jiao Haiyan, fueled by rage, shouted through her tears, "Silence! Are you blind?" He was clearly mocking me. "You know nothing?" Hearing Jiao Haiyan's outburst, the onlookers grew indignant. "How can you speak like that? You not only accuse him wrongly, but now you also insult him." "Exactly. We thought you might be having a bad day. But this is simply madness." "Enough, enough. Calm down. It's not worth engaging with her." At that moment, Jiao Haiyan was nearly driven to the brink of fury, astonished that so many rallied to Jiang Han's defense. It was utterly preposterous. As circumstances reached this point, Jiang Han merely shrugged his shoulders, as if to convey that this was the situation and you are all aware of it now. "May I take my leave?" Zhu Xiaoyan bit her lip tightly, while Yao Shuangshuang, filled with indignation for the first time, could not believe someone dared to speak ill of her in her own film city. She had planned to leave, but since not everyone had arrived yet, she thought of watching a movie, only to encounter such an incident. Today, she was determined to teach this good-for-nothing a lesson. Without hesitation, Yao Shuangshuang pulled out her phone and called Yao Yingjie, "Dad, hurry over. We are being bullied here, right in our own film city." Upon receiving Yao Shuangshuang's call, Yao Yingjie was somewhat taken aback. However, the fact that someone dared to bully his daughter in his own film city was utterly intolerable. Yao Yingjie quickly called Lin Long. "Brother Long, could you come over? My daughter is being bullied. Considering our good relationship, could you help me this time? I'm worried that the other party may have a larger number. Could you come and settle this?" "Rest assured, I am very understanding regarding the rules." Lin Long, now visibly troubled, pondered why so many troublesome matters arose today. He had no qualms about assisting Jiang Han, but with Yao Yingjie calling him, he felt obliged to help. After all, he had received a small favor from Yao Yingjie in the past, and every time Yao Yingjie requested help, he was generous with red envelopes. It was impossible not to assist. Although he was busy dealing with Wu Dehai and Wang Jianjun, he still made time to go over. However, upon glancing at the address, Lin Long furrowed his brow. Was it again the film city? Surely not. Was it yet another instance of someone being blind to the situation? Regardless, he decided to check it out, as young master should have already left. They had come out together. Yet, when Lin Long and Yao Yingjie entered and found Yao Shuangshuang, they both wore expressions of disbelief. Lin Long's lips twitched slightly as Jiang Han coldly regarded the two. Yao Yingjie felt as if he wished for death, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the person bullying his daughter was none other than Jiang Han. Was this not akin to walking into the line of fire? Lin Long found it even more difficult to bear, casting an incredulous glance at Yao Yingjie, as if to say, "Are you a fool sent by a monkey, thinking of causing trouble for young master?" However, Yao Shuangshuang remained oblivious, pointing at Jiang Han and declaring to Yao Yingjie, "Dad, it's him. He is the one who bullied us. Not only did he make Xiaoyan's sister cry, but he also bullied Xiaoyan and me. Hurry, get rid of him. I do not wish to see such a disgusting man at all." Upon hearing this, Yao Yingjie felt a stronger urge to despair. His daughter was truly a burden. Lin Long, with a hint of amusement, looked at the father and daughter duo and coldly remarked, "Yao Yingjie, it seems your wings have become rather hardened. Would you like me to clip them?" Upon hearing this, Yao Yingjie understood that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. "Brother Long, let us just let this matter go. Besides, from what I've gathered, this young man has done no wrong." "But I feel you are at fault," Lin Long replied frostily. Displaying a lack of intelligence, Yao Shuangshuang retorted disdainfully at Lin Long. "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my father in that manner? Do you not realize that this cinema is owned by him? Mind your words. If you cannot speak appropriately, it would be wise to remain silent, for no one considers you a mute." Lin Long was utterly astonished, never having anticipated that he would be reprimanded by a young girl. He cast a cold glare at Yao Yingjie, who, upon recognizing the gravity of the situation, unhesitatingly slapped Yao Shuangshuang across the face. "How have I raised you at home? I have told you time and again not to judge others by their appearances. Do not be so arrogant. Do you think that your father's ownership of cinema makes you significant? Furthermore, I have just inquired, and this matter cannot be blamed on the young man. He even helped me retrieve my wallet. Yet you continue to malign him. Just wait until I return home. I shall deal with you properly." He was genuinely furious, and the force behind that slap was particularly severe, his eyes filled with wrath. Yao Shuang was taken aback by this scene. Her father had never behaved this way before, always indulging her. Although she understood the lessons imparted, her father would still defend her during her moments of stubbornness. "Oomph, I will tell my mother when I get home." To Jiang Han, this display was utterly exasperating. It was the epitome of sheltered ignorance. "Xiaoyan, please take your sister away from here. She is in a foul mood, and there is no need to provoke her further. Be obedient." At this juncture, Zhu Xiaoyan was at a loss for words, unable to contend with Jiang Han. She could only let out a muffled sound of frustration and assist the raucous Zhao Haiyan, who still sought to confront Jiang Han in leaving the premises. Jiang Han regarded Yao Yingjie with an icy stare as the crowd slowly dispersed. Yao Yingjie awkwardly suggested, "Shall we change the venue for our conversation?" "Very well." Jiang Han agreed readily, and the group made their way toward the office, Yao Yingjie's heart racing with anxiety. Upon arriving at Yao Yingjie's office, as soon as Jiang Han settled into her seat, Yao Yingjie suddenly knelt before her, reverently stating, "Young master, I was in the wrong." Chapter 94. A Chase on the Streets? Today, he discerned that Jiang Han was not one to spin tales. Thus, the incidents surrounding Yao Shuang and her companions within the film city were undoubtedly slanderous towards him. Even if Jiang Han were to fabricate stories, what of it? Did they possess the ability to compel him to admit fault? Jiang Han merely smiled at Yao Yingjie's attitude, choosing not to elaborate further. He bore no animosity towards Yao Yingjie. In his eyes, the antics of Yao Shuang and her peers were merely the caprices of youth. "All right, Lin Long, have you managed to consolidate all the underground forces in Jiang City, as I instructed?" Jiang Han's sudden inquiry sent a shiver down Lin Long's spine. Indeed, he had overlooked this matter. The wrap-up tasks were nearing completion, yet recently, an unexpected talent had emerged, one who was both eloquent and formidable, claiming an intention to establish a foothold in Jiang City. Lin Long had dispatched numerous individuals to locate this person, yet they had all returned empty-handed, met only with closed doors. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Long confessed this oversight, having prepared